This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1, Silent Island, Skyfall Space. Blue sea and sky. Coconut trees whistling. Bayou stretched out his hand to straighten the broken hair that was blown by the sea breeze on his forehead, and looked at the beautiful island scenery in front of him. Eyes blank. Wasn't she on her way to the campus job fair? Why did she end up on a strange island in the blink of an eye? The key was just now that he reached out and pinched his thigh hard. It still hurt. Ding! Newbie player Bayou. Welcome to the survival game. The rules of this game are as follows. 1. Reject the game and become an animal. 2. The game failed and turned into a plant. 3. Either pass the game or become beautiful. Or get rich. There are also mysterious blind box rewards. An ethereal mechanical sound suddenly sounded in her ears. Game? Bayou was shocked for a moment. A ripe yellow-skinned coconut fell to the white beach not far away with a pop sound. The picture is so real. The salty sea breeze blew in your face. An ethereal mechanical sound sounded in your ears one after another. The following information will only be broadcast once by the system. Current players, please pay attention and listen carefully. Players participating in this game, 100/100. The plot of this game will be explored by players themselves. During the game exploration process, the system will release side tasks from time to time. Please listen carefully and work hard to complete them. The player's current level is F0. For points and attributes, etc., please go to your personal game panel to view them. There will be a unified settlement after each game is cleared. Special reminder: after the player turns into a plant or animal, the game will erase all traces related to the player, including but not limited to the game world and the original world. Above, current players, please consider carefully before making your wise choice. Ding! The latest number of surviving players in the current game is 94/100. Remaining players, please make your choice carefully. Are all today's game swordsmen so quick to strike? Bayou was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to choose. If you refuse the first option given by the game, you will turn into an animal. It would be okay if he really turned into a cute cat. But if he turned into a mouse, cockroach or something, wouldn't he regret it? The second and third items are also full of unknown risks and are not optimal solutions. God, what should I do? Who will save her? Before Bayou could answer, the cold mechanical voice sounded in his ears again. Ding! If it is detected that the current player has not directly rejected the game will be automatically started for you. Welcome to this game, Silent Island. This game mode, single player mode. Pass-through conditions. Please try to survive for 9 days in this round of the game. Players who are still alive after 9 days can clear the game. Failure penalties and clearance rewards will not be described in detail in this system. Ding! The game activation fund of 10,000 yuan has been successfully distributed to your personal account, and you can check it on your personal game panel. For your convenience in game scenarios, a bank card of equal amount has been assigned to you, and the card has been placed in your right pocket. In addition, since you are a new player with a special status, we will make an exception and give you a mysterious blind box. The blind box will be automatically opened for you in 5 seconds. I wish you a superb performance in this round of the game, a long life, and a smooth pass. Bayou's expression froze for half a second as he heard the prompts one after another. She didn't even say she accepted it. What kind of game is this? How come you don't play according to the routine in an instant? Ding! The blind box is open. Congratulations to novice player Bayou for getting a unique special prop, idea space, in the whole game. Accompanied by the prompt sound, a message appeared in Bayou's field of vision. Name, idea space. Type, contract item. SSR extremely rare. Current level, level 1 storage box. Current specification, 9 cubic meters. Function and purpose. 1. Storage, supports automatic classification of materials and hot and cold temperature zone control. 2. Supports the access of thoughts, which can be accessed in an instant. 3. After reaching a certain level, new features will be activated. Remarks, small space, big dreams, more loyal than a dog. Once bound, they will remain together until death. Probability of props dropping after the player dies, 0. After the explanation, the noisy mechanical beep finally ended. Bayou looked at the golden 10,000 gold coins on his personal game board. Couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead and sighed. Forget it. The sky will fall, and you will be covered, now that raw rice has been cooked into cooked rice. Then for this, eat little, Bye, little Jew, life, Quan. Try your best to give it a try. Reached out and dug into his pocket. TSK. Except for the bank card given by Yuki. His pocket was empty. Not even a pack of tissues was left for her. He glanced around again. There is nothing on the beach except some low thorny bushes and tall coconut trees. If you have a temporary stomachache right now, you won't even be able to pick a leaf from the tree. This game is so cruel. And it's so outrageous that you even have no moral integrity. Ding! There are 8 days, 23 hours, 52 minutes, and 46 seconds left in this game. A good day starts early in the morning. Player Bayou. Please take action quickly. Bayou felt his head buzzing. Emotions. This game system is still a supervisor's assistant. Complaints are complaints. She knew nothing about the game. So it was time for her to take action. According to her previous experience of watching dramas, since this survival game is 9 days, in the first few days, there should be a novice protection period, which is a safe period. As for how many days the safe period lasted, she didn't know. The only thing that is certain is that the further back you go, the more dangerous it becomes. So she had to take advantage of the safe period to make as many preparations as possible. However, whether it is buying supplies, weapons, or figuring out the situation on the island, the most urgent thing is to get out of here quickly. The sun's glare was starting to get harsh. Bayou reached out to cover his eyes and looked into the distance. Not far away, beside the asphalt road around the sea, there is a viewing pier with simple facilities. The pier seems to have been abandoned long ago, with no boats parked and no people. On the contrary, in a concrete open space not far from the pier, an old man with gray hair was hunched over and tremblingly arranging a row of messy shared bicycles. The bike wasn't too heavy, but it looked like he was having a hard time moving it. Bayou was instantly pleasantly surprised. With a car, it will be much easier to leave here. After thinking for a few seconds, Bayou made up his mind and walked quickly towards the old man. As soon as he walked in front of him, the old man didn't know whether it was because he was weak or because his hands were slippery, but the front of one of the bicycles swung around, and he was about to fall heavily to the ground along with the bicycle. "Grandpa! Be careful!" Bayou quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hands to help the old man hold the front of the car firmly. The old man didn't look at her, but said, "Thank you," in a weak voice, and then continued to pack other cars. Bayou didn't say much and silently stepped forward to help him sort it out. With her help, the messy cars were quickly arranged in order. Ding! Your helpful behavior has gained the favor of Grandpa NPC. You will have the opportunity to get key information about the game plot from him. Chapter 2, Silent Island, Mid-Level BNB. Bayou was stunned for a moment. Reacted quickly. "Grandpa, how can I rent this bicycle?" After hearing her polite question, the old man slowly straightened up, put his hands on his waist, and said calmly, "Girl, it's $1 an hour, and you can return it anywhere on the island." After saying that, the old man glanced at Bayou's clothes from top to bottom with slightly turbid eyes, and guessed, "Daughter, are you a tourist from out of town?" Seeing that he didn't look like a bad guy, Bayou nodded. "Well, it's my first time to come to this island. Grandpa, the scenery on our island is pretty good. I guess there must be a lot of tourists here." "Right." The old man did not answer her question, but looked at her and said meaningfully, "Daughter, this is your first time here, so you have to be careful. Remember, what you see may not be real." Bayou smiled and asked him tentatively, "Grandpa, what do you mean when you say be careful? Is it because the security of this island is not good? There are bikers and stuff like that." The old man's expression suddenly became solemn. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Let me tell you, on this island, try not to go out after 8 o'clock in the evening." After saying that, he changed his tone and told Bayou seriously, "Also, you must remember, after 10 o'clock in the evening, it is best not to make a sound." Bayou was confused. "Grandpa, can you tell me why this is?" Judging from the old man's expression, it seems that if you violate these, you will face serious consequences. I thought quickly in my heart, it would be better if I was not allowed to go out. She is quite a homebody in reality. Not to mention that she is not allowed to go out after 10 o'clock in the evening. She'll be perfectly fine if she doesn't go out for a whole day or even 3 days. It would be a bit embarrassing just to keep silent. If you eat too many broad beans, does it count if you fart accidentally? Grinding teeth, talking in sleep, and snoring, does it count? Hee hee. Well, you'll know it at night. The old man smiled with a strange expression. His face changed. He changed the topic and said in a kind tone, "Daughter, do you still want to rent this car?" Bayu asked him again why. But this NPC grandpa was like a program and kept asking her repeatedly if she wanted to rent a car. She then wanted to try and ask for additional information about the island. But the other party was still like a tireless repeater, looking at her with a kind smile and repeating, "Daughter, do you still want to rent this car?" After going back and forth like this 3 or 4 times, Bayu felt a faint chill starting to creep up his back. After paying 100 yuan including the rent and deposit, I quickly got on the little blue car and left. No cell phones, no navigation, no maps, no street signs. She could only rely on a girl's keen sixth sense to ride toward the center of the island. Asterisk. 8 hours later, after walking around and buying supplies, Bayu's legs were almost broken. And then, he finally found a B&B with a large courtyard halfway up the island. The location of the B&B is a bit remote. At the door is a winding mountain road. Both sides of the road are lined with green pine trees. The weird thing is, in the evening, before the sun started to set, the woods look dark. The B&B also looks a bit old and rundown. I think it's due to being corroded by the sea breeze all year round. The originally white walls are dirty and mottled. Even the wooden nameplates of the B&B hanging on the door, "Cat's Nest," and "A room available today," look shaky. Fortunately, the yard is covered with white cobblestones and looks pretty neat. A phoenix flower in the courtyard is in bloom and blooming red. But the point is, this is the most suitable place to live on the island that she found after a day of circling the island, which is affordable and relatively safe. Bayu had previously analyzed on the road that this survival game was a doomsday survival and escape scenario. The most likely things to happen are tsunamis, typhoons, tide disasters and the like. If the seawater rises, or the sea level suddenly rises, at least it won't flood here in the first place. If it is another disaster, there is a road at the door, and it is relatively easy to escape. In addition, judging from the signboard at the door, this B&B has its own restaurant. If there is a restaurant, that means there are knives like kitchen knives. She planned to stay in the B&B for the remaining few days after the safe period and not go anywhere. Thinking of this, Bayu reached out and wiped the sweat from his face. She secretly said Binkwol in her heart, and a bottle of fatty water stored in her mind space instantly appeared in her palm. He unscrewed the bottle cap and took a few big sips. After 2 burps, the fatigue in his body suddenly disappeared. I thought, collect, in my mind, and the half bottle of fatty water in my hand had returned to the space of my mind, and was automatically classified and stored in a cold snow area. The whole process of depositing and withdrawing felt extremely smooth, and Bayu couldn't help but secretly rejoiced. Although this game has many routines and does not focus on martial ethics, the space it provides for thoughts is quite magical and easy to use. A blonde guy caught a glimpse of her figure, walked out quickly from the front desk, and said with a polite smile, "Good afternoon. Pretty girl. Are you staying in a hotel or dining?" "Alpha, the front desk clerk at Cat's Nest number 1, is here to serve you wholeheartedly." Bayu got straight to the point. "Handsome man. How much does the cheapest room here cost per day?" After saying that, she squeezed the newly bought rice phone in her hand, feeling a little uneasy in her heart. This island is very strange. Not only can't you buy knives like kitchen knives, but you can't even buy basic daily necessities such as fruit knives and baseball bats. All in all, do you want a weapon or something similar to a self-defense weapon? No way. It was considered her quick thinking, and she managed to buy 2 eyebrow trimming knives in stock from a cosmetics counter in a corner. The mobile phone I bought is even more outrageous. The waterproof function is very good, but except for sending text messages, making phone calls, and a map app whose location is not clear, the other functions are all available. Just like an old machine. The key cost her 500 yuan, which made her feel sick just thinking about it. However, there are no paper maps for sale on the island. In order to facilitate rescue and escape in special circumstances, she could only endure the pain and be slaughtered. Alpha glanced at her from top to bottom. "Beautiful girl. The cheapest one left is 600 yuan a day." Bayu's breath was stagnant. 600 a day. And the accommodation alone for 9 days would cost 5,400 yuan. I just spent nearly 2,000 yuan on various supplies. Well, before the first day of the game was over, she had less than 3,000 yuan left. This game is really laborious, expensive, and life-consuming. "Handsome guy. Can I get a discount for booking for 9 days at a time?" Bayu's heart was filled with 10,000 alpacas. but his expression remained polite and calm. Alpha seemed to have read through her thoughts and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, pretty girl. It's Golden Week now, so the price can't be reduced. And, you know, the Sea View Hotel on the top of the mountain above us costs $3,000 a night, which is considered cheap for us." Puff. Golden Week? Why not give yourself half a day off during Goddess Day? Complaints are complaints. Bayou knew that he was not lying. There are almost 10 hotels and B&Bs on the island. But starting from the first one she encountered, they were basically full, and the prices were extremely expensive. Obviously the game prompts that there are only 94 players left. But why all the hotels show that they are full? Bayou is puzzled. Seeing that she was hesitant, Alpha squinted at his watch and said with a faint look in his eyes, "Beautiful girl, there's still more than an hour left. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. According to the rules of our silent island, all hotels and B&Bs will not receive tourists after 8 p.m. Moreover, if you don't make a decision, our place may be full." After Alpha finished speaking, he deliberately turned his head and looked at the front desk of the B&B, and then said, "Beautiful girl, to tell you the truth, our B&B only has 3 rooms left. Those 3 handsome guys inside might have booked all 3 rooms, but they don't seem to have enough money now, and they are thinking of ways. So, you see, Chapter 3, it's better to be an NPC." Bayou looked along his gaze. Sure enough, there were 3 men sitting next to the glass wall seating area. The leader was a bald man, wearing a black t-shirt, with slightly dark skin, and a murderous look on his face, covered in tendons. He was scolding a yellow-haired young man sitting opposite with his teeth and claws, spitting foam from his mouth. Bayou looked at his bald head and irritable expression, feeling like a big braised egg was stacked on a human body. It looks hideous and weird. The yellow-haired boy had a submissive expression on his face, and his body looked very thin. Sandwiched between them, with his back facing the glass wall, was a short-haired man wearing a white shirt and sitting upright. Bayou looked at the clothes, words, and deeds of the 3 people and guessed that they were not the same people. Maybe it's just players who formed a temporary team. "I want a room." Bayou retracted his gaze and made a decision quickly. "Okay, then come with me." "Okay, I'll trouble you." After Bayou said that, he followed Alpha into the front desk of the B&B. 3 beauties. Have you discussed it? Should you book 3 single rooms or a family room directly? If it's not confirmed, I'll book the cheapest single room for this pretty girl. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 men all looked at Bayou with a swish look. Seeing her, Grumpy Lou Dan's eyes lit up, and he changed his greasy voice and said with evil intentions, "Hey, here comes a young and beautiful little fairy. I wonder if the little fairy is an NPC or a game player. If you are a player, why not team up with your brother? I promise that he will take good care of you at night." TSK. Someone forcefully stuffed him with a mouthful of Rogue brand aged gutter oil. Bayou almost vomited the bowl of hot and sour rice noodles he had eaten earlier. But at this moment, I don't know the origin of the other party. She suppressed the anger rising in her chest. Then he pretended to be calm and pretended not to hear. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the grumpy braised egg about to get up, and he quickly thought to himself, "Iron nail." In the mind space, a finger-long nail appeared in the palm of his right hand. She bought it just in case and was going to stick it on a rolling pin to make a mace. Sure enough, the grumpy braised egg was deflated, and he got up to find trouble. The man in the white shirt spoke at this moment. "Brother Faye, judging from her dress, she must be an aborigine. And she didn't even look at us after entering the door. She must be an NPC who has not triggered the side plot." The embarrassment of being rejected was relieved by the white shirt. The grumpy braised egg sat down angrily and cursed in a low voice. "And you better be an NPC. Otherwise, if you dare to pretend in front of me, I will be the first to kill her in this game." Bayou looked calm on the outside, but panicked inside. These 3 people are definitely players. Fortunately, she was prepared. The NPC grandfather in front said that she looked like a stranger in her clothes. So she bought a set of local clothes and changed into them while purchasing supplies. She knows that in this unknown game world, the dangers may not all come from the game. Among the 94 surviving players, there are all kinds of people. No one can guarantee that you will encounter bad people when you go out. Although it is said that one should not have the intention to harm others, the intention to guard against others is absolutely indispensable. Although he was thinking this way, Bai was very unaccustomed to being stared at with malicious intent by three strange men. Especially that irritable braised egg. Living with such players is extremely dangerous. But there was still more than an hour before 8 o'clock. And she didn't think she could find a more suitable place to live during this time. Bai's heart felt like it was crawling with ants. His face was still calm. Just like an NPC who came to stay temporarily. After listening to the words of the grumpy braised egg and white shirt, she did not reply and waited patiently for AFA to negotiate with them. Seeing that their eyes were all fixed on Bai, AFA continued to say politely, "Three beauties. What do you say?" Hearing this, the three players came to their senses. "This NPC is so funny. If you let us three grown men sleep in a parent-child room, I won't be laughed out of my mouth." After the grumpy braised egg complained, he immediately glanced at the yellow-haired boy and the white shirt, and said with a fierce look, Lu Fei, don't want to say the same thing twice. All the gold coins you two have on you. Immediately, give them all to me for safekeeping. Also, since you don't have enough money to buy 3 rooms, I will live in the sea view room, and you two will live in the cheapest single room. It's such a happy decision." Bai was shocked. Wasn't this an obvious robbery? So arrogant. Shameless enough. "Hey, Brother Fei, I've seen that single room. It only has 1 bed. And it's very small. We 2 grown men squeezed together." The white shirt smiled coquettishly, hesitating. "Yes, Brother Fei. Although the game gave me and Su Xiaoqiang 10,000 gold coins each, which is 5,000 more than yours, we still have to leave some money and go out to buy some supplies and weapons tomorrow. After all, this is survival game. No equipment for self-defense." Before Huang Mao finished speaking, "Son!" After the sound of a sharp weapon, Huang Mao let out a scream of, "Ouch!" There was a puff sound, as if warm liquid splashed out. The smell of blood suddenly filled the air. Bai frowned, fear instantly spreading throughout his body. Brother Fei, Su Xiaoqiang's accent trembled, and he wanted to say something. But his whole body was trembling, and he couldn't say it in the end. Ding! The current number of surviving players is 93. A mechanical sound suddenly sounded in my ears. Bai's muscles tightened. When I first entered the game, I didn't feel much about this quantity notification. But only now did I really realize. Before the first day was over, 7 fresh lives had been lost inexplicably. From the corner of his eye, he quietly glanced at the sofa where the 3 of them were sitting. And the hairs on Bai's body stood up instantly. Looking from her angle, she could just see the yellow-haired boy's back and Lu Fei's face. At this moment, the yellow-haired boy's head was tilted and drooped. The angle is very weird. Like, broken. And that Lu Fei had a shiny silver dagger in his hand. The dagger was still dripping with bright red blood. His black t-shirt was wet with splattered blood in several places. And his egg-like face was also bloody. The white shirt looked frightened. And there were many scarlet specks on the white clothes. Bai was terrified and his pupil shrank. And he instantly guessed what happened at that moment. So the player who was missing just now was Huang Mao. This grumpy braised egg is a bit too ruthless. However, what she didn't figure out was how could he have weapons? Obviously the sale of knives is prohibited on this island. Moreover, there was a 1-meter-wide glass coffee table between Lu Fei and the yellow-haired boy. He could actually kill someone with 1 knife in a second. Or the knife was so sharp that it cut through iron like clay. Either that. This Lu Fei is very skilled in martial arts. It's so powerful that people don't even have time to dodge. Living with such scoundrels is like living in a wolf's den. Extremely dangerous. But when she thought of the NPC grandfather's reminder, she had no better choice at this moment. "Oh my god! Brother Fei! Look!" Suddenly, Su Xiaoqiang stretched out his hand to cover his mouth and let out a scream of fear. Bai continued to look at Xuanin out of the corner of his eye, only to feel that the temperature in the room suddenly became colder. In the blink of an eye, the dead yellow-haired boy suddenly disappeared from the sofa. What's even weirder is, a money tree with a thick wrist appeared on the sofa where he was sitting. The money tree had wrinkled bark and sparse leaves, visible to the naked eye. The leaves and branches of the trees were covered in blood. Damn it! This dog game can really turn people into trees. Lu Fei complained with a ferocious look on his face like a normal person. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed a stack of tissues from the paper box on the table, and slowly wiped the bloody dagger. Does Chapter 4 let players fend for themselves? Su Xiaoqiang shrank and said nothing. Her eyes looked at the dagger in his hand with fear, and then glanced at the weird money tree that the yellow-haired boy had turned into. Lu Fei ignored him, but frowned and squinted his eyes, as if listening intently to something. The room remained silent for a few seconds. After a while, Lu Fei Yu crumpled up the paper towel in his hand and threw it on the glass coffee table with a pool of blood, and grinned. Ha ha! It seems that the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest are also applicable in the game. God is really helping me. I will be prosperous soon. After saying that, he turned the dagger in his hand, changed his expression, looked at Su Xiuqiang with a gloomy look, and said fiercely, Huang Mao's gold coins and props have all just belonged to me. Su Xiuqiang, do you choose to hand it over voluntarily or hand it over voluntarily? Dot. Listening to Lu Fei's threatening words, Su Xiuqiang once again took a horrified look at the bloody money tree. His body trembled slightly, and he was speechless for a moment. Bai Yu's scalp felt numb for a while, but she also captured key information from Lu Fei's words. The rules of this game that I heard before are: survive for the specified time to pass the level. In other words, clearing the level alone will not affect other people's clearance quotas. There is no need for players to kill each other to compete for spots. Players can even assist each other, help each other, and work together to clear the game. However, if according to what Lu Fei just said, if one player dies, the other player can legitimately obtain the gold coins and props of the dead player. That means there will be players with the same evil heart as Lu Fei, take advantage of such game loopholes to steal other players' gold coins and props. If that's the case, the danger doesn't just come from the game itself. Thinking of this, she quietly glanced at All Fa at the front desk, who had been silent. He is an NPC, and to some extent represents the attitude of the game party towards players. But I didn't expect that at this moment. Alpha was just like an innocent person watching a movie, standing respectfully next to Lu Fei, with the same smile on his face. He neither stepped forward to persuade, nor did he make any move to call the police. It seems that the game is letting players, like them, fend for themselves. Bai Yu finished his analysis and waited for a moment. Mo Momo picked up the senior phone that had already been pressed with the two numbers, 11, and put it down. Presumably, in this game world, there are many things that cannot be processed in the same way as in the real world. It's her first time here, so let's wait and see what happens. And she cherishes her life very much and doesn't want to die at the beginning. Over there, Su Xiuqiang had recovered from the panic and handed over the card with trembling hands. Brother Fei, I'll give you all my gold coins. Today is my first time entering the game, and I have never gotten any props before. If you don't believe me, I'll go into the room and show you my personal game board. Humph, I can't see your game panel, but I don't dare to deceive you. Mr. Fei. Lu Fei frowned and snatched the card from his hand, then turned to look at All Fa, who was standing calmly aside, and said, Give me a sea view room? Since this is a survival game, it would be a waste if you accidentally die in it. You should enjoy it when you should. In addition, I can make 3 meals better for me, and I can add money separately. Listening to his words, Bai Yu once again had a bold guess about the game. Lu Fei would rather kill Huang Mao. He didn't threaten All Fa to open a sea view room directly for him, and he also said that he could pay independently for 3 meals. Can you understand it this way? NPCs are protected by the game, and players cannot attack them at will. Otherwise, you will face severe penalties similar to triggering death conditions. From the looks of it, Lu Fei should be an old player. This is even more difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Bai Yu decided to grit his teeth and pretend to be an NPC to the end. Okay, guest. A single room with a sea view costs 1,500 yuan a day. For 9 days, the total is 13,500 yuan. Do you want to pay by card or cash? Swipe your card. Su Xiuqiang shrank his head back, looked at Lu Fei with fearful eyes, and asked cautiously, Master Fei, what about me? He and Huang Mao had a total of 20,000 gold coins. Lu Fei had 5,000, and the three of them had a total of 25,000 gold coins. Remove 13,500, leaving 11,500. The cheapest room in this BNB is 600. After taking out 5,400 for 9 days, that means the two of them have 6,100 left. This BNB provides 3 simple meals for staying guests. It should be enough to just buy some supplies and equipment. However, he didn't think Lu Fei would be kind to him. But you always have to fight for it, no matter what. He couldn't sleep on the street. In a survival game, that is simply the same as choosing self-destruction. If he really got to that point, he would have to fight Lu Fei even if he risked his life. Lu Fei glared at him fiercely, turned to ask Alpha, "Do you have any spare utility room here?" Alpha coughed lightly. "There is one! Next to the public restroom in the front yard. Do you have any needs? I'll pay you 100 yuan a day and let him live in the utility room. I'll move an unused sofa for him in there. In addition, I'll provide him with some simple meals." After Lu Fei finished speaking, he gave Alpha his bank card, passed it over. Baiyu glanced at Su Xiuqiang, who was clenching his fists and looking ashen, feeling mixed emotions in his heart. However, allowing guests to stay in the utility room is not in compliance with business rules. Will the BNB agree? Looking at Alpha out of the corner of his eye, Baiyu's heart sank. Seeing that Alpha did not object, he bowed slightly and took the bank card with both hands, and said politely, "Okay, guest, please wait a moment. I will handle the accommodation formalities for you first." After saying that, he rushed back to the front desk. "Beautiful girl, please wait a moment." Alpha apologized and went to complete the formalities. Baiyu nodded slightly but said nothing. Over there, Lu Fei glanced at Baiyu, who had been standing silently at the front desk, and turned to look at Su Xiuqiang and complained, "Ha! The little fairy is really calm. Apparently, you were right. He is really a lumpy NPC. Such a shame with such a small face and figure." Yes, if an ordinary girl saw the scene where Huang Mao was splattered with blood just now, she would have screamed out in fright. But Baiyu's reaction was almost abnormally calm. What he doesn't know is, Baiyu is calm on the surface, but secretly, he was so scared that his right index finger almost broke. Soon, Alpha completed the check-in formalities and took Lu Fei into the elevator. Su Xiuqiang was also called in by Lu Fei. The elevator door closed with a ting sound, and Baiyu's muscles relaxed. After taking the nails back into space, she almost collapsed on the spot. She held the reception desk with both hands and carefully observed the interior of the reception area. The reception area and seating area of this BNB are shared and decorated in a white minimalist style. There are several groups of lazy casual fabric sofas placed near the window. On the other side, against the wall, there is a row of bookshelves. As for the room with sliding glass doors diagonally arranged, if Baiyu guessed correctly, it should be the kitchen. The door was closed at the moment, and the sound of cooking could be faintly heard coming from inside. Baiyu glanced at the electronic clock in front of him. Star Yuan 3048. May 1st, 1910. Apparently, this BNB serves dinner very late. Hey, doesn't this BNB have cameras? Baiyu was stunned for a moment, and looked at every corner again. Sure enough, it didn't. In this case, the scene of Lu Fei killing Huang Mao just now would be impossible to preserve. Baiyu's heart suddenly felt cold. Chapter 5, Silent Island, Telephone Test. Baiyu specially checked whether there were cameras in the public area of the BNB. Naturally, it was not to investigate the case. She doesn't have the ability or leisure either. However, judging from Lu Fei's brutal methods against the yellow-haired boy just now, to himself, he is nothing more than a powerful time bomb. It is very possible that he will die at his hands before he actually faces the dangerous game. And it is the kind of ugly death appearance. Instead of sitting back and waiting, it is better to act first and find some opportunities for yourself. What she originally considered was, if there are cameras in the common area of the BNB, then quietly report a case or something like that. Use his crime scene to try to get the island security to take him away from the BNB. It doesn't matter how many days the security department can detain him. Just let her get through the safe period ahead relatively well. According to the rules of the game, the traces of the yellow-haired boy in the original world and the game world have probably been erased by the system at this moment. NPC Alpha has an ordinary identity and can choose to turn a blind eye. But she believed that the public security officials would not bend the law for personal gain in the face of solid evidence. But there are no cameras at the moment. With only a knife, a pool of unknown blood that does not belong to this world, and a tree, the difficulty of filing a case suddenly skyrocketed. And based on Su Xiuqiang's previous urinary performance, he naturally did not dare to come forward to testify. Without the support of pictures and witnesses, who would believe what she said as a weak woman? Maybe she would get burned and die early. She suddenly realized that when Alpha went through the accommodation formalities just now, he did not register his ID or take any photos. It's normal. The players all came here with nothing for no apparent reason. The only thing that can be identified is the name ID. In addition, looking at the attitude of the NPC front desk towards Lu Fei just now. Now that there is no picture evidence, I wonder if the NPC in the public security department will have the same virtue. After much thought, there is no optimal solution. Baiyu hesitated for a second, but decided to call the security department as a test. By the way, let's also understand the bottom line and attitude of the game system itself. After thinking about it, Baiyu stared at the elevator door, picked up the senior phone, and quickly dialed the number of the Shout-Out Public Security Department. The call was answered quickly. After a burst of electrical interference, a middle-aged woman's slightly hoarse and deep voice came from the receiver. "Hello! The Silent Island Security Center is at your service. How can I help you?" Baiyu quickly turned down the volume of the receiver, stretched out his hand to cover his mouth, and deliberately lowered his voice. "Hello! I want to report a crime here. 10 minutes ago, a guest here was killed in the mid-levels B&B. Hearing this, the voice on the other side of the microphone suddenly became harsh. "Oh, madam, are you mistaken? Our island has a history of more than 300 years, but there has never been a murder case. Moreover, the security of our island has always been very good, and it was just rated as a 5A level scenic spot last year. It's true. I guarantee it with my personality. Can you send someone to Mau Mau's Nest B&B? This is the scene of the crime. You will know when we get there. Oh, madam, I remind you that false reports in broad daylight will be punished. I really didn't lie." Before Baiyu could finish his words, the other person suddenly interrupted. "Ma'am, are you sure you are at the scene of the crime?" Baiyu took a deep breath. "I'm not here, but I can guarantee with my personality that the scene is real. Hey, ma'am, I suggest you confirm the scene of the crime again before calling. Thank you for your call from the security center. Goodbye." After the woman finished speaking, she hung up the phone with a bang. Chapter 6 Hush. You can't reveal guests' privacy. Beep 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 beep. When Baiyu heard the busy signal, he almost vomited blood in his heart. The brain circuits of these game NPCs are amazing. Who would disturb public order when they have nothing to do? Who dares? It seems that if there is danger later, it will be impossible to seek help from the security personnel. After thinking about it, Baiyu followed her words and glanced at the crime scene. Just now, it would be okay if he didn't glance at it. But if he glanced at it, his whole body would be bad instantly. In just one phone call, the bloody money tree was gone. The blood stains on the sofa, coffee table, and floor tiles are gone. There is nothing left at the scene. It's like nothing happened. Everything is like new. Baiyu couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air, and quickly stretched out his hand to pinch Renjong. Ting! The elevator rang. The door hasn't opened yet, but Baiyu has already taken a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and stood at attention. The door opened and Ah-Fa walked out alone with a smile and hurried steps. When Baiyu saw that there was no one behind him, he let go of his inner vigilance and fear. Seeing Baiyu still standing there, Ah-Fa quickly stepped forward with an apology on his face and said, "Beautiful girl, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I will handle the procedures for you right now. Are you paying by card or cash? Swipe your card." After Baiyu finished speaking, he took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to him. "Okay, please wait a moment." He took the card with both hands, arched his waist, and began tapping quickly on the computer keyboard with his fingers. Soon, Baiyu's bank card was handed back politely. "Hello, guest. The check-in procedure has been completed. Please keep your card. An account of 6,000 yuan has been deposited, of which 5,400 yuan is the room fee. The deposit of 600 yuan will be returned to your account on the last day after you check out. Guest, I will take you to your room now. Our room is on the 4th floor." Baiyu asked tentatively. "Excuse me, can I go to the room by myself?" Ah-Fa shook his head. "Sorry, guest. I need to go up to set your fingerprints and explain the check-in precautions." "Oh, no wonder it took them so long to go up there just now." "Oh," Baiyu responded softly, pointed his chin towards the sofa area just now, and asked deliberately, "By the way, there's bloodstains and trees there." Ah-Fa looked at him with a sly smile. "Guest, isn't there nothing there now?" Baiyu saw this and stopped talking. His smile was as usual, like a silicone mask. It looks friendly from the front. Now that I have seen it too much, it makes me feel faintly panicked. The two entered the elevator silently, and Ah-Fa stretched out his hand and reached the 4th floor. Baiyu glanced at the car. Sure enough, there are no cameras here. The elevator was running very slowly. So Bayu took the opportunity to say, "By the way, Fa, I would like to ask, where did the bald guest stay?" She asked this simply to try to avoid the grumpy braised egg later. Fapi said with a smile, "I'm sorry, guest. We can't reveal the privacy of our guests at will." Ding. The floor has arrived. Bayu had already guessed that he would say this. So he simply changed the question. "Then I would like to take the liberty to ask, how many sea view rooms do you have in your B&B? And on which floors are they located? I'm wondering if I should renew the sea view room for another day to experience it after the 9 days are up." This kind of question is normal, and does not involve any privacy. He has to answer questions for his guests. "There is only one room, on the 5th floor of the top floor, with the best location." Afa was stunned for a second and then replied. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to block the elevator door, bowed and politely said to Bayu, "Guest, the floor has arrived. Please come first." Bayu walked out of the elevator door, slowed down his pace, and followed him towards the room on the edge. Along the way, she silently observed each closed door, secretly guessing, are all players living here? Chapter 7 almost died on the spot. For some reason, Bayu felt strange inside. It's extremely hot outside. In the corridor, there always seemed to be gusts of cold wind blowing out of inexplicable corners. When I passed certain doors, my body temperature instantly dropped a bit. It's like there's an ice cellar inside. Afa walked a few steps, stopped in front of a room, and said politely, "Guest, your room has arrived. I will take your fingerprints now." After Afa finished speaking, he stretched out his thumb and pressed, Didi, twice on the fingerprint lock of the door. Bayu raised his eyes and glanced at the room number casually, and almost died on the spot. There is a big 404 on the house number, which is eye-catching and eye-catching. Oh, this room number. How unlucky. No wonder the cheapest ones are still available. In Bayu's original world, for letter floor or room numbers rarely appear. Even the 18th floor is taboo. Many hotels or buildings are usually 3A, replaced by 17A. It's even a bit of a low-rise B&B. The rooms on the first floor start with 5. But in this game, there seems to be no such taboo. Fa. Guest, please put your finger. Thank you. Bayu retracted his thoughts, frowned, and put his index finger on it. After pressing the touch screen 3 times, there was a beep and the fingerprint was successfully entered. Fa stretched out his hand and gently turned the door handle. With a squeak sound, the door opened. Bayu glanced quickly. The room is small in size and looks clean and tidy, but it smells like a faint musty smell. The front balcony just faces the B&B courtyard and gate. Nearby are lush green pine forests and winding dark asphalt roads. And in the distance is the blue sea. This view is amazing. Bayu's mood improved instantly, and he quickly walked in. An ethereal mechanical sound suddenly sounded in my ears. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden mission, getting a safe place to live on the island. Task reward, a random blind box. The reward has been distributed to the personal game panel. Please remove it and check it yourself. Huh? Are there blind box rewards again? Bayu's eyes lit up. But now that Afa was still there, she couldn't care about opening the blind box. Guest, this is a warm reminder card for staying in this B&B. You can learn about it later. Afa stood at the door and handed over half a light brown card the size of A4 paper. The card is made of coated paper and covered with a light matte film. At first glance, it seems quite exquisite. Bayu stretched out his hand to take it, glanced at it briefly, and said curiously, "Why do we have dinner at the B&B from 1930 to 1950, and only have 20 minutes to eat? Not only is it very late, but is the meal time too short?" "Yes, guest." Fa smiled politely and continued word by word. "In addition, this B&B will close at 2000 hours tonight and turn off the lights at 2200 hours. It will open and turn on the lights at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. During the lights off period, staff take a break and the front desk is unattended. If you have any special needs, please call the front desk emergency number directly. The phone number is written on the back of the card." Bayu was stunned. Why? Is every family like this? The rules of the B&B that Afa mentioned coincided with the time when the NPC grandpa reminded her to pay attention. And I feel that there is something hidden in some of Fa's words, as if he is using word games to emphasize something. This made Bayu have a bold guess in his heart. However, this still requires her to verify it the next day. "Guest, every family is like this. This is the rule on the island. It's dinner time in 10 minutes. Guest, don't forget to go downstairs to eat. AFA finished his explanation impatiently, bowed his waist slightly, turned around and left. What else did Bayu want to ask? He had already walked away quickly and entered the elevator. Bayu looked at his back and sighed softly. Forget it. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up for now. Let's find an opportunity to clarify these doubts tomorrow. What she needs most right now is rest. Chapter 8 Guest. I know you are inside. Thinking of this, Bayu quickly closed the door and fastened the anti-theft chain carefully. Then, he walked to the bedside in 3 steps and 2 steps. Swung the backpack he was wearing to disguise his mind space. Regardless of the dust and dirt on his body, he didn't even take off his shoes. So he just laid down on the bed with the word big written on it. TSK. Comfortable. I have been busy running around under the scorching sun all day. Just now, I stood downstairs for a long time with fear and tense muscles. Suddenly relaxing at this moment, Bayu felt that his legs were no longer his own. Fatigue swept over my body like a wave in an instant, and my eyelids became thick and my whole body felt weak. In less than a minute, Bayu had closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Asterisk. After lying down for a while, Bayu finally regained his composure. The sky outside the window was already a little dark. I took my phone and checked the time, 19:51. Hee hee. It seems that the free dinner provided by the B&B is not enough. Fortunately, she bought some self-heating rice and instant noodles in advance in the afternoon, so she wasn't hungry. Instant noodles are very light and the cheapest. Bayu simply put all 4 boxes of instant noodles he bought in his backpack to show off. The remaining items were all stored in her mind space. Bayu stood up and jumped out of bed, bending down to rummage through his backpack. Ding dong! The doorbell rang suddenly at this time. Bayu couldn't help but frown. His fingers on the instant noodle box paused, pretending to be silent. There are no lights in the room, so it's not impossible to pretend that no one is there. Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang a few more times. Bayu had no choice but to put down the instant noodles, stood up leisurely, and walked quietly to the back of the door. Hello, guest. I am Saishia, the waiter number 3 of the B&B. I will bring you dinner. A crisp girl's voice came from outside the door. Bayu didn't make a sound, and quietly brought his face to the cat's eyes and took a look. The lights in the corridor had been turned on. A young girl dressed as a waiter with 2 pigtails, holding a large glass lunch box in her hand, was standing at the door with a smile on her face. Bayu glanced worriedly at the girl's back, but there was no one there. Guest, I know you are inside. Please open the door for me. The girl glanced at her through the peephole. Dot! His eyes just met hers, and Bayu couldn't help but shrink his pupils. After taking a deep breath, she carefully opened the door. When the girl saw her, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and she said in a naughty tone, Hey, I guessed it right. Guest, this is your dinner. The girls are out, so remember to eat well. As she said that, she handed the lunch box to Bayu. I fell asleep just now and didn't hear the doorbell ring. Thank you. Bayu smiled and took it politely with both hands. The lunchbox contained steaming fried pork with chili, garlic lettuce, a portion of seaweed and egg drop soup, and a small portion of pickles. It looked nutritionally balanced and delicious. Bayu, who had no appetite before, was instantly hungry. Seeing that the girl had no intention of leaving for the time being, Bayu swallowed his saliva and pretended to be curious and asked, Miss, will guests who miss their mealtime have their meals delivered to their door? The girl seemed to want to chat with her more. She circled the black braid on her chest with her index finger and said with a smile, Of course not. It was AFA at the front desk who said that I delayed you for a long time when checking you in today. So in order to express the B&B's apology to you, if you missed the dinner time in the first 3 days, we will save a special meal for you. After all, our dinner time is indeed a bit short. Oh, I see. Then in the next 2 days, could you please send me dinner? To tell you the truth, I am quite a social person and am not used to dining environments with too many people or too crowded. Bayu smiled awkwardly and said without thinking, Chapter 9 Are you sure you are afraid of society? After saying this, Feather's ears turned red. After entering the game today, I felt like I could lie and act without batting an eye. Is this a hidden talent activated by the game? In her opinion, breakfast and lunch are both 1 hour long, so the chance of meeting a grumpy braised egg is very small. But dinner only lasts 20 minutes. which means that almost all the guests at the B&B will be crowded together. Such an environment is just the right place to get to know other players. But it also means that you are easily exposed to players. There is no way to pretend to be an NPC all the time, as it can be easily seen through. If you encounter a few more players like irritable braised eggs, your life will be lost too easily. Therefore, in the past few days, it is better to try to avoid dangerous players and be more careful. As for the next few days, when the dangers in the game strike, I believe players will be too busy to take care of themselves. Guest, are you afraid of society? Saixia stared at Bayu's eyes carefully for 2 seconds. A trace of suspicion flashed in her eyes. But soon, she regained her expression and said politely, Okay, guest, I will bring you dinner in the next few days. After eating, just put your lunchbox on the shelf at the end of the corridor, and a waiter will collect it. After Saixia finished speaking, she pointed at the end of the corridor. Oh, okay. I'll have to trouble you in the next 2 days. Bayu looked at Saixia and thanked her with gratitude. Guest, you're welcome. To satisfy every guest is the basic service tenet of our B&B. While chatting, a question suddenly flashed through Bayu's mind. Miss, may I ask, why do you all call me a guest? But before checking in, you call me a pretty girl? Bayu noticed that downstairs, Afa at the front desk was treating Grumpy Lou Dan and the others in the same way. The difference is obvious. In normal times, this is actually irrelevant. But this is a survival game with independent plot exploration. And Bayu doesn't want to miss any subtle information. Ha. Pretty boy and pretty girl are the polite terms we treat strangers here. As for guests, it represents a status. Bayu raised his eyebrows. What is your identity? This means that you can enter and exit this B&B at any time for a few days after 8 o'clock today. What a crucial piece of information. Bayu quickly continued to ask. Does this mean that if I don't come to the hotel before 8 o'clock today, I won't be able to come in from now on? Saixia's eyes flickered, and she looked around and said, Maybe, probably. Right. If you really want to know, guest, you can cancel the reservation for 1 day and give it a try. Hey, are all the waiters at this B&B good at Tai Chi? She wasn't angry either, and changed the question. I have another question. Doesn't our B&B still have an empty family room? Could it be that if guests come in 2 days, the B&B will be empty and refuse guests? After all, if you don't make money, wouldn't you be a big fool? Bayu's words were somewhat deliberately provocative. Hearing this, Saixia slowly put away the smile on her face, curled her lips and complained. Guest, you have too many questions. I promise. This is the last one. Bayu smiled. He secretly said, chocolate, in his heart, and a box of wine-filled chocolates instantly appeared in his palm in the space of his mind. Bayu raised his hand and put the chocolate into her hand. Little sister, I came on this trip in a hurry and didn't bring anything with me. I'm giving you this box of wine-filled chocolates as a meeting gift. Hee. Saixia didn't refuse. She said, thank you, with a smile on her face and took it. Then she said leisurely, Guess, you don't know that after 8 o'clock tonight, all the hotels and B&Bs on our island there will be no room vacancies. Chapter 10. Is BYD the sponsor behind this game? Bayu was stunned. Just as she was about to ask a question, Saixia reached out and pointed behind her, whispering, Well, aren't the potential guests of our parent-child room here now? Bayu turned around in surprise when he heard this. Sure enough, in the courtyard of the B&B where the lights were turned on, 3 people, an old man, a middle school student and a young man, came. The old man looks to be in his 50s or 60s, with a medium build. His hair is a little gray, but his figure is upright, and he looks energetic. He wore a white cotton short-sleeved shirt and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. He looked like an intellectual in his attire. The young man is a bit fat, but his features are pretty good and he is tall. Her curly hair covered her head like a golden chicken coop. She was wearing an island-style floral shirt and large floral pants, and her movements and expressions were very casual. The little boy looks about 12 or 13 years old. I don't know if he has walked too much, but you can see his red face from a distance. The 2 bars on the right arm are very conspicuous. I don't know if I was caught by the game while working on 53 in school. All 3 of them were carrying bulging backpacks and carrying large and small bags in their hands. Judging by their attire, they must be players who formed a temporary team. Her eyes stayed on the faces of the old man and the child for a moment. Is there no age limit for players in this game? Or is it that the age limit is very broad? In the midst of doubts, AFA at the front desk greeted me with a smile on his face. Guest, I'm going downstairs to do some work first. Remember to have a good meal. Seeing her staring at the courtyard, Saishia quickly bowed her back politely, turned around and left. Okay. Bayu closed the door. Looking back, there were no traces of the 4 people in the courtyard. Come to think of it, I entered the front desk. The sky outside has become darker and darker. The door of the B&B was also tightly closed. Bayu looked at the time. Neither early nor late. 2000 hours. What happens after 8 o'clock? Bayu turned on the light, opened the lunch box on the small table by the balcony, analyzed and recalled all the details in his mind, and ate quickly. After eating and taking a light sleep before, Bayu felt that his mental and physical strength had finally recovered a little bit. Glancing around the room, I saw that apart from the TV, the only electrical appliances were a kettle and a hair dryer. She didn't dare to use the kettle after reading too many rumors on the internet. He took out a bottle of ice-cold Fat Boy water from the space and drank it slowly. After burping a few times, she remembered that she hadn't had time to check her personal game panel. There is also a mysterious blind box that has not been opened yet. Take off your shoes and get into bed. After Guyu took 2 pillows to cushion him and lay down, Bayu reached out and opened the game panel, and 4 modules appeared in front of him. Personal information, game market dash, I am a buyer, I am a seller, forum, friends. Bayu glanced at it. Except for personal information. The other sections were all gray. They should not be at a high enough level to activate. The game market, on the other hand, looks like you can trade items there in the future. Reach out and touch personal information, and a row of information appears in front of you. Name, Bayu. Age, failed to read. Gender, female. Current copy, Silent Island. Level, F0. Point bonus, 0. Gold coin bonus, 0. Player points, 0. Current gold coins, 2,153, plus 600. Current props, mind space *1. Unknown blind box *1. Other attributes and functions. The player's current level is low and activation and viewing are not supported for the time being. Bayu looked at his level F0 and smiled. Is BYD the sponsor behind this game? As for the age that cannot be read. What the H.L. Chapter 11 is indeed too tempting. Bayu's gaze continued downward. Below the game panel, there is also a instructions for new players, marked with a red exclamation mark. Bayu opened it and took a quick look. It was nothing more than some game levels and upgrade rules. The entire game, currently, except for novice players, all define F0, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS are set, with higher levels to be unlocked. 10 levels. To become an F player, a novice player needs to obtain at least 10 points. That is, to experience the game at least once. To become an E-level player, you need 50 points. The higher you go, the harder it becomes. And the point span is huge. The highest level SSS player requires 100,000 points to achieve. Of course, different game difficulties will result in different point rewards at settlement. Similar to the game Bayu is in, the points awarded at settlement are not necessarily only 10 points. However, this point is not specifically stated in the player instructions. In addition, different points levels will have different reward bonuses. Similar to F-level players, the bonus is 1, and points and gold coins are multiplied by 1 when calculating rewards. For E-level players, the bonus is 1.1. When settling rewards, points and gold coins are multiplied by 1.1. The highest level SSS player has a bonus of 1.8. Each level is divided into 3 rating levels based on the player's performance in the game. 1 is average, 2 is good, and 3 is excellent. Different rating levels. The points and gold coins obtained at the end of the game are different. For example, if you only get 10 points for the F1 level, you can get gold coins worth 1,000 times the corresponding points, which is 10,000 yuan. F3 can get 30 points and 30,000 gold coins. SSS3 is the best performing among the current highest SSS levels. You can get 270,000 gold coins at one time. After the 1.8 level bonus, it means that players can get up to 486,000 gold coins. The reward for successfully clearing a game is nearly 500,000. The more money you have, the more props you can buy in the gray module game market. And it will be relatively easier to clear the game. The easier it is to clear the game, the easier it is to get high rewards. Those Krypton gold bosses in the game should have accumulated their wealth like this. Right? Therefore, when the game talks about becoming rich after clearing levels, this should be what it means. As for becoming beautiful, with enough money, the distance becomes beautiful. So it shouldn't be that far away. Or maybe there are some props in the bonus blind box after clearing the level or in the gray module game market that make people look more beautiful. Of course, not every rookie can have the opportunity to become an SSS level boss. However, this figure is only for ordinary people whose annual income is only 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. It is indeed too tempting. But you silently read the game instructions. Instantly I understood why the grumpy braised egg was so ruthless and unscrupulous in the afternoon. The last page of Instructions for New Players. It is a brief explanation that in the game world, the animals or plants that the player becomes, eventually, they will be transported back to the original world. However, these players who have turned into animals or plants, because the game erased all traces, it has been completely forgotten by family and friends. Even if his biological parents are right in front of him, he still cannot recognize them. Turning into a plant or animal is essentially the complete death and annihilation of an individual. It sounds quite heavy. Seeing this, Baiyu suddenly reacted. In Blue Star City S where she was, why did a bunch of strange trees and small animals suddenly appear on the street? At that time, Xuan said it was because the ecology had improved. But now it seems that it is absolutely inseparable from the game. However, I had never heard about the game before. This is why. Baiyu frowned in thought. The ethereal mechanical sound sounded in my ears again. Ding! It is detected that you have a reward blind box that has not been opened. Do I need to open it for you immediately? Chapter 12 Either stink to death, or burn yourself. Hear the words. Baiyu came back from his heavy heart and said with some surprise. Open! Ding! The blind box is open. Congratulations to novice player Baiyu for getting 2 props. 3,000 years rotten eggs. Dot! Baiyu looked at the 2 black rotten eggs that suddenly appeared in his palm. And his surprise suddenly turned into fright. She had heard of 3,000 years of beauty. What the L are 3,000 rotten eggs? If you look closely, you can see that the rotten egg L has a thin, transparent glass glue-like film. The black inside looks like flowing dense black mist. Which is weird. Soon, a prop message appeared in front of me. Name, 3,000 year rotten eggs *2. Are normal. Type, consumables. Each can be used *1. Function and purpose. Throw it at the enemy or next to you. After the egg L breaks, you can gain 30 seconds of cosmic level strong smell masking value. In addition, under normal circumstances, the item is invisible except to the user. Note, the smell is indescribable. The secret recipe passed down from generation to generation has been marinated for thousands of years. Or stink to death. Or burn yourself out. You deserve those stinky balls. This prop is of the type that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800. Baiyu frowned and smiled bitterly for a second. Then carefully put the 2 rotten eggs into the space. I looked at the time and saw that it was 20:35, which was still early from 22 o'clock. Glancing outside the window, there was nothing unusual except for the slightly dark night. Baiyu remembered that he was sweating today, so he simply got up and went to wash up. After taking a shower and drying his hair, Baiyu felt extremely tired. I can't play with my mobile phone. And I'm not used to watching TV. She simply lay down on the bed, staring at the roof with her eyes open and thinking about her thoughts. Quietly waiting for the arrival of the strange 22 o'clock. However, she had almost cycled around the island today, and she was really exhausted from shopping and inquiring about accommodation. After being in a daze for less than 3 minutes, Baiyu had already closed his eyes and quickly entered the dreamland. In dreams, she dreamed that a whale-like monster as big as a football field was stranded on the beach of this small island. The monster had red, smelly blood flowing from the corners of its eyes. It was dying, and its body was completely transparent. The monster's body was dark, greasy, and exuded an unpleasant garbage smell. People were very curious and covered their noses and came forward to check. But I was shocked by the scene inside the monster fish's belly. The belly of the monster fish is filled with all kinds of weird-looking people like a utility room. Old people, children, adults, men, women. None of them had any clothes. All of them are skinny and have sunken eye sockets, which is extremely weird. In addition to complete people, there are also some scattered heads, severed hands, severed feet, etc. A sharp-eyed fisherman discovered his relative, who had been missing for more than a year. Without thinking, he took the harpoon and struck towards the belly of the monster fish. Unexpectedly, the belly of the monster fish was very thin. With one stroke, it opened, accompanied by a strong and pungent smell. A bunch of people covered in sticky liquid and with empty eyes crawled out tremblingly. Asterisk. At 2200 hours, all the lights in the BNB were turned off. No, it should be said that all the lights on the entire island were turned off. This island in the vast sea instantly fell into endless darkness. A rustling sound came faintly from the window. Bayou! Bayou, in his sleep. Bayou seemed to hear someone calling him. The sound came from outside the balcony window. The strange dream was interrupted. She pursed her lips. Want to answer. But he found that his whole body was weak. His throat seemed to be blocked. And he could not make any sound. Turning over and facing away from the balcony, she fell asleep again. After a long time, several heartbreaking screams pierced the night sky. Soon, the entire island was completely peaceful. Chapter 13, Silent Island, a White Bone. Entering the second day of the game. When Bayou woke up, it was already past 11 o'clock. Elderly devices do not support the alarm function. She was awakened by the barking of dogs in the courtyard of the BNB. Sitting up quickly, Bayou rubbed his eyes and looked at the room in confusion. Then at the BNB courtyard. The door of the BNB is open at the moment. You can see the green pine forest and the blue sea at a glance. The sun is warm and beautiful. Bayou couldn't help but doubt. Is this really a survival game? Why does it feel like I'm on vacation? Could it be that this is a special treatment for novice players? Come whatever you want. An ethereal mechanical sound suddenly sounded in my ears. Ding! The current number of surviving players is 75. Ding! There are 7 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes, and 21 seconds left in this game. Dot! Bayou's whole body trembled, and he woke up instantly. She counted silently in her mind. 1009475. This is 19 players suddenly died overnight? Could it be that these players were taken advantage of by people like the irritable braised egg? Or, what happened last night? What kind of dark secrets are hidden behind this seemingly peaceful game? Bayou's back felt cold. But he couldn't figure it out. Woof woof woof! The barking of the dog in the courtyard continued. Bayou looked for the sound. A black Chinese pastoral dog with yellow spots was barking and pacing back and forth restlessly at the door of the utility room in the courtyard. Nwami, stop barking. If you make noise again, the guests will complain. Saishio walked to the bottom of the steps and waved to the dog. The dog ignored her and continued to bark at the utility room. Saishio had no choice but to walk towards the utility room. Bayou's eyelids twitched, and he had a bad feeling. Wasn't that utility room where Su Shuqiang, a white shirt, stayed last night? The NPC grandpa reminded me to try not to make any noise after 10 o'clock in the evening. The utility room has a large vent. There are many mosquitoes at night. And there are some dried blood stains on the white shirt. Not to mention men snoring and so on. Just surrounded by a bunch of hungry mosquitoes. I'm afraid it's unrealistic if I don't say anything. Ah! Someone is here! Alpha! Saishia's soul-crushing scream came from the utility room. Soon, Saishia stumbled out of the utility room with eyes full of panic. Alfa at the front desk rushed out and reached out to support Saishia. It's almost lunchtime, and there are quite a few customers at the front desk. Hearing her shout, a circle of people immediately formed around the door of the utility room. Standing at the front were the grumpy braised egg and the curly-haired fat man who came in at the last moment yesterday. Next to them was a slender young man wearing a black baseball cap and a black gilt wristband. The brim of the man's hat was pushed down so low that his appearance could not be clearly seen. But he exuded a good temperament. The old man and the child stood not far away, watching carefully from a distance. Next to the old man and the child, there was a young woman wearing a slim-fitting little black dress, with a very good figure, holding her hands in an air of a royal lady. There were others, men and women. They were a little far away, and couldn't tell whether they were real players or NPCs. 15 people. Did they all come out of the ground early in the morning? Bayou was stunned for a moment after counting. I was thinking about whether I should go down, hesitated for a moment, and gave up. Soon, several men volunteered and walked into the utility room. Then, the adult white bones, with not even an inch of flesh left, were slowly carried out by them. Chapter 14. If you make any more noise, I will be buried with you. The shape of the white bones is very weird, with teeth and claws showing, as if it was suddenly stimulated and frightened. OMG! Hold the grass. Pete! Mom! I have my quick-acting Jioshin pill. There was a scream in the crowd, and all men, women, and children tactically took several steps back. Baiyu was instantly frightened and jumped out of bed. She strode to the window and stared down. Call the police! I don't know who said loudly. AFA held the frightened Saishio with one hand and made a call with the other. The crowd did not disperse, but stood in a circle around the white skeleton and began to talk. Faintly heard Lu Fei say, That's right. It's Su Shuqiang. There's a stab wound on his back. Look, it's just this mark. Others were so far away that Baiyu couldn't hear them clearly. Now that things have come to this, she can no longer stay upstairs. After quickly washing up, Baiyu hurried downstairs, deliberately standing at the end of the most inconspicuous crowd. The BNB was very quiet yesterday, as if there was no one around. She couldn't help but wonder why so many people showed up in such an instant. Are the players who arrived earlier than her too lazy? Or are they mostly NPCs? Thinking of this, Baiyu listened carefully and quietly observed everyone present. This game looks calm on the surface, but it looks very dangerous. It was the old man who spoke. At this moment, he had already pulled two children together and moved forward. Lu Fei sneered lightly. What a stupid old immortal. How can it be called a survival game if it's not dangerous? Isn't that nonsense? The old man ignored his harsh words and stared at the white bones, observing and speculating carefully. But who was it that attacked him? The speaker was a young man, with a silver earring on his left ear and colorfully dyed hair. He glanced at the bones. His thin shoulders shook, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. I can't guess who it is. However, I am certain that it was not done by humans. No one can be so cruel, and no one can do it without even a trace of flesh left. The fat man next to him analyzed. These white bones seem to have been eroded by corrosive liquid, and there are sparse honeycomb-shaped holes on the bones. After observing, the old man stood up and said with solemn eyes. After listening to his words, the fat man turned his head and glanced at the utility room, turned to look at the old man and said, Teacher Jiang, your guess is correct. The fabric sofa he is leaning on is highly decayed. Hold the grass. Hack! Everyone exclaimed again and took a few steps back again. I have a question. I killed a player yesterday afternoon, and he quickly turned into a tree. But this skeleton has been dead for so long. But nothing has changed. What does that mean? Lu Fei spat at the side. His eyes it was dark and cold. His tone of voice was a little careless, as if he had killed not a big living person yesterday, but a little chicken. Baiyu listened intently. Although she was not ashamed of Lu Fei's behavior, she also had the same questions as him. I don't know whether she was frightened by the white bones or Lu Fei's words. A girl with wavy curly hair in the crowd turned pale and cried with a wow. Oh my god! It's so scary! I don't want to die! I don't want to turn into a tree! I want to go home! I want to find my mother! I don't want to play games anymore! When everyone heard this, their mood instantly became extremely heavy. Hold the grass! Why are you howling in broad daylight? Are you going to a funeral? If you make any more noise, I will be buried with you. Lu Fei was thinking about who was behind the scenes, but his thoughts were instantly interrupted when the girl yelled like this. He suddenly became unhappy, glared angrily, and raised his palm to slap the girl in the face. Halfway through the swing, the fat man stretched out his hand and clamped tightly. Bullying women? What does it mean? Besides, they are all players. Why bother? After the fat man finished speaking in an understatement, he pushed Lu Fei back hard. Chapter 15. No one wants to turn into bones. Hack! It's your uncle's. Lu Fei was used to being domineering, so he never experienced the humiliation of being pushed around. He staggered back 2 steps to regain his balance, pulled out the shiny dagger from his back, and was about to stab the fat man in the chest with red eyes. The fat man twisted his waist slightly and dodged it nimbly. Baiyu glanced at Fatty, with mixed emotions in his heart. She is a newbie, but she knows that in a crisis-ridden survival game, the most taboo thing is the heart of a holy mother and a good person, especially the seemingly harmless opening section. The danger often comes not from the game itself, but from the people around you, because you don't know that the player next to you was a kind-hearted wife and mother before coming here, or a desperate man with a notorious record of misdeeds and a lawsuit that claimed dozens of lives. It is also far better to appear indifferent than to appear enthusiastic. In the survival game, indifference does not mean that you are not kind. It may just mean that you do not have strength and courage. But then she thought, since he could help, it meant that the fat man was not weak. It's only the second day of the game. Are you all so anxious to seek death? The lady in black skirt snorted coldly. Baiyu glanced at her and analyzed secretly in his heart. For someone to say something like this on such an occasion, it seems that the other person is also a person with two skills. Yes, yes. The dangerous part of this game hasn't officially started yet. Let's unite and stop killing each other. The old man also withdrew his gaze from the bones and followed suit. How could Lu Fei listen to their words? He was chasing the fat man with a dagger in his hand. How dare you stand in the way of my master Fei? I will let your blood feed my sword today. The fat man had nothing in his hands, so he could only run away. Fat brother, be careful, the little boy said. Quickly took out a tin pencil case from the school bag he was carrying and handed it to the fat man. The fat man didn't answer it. He said, You, fat brother, can't use it. Then he flexibly avoided Lu Fei's knife. Baiyu originally wanted to get a large wrench from the space to make him a weapon. But when he thought that he would expose himself and the space, he had to give up. And judging from the current battle situation, Fatty is not dangerous yet. Although he is tall and fat, he is an extremely flexible fat man. He didn't go into the house to hide, nor did he run away. He just scurried back and forth in the courtyard like a fat loach among the people eating melons. Lu Fei chased him for a long time, but he didn't even touch the corner of Fatty's clothes. The whole braised egg face was dark, and he looked more and more sinister. In addition, the knife in his hand was extremely sharp, and he didn't have eyes. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but feel a little more scared. But the matter of the bones is related to the crisis that everyone will face in the game next. And everyone is unwilling to leave early. After all, no one wants to be the next skeleton. The girl with curly wavy hair was still crying. The old man walked up to her and comforted her, as if comforting his granddaughter. After a while, the girl stopped wailing after his persuasion, squatted on the ground and started sobbing while shaking her shoulders. Saixia over there had recovered from her panic and was leaning in front of Afa's ear, whispering something. Afa lost his previous smile, frowned and listened attentively, his eyes glancing at the people present from time to time. Afa, what is going on? Are you hiding something from us? The lady in black dress just now saw some clues from the expressions of the two of them. Without thinking, he walked up to Afa with small steps, crossed his arms, and stared at him questioningly. Chapter 16. Are you a mosquito? Yes. I don't know either. I got off work at 10 o'clock last night. When I got off work, the lights in his room were still on and everything was fine. Afa spread his hands, looking helpless. Yes. Yes. The door of our B&B is well closed, and no signs of damage were found this morning. It must not be an outsider. Saixia also supported beside her. Is our survival game similar to Werewolf, where your own people kill your own people? However, that method is too perverted. Or was it done by an unspeakable creature? The earring man suddenly spoke and analyzed something to himself. Indescribable creatures? Do you mean weird? Baiyu's breath was stagnant. Could it be that this survival game also has supernatural elements? She actually remembered that she had a horrible dream last night, but she couldn't remember what the specific dream was. She vaguely remembered it as a scene from a movie she had watched. Hearing this, Lu Fei, who was chasing Fatty over there, seemed to suddenly think of something. He said viciously to the fat man, I won't hold you accountable for now. I will come to settle the score with you after I figure out the matter. Then he stopped, after standing there and taking a few deep breaths, and looking around at everyone present with his stern eyes. Lu Fei gritted his teeth and said, If it wasn't someone from outside who did it, then it was one of our own? I want to see which desperate player dared to play tricks in front of your grandfather. After saying that, he stood next to the bones, facing everyone, and said with fierce eyes, From now on, everyone I ask must answer truthfully. Otherwise, he gestured like a dagger, wiping, killing, the neck. When everyone saw this, their necks couldn't help but shrink back, and their muscles tightened, as if the shining blade had been placed on their necks. The girl who was sobbing just now was so frightened that she covered her mouth with her hand. When the fat man saw that he was no longer chasing him, he stood beside the old man and the child. Baiyu glanced at him, and then at Lu Fei, feeling surprised at his heart. Lu Fei's egg-faced face was now dark red. But the fat man had just been running for a long time, and his face had not changed at all. It seems that this fat man is also a trainer, and his strength cannot be underestimated. After the lights were turned off last night, where were you? What did you hear? What did you see? The first person Lu Fei aimed his sword at was the sobbing girl squatting on the ground. The girl's eyes were red, and there were 2 tears on her face. She shook her shoulders and whispered, I came to the island for the first time yesterday. I was very excited. I walked around for a while. I felt very tired at night. I turned off the lights at the B&B and fell asleep quickly when I lay on the bed. Oh, I didn't hear anything. Her voice was small, and Lu Fei's face instantly twisted. Damn it! Are you a mosquito? Who can hear you at such a young age? Stand up and say it! After being yelled at by him, the girl trembled slightly and stood up holding her legs. I guess my legs are sore from squatting for a long time. She had no choice but to hold her hands and legs and half bent her body, raised her voice, and repeated what she had just said. Little brats. What about you? The sharp tip of the knife pointed at the old man and the child. The old man stretched out his hand to adjust his glasses, coughed slightly and spoke. I didn't sleep well. I didn't hear anything in front of me. In the middle of the night, I heard some screams, but they came from far away. In our B&B, we didn't hear any sounds. Last night, that brother's snoring was a bit noisy, so I didn't sleep much. I seemed to hear someone here saying that there were a lot of mosquitoes. And then I heard screaming. And then I didn't know. The kid with 2 stripes glanced at the fat man, pursed his lips, and pointed to the utility room. Chapter 17. It's really pretending. I have always slept very well. I can fall asleep when my head touches the pillow. I didn't hear anything yesterday. Before Lu Fei could ask Fatty already spoke calmly. Let's go into the utility room and check it out to see if we can find any more clues. After the fat man finished speaking, he, the old man, and the child went into the utility room. The man in the baseball cap also took a long step and walked in without saying a word, facing the unknown danger. Fatty and Lu Fei seemed to have reached some kind of silent truce agreement. Huh? You are so fat. Like a pig. It's no wonder you can't sleep well. The lady in black dress in front of Baiyu sneered in a low voice. Baiyu looked at the fat man's back and thought quickly in his mind. The NPC grandpa said, Don't make a sound after 10 o'clock in the evening. The fat man's snoring should be loud considering his size. Moreover, the child also said that his snoring was very noisy. But why is he okay? Could it be that the white shirt's voice was higher, so it triggered the death condition or something? But it was really weird to die like this overnight without turning into a plant or anything. What about you? The tip of the knife pointed at the earring man. The man with earrings glanced at the knife in his hand, and his eyes flickered for a moment. I was a little scared last night. It was my first time playing this kind of game. So I drank half a bottle of liquor. Then I got drunk and fell into a deep sleep. I didn't hear anything. Bah! What a coward! After Lu Fei finished cursing, his eyes somehow glanced at Baiyu, who was hiding behind the lady in black dress. His eyes lit up with a flash of surprise, but then his eyes dimmed, and murderous intent emerged in his eyes for a second. Baiyu had been listening carefully to everyone's speech just now, and had been analyzing and observing everyone's performance in his heart. He had forgotten that he was in a dangerous situation. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Although she was panicking inside, she still tried her best to maintain a trace of calmness on her face. Just like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. She had observed carefully just now that in addition to Alpha and Saixia, there were several lower-level NPCs disguised as hotel guests. What makes these guests different from others is that their eyes look a little hollow and dull. The eyeballs seem to be welded into their sockets. Unable to move, Baiyu took a deep breath with dull eyes, and began to silently hypnotize himself. I am NPC. I am NPC. I am NPC. At the same time, with a thought, a 3,000-year-old rotten egg and an eyebrow-trimming knife were quietly added to the palms of his left and right hands. Looking at Lu Fei's rough-skinned appearance, a shallow eyebrow trimmer can at most open an opening for him, but it won't cause any fatal injuries. Baiyu wasn't sure that his eyebrow-trimming knife could get close to him. But with rotten eggs, the possibilities are much greater. When it didn't work out, she ran away when she was about to throw the eggs and smoke everyone. The moment, he quickly thought about what to do. Lu Fei had already walked closer with a stern look on his face and a dagger in his hand. But he didn't take action immediately. Instead, he stared at Baiyu for a second, as if he was making a second confirmation. The onlookers also saw some clues from his expressions and movements. Following his gaze, everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Baiyu. From the slightly hesitant look in Lu Fei's eyes, Baiyu had a bold plan in mind. But her eyes, which were pretending to be dull, also moved physiologically at this time. Damn! You're really just pretending! I'll kill you right now! Lu Fei's face instantly became extremely ugly. The bright knife in his hand was already cutting towards her neck at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 18 Ha! Are you not afraid of the consequences of attacking NPCs? Oh my god! Everyone screamed again. But no one dared to take action. Baiyu's heart was beating wildly, and he had no time to dodge. She simply felt relieved, raised her little eyebrows, stared at Lu Fei blankly, and said confidently, Ha! Aren't you afraid of the consequences of attacking an NPC? Baiyu didn't know if his guess was correct, but at this moment, she could only treat the dead horse as a living horse doctor. NPC? The onlookers were stunned for a moment, their eyes scanning Baiyu several times from top to bottom. Alpha next to him looked at Baiyu with complicated eyes, and his lips opened and closed like a fish. He was about to speak when Saixia gently tugged at the corner of his clothes and gave him a, "Don't worry. Look." Alpha looked puzzled for a moment, but finally said nothing. He pointed towards the lobby with his chin. Saixia understood instantly, and quietly turned around and entered the lobby. It was already lunchtime over there, and the kitchen was very busy, so she couldn't even have a waiter to accompany her. As expected, Lu Fei's expression paused when he heard this. The flesh on his face jumped twice, and the sharp blade stopped in front of Baiyu's neck. Baiyu could feel the icy coldness, and guessed that the blade should be less than 1 millimeter away from his skin at this moment. Maybe in just half a second. She might be just like Huang Mao yesterday, with her body and head missing, with her life hanging by a thread. She could only take a gamble. NPC? Lu Fei twitched his lips, and stared at Baiyu's face again. The distance was very close at this moment, and he could clearly see the shadow of a real player on Baiyu. But he really didn't dare to take action easily, especially after Baiyu said those words calmly. It's not that he doesn't know that in this survival game, the cost of trial and error is extremely high. It can range from broken arms and legs to severe injuries, and can lead to an ugly death and loss of life. What's more, with the mantis stalking the cicada and the oriole behind, there might be a big boss hiding aside, waiting for an opportunity. This was one of the reasons why he took the opportunity to stop chasing Fatty after thinking about it. Again, for the little girl in front of me to say this, it either proves that she is indeed an NPC, or it means that she, who looks so cute, is actually a seasoned player. Because it is impossible for ordinary newcomers to know that attacking NPCs will trigger death conditions and the like. Thinking of this, he raised his eyebrows, stared at Baiyu fiercely and said, NPC? Then tell me, what's going on? If I missed half a word, it doesn't matter if you are an NPC or a CPN. I'm going to make you stand up right now. Oh, do you think that in a dungeon with plot exploration like this, the game will tell the truth to the NPC? In that case, wouldn't it be possible to catch an NPC and torture him, and then pass the level? I suggest you that you'd better ask all the people behind. Maybe you can find clues. Baiyu pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly, and rode lightly. Her words were specious, but they seemed to point out some ideas. Everyone at the scene suddenly felt justified. Yes, boss. How could the NPC know the truth about the game? But I think what she just said makes sense. I should ask all the questions first, and see if there are any patterns before making a decision. The lady in black skirt blinked at Baiyu, then moved closer to Lu Fei, her voice suddenly coquettish. Baiyu glanced at her. Is Sister Yu taking this opportunity to express her kindness to herself and Xian Lu Fei? Did you find anything up there? The fat man's voice suddenly came from the utility room. The little boy said in a clear voice, Fat brother, I didn't notice it. But this vent is so clean. There's not even dust. Chapter 19 Danger Alert temporarily lifted. And you have a pretty good figure. Lu Fei's glanced at Sister in black skirt and slowly put back the dagger in her hand. Immediately, he stared at Baiyu again with a very unkind expression and said viciously, You better tell me. What did you hear last night? What did you see? If you hide a word, I will kill you immediately. Lu Fei's words had reached this point, and Baiyu knew that he should have bypassed him for the time being. It doesn't matter whether Xian believes that he is an NPC or not. At least the danger alert has been lifted for the time being. In this way, she could basically deduce that Lu Fei was most likely a player with a simple mind and well-developed limbs, who was easily led. As long as you don't offend him later, your chances of dying in his hands will be much smaller. Bayu's heart, which had been hanging for a long time, finally dropped a little. However, the rotten eggs and eyebrow trimmer used for self-defense were still tightly clutched in his hands. She took a deep breath, glanced at everyone, and said calmly, "I spent a day wandering around the island yesterday. I was very tired at night. I went to bed very early and slept deeply, and I felt that there was something smelling in the room that made people particularly prone to sleepiness," Bayu said calmly. But what everyone didn't know was that she was already breaking out in a cold sweat under her clothes. Yes, we also feel very sleepy at night, which is very strange," others echoed. I think Lu Fei felt the same way. He frowned deeply, sneered, and looked away. "Humph. Let me spare your life first. I'll deal with you in 2 days." After saying that, he ignored the other 2 residents with dull eyes, turned the tip of the knife, and pointed it at the lady in black skirt who had just made a personal gesture to him. "It's your turn." His decisive action was beyond the expectation of the girl in black skirt. It was like working hard all night last night. But the other party raised his pants and didn't recognize him. The lady in black skirt was stunned for a moment, then smiled calmly and replied slowly, There was a passionate young couple living next door to me last night. They were making so much noise. I covered my ears with pillows and managed to fall asleep. But I didn't hear much." I don't know which word in her words triggered me. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and his expression instantly became very unhappy. "Little couple?" Bayu glanced at the crowd and stared blankly. "I didn't see anyone. Maybe I went out to visit the island early in the morning." The man with earrings glanced at the door and whispered, "Such a beautiful copy makes it difficult for people to notice the danger. If the other party is 2 novice players, it is normal to choose to go out to play early in the morning." "They should. They haven't gone out. I've been at the front desk this morning." Fa shrank his head, interjected softly, and added, "All the guests of our B&B are in the hotel today." "Huh? That's interesting. They're still fighting now." "Right. Lead the way. Let's go upstairs and take a look." Lu Fei sneered, pointed his dagger at the girl in the black dress, and turned around to leave. "Okay." Sister in black skirt quickly stepped forward and led the way. Upon seeing this, Alpha turned around and quickly closed the door of the B&B. After taking a look at the white skeleton in the courtyard, he followed him. The 4 fat men over there walked out of the utility room silently. Judging from the disappointed expression, he probably didn't find anything. Seeing this, Lu Fei stopped at the threshold. "Have you found any clues?" "No, nothing." The fat man shook his head. "What a waste!" Lu Fei cursed in a low voice and turned away. Others followed suit. Chapter 20. Language provocation should not be considered an attack. Bayu walked last. She glanced around and saw that there were still a few hotel guests standing there, including those low-level NPCs. She couldn't help but admire Cranky Braised Egg's vision. The young couple the girl in the black dress talks about live on the 2nd floor. The elevator couldn't hold so many people at once, so a few people went straight up the stairs. Bayu looked at the crowd of people filing forward and made a calculation in his heart, including the couple upstairs and the 2 people who died. There are a total of 13 real players living in this B&B. As of now, there are 11 people left. There are almost 10 hotels and B&Bs on the island. The Seaview Hotel on the top of the mountain is expensive, and even if there are Krypton Gold players, there probably won't be many. On average, this B&B has the most players, and judging from the performances of Fatty and Lu Fei, both of them are considered to be somewhat capable. If everyone can work together, it shouldn't be impossible to finally clear the game. But it's only the 2nd day, and we don't know yet what the dangers and tests of the game will be. It's too early to say these things, but there is finally some hope. Despite this analysis, Bayu is still mentally prepared to fight alone. After all, in a crisis survival game, most of the time, it is better to rely on yourself than to ask for help. Everyone quickly arrived at the door of the young couple's room. The woman in the black skirt stretched out her hand and gestured with the word, "Hush." Then he turned his head slightly, pressed his ear against the door, and listened for a long time. Then he stood up straight and frowned. "No one seems to be in the house." Lu Fei and Fatty didn't believe it. The 2 burly men strode forward, squeezing the door to the left and right. The 2 grown men looked at each other, then carefully put their ears together. Lu Fei. "No, There's no movement. The fat man frowned and said nothing. Dot. Everyone was stunned. This B&B only has an extremely wide front yard. When everyone came up just now, only Saishia and the chef were placing dishes and tableware in the lobby. Elsewhere it was deserted. The two lovers didn't go out, so naturally they wouldn't visit other floors. Moreover, when there was such a big movement downstairs, they didn't react, which was abnormal. Maybe you're still asleep. Girl, why don't you ring the doorbell? The old man named Teacher Jiang said. The girl in black skirt did it. Ding dong, ding dong. No one. The girl in black skirt pressed again. Ding dong, ding dong. There was still no answer in the room, and there was a dead silence. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Lu Fei looked unhappy and said, Alpha, please open the door for a moment. Alpha Sanson smiled. Sorry, guest. After the guest checks in, we cannot open the guest room door without permission. Everyone's faces sank. But judging from Lu Fei's previous treatment of Baiyu, they didn't dare to say anything at the moment. Baiyu had already guessed that Alpha was going to do Tai Chi again. It would be unrealistic to force him to open the door. That would be considered an attack on the NPC. But then I thought about it. Provoking a general with tactful language shouldn't be considered an attack on an NPC. Right? Thinking of this, Baiyu spoke quietly. Heh! What if the guest dies inside? You won't open it, and just let the body rot and stink? Is this how you run a B&B? Although she calls herself an NPC, she is also an NPC who is a hotel guest. Saying such words is not considered a bug. Besides, this was considered as speaking for the players. So no one thought much about it. In Baiyu's view, based on the circumstances of Su Shuqiang's death in the utility room and the words of the woman in the black dress, it was expected that the young couple would die in there at this moment. But allowing the body to stay inside was indeed the fault of the B&B staff. As soon as her words came out, everyone in Alpha were stunned. Lu Fei glanced sideways at Baiyu with a playful expression. Chapter 21. The scene is not suitable for children. Alpha stared at Baiyu with strange eyes for a second, and then said, Hey, guest. Of course our B&B will not let that happen. But it's not my final say on this matter. Please wait until I call my superior supervisor for instructions. After saying that, he turned around and walked quickly to the end of the corridor. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, he walked back with a frown and a sullen face. I don't know if it was because I was scolded by my supervisor while I was on the phone. Hello, guests. The supervisor has agreed. I will open the door for you now. As soon as Alpha finished speaking, except for Fatty and Lu Fei, everyone had taken a few tactical steps back. The curly-haired girl stretched out her hands to cover her eyes in advance. But she didn't cover it all, and a little bit of it was leaked between her fingers. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Alpha stepped forward and quickly entered the management password. After a ding, the door opened with a slipping sound. Hold the grass. Dot! Oh my god! Amidst the screams, everyone's pupils were shaken again. Although the bones can no longer distinguish between male and female. I think the scene in front of me is not suitable for children. That Teacher Jiang was very fast and reached out to cover the eyes of the children on the two bars next to them. Baiyu glanced into the room through the wall of people in front of him, and his head was instantly bang, and he was blinded. On the single bed in the room, two white bones with indescribable movements were lying at the moment. Like Su Shuqiang downstairs, there was no trace of flesh left on the two white bones. Lu Fei and Fatty, who were standing at the front, glanced at the bones with complicated expressions. At the same time, an untimely gust of wind blew in the corridor, and a fresh and unpleasant smell of urine hit my face. Is this someone scared to death? Everyone looked at each other in confusion for a few seconds, and finally their eyes rested on the man with the earrings in his wet pants. At this moment, when he saw everyone looking at him, his face turned green and red. After taking a deep breath, he tremblingly took out half a bottle of liquor from his pocket and drank several gulps in one breath. Baiyu frowned. What kind of divine operation is this? Self-paralysis? Young man, drinking on an empty stomach is not good for your health. Teacher Jiang stepped forward to persuade him and reached out to pull his bottle. The man with earrings swayed and avoided. Hey, I started drinking before noon. Why don't you go downstairs and let the chef fry a plate of peanuts for you? The woman in black dress next to her joked. Damn! Coward! Lu Fei glanced disdainfully at the man with earrings whose pants were soaked and was drinking a lot of liquor, cursed angrily, and then walked straight in. Fatty and Teacher Jiang also followed in. Only then did Bayou realize that the man in the baseball cap who had been silent downstairs just now was missing. Maybe he didn't follow me when he went upstairs just now. This person is quite mysterious. Bayou was in a daze, and the tip of Lu Fei's knife in the room was already pointing at her. Come on! Is it your turn to speak now? If you dare to play word games with me again, I will let you and Su Xiuqiang downstairs become a married couple. Dot! Bayou's face froze for a second, and then he walked into the room with everyone watching. She pretended to check the bones of the couple, but actually she was talking quickly in her heart, combined with the previous tips given to him by the NPC grandfather, plus the signs of death of the couple and Su Xiuqiang. Obviously, they should have triggered some kind of death condition. As for why he died like this, she didn't know. However, she had already roughly guessed what caused the death condition. Chapter 22, Silent Island, Only the Devil Knows. Speak so quickly. Why? I can't pretend anymore. Act. Keep acting for me. Lu Fei twitched the corner of his mouth. His scarlet eyes were half murderous and half excited, and he walked quickly towards Bayou with the dagger in his hand. When the fat man saw this, he took a big step and stood in front of Bayou. Lu Fei was about to get angry and accuse him of being nosy, when Bayou spoke slowly. It's clear that they all triggered the conditions that led to their death. Dot! Upon hearing this, everyone's muscles instantly tensed up. There was a moment of silence, the kind that could be heard if a nail dropped. Hack! Isn't that nonsense? After Lu Fei finished speaking, he spat to the side. There are some words that I can't say directly, but I will give you a few reminders so that everyone can use their brains to think about it. Bayou paused, glanced at the people present, and then continued. 1. B&Bs and hotels across the island are required to close at 8 o'clock and turn off the lights at 10 o'clock. Why is this? Have you ever thought about it? When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment. It was almost the first time for them to enter the game, so they really didn't notice this. Previously, they just thought they were doing as the Romans do. Fatty and Lu Fei didn't show any expressions. Bayou continued. 2. Su Xiuqiang and this couple downstairs are different from us. They seem to make noise after turning off the lights at night, and the noise is not quiet. But Fat Brother snores too? The two-striped kid asked in confusion. Yeah. I think it's impossible for other men not to snore. Right. The woman in the black skirt also said in surprise. Bayou coughed slightly and continued to guide. Could it be that the decibels triggered by the sound are different? The reason why she suddenly thought of this was because when she was in the original world, she had seen a noise regulation above a certain decibel level. It's possible that some sounds may not sound much different, but in fact there are still big differences in decibels or frequencies. If it just exceeds a certain critical value, it is not without the possibility of triggering a chain reaction. Teacher Jiang nodded seriously, approving of her analysis. The fat man also looked at her with admiration. It seems that after turning off the lights tonight, we must be quiet, the woman in the black dress added. Lu Fei didn't seem to understand. He looked ugly and cursed. I don't understand what decibels are. Just tell me, what made them become like this? I said everything I can think of. As for what it is, I don't know. After all, this is only the second day, and there are too few clues and patterns. Bayou smiled and shrugged. A living person died inexplicably, and turned into a skeleton with no trace of flesh left. Only the devil knows. Yes, it's only the second day. What are the next few days? It's scary to think about it. Everyone's expressions became more serious. 3 people died inexplicably before the second day was over. We still have 7 days. Are they all going to die here? The curly-haired girl standing outside the door murmured to herself with red eyes. She cried so much before that she ran out of tears. Now the whole eye is red and swollen. But it seems that he has accepted the reality of the game. The earring man heard their words and raised the wine bottle in his hand again. Goo 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 goo. Half of the white wine is missing again. The girl in black skirt glanced at him with disdain, folded her hands, and analyzed with serious eyes. According to my previous experience in reading novels, survival games in general are basically natural disasters, such as volcanic eruptions, melting glaciers, tornadoes, mudslides, etc. It seems that our copy is not like these. Chapter 23. Maybe it's a natural disaster plus a man-made disaster. Everyone agreed with her opinion. The man with earrings who had been curled up behind clenched the wine bottle tightly in his hand, gritted his teeth. His face turned red, and he raised his voice and said, Maybe it's a natural disaster plus a man-made disaster. Girl, Do as you like. Brother, I'm tired. Anyway, everyone here is not a good person. Die. All of them die. After saying that, he picked up the liquor in his hand and took another swig of it. I don't know if he was drunk, but he misaligned the mouth of the bottle, and some of the wine spilled out. A strong smell of alcohol filled the air. Baiyu, who was not used to the smell of liquor, quickly reached out and covered his nose, thinking that the man with the earrings' drunken words had hurt him. Lu Fei glanced at him with a fierce look, and the sharp dagger in his hand seemed ready to move. At this time, the fat man reached out and smoothed his curly hair. His eyes were slightly confused and he spoke. One more question. I remember this game said that if the game fails, it turns into a plant. Why are these 3 bones? Perhaps it is for the effect of the game? To make us scared after seeing it? And then wait until the game is over. When the unification is over. And then turn into a plant? The lady in black dress speculated tentatively. Baiyu agreed with part of her ideas. In addition to this, Baiyu made a bold inference after completing the overall analysis. In this game, players who care about each other should not immediately turn into plants. Of course, this concern is a good thing. For example, Huang Mao turned into a tree because he was a human being, and he was so irritable that Lu Dian especially wanted him to die so as to force Su Xiuqiang to submit on the spot. Su Xiuqiang has not turned into a plant for the time being because the grumpy braised egg will still need him to be his deputy for the next few days. So he still has expectations for him for the time being. As for couples, let alone that. However, this is just her speculation, because of the transitional stage in which white bones are formed. In addition to its function of making people feel scared, it is also suspected of farting, taking off pants. Very unnecessary. Hearing the words of the queen in black skirt, everyone habitually raised their eyes and looked towards the courtyard. The moment they saw the courtyard, everyone was dumbfounded again. The bones in the courtyard disappeared out of thin air. Hold the grass. Looking back again, the 2 white bones on the big bed in the room disappeared unexpectedly. Fa. What is this? Everyone looked at Fa, who had always looked calm in the room. Fa curled his lips, shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, saying nothing. Fat brother, these 2 bones turned into plants just now, but they disappeared soon. The 2-bar kid walked up to the fat man with some fear, tugged on his clothes, and said uneasily as he stared at the big bed. Plant? Everyone except Baiyu and Lu Fei's expressions froze. The little boy's eyes flickered for a second and said, Yes, one is a big tree with thick branches, and the other is like a green vine. The plant was nothing, but this mutation was very strange, and everyone took a breath of cold air again. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees instantly. Baiyu felt a cool wind rushing up from his ankles. Teacher Jiang seems to be well informed and much calmer than others. He glanced at the front yard, stretched out his hand to adjust his black-rimmed glasses, and said in confusion, Hey, we've been reporting the crime for a long time, but haven't the people from the security department arrived yet? Baiyu smiled secretly in his heart. Can they come? How strange. But she couldn't say anything more at the moment. Over there, Lu Fei, listening to Teacher Jiang's words, looked at Fa at the front desk with some displeasure and asked, Did you call the security department just now? Why haven't you seen anyone yet? Chapter 24. The sword hanging over the head has not been resolved yet. I was beaten, but the security department said that we reported a false case in broad daylight, and the police would not be called, Fa said with a smile. Teacher Jiang frowned when he heard this. Wipe! Lu Fei's eyes flashed with anger, but he didn't dare to do anything to Fa, so he could only hold the knife in his hand tightly, preparing to find an opportunity to have someone cut him open to relieve his anger. Fa over there didn't pay any attention to the hatred. He looked at him. He glanced at his watch and said with a relaxed expression, Guest, why don't we go downstairs to eat first? Lunch will be over soon. The sword hanging above the head has not been solved yet, so no one can think about eating at the moment. But there is no way for a group of people to just stand here and guess based on their words. Fatty and Teacher Jiang looked at each other, raised their legs, and were about to leave. Unexpectedly, the man with earrings who had just finished drinking half a bottle of liquor cursed and staggered towards Fa. Eat your sister? When I go to work, not only do I have 5 plus 2, white plus black, but I also have to be punished by my supervisor every day. When I come to this crappy game, I still have to be threatened and intimidated at any time. Come on! I'm tired of living and don't want to be a human anymore. How dare you turn me into a tree? I have long disliked you. Does a stinky front desk jobber really think he is so great? In a moment of output, Affa's neck had already been pinched tightly by his hands. He pinched her hard, and the bulging veins on his hands were visible to the naked eye. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Did this person get drunk and start drinking? Oh my god! You can't attack NPCs! Teacher Jiang reacted first and reached out to pull him. But at his age, he couldn't use his hands at all. Quick! Come and help me! Teacher Jiang quickly asked everyone for help. The curly-haired girl and the lady in black skirt unconsciously took a step back when they heard this. Bai Yu was confused and had not yet reacted. Idiot! Lu Fei stood aside and sneered, looking like he was watching a good show. The fat man and the child stepped forward and helped him pull the earring man's hands together. It's a pity that the earring man's hands were like tightly welded pliers, not moving at all. Yes, don't you know? Those who are easily angered are the weak. Only the weak will show strength, and the strong will always show weakness. Affa's face turned red when he pinched him, but he spoke in a leisurely manner. Great truth. Hack you! I will strangle you to death today. Xiao Zhuang was so daring that the man with earrings had red eyes and bulging eyes. He bit his back molars and exerted more force. Huh! Are you sure you can strangle me to death? Fa suddenly raised the corners of his lips and sneered coldly. Immediately, the slightly raised corners of the mouth continued to move upward, slowly tearing apart toward the ears. At the same time, countless tiny blue currents carrying sparks followed the raised blood vessels on his neck and crawled toward the ear-studded man's hands. All this looked too weird, and the curly-haired girl was so frightened that she buried her head in the arms of the lady in black dress next to her. The lady in the black skirt twisted her eyebrows, feeling very uncomfortable, but she didn't push her away. Fatty and Teacher Jiang felt a numbness in their hands. They couldn't help but paused and let go of the earring man with a snap, before everyone could react. Boom! After a thick smoke with a burning stench passed, the man with earrings, who was holding Affa's neck tightly with both hands, fell to the ground in a daze and turned into a black corpse. His hands were bent in front of his chest, maintaining the same shape of squeezing Affa's neck. The colorful hair on his head has long since been burnt to ash and blown away in the wind. The fear in everyone's hearts reached the critical point of collapse after witnessing everything at this moment. The temperature at the scene suddenly dropped to freezing point. Everyone felt the biting chill on the back of their necks. The curly-haired girl's vision went dark. Her legs softened, and she slipped straight out of the arms of the girl in the black skirt. An ethereal mechanical sound suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. All, ding! Current number of surviving players, 74. Chapter 25 Guest. You are so smart. Listening to the cold mechanical beep, the people at the scene had their heads drooped and their faces were ashen. Before the second day on the island was over, 26 lives had already been lost. On average, 13 people disappeared a day. The remaining 74 people are not enough to evenly distribute the remaining 7 days. Not to mention that the further you go, the more difficult the game will become. It seems that this game is not prepared to leave any way for them to survive. Bai Yu's mood also became very heavy. In this game, players' lives are simply worthless. If you want to fight back, you don't know where to start. She glanced at the others. Lu Fei looked proud. It was like he finally had a guinea pig to help him verify a game rule. Teacher Jiang frowned, shook his head slightly, and sighed secretly. The fat man and the two-bar kid bit their lips and formed a straight line, clenching their fists tightly. The eyes of the lady in black skirt were a little cold, as if she was not surprised. As for Fa over there, the corners of his strangely cracked mouth had returned to their normal position. He reached out and rubbed his neck, which was red from being pinched. After looking coldly at the charred body on the ground, he spoke coldly. I just forgot to tell you. According to the island's regulations, the closing time of the B&B tonight will be advanced to 7 o'clock, and the light-off time will be advanced to 9 o'clock. The lights and door opening time tomorrow morning will be postponed to 10 o'clock. That cold tone seemed to come out of the ground. Everyone froze when they heard this, although they were full of doubts about this time limit. No one dared to say anything at this moment. The man with earrings who turned into charcoal served as a warning. They were all afraid that their careless words would trigger the rules. Besides, with so many people present, no one is willing to step forward and be cannon fodder for other players. Bai Yu doesn't care so much. She took a few deep breaths to calm down her grief, pinched her fingers, and came up with a bold conclusion. If this is the case, then the taboo rule of not speaking out that the NPC grandpa said must also be advanced simultaneously. With a slight cough, Bayou looked at AFA and spoke softly. Afa, would you please tell me if the closing time and lights out time tomorrow night will also be advanced? Who can refuse a normal question from a gentle and beautiful girl? The key point is that she even used honorifics. Perhaps it was her politeness and gentleness that greatly benefited AFA. And he returned to his usual smile, even though it looked fake. Yes, guest. You are so smart. After speaking, he glanced at everyone present and continued. Everyone will stay in this B&B for 9 days. According to the island's regulations, starting from the second day, the B&B's closing time and lights off time will be 1 hour earlier every day. At the same time, door openings and lights will be delayed by 1 hour every morning. Every day from now on, it will be like this. Dot. As soon as AFA finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. Fatty and others were already counting the time in their minds quickly. Afa's explanation confirmed Bayou's inner inference. The game will definitely not have such a rule for no reason. It is very likely that the danger of the game in the next few days comes from this so-called time adjustment. But she couldn't guess what the time adjustment would bring. She could only take it one step at a time. What kind of rule is this? Lu Fei did not dare to say to Afa, but secretly cursed at the floor. He was not good at calculation-type work, especially without pen and paper. This rule sounded a little confusing to him, but having experienced other games, he knew that there was definitely danger in the changes in time. The fat man spoke. In that case, wouldn't dinner time also have to be advanced? Yes. Guest. Afa looked at him and smiled politely. Chapter 26. My head is buzzing and starting to hurt. Teacher Jiang pushed up his glasses and analyzed. By analogy, the closing time on the 4th day is 1700 hours, and the lights out time is 1900 hours. But we can still catch up with dinner. On the 5th day, the restaurant closes at 1600 hours and turns off the lights at 1800 hours. Although the meal is early at 1700 hours, it is still SOSO. But starting from the 6th day, the doors will close at 1500 hours and the lights will be turned off at 1700 hours. Which means that the time to have dinner will be advanced to around 1600 hours. Further back. Speaking of this, Teacher Jiang hesitated and looked at Afa with kind eyes, listening to Teacher Jiang's words. Although everyone did not react fully, they all knew what the change in time meant. Everyone's faces became more and more ugly. Bayou knew what he was going to say. What Teacher Jiang did not say was, by the 7th day, the opening time in the morning was already 1400 hours. The opening gap is getting shorter and shorter, which means the time for them to go out is getting shorter and shorter. As for what you can do when you go out, of course, you can look for clues, buy supplies and equipment. After all, other B&Bs and hotels also house players. If we can get together to discuss something during the day and brainstorm, the probability of clearing the game will be much greater. However, the prerequisite is that no one has any other bad intentions. On the 8th day, the light on time and light off time obviously overlapped. If you don't turn on the lights, what does that mean? Bayou was puzzled and felt his head buzzing and starting to hurt. Afa naturally knew what Teacher Jiang wanted to ask. However, he didn't seem to want to say anything and continued to practice Tai Chi. Guest, you will know what happens next when we get here. After saying that, he shook his head from side to side and continued. Dear guests, it's lunchtime. Let's go downstairs to eat. After saying that, he smiled faintly at everyone, turned around and left. Damn it. I'm really hungry. Lu Fei touched his stomach and turned to leave. Everyone was also frightened and did not want to stay where they were. And according to what the front desk said, there was not much time left for them to prepare. Many people are going to go out to buy some supplies, weapons, and so on after eating. The moment Bayou lifted his feet and left, something strange happened again. The charred body at her feet turned into a green plant. The finger-long leaves look like flowers. It has about 10 petals and is green. She doesn't know him. This. The 2-bar kid also saw it and exclaimed. Everyone had been in shock all morning, but now they were even more panicked. Teacher Jiang paused, bent down and looked closely for a few seconds, then said in surprise, This is garlic. It became extinct on Blue Star many years ago. Hey, why did the 2 people before turn into big trees and vines? And he turned into garlic? The little boy glanced at the empty bed in the room and asked curiously, Chicken's horn and garlic? Look at his dumbfounded look. Beef's horn and garlic are just about right. The lady in black skirt sneered, although it was a joke. No one could laugh. The deceased is the greatest. No matter what. He tried his best to let us know that NPC cannot be attacked. Forget it. I'll see if I can take him back, Teacher Jiang said, reaching out to grab the garlic. Unexpectedly, the garlic clove disappeared out of thin air in a second before his fingers even touched it. Teacher Jiang's face instantly turned pale as paper. He stood up slowly, holding his knees, and murmured to himself, "Hey, I didn't expect that I would have to suffer such an experience after being a materialist all my life. How sad. Forget it. Teacher Jiang, you're here. Let's go eat." Seeing this, the fat man stepped forward to support him and comforted him. The corridor was empty, but the eerie atmosphere was even stronger, and no one wanted to stay too long. They all rushed to the stairs. Chapter 27. Don't touch me casually. The curly-haired girl also woke up leisurely. Her hands were tightly wrapped around the lady in black skirt like snakes. He looked at her with pitiful eyes and said in a pleading tone, "Sister, my legs are so weak. I'll go with you. Okay?" The lady in black skirt twitched the corner of her mouth and didn't reply. But she didn't push her away either. She turned her head and looked at Baiyu, who had a calm expression, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. "Sister, you were very brave just now. Let's go downstairs to eat together. You guys go ahead. I have a stomachache, and I have to go back to the house to take care of it first." Baiyu put his hand on his stomach and shook his head with an embarrassed smile. He declined her kindness and went upstairs alone. After returning to the house, Baiyu wiped his face with a wet towel. After picking up the glass lunch box that she had reserved for last night's dinner, she took the elevator and went downstairs. In the lobby, everyone had turned their fear into appetite and ate. The fat man shared a table with 3 people. The lady in black skirt and the girl with curly hair shared a table, and Lu Fei was alone, occupying the best seat by the window. The remaining tables were also full and filled with many people. However, upon closer inspection, it is obvious that it is a dining atmosphere group dressed as low-level NPCs. Baiyu quickly scanned around, but still couldn't see the man in the baseball cap. She didn't think much about it, and walked quickly to the kitchen with the lunch box in her hand. Gently opening the kitchen door, a wave of heat and the aroma of mapo tofu hit me. A middle-aged man wearing a white chef's hat was busy waving a spatula in his hand with his back to her. "Guest, this is the kitchen. You can't just come in." Over there at the sink, a lady in her 40s or 50s caught a glimpse of Baiyu, who suddenly broke in. She stopped what she was doing and said with displeasure in her eyes, "Sister, I'm here to return the lunchbox. I'd like you to help wash it." Baiyu smiled politely and walked straight towards her with the lunchbox in hand. From the corner of his eye, Baiyu glanced at the layout of the kitchen, and at a glance, he caught a glimpse of the knife holder on the cutting table. Baiyu's eyes lit up. As expected, there is a knife in the kitchen. "Guest, next time you can leave it in the corridor. Someone will come up and clean it up. Don't reach out to hit the smiling person. And the ant shouldn't go too far." Okay. Thank you, sister, for reminding me." After Baiyu finished speaking, he put the lunchbox on the table next to her, turned around and left. The chef over there opened the door with a freshly fried mapo tofu. Baiyu was instantly happy. When she reached the cutting table, she deliberately stopped and exclaimed, "Wow! Your knife holder looks so complete with knives. Is it a brand from Country D?" As he spoke, Baiyu's hand had already touched the outermost bone-cutting knife. "The guests must not be from Country D. Our B&B is a small business, so we can't afford imported things." The eldest sister over there seemed to like seeing her look like she had never seen the world, so she explained enthusiastically, "It's easy." As soon as her fingers touched the handle of the knife, a tingling electric current penetrated along her fingertips. Baiyu was so shocked that he immediately retracted his fingers involuntarily. At the same time, a line of subtitles with a red exclamation mark appeared above the bone-cutting knife. "Warning, the current props are exclusive to NPCs. Please do not touch them." Baiyu, gritting his teeth, his fingers continued to touch the kitchen knife next to the bone-cutting knife. "It's easy." This time, the current on the tool seemed to be stronger. I could see sparks on my fingertips. Baiyu trembled all over, and the smell of burning hair came from the top of his head. Above the kitchen knife, the same subtitle appeared, and the red exclamation mark doubled in size. "Warning +1, the current props are exclusive to NPCs. Please do not touch them." "Guest, please don't touch the items in the kitchen casually." The eldest sister over there saw the clues. wiped her wet fingers on her apron, and walked towards her with an ugly expression. You could faintly see the corners of her mouth slowly tearing upward. Chapter 28. Those expressions and movements are similar to those of zombies. My heart was pounding for a moment. You quickly smiled, raised his hands on his shoulders, and said apologetically, "Huh? Sister, I won't touch it. It's just that the quality of this knife looks so good. I'm thinking of finding a chance to buy one and take it home." She finished speaking quickly, and before the eldest sister's mouth was cut to the corners of her ears, she ran towards the door with a gray face. Bang! The door behind her was slammed shut. Fortunately, the eldest sister did not chase her out. However, in less than a minute, Lu Fei, Fatty, and the others had finished eating and were no longer in the lobby. I guess after experiencing those fears and hearing the island's lights-off rule, everyone took advantage of the daytime to go out to purchase supplies and equipment. Maybe he went upstairs to rest. And a bunch of people who stayed at the scene and immersed themselves in eating. Hearing the sound, his dark eyes turned, Gulyulu, and looked towards her suddenly. Bayu's eyes were startled, looking at the strange scene in front of her. She stood there blankly. It doesn't matter if you leave. It doesn't matter if you don't leave. Casting a cold look at Bayu. They are all low-level NPCs with empty eyes and stiff movements. Bayu didn't know what rules of the game she had violated, which would completely change the atmosphere on their bodies. When there were real players around just now, she felt that these NPCs were just like plastic people, not aggressive or dangerous. But now that he had to face it alone, Bayu felt a faint chill start to creep down his back. These are NPCs with hollow eyes and rolling eyes in their sockets. If he changed his skin, his expressions and movements would be almost like that of a zombie. At this moment, several NPCs who were relatively close to her were looking at her with hostility. And Yu stood up. Will low-level NPCs staying in the hotel attack real players who are alone? Or was it because of her actions in the kitchen just now that triggered something? In addition, taking the initiative to attack high-level NPCs like Alpha will turn into charcoal. So what if we take action against these low-level NPCs in justifiable defense? Bayu's mind was in a mess, and he had no clue. But the matter had reached this point, and she could no longer afford to worry about the consequences. Her heart sank, and her hands quickly went behind her back. With a thought, the 3,000-year-old rotten eggs and large spanners in the mind space have appeared in his left and right hands. After getting ready to attack, Bayu was going to call AFA at the front desk. Before she could speak, Saisha's figure came out from the front desk either early or late. Guest, why are you here? Have you eaten? I didn't seem to see you when everyone was eating just now. Saisha saw her standing there with a serious face and her hands behind her back, and her face was stunned for a moment. Those NPCs seemed a little afraid of her and Alpha. When he heard her talking to Bayu, he sat back silently, picked up the leftover soup in front of him with chopsticks, and continued to swallow. The scene is not ordinary weird. Bayu took a deep breath, put the rotten eggs and wrench back into space, put his hands back into his trouser pockets, pursed his lips and smiled. Sister Saisha, I haven't eaten yet, but I'm not very hungry today, so I won't eat. Saisha touched her braid out of habit and said, Oh, guest, why don't you go out for a walk? The scenery on our island is very nice. I guess she ate the wine-filled chocolate given by Bayu. What she said was sweet. Huh? I'm about to go out. By the way, Saisha, what brand of sunscreen do you usually use? I feel that the ultraviolet rays on this island are quite strong. Bayu glanced at her and asked tentatively. Hey, guest, the sunscreen sold on our island is too expensive. I usually don't use it. Saisha smiled awkwardly. Oh, that's it. That's fine. Natural beauty is the real beauty. Bayu chatted awkwardly with her, but his legs didn't stop for a moment, and he had already jumped neatly to the door of the B&B. Then, little sister, I'm going to go shopping. If there is suitable sunscreen, I will bring it back for you. You can take a rest after you finish your work. She curled her lips and waved at Saisha, her eyes filled with sincere concern. Chapter 29 Self-Defense Supplies. I need more. Saisha received her concern and said worriedly. Well, don't forget to come back before the hotel's closing time. Yes, I know how to do it, Bayu said happily. Turn around and walk quickly outside the B&B. It seems that the worldly wisdom and so on are also applicable in the game. At least so far. I haven't seen her making any move towards him. After exiting the B&B gate, walk quickly to the corner of the S-shaped asphalt road. Bayu stopped and stood there taking a deep breath. After a while, the nervousness just now finally calmed down. He doesn't know how to look at the scenery. Baiyu doesn't have the leisure time. As for food, drinks, and standing medicines, she had bought everything she should and could buy yesterday. With the mind space, these items can be thrown in after purchase. The space has automatically classified and stored everything for her. Although she couldn't buy weapons or anything similar to weapons, she still bought some items that could be used as substitutes for self-defense. Large wrenches, rolling pins, golf clubs, large screwdrivers, etc. However, the knives in the B&B restaurant cannot be touched or used by players, which was beyond her expectation. It seems that we need more self-defense supplies. In addition, when I first entered the game yesterday, I got key plot information by helping the NPC grandpa hold the car. I wonder if going to the street to help the elderly and children cross the street will unlock the same reward. Thinking of this, Baiyu raised his legs and walked quickly down the mountain. A light breeze blew. The green pine forests on both sides of the road make a brushing sound. Baiyu raised his eyes and glanced left and right, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. The bright sunshine at noon is very good. Why is this pine forest the same as what I saw last night? It's so dark inside. Asterisk. 4 hours later, Baiyu returned to the B&B sweating profusely and panting. It was urgent to go out, and I didn't have time to go back to the room to get my backpack. In order to hide the fact that she had space for thoughts, she put most of the supplies she bought when she went out this time in a plastic bag. Seeing her figure, Fa, who was on duty behind the front desk, smiled politely. Guest, you are back. Baiyu met his gentle gaze, smiled slightly and nodded, thinking of the charred body that the man with the earrings had turned into that morning. She still felt a little numb on her scalp when she saw Fa glancing at the lobby. Fortunately, those low-level NPCs posing in the lobby have disappeared at this moment. Afa glanced at the bag in her hand and said politely, Guest, do you need help carrying your items up? Thank you. I can do it myself. By the way, Fa, can I borrow your computer? Seeing that he had returned to normal, Baiyu couldn't help but feel a little bolder, and asked tentatively, Hey, guest, our computer only has the B&B management system installed, and all other functions are unavailable. Afa refused as if he had seen through her intention. Oh, okay then. Baiyu's eyes were lost for a moment, and he walked straight to the elevator with the plastic bag in hand. Back in the room, Baiyu threw all the supplies in the plastic bag into the space. I casually glanced at the reminder card. A magical thing happened. The various meal times on the card were automatically adjusted as Fa said. It's normal. After all, it's in the game. I took my phone and looked at the time, 16:58, which was still early before dinner time. She slumped on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest for a while. He reached out and rubbed his eyebrows, then opened his eyes and opened up his mind space. The supplies in the space were automatically classified and stored when she threw them in. Chapter 30. I have food in my hands and don't panic in my heart. She decided to take advantage of the time now. Simply count the items again to see if you missed anything or need to adjust their placement. The space is automatically divided into 4 areas. 1. Food, self-heating rice, small hot pot, bread, ham sausage, dark chocolate, beef jerky. 2. Beverages, Coke, mineral water. 3. Medicines, cold medicine, antipyretic medicine, wine white medicine, Band-Aid, gauze, painkillers, toilet water. 4. Self-defense supplies, flashlight, emergency light, alcohol, rolling pin, some nails, all-purpose glue, handheld watering can, windproof lighter, climbing rope, tent, lifebuoy, large wrench, large wire cutters, mustard, millet spicy chili noodles, Fending, 10 drops of water, eyebrow trimmer, raincoat, rain boots, motorcycle helmet, warm sleeping bag, golf clubs, sunscreen. The island is not generally short of supplies. It seemed that she had bought everything she could think of. There is food in hand and no panic in mind. After Baiyu counted and confirmed the materials in the space, he unconsciously felt a sense of security in his heart. Some self-defense supplies require secondary processing, such as the chili pepper water and mace. However, in order to ensure the effect, she planned to make the chili water on the 3rd or 4th day. There were still some sizes left in the space, but she didn't know what she could buy. The most important thing is to keep some money aside and not spend it all. when she was waiting for Wan Saixia to bring her dinner. She planned to explore the idle construction sites on the island with her. In that case, you can find some free tiles to put in it. With a thought, the nails, rolling pin and all-purpose glue in the space all appeared on the table in front of him. Baiyu picked up the nail and compared the distance on the rolling pin. Then cut the all-purpose glue and glued the nails one by one carefully. When the doorbell rang, Baiyu had just finished gluing the last mace in his hand. She made 4 in total. Putting the mace into the space and putting it away, she stood up and walked behind the door. After checking the people, she opened the door. "Guest, your dinner." Saixia stood at the door holding a glass lunch box with a sincere smile on her face. "Wow! Thank you, Sister Saixia." Baiyu grinned and reached out to take it. Then stuffed a bottle of sunscreen into her hand. "Sister Saixia, I happened to see it when I was shopping today. I gave it to you." "Ah, these things are not sold cheaply on our island. Why do I have the nerve to accept your things?" Saixia's eyes were filled with joy and her mouth was a little embarrassed. The sunscreen in her hand was not returned to her. "Sister Saixia, actually, I have a little thing to ask you for help with." Baiyu smiled and told her that he wanted to ask her to wake him up after turning on the lights in the B&B in the next few mornings. In fact, many B&Bs and hotels provide this kind of wake-up call service for free. Baiyu was just trying to find a reasonable excuse for himself to give her sunscreen. Judging from her observations, Saixia is a very good NPC. Baiyu didn't know whether he would accidentally trigger a death condition on her, or if she would suddenly change her face. However, there is nothing wrong with bringing the relationship closer in advance. Upon hearing this, Saixia agreed without even thinking. Baiyu took the opportunity to ask her if there were any idle construction sites on the island, and Saixia answered them one by one. After Saixia happily left with sunscreen, Baiyu slowly ate his dinner. In my mind, I really didn't stop thinking about it for a moment. After noon today, the game no longer prompted the number of players. It seems that it should be relatively safe during the day. But what about at night? Baiyu was thinking. Will someone disappear inexplicably tonight? After eating, the sky outside the window gradually darkened. The lights in the courtyard also turned on. Pale and pale. Chapter 31 finally realized something was wrong. Baiyu took a bottle of Feijai water from his mind space, sat by the window, and drank it quietly. His eyes were staring out the window without daring to blink. On the dark asphalt road outside the B&B, no one was seen after the gate was closed. During the process, Fatty, Teacher Jiang and 2 gangsters appeared in the courtyard for a while. The 3 of them looked at the utility room with solemn expressions, then put their faces into the crack of the door and peered out for a long time, as if they were exploring something. Later, Lu Fei also walked out holding the waist of the black-dressed sister. Don't know what happened in the afternoon. Judging from the physical contact between Sister Yu in the black skirt and Lu Fei, the relationship between the two seems to have improved by leaps and bounds. Soon, there was no one in the courtyard. There was only one streetlight left, and it was dim. Fortunately, the moonlight is bright tonight, but Baiyu's eyelids are sore from staring at it. He took his phone and looked at the time. Oops. There is less than a minute left before the lights are turned off at the B&B. Baiyu's heart began to pound for no reason. After quickly taking a deep breath to calm down, he took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and jumped onto the bed without taking off his shoes. It is impossible to take off your clothes and shoes tonight. Baiyu silently recited anxiously, 57, 58, 59. Blackjack is here. Special. The lights in the B&B were turned off on time. Baiyu's bed faced the wide floor-to-ceiling window. She thought that since she stood here during the day, she could have an unobstructed view of the scenery outside the window. At night, if there is any movement outside, you can see it immediately. Thinking of this, when she lay down, she deliberately turned her face towards the window. The temperature in the room began to drop after the lights were turned off, and a strong scent of pine overflowed from the corner of the room. Baiyu also smelled this smell last night, but tonight's taste seems to be stronger. Is it because the B&B is built in a pine forest? The scent seems to have a hypnotic effect. Baiyu felt sleepiness begin to sweep over his body, and his eyelids began to droop involuntarily. This smell is wrong. She must not fall asleep. She remembered that there was a motorcycle helmet in the space, but if she took it out and put it on now, it would definitely make a noise. And the effectiveness of helmets is far inferior to that of masks. Thinking of this, Baiyu gently pulled a section of the horn to cover his nose. Then he pinched his fingers hard, trying not to fall asleep quickly. She soon realized something was wrong. according to the time on the electronic clock at the front desk. Today is May 2nd, the 13th day of the lunar calendar. The day is approaching the full moon. The moonlight outside the window is indeed quite bright before turning off the lights. But after turning off the lights, it was instantly dark outside the window. And that kind of black is airtight black. It was as if the glass was covered with a dark layer of objects. I don't know if her eyesight was dazzled, but she could still vaguely see some scarlet dots inside the black object, which were slowly moving. Dot! What the H.L. is this? Baiyu gasped in fright. Even the sound of breathing was much softer. At the same time, the sound of drip and drip suddenly came from the corridor. That's the sound of the password unlocking. Many doors on the 4th floor opened at the same time in an instant. There were uniform footsteps, rustling, coming from all directions in the corridor. Soon, some footsteps passed her door and headed towards the stairs. Dot! You dare to go out at this time? Are you risking your life? Baiyu was stunned for a moment. Immediately, his groggy head began to spin rapidly. Judging from what Lu Fei said today when he questioned everyone, the parent-child room where Fatty and teacher Jian lived was on the 5th floor with the best view. Lu Fei's sea view room is also on the 5th floor. The girl with curly hair, the lady in black skirt and the man with earrings are on the 2nd floor. The guy in the baseball cap doesn't know where he is. But obviously, it's definitely not on the 4th floor. There is a staff dormitory on the 1st floor, and it is impossible for Alpha and the others to live upstairs. So looking at it this way, the only real player on the 4th floor is her who lives in room 404. Chapter 32, is the person who opened the door a human? There are 8 rooms on each floor of the BNB. So at this moment, is the person opening the doors to the 7 rooms a human being? Recalling what happened in the lobby at noon, Baiyu thought about it and was extremely frightened. The body involuntarily quickly got into the bed. At the same time, the sound of leaving footsteps came back and stopped at the door of her room. White feather. White feather. In the silent night, a hoarse and low voice came faintly from outside the door. The sound was as if the throat had been cut and squeezed out. And it sounded horrifying. Baiyu's whole body had curled up like a conditioned reflex. In her mouth, she was biting tightly on the corner of the quilt that had just covered her nose. On the other side, the black shadows on the windows became thicker and thicker. The squirming speed of the black shadow obviously became faster, because the scarlet dot moved faster. Baiyu! The strange call outside the door rang again. There was a faint sound of nails scratching the door. At this moment, Baiyu could guess what it was with his toes. As soon as that thought came to mind, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. She simply got into bed with her head in bed. Soon, the uncomfortable feeling of lack of oxygen was accompanied by the smell of rosin on the quilt. And Baiyu fell asleep again. The moment her eyes closed completely, a prayer flashed through her mind. Hopefully, after tonight, no players will be reduced without any reason. Entering the 3rd day of the game. At 10:15 in the morning, Saixia came up and woke up Baiyu as agreed. Baiyu was confused. Why did he sleep until this point again? Something is very wrong. Yes? Did you not sleep well last night? Saixia looked at the 2 dark circles on Baiyu's face, then glanced at her messy hair, and asked with concern. Baiyu wanted to tell her about the strange things he saw and heard last night. But when the words came to his mouth, he paused, giving trust to a person who has only known each other for 2 days for no reason, and is still an NPC representing one side of the game. Is her brain suddenly flooded? After reacting, Baiyu's words became, I slept very deeply, but I had some nightmares. Maybe it's because I'm not used to unfamiliar bedding. After saying this, Baiyu smiled coquettishly. She said she was scared of society and was not used to bedding, which was normal. Huh? How about I help you put on a new set of bedding this afternoon? Our beach is humid, and the bedding tends to have a musty smell. Some guests are really not used to it. Saixia didn't notice the strangeness in her words, and then added, Yes, the lights were turned on too late this morning, and it was very close to lunchtime. So the BNB will not provide breakfast. Saixia finished apologetically, and after a brief chat with her, she turned around and went downstairs. Regarding the lack of breakfast, Baiyu thought it was nothing. Even when she is busy on weekdays, she skips breakfast. Turn around and close the door tightly. Baiyu rubbed the messy chicken nest head under the quilt and stood there in a daze for a long time. The expected mechanical beep did not appear. It seemed that last night was spent safely. Thinking of this, she felt relieved and walked to the bathroom. slowly and leisurely moved to the ceramic basin. I picked up the toothpaste and was about to squeeze it out when an ethereal mechanical sound suddenly sounded in my ears. All, ding! The current number of surviving players is 65. Ding! There are 6 days, 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 21 seconds left in this game. Ah! Tips for this game. It's late, but it's arrived. Apparently, there were still 9 players missing last night. Has anyone violated the conditions for death again? Looking at the pace of population disappearance. By the last day, the remaining players may be counted on one hand. Bayou inadvertently glanced sideways out of the window, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 33. Stop pretending in front of me. Yesterday the B&B opened its doors and turned on the lights at 9 o'clock. She woke up at 11 o'clock. When I woke up, the sunshine outside the window was just right, bright and warm. The door opened and the lights turned on at 10 o'clock today. But now it's not even 10:20. But the sky outside the window was full of haze, just like 6 or 7 in the morning. Obviously, today is not a cloudy day. But does it light up too late? Or rather, this strange change in the sky has a special meaning. Bayou decided to wait and see what happens after the lights are turned off tonight. According to what LFA said, the lights will be turned off at 8 o'clock tonight. Usually at the beach in summer, there is still some light at 8 o'clock. If the lights are turned off at 8 o'clock tonight, the sky will instantly become as dark as last night. That means that this light switching time is very likely to be the key to the difficulty of the game. After all, Bayou discovered that so far, all the strange changes happened after dark. During the day, as long as there are no players acting as monsters, it is basically safe. Little sister, are you in there? Bayou had just finished washing when the doorbell rang, and the crisp sound came from outside the door. Judging from the voice and title, it's not Saishia. It sounds like the royal lady in black dress. How did she know she lived here? Sister, you had reached out to help him yesterday. And judging from how she treated the curly-haired girl, she didn't look like a bad person. As for the progress of her intimate relationship with Lu Fei, it was not something she should consider. Thinking of this, Bayou opened the door anyway, curved his lips, and said with a polite smile, "Miss, is something okay?" The lady in black skirt wore a large floral skirt full of island style today, with a sincere and beautiful smile on her face. She stood at the door with her hands folded. Brother Fei and the others are talking about clearing the game upstairs. Teacher Jiang asked me to ask you if you want to come together. Sophie also went up. After speaking, she added, I didn't see you when we had dinner yesterday, so I couldn't ask you out yesterday. The Sophie mentioned by sister you should be the timid and crying curly-haired girl yesterday. Bayou looked puzzled and said, Miss Sister, I am an NPC. Are you sure you want to invite me? We are all sisters. What do you think? Sister, you smiled. The expression on his face seemed to say, Stop pretending in front of me. Seeing this, Bayou pursed his lips and hesitated for a while, then said, Then let me come too. Hearing her agreement, the beautiful lady in the black skirt raised her beautiful thin lips again. She glanced at the extremely messy bed behind Bayou and said, Then let's go up now. Kindness. Bayou nodded and closed the door. Feeling a little nervous, I followed her upstairs. After yesterday's incident of the earring man turning into a coke, Lu Fei's crisis towards her was temporarily lifted. But in her heart, she still didn't want to stay with him. However, this survival game is mysterious and there are no more clues. She doesn't think she can handle everything on her own. For now, Lu Fei will not touch him for the time being. Moreover, the fat man and Lu Fei both seem to be old players, so maybe they could have different methods. This was also the key reason why Bayou chose to attend the meeting. Along the way, Bayou also learned that Sister Yu's name was Yan Qingqing. Before entering the game, he was the sales director of an internet company in Blue Star City C. The curly-haired girl Sophie, like Bayou, is still in college. However, she is 2 years younger than Bayou and only 1 year older in another city. The eldest teacher Jiang, whose real name is Jiang Yumin, is said to work in a key scientific research institution in Blue Star. The fat man, named Wang Wei, is a young entrepreneurial man in the catering industry. It is said that he is good at killing pigs. The youngest kid with 2 bars, named Ling Shifei, is in 6th grade in City S and will soon be promoted to junior high school. When Yan Qingqing asked Bayou his name and what he did, she kept it in mind and said her name was Bai Su, and the name of the school was also changed. While chatting briefly, the two of them had already arrived at Lu Fei's door. Bai glanced at it. Oops. 505. Right above my room. Chapter 34. The mouth is on someone else's body. The door was not closed tightly, leaving a gap as wide as the palm of your hand. At a glance, you can see that there is a large sofa sitting area in the room. Lu Fei and Fatty were sitting opposite each other, arguing fiercely about something. On the two-seater sofa on the side, the two children were carefully recording something on a piece of white paper under the guidance of teacher Jiang. Sophie, whose eyes were swollen like frogs, stood next to the fat man, quietly and without speaking. Fat man and brother Fei have reconciled, so you can rest assured. After saying that, Yan Qingqing gave Bai a comforting look, then opened the door and walked straight in. Brother Phoebe, we are all here. Hearing this, everyone stopped their movements and words, and suddenly raised their eyes. Hey, our NPC is here? The moment Lu Fei saw Bai, a malicious smile appeared on his dark-skinned face. Bai froze, took a deep breath secretly, and ignored him. Little girl, sit down quickly. Teacher Jian looked at her and said kindly, Little sister, come sit with me. When Sophie saw Bai, who was about the same age as herself, she seemed to have found a long-lost companion. Her eyes lit up. She reached out and patted the sofa beside her. Bai glanced at it and found that there were only empty seats beside her and Lu Fei. Without thinking, she sat directly over. Yan Qingqing also sat back next to Lu Fei and directly introduced Bai. Bai Su, a junior in college in City S. I also told her our names and professions in the original world. After speaking, she glanced at Lu Fei and added, Her identity is quite special. She is an NPC player. Hear the words. Lu Fei had an expression on his face that said, Just listen to her nonsense. He sneered coldly. Hey, your parents must be very loving. The name Bai Su means that the name Bai Su is half the name of the father, and half of the name the mother. Seeing that she looked a little nervous, the fat man couldn't help but raise his hand and rub the chicken coop's curly hair, joking deliberately. Maybe. Bai smiled awkwardly and did not tell him that he was born without his parents. Everyone is not familiar with it, so there is no way to do it. What's called maybe? Love is love. If there is no affection, there is no affection. This answer is so weird. Lu Fei's temper got worse again. He glanced at Bai with an unkind look and rubbed his palm against the dagger on his waist. If he hadn't needed these people to be stepping stones for him in this game, he would have dealt with them one by one. People have mouths, and it's up to them how they want to answer. The fat man spoke. The two people had been in a tense atmosphere before, but now they were at odds with each other again. Brother Fei, what were you talking about just now? Upon seeing this, Yan Qingqing placed her palm on Lu Fei's thigh, deliberately changing the topic. Bai smiled and didn't answer. Okay. It will be lunchtime in a minute, and everyone has to take action in the afternoon. Now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. Teacher Jiang coughed lightly. After persuading him, he took a piece of white paper from Ling Xiaofei's hand and handed it to Bai. Xiao Bai, you come last. Take a look at this list first. Bai reached out and took it. What is written on the paper is based on what Alpha said about the time for turning on and off the lights and opening and closing the door on the island. D3 1800 hours, closing the door, 2000 hours, turning off the lights. 10 a.m., open 8. 10H, activities 8 outing. D4 1700 hours, closing the door, 1900 hours, turning off the lights. 11:07 a.m. 8H6. D5 1600 hours, 1800 hours. 12:06 a.m. 6H4. D6 1500 hours, 1700 hours catering. 13:05 a.m. 4H2. D7 1400 hours, 1600 hours catering. 14:04 a.m. 2H0. D8 1300 hours, 1500 hours catering. 15:3. 0H. D9 12 o'clock, 1400 hours catering. Bai quickly finished scanning and put the paper back on the coffee table with a clear understanding. Teacher Jiang has already spoken. Everyone has seen this table, so I'll just focus on it. According to this time reasoning, starting from the 6th day, we may face the situation where the BNB will stop providing 3 meals. Chapter 35, Silent Island, the weather is wrong. Huh? Considering that the BNB provides 3 meals a day, I didn't even prepare much. Sophie exclaimed in surprise. Lu Fei immediately glared at her fiercely. Bai observed it, but the others looked calm. It seemed that everyone except Sophie had purchased enough food in advance. Teacher Jiang continued. Starting the 5th day, we only have 4 hours left to go out. Transportation on this island is inconvenient, and there are very few shared bicycles. You basically rely on walking, but you must return before the B&B closes. Therefore, it is very likely that starting from the 6th day, we will not be able to go out anymore. What Teacher Jiang said coincided with Bayu's previous analysis. Then Yan Qingqing interrupted. Why do we have to go out? We can just stay in the B&B? Wherever we are. We can't be happy. The fat man glanced at her. If you have any opinions, please wait until Teacher Jiang finishes speaking. The first few days were fine, but on the 7th day, the closing time and the opening and lighting time coincided. But there were at least 2 hours of activity time. Teacher Jiang paused and continued. On the 8th day, the time to turn on the lights and the time to turn off the lights coincided. Teacher Jiang finished speaking with a solemn expression and sighed heavily. What do you mean? It overlaps. Then just stay in the room. Anyway, everyone bought food yesterday, so we are not afraid. Yan Qingqing was a little confused. But when Teacher Jiang finished speaking, she asked doubtfully. That's right. I thought you could analyze something. But it turned out that I listened to nonsense for a long time. And it was all nonsense. Lu Fei also looked at Teacher Jiang with contempt. The fat man and the child looked at Teacher Jiang, waiting for him to continue to answer questions. Sophie pursed her lips, picked up the white paper, and looked at it carefully. Outside the window, a ray of rays of light that should have belonged to the morning suddenly emerged at this moment. Bayu glanced out the window and said casually, Have you noticed that there is something wrong with the weather today? ? After hearing this, everyone looked sideways out of the window. Teacher Jiang cast an approving look at Bayu. Nothing unusual. The weather today is very nice, the fat man said carelessly. It's a bit abnormal. It's almost 11 o'clock now, and the sky looks like it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Yan Qingqing frowned for a few seconds and saw something was wrong. Lu Fei raised his eyelids. What do you mean? Bayu, turn off the lights at 8 o'clock tonight. If after turning off the lights at 8 o'clock, it will be completely dark. That means the weather is related to the time when the lights are turned on and off. Ling Shifei blurted out. Dot! Yan Qingqing and Fatty were startled. Lu Fei continued to look confused. Teacher Jiang stretched out his hand to hold his glasses and said softly, Yes, it is very possible. According to my reasoning just now, the further back you go, the earlier it is to turn off the lights, which means the earlier it gets dark. From the current point of view, all dangers come from after dark, which means that the further back, the longer the night will occupy. Yan Qingqing reacted instantly. So, according to Teacher Jiang's inference just now, starting from the 8th day, the island will enter dark mode around the clock? Strictly speaking, that's the 7th day. After all, 22 hours of darkness is not much different from the overall darkness. Fatty continued. We've slept well these past 2 days. Aren't we fine? Sophie added with a weak expression. Bayu glanced at her. Judging from the innocent expression on her face, she didn't seem to realize the dangers of the game. Judging from her previous reaction, she probably didn't prepare anything in the past 2 days. Hey, this schoolgirl is a little big-hearted. Yan Qingqing had to sneer at her. Ha ha. This is a survival game. How can I let you lie down and pass the level all the time? Lu Fei also understood instantly. He glanced at Teacher Jiang and said, The general idea is now clear. So what are the dangers we face? Chapter 36 What a smart and useful NPC. Have no idea. Teacher Jiang shook his head, sighed, and continued. What we can know now is not to make a relatively loud sound after turning off the lights. However, this is just the beginning. What will happen next is really unpredictable. This is only the 3rd day of the game, and the level of danger only increases later. What happens in the future is indeed unpredictable. Depend on. Lu Fei's face instantly turned ugly, and his hand unconsciously touched the knife. Seeing this, Bayu quickly changed the topic. Unknown danger is the real danger. By the way, did you feel anything during the past 2 nights? Fatty, this island seems to be filled with drugs. Before I go to bed at night, I smell a scent. A very strange scent. And then I fall asleep quickly. Yes, I am an old man. I used to wake up at 5 or 6 in the morning. Now, I can't wake up even if I don't turn on the lights in the B&B. Teacher Jiang also frowned. I sleep well too. Sophie raised her hand and said timidly. Bayu continued to guide. So none of you have seen what happens after the lights are turned off and before the lights are turned on in the B&B? Yes. Everyone nodded. The fat man patted his head and looked at Bayou with admiration. Oh, I understand. All dangers may come after dark. But we have not discovered or triggered dangerous conditions for the time being. Lu Fei reacted belatedly, glanced sideways at Bayou, and said in a strange tone, "Uh-huh. You can't tell. But he is really a smart and useful NPC. Oh, thanks for the compliment." Bayou glanced at Lu Fei, grinned, and showed a silly smile with dull eyes. Do you have any other ideas? After Teacher Jiang finished speaking, he took off his glasses tiredly and wiped them carefully with a light gray lens cloth. It seems that Teacher Jiang is the temporary leader of this small team. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you, and all shook their heads in unison. Bayou originally wanted to talk about his strange experience at night. But then I thought about it. Since no one else noticed anything was wrong, maybe I was hearing something or hallucinating. Let's wait until we do the second confirmation tonight. Teacher Jiang put on her glasses and added another sentence. The most urgent task is to confirm whether it will really get dark after turning off the lights at night. In addition, special attention needs to be paid to whether any abnormalities occur after turning off the lights. Everyone nodded. The fat man seemed to suddenly think of something and said, "In addition, there are too few of us, so we can't just guess here. It's best to go to neighboring hotels and B&Bs to find out if there are other players who have made different discoveries. Or, see if we can gather other players together later. Everyone who has been to the island must have bought a mobile phone. When you go to inquire, it is best to write down your mobile phone number and other information to facilitate later contact." Well, I agree. After all, it's the early days. We still have time. And it's relatively safe during the day. Then let's allocate it. It's best to start taking action after lunch. Teacher Jiang nodded heavily. I have 2 questions. Bayou interrupted, remembering Saixia's words when she delivered the meal to her. Everyone looked at her. Question mark. 1. After the player checks into the B&B, he will become a guest of the B&B. This guest is a kind of identity. Can you change your residence midway? I suggest everyone ask about it. 2. The game says that you can clear the game by surviving on the island for 9 days. So what if we leave the island? Yan Qingqing. So, we still need to find out about the ship. That's easy to talk about. Just go downstairs and ask Alpha later. The fat man nodded. Chapter 37. Is he also dead? Regarding the ship, no one noticed it before. Most people's thinking is still limited to the point that they can clear the game by surviving on the island for 9 days. Sophie weakly raised her hand. I asked before when I first entered the game, and they said one ship would arrive in 9 days. Bayou's eyes were startled. Isn't this consistent with the game time? She had seen the map of this island before, and it was surrounded by the boundless sea. Without a boat, it would be harder to leave than to reach the sky. It seems that the game has decided to let them fend for themselves on the island for 9 days. Hey, can't you tell? There are times when you're not stupid. Lu Fei reached out and touched Lu Dan's head. Joking. Sophie smiled. I had just entered the game and saw that the island was very beautiful. So I wanted to take a boat trip around the island. So I asked, what the hell can't you help me with mud? Lu Fei looked at her with disdain. And in the middle of speaking, he was interrupted by Teacher Jiang. Okay, it's time to have lunch soon. So let's divide the work first. After Teacher Jiang finished speaking, he clicked on the Unclear Map app on his phone and began to count the hotels marked on it. I'm on my own team, Lu Fei said arrogantly without even thinking. Sophie looked at Yan Qingqing expectantly. Then I'll go with Sister Qingqing. Yan Qingqing glanced at Bayou and saw that Bayou's eyes were calm. So she didn't object. The dangers during the day come more from the players themselves. Bayou thought he could protect himself and wanted to get some supplies to put into space. So he spoke calmly. I'm on my own team. Teacher Jiang and Xiaofei, one old and one young, had difficulty traveling. So Fatty went with him. However, they took the initiative to claim 5 hotels. Yan Qingqing and Sophie's family, Bayou and Lu Fei belong to one family each. There are almost 10 hotels and B&Bs on the island. The ones with a large number of real players are basically B&Bs and ordinary hotels with medium to low prices. Those who can stay at the Sea View Hotel on the top of the mountain are basically Krypton Gold players. And there are not many of them. Lu Fei chose the Peak Sea View Hotel arrogantly. A few people simply divided it up. And the one that finally landed on Bayou's head was a B&B in a somewhat remote location. Baiyu took a look at the map on his mobile phone and found that the area near the BNB happened to be the abandoned construction site Saixia mentioned. Just enough to push a cart of bricks or something into the space. Teacher Jiang, when we come back tonight, do you want to meet us again? Yan Qingqing said and stood up first. Jiang Yuan glanced at everyone and asked for opinions. The lights at the BNB will be turned off at 8 o'clock tonight. Everyone is probably tired after running around for a day. Even if you find something, don't rush it. How about we gather together after lunch tomorrow? Okay. Lu Fei nodded. Others also expressed no opinion. After confirming, everyone filed out of Lu Fei's room. Lunchtime just arrived, so everyone made an appointment to go downstairs together. Baiyu then remembered that NPCs seem to attack independent players. But now I'm in the corridor, and I don't know if there are NPCs nearby. Baiyu thought for a while and decided to discuss this matter again when everyone had a meeting on the fourth day. After entering the elevator, Baiyu glanced at the car, then looked at the fat man and asked doubtfully, "By the way, I clearly remember there was a man wearing a baseball cap yesterday morning. He was also a player, right? He's the one who followed Fat Brother into the utility room. But I don't seem to have encountered him since. Do you know what's going on?" Baiyu's implication was that he was also in trouble. Chapter 38. Why is it that others are rich and I am a rookie? Huh. I'm a big moneymaker. And I live in the Summit Ocean View Hotel. Hearing this, Lu Fei twitched the corner of his mouth in displeasure. Baiyu's face was full of confusion. Then why did he show up at our BNB? That man had the habit of running in the morning for exercise. When he was running down, he happened to see the bones being carried out. So he came in, Fatty explained. Sophie was stunned for a moment when she heard this, sighed and complained softly. Hey, why do people come here as big guys who make money? And I'm a poor novice? This game is so unfair. Ling Shifei, the youngest, who had always been quiet and silent, spoke in a clear voice. Sister Sue, I am a little novice who can restore blood. Can you? And I am protected by CP Lawn. Are you aware of it? After saying that, he smiled and made a slightly face at Sophie. Puff. Sophie, who originally had a solemn expression, was instantly amused by him. Teacher Jiang was confused and didn't understand the relationship between Sophie and Nani. The fat man continued what Sophie said and said lightly. Come on! Everyone is equal in this game. Those Krypton dollars were all exchanged for lives in previous copies. Speaking of this topic, Shifei became interested again. Fat brother, when I entered the game, I heard a prompt saying that at the end of the game, the gold coins can be exchanged for blue star coins. Then those billionaires and so on. Wouldn't they be Krypton gold bosses when they come in? No. The game only supports one-way exchange. Fatty paused and explained. Seeing that Ling Shifei, Baiyu and others looked confused. They continued. In other words, game gold coins can be exchanged for blue star coins. But blue star coins cannot be exchanged for game coins. Therefore, in this game, the richest man and the poor in the original world face the same death threat. Treating everyone equally and surviving based on strength can be considered a form of fairness. Baiyu secretly smiled bitterly. Isn't it? I started with nothing. Not even a pack of tissues. Xiaofei's childish face instantly showed joy. In that case, I will work hard to pass the level, upgrade more, and make a lot of money. Hearing this, the fat man tapped his head lightly with his fingers. Xiao Fei, I remember that in the original world, you were about to be promoted to junior high school. Right. Have you done today's 53? Also, the later stages of the game are not easy, so you'd better get out alive first. Fat brother. Shifei pouted, looking aggrieved and helpless. Everyone burst into laughter instantly. This can be regarded as a rare active moment in the past 3 days. Ding! The first floor arrived. When they thought of Fa, whose mouth was cracked and his face was deformed yesterday, everyone's mood suddenly became heavy again. In the lobby, there are already several NPC guests. Some people are busy picking up meals, while others are munching on their meals. But without exception, their eyes were empty, and their expressions were dull. The BNB provides a simple buffet, with 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetarian dishes and 1 soup, which you can take at your own leisure. Seeing their group of players coming out of the elevator, everyone's eyes suddenly looked over. When Baiyu recalled yesterday's scene, he felt his spine start to get cold. He deliberately walked at the end. But fortunately, there are many people today. The eyes of those NPCs rolled in their sockets. After glaring at everyone, he silently withdrew his gaze and continued eating. Sister Ching-Ching, why do I feel like I'm being stared at by them? I feel so scared all over. Sophie reached out and grabbed Yin Ching-Ching tightly and whispered timidly. Yin Ching-Ching reached out and patted her arm, comforting her. Don't be afraid. There are many of us and it's daytime. They don't dare to do anything. Baiyu glanced at Yin Ching-Ching and made a decision in his heart. She should also be an experienced player. Chapter 39. I can't hammer out a pie for a long time. After dinner, everyone followed Teacher Zhang's suggestion and left contact information with each other. He said that if he discovers anything in other hotels or encounters danger, he can communicate in time through text messages or phone calls. After doing this, everyone dispersed. Baiyu took a look at how early it was and walked to the nearest store on the island. The weird scent from last night lingered in her mind. The top priority is to buy some medical masks. Asterisk. When Baiyu returned to the B&B, it was already past 5 o'clock. The B&B she went to was not only remote, but also relatively shabby. The charges are the cheapest on the island. Baiyu had passed by it before when he entered the game, but unfortunately it was already full at that time. She was also lucky. As soon as she reached the entrance of the courtyard, she met a player who was about to go out to buy a mobile phone and beer. I learned from the player that there were a lot of players staying at that B&B because of its cheap fees. However, most of them died on the first and second nights. As for the cause of death, it seemed that he was still playing cards and chatting loudly after turning off the lights. That player was a nerd in the original world. I am used to going to bed early and getting up early, so I was woken up by those people at that time. At that time, he wanted to speak up to stop him, but he was afraid of causing trouble. In the end, he didn't say anything. But the most important thing is that he smelled a fragrance that gave him some consciousness. But he couldn't speak. That is to say, a series of factors combined made him lucky to survive until the third day. There were also a few players who went out to have fun at nightclubs and did not return before the B&B closed. This is normal. Most players who enter the game get 10,000 gold coins. On a small island with beautiful scenery, I have an extra 10,000 yuan in my pocket, which is like a pie falling from the sky. Plus, not everyone is aware of the dangers of gaming. It is normal to be able to enjoy yourself in time and get drunk now if you have wine now. Baiyu also wanted to know more information. It's a pity that the man is very eloquent, hesitant, and he can't come up with anything for a long time. After Baiyu got the key information, he had no choice but to give up. Guest, are you back? Alpha stood behind the front desk panel, caught a glimpse of her figure, and smiled politely. Yes. The corners of Alpha's cracked mouth appeared in his mind. Baiyu's pupil shrank, and he took the opportunity to glance at the lobby with his peripheral vision. Fortunately, there was no one in the lobby. The others probably haven't returned yet. As for those NPCs, Baiyu didn't know where they went. Not daring to linger any longer, she walked straight into the elevator. After locking the door, my phone buzzed and vibrated several times. Baiyu was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Before going out today, everyone added each other's mobile phone numbers, so we can text or call each other. Because there was no group chat function, Teacher Jiang suggested that everyone send and receive text messages in group mode. Clicking on it, it was from Yin Ching-Ching. Yin Ching-Ching, has everyone returned to the B&B safely? Sophie and I have come back, and we are going to rest for a while, and then go downstairs to eat. When the time comes, do you want to meet briefly and share the news you got from today's outing? Smiley face. Wang Wei, Teacher Jiang. We just entered the courtyard. Let's see if Bai Su and Lu Fei are back. If they are, let's have a brief chat. If not, we'll have to wait until tomorrow afternoon. After all, everyone has been out for the day and is sweating all over. Let's take some time to take a shower or something. Chapter 40 is here. They are here again. Bai Su, I just entered the house too. Jiang Yuan, did you get any particularly useful information? We went to 5 hotels today, but after inquiring, it was pretty much what we expected, and there was no special information. Everyone also said yes. Baiyu looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock. Turning off the lights at 8 o'clock tonight. It's not too late to finish dinner. Now there is no personal threat from Lu Fei for the time being. But when she thought about having dinner with those NPCs with empty expressions, Baiyu decided to wait for Saixia to bring her food. Lu Fei, sir. I haven't replied yet. Yin Ching-Ching, brother Fei. Why haven't you returned yet? Isn't your Seaview Hotel the closest? Smiley face. Lu Fei, your uncle and I are watching Bikini Alcoa in the infinity pool. Yen Ching Ching. Everyone silently complained. This irritable braised egg is probably mentally retarded. Jiang Yumin, Xiao Lu. The B&B closes at 6 o'clock today. I'm afraid you have to come back quickly. Lu Fei, damn. Ask the front desk to hold the door open for me. I don't want it to fall down. Come down now. Jiang Yumin, then we won't meet today. Let's sort out the details we asked about today's outing. Turn on the lights and open the door at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And everyone will gather in Lu Fei's room at 11:20. After a second, Teacher Jiang sent another group message. Jiang Yumin, today is the third night. Everyone must be careful. If I guess correctly, the risk factor should become higher after dark today. Yen Qingqing, okay. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Baiyu also replied, received, and then took his phone to charge. Saixia quickly delivered the meal. Baiyu finished eating, and put the lunch box back on the shelf in the aisle. The time was almost 7 o'clock before I knew it. She glanced at the TV, but finally didn't have the courage to turn it on. I had probably heard from Sophie before that the TV shows were all cartoons. Other than entertainment and relaxation, there isn't much useful information. And in my impression, ghosts like Sadako usually crawl out of the TV screen. She simply took out the supplies in the space and played with them for a while. Looking up again. It's 1950. Baiyu quickly put the supplies back into the space, then put on a mask, held an eyebrow trimmer in his hand, and laid down on the bed in advance. At 20 o'clock, the lights in the B&B were turned off on time. The sky outside the window suddenly became dark and dark. It seems, as Teacher Jiang said, everyone will spend the last 2 days in darkness. A strange pine scent once again spread from the corner of the room. Baiyu obviously wore a medical mask, but the scent, as if it couldn't be completely isolated, followed every fiber of cotton and seeped into her nostrils inch by inch. The moment Baiyu was confused, the window was once again covered with black objects. Those little scarlet dots are bigger and more numerous than last night. Layers upon layers, densely packed to cover the windows. Looking at the distance traveled by the red dot, the speed of the squirming is also much faster. Baiyu felt shaky all over and his scalp was numb. This is not my hallucination. This is really a living thing. Baiyu couldn't help but take a breath after reacting. His head unconsciously shrank down half of his body under the quilt. The sound of dip and dip came again from the corridor. That's the sound of the password unlocking. Many doors in the entire B&B were opened at the same time again in an instant. There were uniform footsteps, rustling, coming from all directions in the corridor. Here they come. They come again. Baiyu's pupils shrank and his muscles tightened. I've seen soft words, flowers that have bloomed, and sore eyes that make you talk in your sleep. A harsh phone ringing pierced the tranquility of the night sky at this moment. Soon, a short scream came from downstairs. Baiyu felt in a daze that it seemed to be coming from Sophie's room downstairs. Not a few seconds passed. Phones rang one after another in every corner of the island. Chapter 41, Silent Island, I Won't Tell You. At the same time, Baiyu found that the screen of his mobile phone placed beside the bed also lit up. But she is used to turning her phone into silent mode before going to bed. So, the phone just lights up and doesn't make any sound. I squinted at the caller ID through the corner of the quilt and marked the letter, null. At this moment, Baiyu discovered that the red dots outside the window seemed to have stopped squirming. A large group of dark shadows began to squeeze crazily against the glass, trying to get in. Baiyu's thick eyelids twitched, and he reacted instantly. It's light! With a thought, the phone with the screen on suddenly disappeared. The room became dark again. The black shadows and red dots on the glass began to squirm crazily again. Among the vague screams in the distance, Baiyu fell asleep again in the smell of rosin, entering day 4 of the game. Just as Baiyu woke up, he heard the cold mechanical sound in his ears. All, ding! The current number of surviving players is 35. Ding! There are 5 days, 22 hours, 43 minutes, and 21 seconds left in this game. Dot! Baiyu opened his mouth silently. Did 30 players disappear overnight? Glancing at the sky outside the window, her heart became heavier. It's a cloudy day today. The sky was extremely dark, without any light at all. I took out my phone from the space and took a look. 11:08. On the screen, in addition to several missed calls showing null, there was also an unread message. It was sent by Teacher Jiang a minute ago. Jiang Yumin, everyone. Don't forget to gather at 505 at 11:20 in the morning. We have made a major discovery. Baiyu got out of bed, washed up quickly, and went straight to the 5th floor in a daze. The door to room 505 was ajar as usual, and voices came from inside. Baiyu paused at the door, and did not go in immediately. What the H.L.? It's the operator who called me on purpose. There is only one mobile phone store on this island. I'm going to take over his store this afternoon. It was Lu Fei's voice. Brother Fei, didn't you say you can't attack NPCs casually? You took care of his store. Xiao Fei's immature voice hesitated to speak. Lu Fei snorted coldly. Ha ha, little kid. You know nothing. In the original world, there are different levels of people, let alone the NPCs in this game. Ling Shifei asked. Then how does Brother Fei distinguish the NPC levels? Lu Fei. Hey! Do you want to know? Yes. Ling Shifei nodded obediently. Lu Fei sneered. I won't tell you. Ling Shifei. Dot. Teacher Jiang changed the subject and said with a wry smile. Hey, fortunately, I have a habit of setting my phone to vibrate when I sleep. When I heard the vibrating sound, I pressed the phone immediately. I have lived for most of my life, and this is the first time that I can get something out of bed so quickly. Today is only the 4th day, and 65 people are gone. This dog game is really crazy. The one who spoke angrily was the fat man. Hey. Yes. Teacher Jiang sighed again. There was a moment of silence in the room. By the way, why haven't the 3 young ladies come up yet? It was Ling Shifei. Teacher Jiang glanced at the phone. Girls, wash up slowly. Let's wait for another 2 minutes. Hearing this, Baiyu had no choice but to raise his hand and knock on the door gently, and walked in. Sure enough, almost everyone in the room was here, except for her, Sophie, and Yan Qingqing. Xiao Bai is here. Come and sit down. Teacher Jian looked at her with joy in his eyes, and said kindly. Baiyu smiled slightly and responded politely. Hey, our NPC player. Did you sleep well last night? As soon as he saw her, a strange smile appeared on Lu Fei's face. That smile is 2 parts playful, 3 parts greasy, and 7 parts murderous. It makes people look extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 42, Silent Island, Fish to be Slaughtered. Baiyu was about to reply to him. Fatty's cell phone started vibrating at this moment. Everyone was like frightened birds when they heard the sound. They immediately sat upright and looked at the fat man with their eyes. Even though it's daytime, I'm not afraid of making any noise. But last night, when the phones on the island rang one after another, causing all kinds of screams, everyone more or less heard it. It's just that the memory is not that deep. Hack! I forgot to turn it off. The fat man's face turned pale for a moment, when he quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket. His fingers reflexively stopped pressing the vibration button. After looking at the caller ID, his frown relaxed slightly. It's Yan Qingqing calling. After saying that, he made a silent gesture and quickly turned on the speakerphone with his little fat finger. The phone was connected, and Yan Qingqing's slightly trembling voice came from the phone. Brother Fatty, I called Teacher Jiang and Brother Fei, but they didn't answer the phone. Are you together? Come down to 203 quickly. Sophie is gone. Her voice was a little sad, with a hint of despair, which was very different from her usual calm feeling. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath when they heard this. Therefore, the tragic scream everyone heard before falling asleep last night turned out to be Sophie. Teacher Jiang and Lu Fei also glanced at their cell phones, which had already been set to silent mode. Sure enough, there were several missed calls on it. Okay, we'll be down right away. The fat man hung up the phone and stood up with a solemn expression and a frown on his face. Ling Shifei seemed to have not yet reacted, and asked with a confused look. Fat brother, what do you mean it's gone? Hey, Shifei, you'll know when you go downstairs. Teacher Jiang sighed lightly, got up and followed the fat man out. Lu Fei glanced at Baiyu with evil intentions and stood up. Baiyu stretched out his hand to rub his eyebrows and trotted to follow. Everyone hasn't reached the door of 203 yet. Already heard the conversation between a man and a woman coming from the room. The man is all FA at the front desk, since he was scolded by Baiyu once before, and now the player asks him to open the door. He is no longer in trouble. The door was open, and the fat man took a long step and walked straight in. The rest of the people followed suit. Baiyu has actually seen the bones twice, but for some reason, Baiyu's inner fear today is much higher than usual. Maybe it was because the owner of this white skeleton was Sophie, who was about the same age as her. She stood at the door and took a deep breath before carefully entering the door with her hand covering her heart. Teacher Jiang and Yin Qingqing stood around the bed, observing with solemn eyes and saying nothing. Fa at the front desk stood quietly with his hands lowered and a professional mask on his face. Lu Fei was sitting on the sofa at the edge, with his legs crossed and playing with the dagger in his hand, with the same expression as always watching a show. Baiyu glanced at the big bed. To her surprise, the white bone she imagined did not appear. Dot! Baiyu was stunned for a moment and looked at the pale Yin Qingqing with doubtful eyes. Sister Qingqing. Sophie, are you gone? The implication is that Sophie, like the previous dead players, has gone through the process of bones, plants, and then disappearing. Yin Qingqing's eyes were blank and she shook her head. Look carefully at the bed again. She looked sad and her eyes were red. Thinking about Sophie's death, she was deeply touched. However, Baiyu guessed that she was not entirely sad for Sophie. She felt more sorry for herself. I feel sad that I am like a piece of fish being put on the chopping board by a game, but unable to do anything. Yesterday, it was the stud earring guy. Today it's Sophie. When is it yourself? Baiyu sympathizes with this feeling of powerlessness at being crushed by fate in games. Chapter 43, What the Game is Doing Behind the Scenes. Baiyu pursed his lips and raised his eyes again to look carefully at the big bed. At this glance, I finally saw the clue. On the 1.5-meter white bed, a small light yellow flower, as long as a finger, lay alone in the folds of the messy quilt. It was a dandelion that was easily seen in the fields. The flowers are dying, and the branches are very thin. He looks lonely, pitiful, and ordinary. Sure enough, a person who no one cares about in a game is not worthy of being turned into a bone when he dies. Baiyu's breathing was stagnant. His heart felt sour, and his eyes instantly became wet. Hey! It's all my fault! It's all my fault! Teacher Jiang beside him finally couldn't control himself. He muttered to himself with eyes filled with self-blame, and passed out on the spot. Teacher Jiang! The fat man had quick eyesight and quick hands, and supported him. Then, he took out a small finger-long medicine bottle from his arms. He quickly opened the bottle cap with one hand, and put the mouth of the bottle under Teacher Jiang's nose. Within 2 seconds, Teacher Jiang woke up leisurely. Baiyu and Yin Qingqing glanced at him at the same time, not understanding why he said that about themselves. Grandpa Jiang, are you okay? Ling Xiufei held his hand tightly, and asked with concern. Teacher Jiang slowly shook his head. He raised his wrinkled old eyes, glanced at the bed with heartache and regret, and continued to sigh. Hey! It's all my fault! I shouldn't have asked you to ask for other players' phone numbers when you went out. If this were not the case, it would not trigger a subplot, and Xiao Su would not die. Alas! Baiyu wanted to persuade him, but didn't know what to say. Teacher Jiang, how can I blame you for this? Don't think too much about it. Besides, I was the first to make this suggestion. The fat man comforted him, and helped him sit down on the sofa opposite the fat man. Ling Xiufei also advised. Yes, Grandpa Jiang. This must be intentional by the game. We all received calls yesterday, but the caller ID was not a mobile phone number. Don't you think this is strange? Lu Fei, who was playing with the dagger over there, twitched his lips and sneered out of habit when he saw this. The voice was so low that others didn't notice much. Baiyu saw a familiar sense of pride in his eyes. The same look appeared on Lu Fei's face when the man with earrings turned into charcoal. Baiyu couldn't help but frown. She glanced at Sophie's cell phone on the bedside, turned around and quickly entered the bathroom. Yin Qingqing was stunned when she saw this. Sister Xiaobai, what are you going to do? Baiyu ignored her and quickly took a white and used hotel towel and walked out. Amid everyone's confused eyes, Baiyu walked to the bed, patted his fingers with a white towel, and picked up Sophie's cell phone. Their mobile phones were bought at the only mobile phone store on the island. The price is not much different, and the functions are surprisingly consistent. Text messages, phone calls, maps, unable to set fingerprints or anything like that. Just tap it and see the call history at a glance. Sure enough, when she saw her opening Sophie's phone, Lu Fei, who was looking at the show leisurely, stood up with a whoosh. What's wrong? The fat man put down Teacher Jiang and walked over. Baiyu turned around and saw that the call history was blank, and he couldn't help but be stunned. I originally wanted to see Sophie's call records, but there was nothing. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Lu Fei from the corner of her eye, but he saw that he had sat back with a calm expression. Erlang's legs were raised again leisurely. The fat man didn't notice anything strange. raised his eyelids, and said angrily, "Once the player dies, all traces will be erased. So the number associated with it will definitely not be displayed. This is what the game is doing behind the scenes." Chapter 44. Hey guys. Is it time for some fun? Yin Qingqing also echoed. Yes. Everyone has basically bought a mobile phone. It is easy to get our mobile phone number. Baiyu did not completely agree with their views. Although she didn't see the call record, she had already confirmed her previous guess. What happened to Sophie this time was related to the game. However, there is absolutely no way to escape his relationship with Lu Fei. Outside the window, a ray of sunshine came out through the thick dark clouds. But it was fleeting. Baiyu stared at the glass window for a moment, then quickly walked closer. This window is obviously tight and has no signs of damage. If her death was caused by those soft-bodied black monsters, how did they get in? Could it be that those monsters last night could kill people from a distance? Or does the game have a function to automatically repair the scene? Thinking of this, Baiyu secretly smiled bitterly for a second. This is obviously a crisis survival game. But why do I act like a detective? The key is that I am not that good at it either. Fa at the front desk, who had been standing quietly next to him, spoke impatiently. Yes, if there is nothing else, I will go downstairs first. After all, lunch is coming soon. After hearing this, several people looked at each other solemnly. The fat man frowned, puffed out his cheeks, sighed and said, Hey, even if the sky falls, you have to eat first. Let's go downstairs to eat first. Teacher Jiang recovered from the previous self-blame and sighed. Hey, that's right. I don't even know if I can't see the solar energy tomorrow. Let's live the present moment first. Baiyu glanced back at the bed. The yellow dandelion that Sophie turned into has disappeared. Everyone is already used to it. Baiyu still has a question in his heart. After these players die, will the props on them not fall off? Or is it that after the props are dropped, they are only displayed for a short time? Let's go! Little sister Xiaobai. Seeing that she was still stunned on the spot with a confused look on her face, the lady in black skirt came over and patted her on the shoulder, saying softly, Everyone followed Alpha out of 203 with heavy steps. Thinking it was lunchtime, the door in the corridor that was usually closed was now open. A bunch of NPCs with blank eyes walked out of it. Those rooms were like ice cellars for storing rotten food. The moment the door was opened, bursts of cold and biting wind blew out from inside, carrying some stench. At the same time, the lights in the corridor began to flicker. This scene, coupled with the extremely gloomy weather outside, made people feel slightly creepy. Everyone stopped in place, watching them leave in front of them with shrinking eyes. Baiyu silently counted the number of people, and doubts suddenly arose in his heart. Except for the special layout on the 5th floor. The other floors of the B&B have 8 rooms on each floor. There are 3 rooms on the 2nd floor that belong to players, and the remaining 5 rooms. But there were about 15 or 6 people present. Is this room occupied by at least 3 people? You can look at the layout of your own room. Unless there are bunk beds inside. But Baiyu felt that his CPU was about to burn out. She raised her eyes and glanced at everyone. Alpha looked at the NPCs with a condescending smile on his face. Those NPCs were obviously very afraid of him, and they all lowered their heads silently when they passed by. These subtle actions also fell into the eyes of Fatty and Teacher Jiang, and they both frowned in unison. Ling Xiufei and Sister Yu in black skirt both looked confused. Lu Fei suddenly joked at them like a fool. Hey, old guys, is it time to relax? If Chapter 45 exists, does it have to be reasonable? Everyone. I don't know if his words were meant to test the NPC's reaction. It's just a stupid joke. As soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, the NPCs who were walking slowly turned their heads towards him at 180 degrees. His egg-shaped face was instantly locked by a bunch of big, empty eyeballs. The change of painting style is too weird. He originally acted greasy and looked like a fool, and his shoulders couldn't help but twitch slightly. The right hand that he stretched out of reflex had quickly reached for the dagger at his waist. The temperature in the corridor suddenly dropped a lot. Everyone felt their whole body shaking uncontrollably. Just when everyone didn't know what to do, Alpha looked at the NPCs and spoke quietly. Yes, it's getting late. Go downstairs and have dinner. Good. The NPCs squeezed out one word in their throats. Their heads snapped back to their original positions, and they continued to walk forward slowly. Yes, let's go too. Fa turned around, his masked smile still on his face. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but no one has seen such a scene in the past 3 days. Baiyu had another doubt in his heart. What is the significance of the existence of these NPCs? Could it be that he came out to pose while eating? Are you responsible for coming out to scare people when it gets dark at night? But no matter what, at least so far, she found that there are quite a lot of settings in this game for farting and taking off pants. Xiao Bai. There are many times when what exists is reasonable. Teacher Jiang saw the confusion in her eyes and whispered. Baiyu's eyes were stunned. Really? Well, maybe. Brother Fei. Teacher Jiang. Last night. Only then did the lady in black skirt remember what she wanted to tell them. Halfway through his words, he was interrupted by the fat man. Eat first, and then talk after eating. After saying that, he glanced at Alpha, who was walking in front with his chin. The lady in black skirt suddenly stopped talking. Baiyu, who was walking at the end of the team, originally wanted to talk about the strange experience last night, but stopped when he saw this. Seeing those stiff-moving NPCs disappearing at the end of the stairs, Baiyu looked at Alpha and said deliberately, Alpha, do the guests in these rooms stay here for a short period of time? Alpha smiled. Yes, they are permanent guests of our B&B. Xiufei raised his head curiously. Brother Alpha, how long will you stay here to be considered a permanent guest? TSK. Judging from the style and tone of this question, it seems that it is a true biography of Baiyu. Alpha looked back at him and uttered 3 words with the corners of his strangely raised lips. Lifetime. Ling Xiufei. Dot. Everyone. Baiyu, do NPCs also have lifetime employment? Although they felt more confused, they did not dare to say anything and followed AFA downstairs silently. After a quick meal, everyone went straight to 505 where Lu Fei was. The fat man closed the door carefully, and after looking at the cat for a while, he turned to everyone and said, Okay, what you just wanted to say can be said now. Yin Qingqing and Baiyu quickly explained briefly and concisely what they heard and saw the strange situation last night. After the two of them finished talking, Teacher Jiang and Lu Fei added something. Everyone feels the same way. Teacher Jiang came to 3 conclusions after a quick analysis based on everyone's accounts. 1. The NPCs in the corridor will take action after dark, and each subsequent day, the frequency and number of actions will increase. In addition, their danger and aggressiveness will most likely increase over time in the game. 2. The unknown black object outside the window should be some kind of mollusk, but it is unknown what it is. Looking at the scarlet eyes, this animal is most likely aggressive. In the same way, with each passing day, the activity frequency and quantity of this mollusk will increase, and the body size will become larger. 3. After dark, the room will be filled with hypnotic gas, making it impossible to stay awake, and wearing a mask is not very effective. Chapter 46. This dog game really doesn't follow the rules. After Teacher Jiang finished his analysis, he took a sip of water and added, If I guess correctly, Su Xiuqiang and the couple should have been corroded by some corrosive liquid and turned into bones. This corrosive liquid has a similar effect to that of high-concentration sulfuric acid, and it is very likely that it comes from that kind of black mollusk. The fat man frowned. I have a question. The sofa Su Xiuqiang is leaning on has been corroded, but why are the sheets and quilt covers of the couple intact? The utility room was originally a place to store waste materials, and the B&B rooms were for guests to stay in. Everything that happens in the game is originally the final presentation of data and code. The settings may be different. Teacher Jiang pushed up his glasses and squinted his eyes. One more question. Those NPCs came out of the room. But what about those black mollusks? Where did they come from? The devil knows. Why? After everyone finished the discussion, their expressions became more and more serious. By the end of the discussion, everyone stopped talking, because they discovered that this is a dog game where the cards are not played according to the routine. It seems that it is much more dangerous than imagined. Maybe everyone will lose their lives here. After the room was silent for a while, the fat man was the first to speak. Now it seems that all the dangers come from B&Bs or hotels. But the dark time is later than the closing time. And if you don't return to your accommodation before closing time, you will die. Hiding in a B&B room is just as likely to lead to death. It seems that in this dungeon, we will be trapped in the B&B and turn into turtles. And we will turn into dead turtles. Baiyu smiled bitterly for a second after hearing this. Isn't it? It's like catching a turtle in an urn. Damn it. There are monsters that spray corrosive liquid outside the house. And there are also weird NPCs that lurk danger in the house. Are we going to face internal and external attacks this time? Yes. It is quite difficult to break the situation. Teacher Jiang nodded with serious eyes. Could it be that those low-level NPCs will turn into zombies later? That's how it's done in those escape movies I've seen. Ling Shifei interjected. Teacher Jiang reached out and rubbed his hair, sighed and said, It's not impossible. After all, the aura of the NPC I saw today is completely different from the one I saw yesterday. Today is only the 4th day, and we still have 5 more days. Yan Qingqing lowered her head, as if she had not yet recovered from Sophie's death. Everyone was also frightened for a while. I'm already half buried in the ground. I'm not afraid of death. But to die inexplicably in such a strange game. To be honest, I'm not willing to accept it. Teacher Jiang murmured to himself, then raised his voice and sighed. Only when we know ourselves and our enemies can we fight endlessly. Our biggest problem now is that the enemies and dangers are in the dark, while we are in the open. Every time it gets dark, everyone can only hide in bed like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. But when will this kind of hiding end? Listening to his questioning words, Yan Qingqing brushed the broken hair hanging down by her ears, as if she suddenly came back to her senses, and said coldly, The key is that in the later stages, no matter how well you hide, you may not be fine. Yeah, just like last night. Everyone knew not to make any noise at night, and no one was talking, singing or playing cards. But who knew there would be a big phone call? The fat man said carelessly, and Ling Shifei tugged at the corner of his clothes. From the corner of his eye, he saw Teacher John's expression starting to blame himself again, and he immediately closed his mouth. Lu Fei slammed the dagger in his hand on the coffee table, and said with angrily eyes, Damn it. I've never been so cowardly. You can't hide from them. You can't leave them. So just confront them head on. Yan Qingqing glanced at him when he heard this. Looking at Teacher Jiang again, Ling Shifei and Bai Yu continued. Brother Fei, we are outnumbered and outnumbered. How can it be so easy to get frontal steal? Chapter 47 Let him get out of here first. However, Bai Yu suddenly realized from the people's arguing words. I seem to have thought of a solution. When several people heard the words, solution, it was like hearing the words, can survive, and their eyes suddenly looked towards her. In fact, we will face confrontation sooner or later. But our biggest problem now is that we don't know what happens in the corridors and outside the B&B after dark. If you can know it, then maybe you will be more prepared when you have to confront the opponent head-on in the later period. Bai Yu pursed his lips and said, she actually already had an idea in her heart and could express it directly. But at this moment in the game, she doesn't fully trust other people, and every choice will determine the life or death of everyone. According to previous observations, Fatty, Lu Fei, and Yan Qingqing are all veteran players who have experienced other dungeons. But their consciousness and thoughts seem to be extremely restricted. I don't know if they have deliberately preserved their strength. As a newbie, she didn't want to shoulder the responsibility of leading everyone, and it wasn't her place. Therefore, Bai Yu's speeches have always been in the form of guidance, allowing everyone to brainstorm and form a consensus. What's more, many ideas only come from my naturally strong sixth sense and reasoning, without any conclusive evidence. Lu Fei sneered coldly. Hack! I really thought you had some great ideas. So you spent a long time talking nonsense like a car. Although Bai Yu was afraid of him, he still glared at him angrily. This kind of person doesn't do anything, doesn't speak out, makes sarcastic remarks, and secretly hinders and murders his companions. It is true that in the game, everyone can only reluctantly cooperate for the time being in order to pass the level. If it were in reality, she would have been the first to tell the other party to get away, and stay away. What Xiaobai said makes sense. Our thinking just now was limited by our own small room, and we were always thinking about how to avoid an escape. But I didn't realize that I should jump out of the small room and take a look at what was going on in the corridor and outside the B&B. Teacher Jiang nodded, agreeing with her opinion. Yan Qingqing also nodded, but then quickly frowned and said, That being said, if you are hiding in the corridor and peeking, and you are discovered, the consequences will be serious. I remember that the windows in the corridor are not like those in our house, which are all fully closed. The windows in the lobby can also be opened. Overall, staying indoors is relatively safe. Yan Qingqing paused and continued. I suddenly thought of something. Since the windows were closed, how did those people die? Ling Shifei. No matter how tightly the windows are closed, there are still tiny gaps. Maybe those monsters can transform? It's like turning into loose sand, and then gathering the sand into a tower? Lu Fei. Little brat. Have you watched too many science fiction dramas? Ling Shifei grinned. Bai Yu frowned more and more as he listened to their words. Has everyone's debate started again? Why can't we focus on solving the core issue first? So Xiaobai's idea is right. Once her problem is clarified, your problem will be solved, Teacher Jiang said sharply. Fatty did not join the argument, but got inspiration under Bai Yu's guidance and retorted to Yan Qingqing. Why do we have to be outside? How can you observe if you don't go out? Yan Qingqing asked shamelessly. Chapter 48. Choose one. Money or life. The fat man spoke without mercy. Why don't we try using the equipment? Huh? How can that phone, which looks like a senior phone, be able to record a hammer? Lu Fei also joined the camp. Have you noticed that our thoughts have actually been imprisoned by the lack of supplies and primitiveness on this island? If we buy a camera, the simplest function is the one with an infrared camera for night shooting. Teacher Jian also reacted, glanced at Bai Yu, and said, hearing this, Bai Yu's frown relaxed. Older gingers are more spicy. The fat man patted his head and nodded. Yes. Yan Qingqing reacted and glanced at him with beautiful peach blossom eyes. Are you rich? The implication is, do you have enough money? In reality, a high-definition camera, like the one on a mobile phone, can be purchased for only 100 yuan, and can be viewed and controlled remotely on a mobile phone. But this isn't a game. Forget about cameras. Infrared cameras are just about the same as the big old cameras. If she remembered correctly, there was only one store selling electronic products on the entire island. The store that sells mobile phones also sells cameras. However, the price is not cheap. The one with the simplest function seems to cost more than 4,000 yuan. If you need infrared night camera function, the price will definitely be high. That doesn't include the price of a powerful battery that can last all night. It's definitely not enough for me alone. But if everyone raises funds... The fat man hesitated to speak. Yan Qingqing was stunned for a moment. Crowdfunding? Teacher Jiang spoke earnestly and said, it's not convenient for Xiao Wang to say. Let me tell you. Those who can stay in this BNB are basically players who have received 10,000 yuan gold coins. After excluding accommodation fees and material purchases, each person will have 1 or 2,000 left, which should not be a problem. In fact, there will be no chance to go out in the next few days, and there will be nowhere to spend money. As for whether I can finally clear the game and get the chance to exchange gold coins for blue star coins, I don't know if I will have that luck. Now we have reached a critical period. Whether it is money or life, I believe everyone has a judgment. Therefore, I think crowdfunding to buy a camera is feasible. Teacher Jiang said a lot in one breath. He paused for a moment and then continued. In addition, today is the 4th day of the game. The camera will be placed in the corridor tonight and in the courtyard tomorrow night. That is, in the morning of the 6th day in the game. We can roughly know the truth. In addition, it is now basically clear that it is completely safe during the day and the dangers come at night. Therefore, it is recommended that we try to sleep as much as possible during the day except for simple meetings. In addition, everyone should think again and see if there is anything that can block the fragrance that makes people unconscious at night. Ling Shifei raised his hand. Would it be better to wear a mask? It's useless. I wore it last night and it had little effect. Maybe it's because I only wore one. Bai Yu shook his head. She decided to wear 2 at once tonight. But in that case, even if she wasn't bitten to death by the monster while hiding under the quilt, she might be suffocated to death. Teacher Jiang narrowed his eyes. Then you may need to use drugs. I'll think about it for a while. I remember that there is an injectable drug that boosts the brain nerves. It has a very good effect on people who are in coma. Well, Teacher Jiang, please call me when you think of it. Although the supplies here are scarce, I think the medicines are quite complete, and the probability of buying them is high. As for the smell of rosin, it most likely comes from the pine forest outside. I will go out to take a look in the afternoon. The fat man volunteered. Chapter 49. Ha. Being a detective will give you face. Bai Yu looked at the fat man and whispered. Speaking of medicines, fat brother, when you go to the drugstore, see if you can buy some medicine to treat snoring. The kind that can reduce the snoring in the short term. Oh, that's right, the further back you go, maybe the lower the decibel level of the sound that triggers the death condition in the dark night. Xiaobai is right to remind you. Thank you in advance. The fat man looked at her gratefully. Bai Yu smiled politely. After finishing speaking, the fat man retracted his thoughts, glanced at everyone, and hesitated again. So, let's go back to the crowdfunding topic. I am willing to join crowdfunding, although I only have 1,000 left. Bayu understood and took the lead in expressing his stance. In fact, she still has more than 2,000 on the card. But there is no need to tell them all. We are willing too. Teacher Jiang and Ling Xiaofei also raised their hands. Yan Qingqing's expression froze for a second, and she looked at Lu Fei pleadingly. Brother Fei, let's join together. If you can't pass the game, what's the point of keeping more gold coins? Bayu glanced at her from the corner of his eye. So, is Yan Qingqing surrendering to Lu Fei by devoting people and money? When she looked back, she felt it was normal. In a game full of dangers, some people choose to go it alone. Some choose to rely on themselves. And some choose to cooperate. All understandable. After all, everyone's ultimate goal is to clear the game and return to reality in human form. And when there is such an ambiguous relationship between adults, there is no way to judge who is taking advantage of the other. Damn it! Buy it. Buy it. Lu Fei looked at everyone's minds and waited for a second. Then reluctantly agreed. If we want to put the past aside, will it be his turn to contribute some money? His. It's his. Everything that belongs to others belongs to him. The fat man finally relaxed his eyebrows after hearing this. Okay. I'll go buy it in the afternoon and take a look at the pine forest and medicine. Time is too tight in the afternoon. So we are responsible for visiting the pine forest. You can just go straight to buy supplies. In addition, the place where the camera should be placed should not be too obvious. We will go to the corridor in advance to check the spot. Teacher Jiang quickly pulled Ling Xiaofei and said. The fat man didn't object after hearing what he said. Well, that's okay. Then Teacher Jiang. You should be careful. Bayu didn't think much and suggested. Teacher Jiang. Let me go with you. The pine forest was a little weird. It was dark in broad daylight. And there was one more person and more helpers. Yan Qingqing glanced at them and could only say, I'll join you. After speaking, she sighed again. Hey, everyone is obviously here to play an escape game. Looking at this look, they are training us to be detectives. Ha! Being a detective will give you face. Don't just fail the game and become a skeleton as cannon fodder. Lu Fei snorted coldly, took out a bank card from his pocket, and threw it on the coffee table with a bang. There is still 3,000 yuan in the card. Remember to show me the receipt when you get back. If you spend more, don't blame me for being rude. Childish. The fat man glanced at him, reached out to pick up the card and put it into his pocket. Okay, let's get started. After we finish eating, we'll all go to our places. After we buy the camera, we'll put it in the corridor tonight. If there is time, we will have another meeting at the B&B before turning off the lights tonight. Everyone nodded in unison. The fat man looked at the time. There were still more than 10 minutes left before dinner. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. A lot of players died last night. We could feel the strange changes in the corridor and outside the window. And maybe other surviving players could too. How about I make a call and check back now? Maybe I can add some other clues. Teacher Jiang took off his glasses, wiped the corners of his eyes with his index finger, and sighed. That's fine. Chapter 50 are all dead? Your luck can't be so bad. Then let's fight too. After Yan Qingqing finished speaking, she took out her mobile phone and walked to the other corner of the room. Bayu could only stand there blankly. The player she interviewed yesterday was the only survivor of that bed and breakfast. The key point is that they didn't even buy a mobile phone. She did leave her number for the other party. However, the other party never sent any text messages or calls. It seems that he is not willing to establish contact with her. This has to be put in reality. My phone calls and text messages have long been. Soon everyone started making phone calls. 2 minutes later, all the player numbers saved in everyone's hands were dialed. Without exception, no one answered. The text messages I sent out also seemed to sink into the sea. No one replied. This result was beyond Yan Qingqing's expectation. Is it all gone? These people can't be so unlucky. Probably not. Teacher Jiang shook his head, but there was doubt and regret in his eyes. Bayu thought for a while and analyzed. Maybe because of what happened last night. Everyone has turned their mobile phones to silent. You can't watch the news or play games on your mobile phone. So it's not like you can have it in your hand at any time like in reality. Maybe someone will see the number and come back later. After all, there is a difference between the number we broadcast and the inexplicable call that showed null. Hope so. Teacher Jiang sighed again, and his old and tired face instantly became much weaker. When Bayu saw this, He felt a little touched in his heart. She originally wanted to persuade teacher Jiang directly. But I also feel that with my own age and experience, it would be a bit of a trick to talk to an elder about the truth. An idea flashed through my little head, and another kind of tactful and comforting words came out of my mouth. Teacher Jiang, I heard that you were engaged in scientific research in the original world. I suddenly remembered a rumor about science and health, and I wanted to ask you for advice. Teacher Jiang's eyes froze after hearing the word. Ask for advice. In the original world, he was already a member of the unit who was about to retire. Many people say that it is good to retire, as they can spend their remaining years freely and enjoy the happiness of their children and grandchildren. But only he himself knows how depressing and uncomfortable the feeling of being unwanted at work can be. Subconsciously, he inexplicably likes others to ask him for advice, even if the problem itself is trivial. Last night, after several players said they wanted to form an alliance to conquer the game, he volunteered to take the lead. And the person asking her for advice at this moment was Bai. Teacher Jiang's slightly depressed and gloomy eyes instantly brightened a bit. Xiao Bai, tell me. Teacher Jiang has always looked at this girl with special regard for her, who is similar in age to her granddaughter, but is extremely smart and brave in games. There is even a hint of love and appreciation for the younger generation. I heard that when people sigh, a purple toxic gas will form under the nostrils. This gas is invisible to the naked eye and has no smell. But if you smell it too much, it can cause fatal damage to the body. Therefore, it is said that when encountering difficulties, we should think more of the good and sigh as little as possible. So, I just want to ask you, is this rumor true? After Bai finished speaking casually, he curled his dear eyes and showed a pleasant smile. After hearing this, Teacher Jiang squinted her eyes and thought for a second. But she quickly reacted internally. Although he has been engaged in scientific research all his life, he is not good at communicating with others. But after all, at this age, it's not that he doesn't understand things like being familiar with people. This little girl is trying different ways to comfort herself. I've been having trouble sleeping lately, so I'll definitely go to bed early tonight. The typos will be corrected first and then corrected. Good night everyone. Oh. ZZ. Chapter 51. A person with bad luck can't laugh. After thinking about this level, Teacher Jiang suddenly felt a sense of shame and self-blame. Hey, I am really old and confused. Why can't you think more clearly than a little girl? Now, he is not only the eldest, but also half the head of the small team. I always sigh. Can I improve the morale of the team? Where is the role of example? Cough, cough, cough. Teacher Jiang coughed a few times, put on his glasses carefully to cover up the embarrassment in his heart, and then replied to Bai. Yes, Xiao Bai. There is such a saying. After finishing speaking, he sighed again, as if to comfort himself. Life is full of seas, mountains and rivers. Nothing more. Bai knew that the general meaning of these words was that life has ups and downs, and living well is the most worthwhile thing. Some regrets of the past are unavoidable. Living in the present and enjoying yourself in time is the best solution. It seems that Teacher Jiang should be relieved of the regret and guilt caused by Sophie's death. Ling Xifei, who was standing aside, was not very able to understand Teacher Jiang's words. But he didn't ask, but looked at Bai and said curiously, Sister Bai, I also heard a very old saying that people who love to laugh will not have bad luck. Right. Bai nodded. Yes. Is there any scientific basis for this? Ling Xifei blinked, looking very curious. Because a person with bad luck can't laugh. Huh? Bai replied to him seriously. Xifei was confused for a second, and then he realized that it made sense. So he stretched out his hands to lift his cheeks up. Then, grinning like a prairie dog, then it looks like I'm going to have a good smile in front of the mirror when I get back tonight. In this dangerous game, if you are unlucky, you will die early, which is not good. Bai was instantly amused by his appearance and words. Yan Qingqing over there heard the conversation between the two and sighed with a tangled expression. Tonight, I won't go back to my room even if I die. My neighbors are all dead. At night, it's like living next to the morgue. It's scary. After saying that, she gave Bai a meaningful look. There was a hint of silent expectation and temptation in his eyes. Everyone's expressions froze for a second after hearing this. Yes, Sophie and the man with the earrings who lived on the second floor are both dead. It scares me just thinking about it. Not to mention those low-level NPCs who look like zombies. Bai knew that she was hinting that she wanted to live in the same house with him. However, Bai didn't want to be surrounded by someone he had only known for 2 days in such a dangerous environment. Even in this situation, she was scared to live alone. But she doesn't want to be someone else's drag in the game. Likewise, she doesn't want others to be her drag. Even though Yan Qingqing seems to be better than him in every aspect. However, this also increasingly means that when faced with danger, it is very likely that the first person to be sacrificed will be yourself. Besides, you have to take responsibility for your own life. Facing unknown dangers, Bai himself is controllable. But what about others? No one can tell. The most important thing is that the fact that she has a mind space is likely to be exposed in advance. This is the only SSR level prop in the entire game. Once someone like Lu Fei learns about it, then her little life. It is very likely that the game will be destroyed in advance before the danger comes. Thinking of this, Bai had no choice but to act naive and stretched out his hands to tidy up his hair to avoid her probing eyes. Yan Qingqing is a smart person and understands everything instantly. But Bai would reject her, which was beyond her expectation. If Sophie was still alive, and she wanted to live with her, Sophie would definitely want it. Why? Yan Qingqing lowered her eyes and sighed secretly. Chapter 52, Life or Dignity. Which one do you want? Who else can you turn to? Yan Qingqing's beautiful peach blossom eyes glanced at the remaining 4 people. And Yan Qingqing quickly analyzed in her mind. It is obviously unrealistic to seek help from the fat trio. That people have strength in them. However, Teacher Jiang and Ling Shifei, one old and the other young, are obviously 2 extremely weak and weak people. Although Bai is not very strong. He is about the same as a dragster. But she is smart and calm. And she is calm in times of crisis. And she is a kind-hearted girl. This was one of the reasons why she wanted to be close to him. But so be it. It seems that only Lu Fei is left. Although Lu Fei is ruthless, he seems to have a lot of experience in the game. And he probably has a lot of life-saving items on him. And according to my own methods, I should be able to cope with it. Thinking of this, her expression changed, and she looked at Lu Fei beside her with seductive eyes. As he spoke, his slender arms were already reaching towards him. Peg! Tonight. Lu Fei heard what she said just now. After Sei Mimi glanced back at her, Lu Fei reached out and put his arms around her waist, tacitly agreeing. Okay, let's go downstairs to eat. The fat man looked at his cell phone for a long time. Still no one responded to the message. So he gave up. Let's go! After eating and drinking, come up and play with me. Since you can't do anything at night, then hurry up during the day. After Lu Fei over there said it in a huff, he didn't forget to pinch Yan Qingqing's face with his dirty hands. One time. Anyone with a discerning eye can understand the meaning of Lu Fei's words. Young people. Teacher Jiang originally wanted to give him a lecture and tell him to be careful in his speech and etiquette. But the fat man stopped him with his hand. Yan Qingqing, who had always looked like a royal sister, suddenly turned as shy as a little girl and blushed. Her eyelids drooped. She bit her lip. And finally did not defend herself. As long as you save your life and dignity, you can get it back later when you find an opportunity. Bai frowned slightly, stood up, and went out first. Ling Shifei pouted and shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand the tricks of adults, and followed her out. Asterisk. When the fat man hurried back from outside in the afternoon. It's almost 5 o'clock. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard with his front legs, Afa closed the door of the BNB with his back legs with a clang. Teacher Jiang and Ling Shifei were like ants on a hot pot, staring at the time on their phones from time to time, standing at the door with nervous faces. They were afraid that Fatty would miss the closing time of the BNB. The sun outside was too hot, so Bai chose to wait in the lobby. Like Teacher Jiang and the others, she looked at the time on her phone and felt very anxious. Seeing the fat man enter the courtyard, his anxious heart dropped a little. Afa, the receptionist, saw her sitting there alone before and brought her a cup of tea. Bai also learned from him that Saixia had just taken a few days off due to family matters. It seems that my wake-up call service in the next few days will be gone. Xiao Wang, why are you so busy now? Teacher Jiang saw the fat man's face turn red by the sun and quickly reached out to take the large shopping bag from his hand. Teacher Jiang had called him before, but his phone had already been muted and he never responded. Fat brother, drink some water first. Ling Shifei also handed Fatty a bottle of mineral water. The cheapest one was out of stock, and the merchant said they would have to adjust the stock. So I waited for a while. But the strange thing is that there is only one electronic product store on this island. And the ship only comes once every 9 days. I don't know where the merchant goes to transfer goods. The fat man reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting. Hearing his words, Alpha stared at the bag in Teacher Jiang's hand with strange eyes. I feel that everyone, including myself, is under a lot of pressure recently. So I take this opportunity to pour some poisonous chicken soup on everyone. If you don't like it, please ignore it. Ha ha ha, */omega*. Chapter 53 Black Cat and White Cat. If they catch mice, they are good cats. The subtle expression was captured by Baiyu, who had just stepped off the threshold. She quickly stepped forward and stretched out her hand to help Teacher Jiang lift the bag and said, Teacher Jiang, fat brother, let's go upstairs first. After saying that, he winked at Fatty and Teacher Jiang. Although the two of them didn't understand what it meant, they still changed the topic. Everyone walked straight towards 505 without stopping. Lu Fei's room has a large sofa seating area, which can be regarded as a temporary base for several people. The door was half open. At a glance, Yan Qingqing could be seen leaning in Lu Fei's arms with a tired look. Everyone was not surprised. They are all adults and have their own lifestyles. As long as the bottom line is not crossed, it is not their turn to say anything. Not to mention, I don't know yet whether everyone will be able to see the sun tomorrow. Seeing the 4 figures appear at the door, Yan Qingqing sat upright with a swish. She did not forget to reach out and straighten her messed up hair, and gave the 4 of them a beautiful smile. Hey, I'm back. Have you bought anything? Lu Fei stared at the shopping bags in the hands of Teacher Jiang and Baiyu, with a rare happy expression on his face. As he spoke, his hands restlessly roamed Yan Qingqing's back. Even though she was wearing clothes, Yan Qingqing's face was turning blue and white. She had no choice but to reach out and pull his palm off. But he quickly stretched it back up. The two of them just twisted around without saying a word. Everyone's minds were focused on the camera, but they didn't pay attention. Yes, the fat man nodded, turned around and closed the door carefully before continuing. However, the cameras on this island are only black and white, which may not be conducive to our observation of details. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Black and white. Teacher Jiang ignored the strange looks from the others. He placed the bag on the coffee table, and with Baiyu's help, bent down and opened it. He took out an old black video camera and a palm-sized rechargeable battery. The camera looks bulky and dated. The size is only slightly smaller than A4 paper. Baiyu was stunned for a moment. Is the modeler of this survival game modeled after the 1980s? Hack! This thing is so stupid! What the hell did you buy? Lu Fei glanced at the big object and muttered with disgust. The fat man's face suddenly became unhappy, and he clenched his fists tightly. This birdie has been busy picking up girls in the house all afternoon, and he still has the nerve to gossip about others. If he dares to say another word, he will definitely give him some color to see. It's okay. Just black and white in pictures. It's better than nothing. Fat brother, you've been working hard all afternoon. Sit down and take a rest. Baiyu comforted the fat man. That's right. Our Chinese teacher said, it doesn't matter whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice. It's a good cat. Ling Shifei also agreed. There is a shortage of supplies on the island. Let's get over it and understand it, Teacher Jiang said quickly, not wanting everyone to have conflicts. The fat man glared at Lu Fei as if he was looking at an idiot, then threw the finished mineral water bottle into the trash can with a bang, then sat down and looked at Jiang Yuan and said, Teacher Jiang, have you chosen the placement location? Teacher Jiang nodded. Yeah. We looked at 3 locations. One was the floor where Xiaobai lived on the 4th floor. There was a bunch of pipes above the passage at the stairway that could be put up. We looked at other floors, and there was no place to put it. As for the outside of the B&B, we planned to place it on the light stand on the side of the utility room. Chapter 54 What's the use of the rooftop? Recording the moon? The fat man nodded doubtfully and asked, Is there a 3rd location? Teacher Jiang pushed up his glasses. Well, on the 6th night, we are going to put the camera on the rooftop. The fat man's eyes were confused for a second. What are you doing on the rooftop? Recording the stars and the moon? Hearing this, Lu Fei, who had been busy talking to Yan Qingqing, snorted again. But this time, he didn't talk nonsense. Teacher Jiang coughed lightly and explained. It was Xiaobai who suggested it. She said that if we follow the theory of catching a turtle in an urn, we cannot leave the B&B. But we will also face the consequences of sitting still and waiting for death in the room. Therefore, it is very likely that our last defensive position will be the roof of the B&B. We also went up to take a look today. There is a half section of escalators between the 5th floor and the roof. There is a rusty iron door there that can also be pried open. Once the iron door on the top of the building is closed, no one can open it, and the NPCs in the corridors should not be able to get in. At least one hidden danger will be reduced. However, this is just my personal inference. It is also very possible that the roof and glass windows have been invaded by soft-bodied insects. Baiyu added. Teacher Jiang. But at least it reduces the threat of NPCs, which is a good thing for us. Only then did the fat man understand. That's okay. The more we observe, the less passive we will be in the later stage. And based on this calculation, we actually don't have much time left to prepare. After saying that, he changed the topic. By the way, Teacher Jiang, you went to the pine forest this afternoon. Did you find anything? Speaking of the pine forest, everyone's eyes suddenly darkened. We found something. There's something wrong with that pine forest, but we can't figure it out. So I want to wait for you to come back and hear your opinions. Teacher Jiang then told Fatty about how they went to the pine forest in the afternoon and found that except for the green pine needles, all the branches of the pine trees were tightly wrapped in an unknown black substance. The black substance, which looks a bit like dried asphalt, wraps the pine tree trunks tightly, as if they are one piece. At first, Baiyu was very imaginative, guessing that those black substances were soft insects lying on the windows at night. After all, the large black object that appeared in the B&B instantly after turning off the lights could only come from the nearest pine forest. It's just that the two objects don't seem to have anything to do with each other. No one could imagine what the relationship between this black patchy asphalt material and a soft-bodied insect with two new red eyes, like a caterpillar, could be. Ling Shufei also agreed with Baiyu's guess. He said that it might be that during the day, this species has its own unique form, and it will not be resurrected or transformed until night comes. He said that this was how it was done in the science fiction and mythological films he watched before, although others were unconvinced about the two's ideas. However, Lu Fei still took out his dagger and scratched a few lines on the trunk of the pine tree. But I found that the material was very hard, like black gold. Even though his dagger cut through iron like clay, it left only a trace of scratches. Later, he lit a small torch to burn it, but found that the black object still had no change. Teacher Jiang speculated that it might be the special settings of the game. Although this tree is very different from the common pine tree, it should not interfere with their clearance. The fat man was stunned after hearing this. I just said, how come it feels like it's broad daylight? The pine forest is dark and looks weird. But to be honest, it's really hard to connect living and dead things. It should be, as Teacher Jiang said, a special setting for the game. Chapter 55. People can't be choked to death by peeing. But where did those black soft-bodied bugs come from? Yin Qingqing pressed her cheeks with her hands, but stared blankly at the old black camera. Baiyu glanced at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock, and said quickly, It's almost 6 o'clock, and I don't know if those NPCs will come out on time to eat. We were afraid that we would have to put the camera in the surveillance position on the 4th floor while no one was paying attention. As for where those black bugs came from, we will probably know the day after tomorrow. Everyone felt that what she said was reasonable, so they all nodded. The fat man checked the camera switch and power supply again to make sure they were correct, and then headed straight to the 4th floor with everyone. Today is the 4th day into the game, and the lights are turned off at 19 o'clock. After everyone placed the cameras and quickly went downstairs to eat, they hurried back to their respective houses. The sky outside the window is still extremely gloomy. Baiyu suddenly recalled that he wanted to go to the toilet just after dark last night, but he was afraid that getting up and making any noise would lead to death, so he had to endure it. He just fell asleep within a few seconds, but you can imagine the sour feeling after waking up in the morning. Thinking of this, she quickly got up and took out the diapers she had bought today from the space and put them on. People must not be suffocated to death by urine. However, urinating and defecating on the bed is not her style. Wear a mask and grab an eyebrow razor. Baiyu lay back on the bed filled with anxiety, quietly waiting for the time to turn off the lights. Entering day 5 of the game. When Baiyu woke up naturally in the morning, it was almost 12:30. Listening to the system's announcement, there were 5 more players lost last night. However, this is the day with the fewest player deaths in several days. This was beyond her expectation. It's normal. The further you go in the game, the more dangerous it becomes. Still alive. Brains, physical strength, luck, and even props are all involved to a greater or lesser extent. Bayu vaguely remembered that there seemed to be more people in the corridor last night, and the force with which he scratched her door with his nails was much stronger, so much so that he could almost break in. As for the window, Bayu felt that those black figures with scarlet eyes were about to crush the glass. Only then did she realize. Wearing 2 layers of a mask didn't do much good except make her more frightened. Out of sight, out of mind, she finally had no choice but to hide in bed and quietly take off her mask. With Sophie's lessons learned, Teacher Jiang sent them messages one by one early in the morning. Fortunately, several players in the BNB are still alive. Today the BNB didn't turn on the lights and open the door until 12 o'clock. Lunch ends at 1300 hours, leaving players with extremely tight time to eat. Everyone who woke up immediately went downstairs to eat without having time to do anything else. After dinner, we went straight to the old stronghold 505. Yan Qingqing, who had moved into Lu Fei's room since last night, didn't know if it was to ease the embarrassment, but even prepared a bottle of drink for each person. As for the camera hidden in the 4th floor corridor yesterday afternoon, Fatty took Ling Shifei to retrieve it immediately. After connecting the rechargeable battery to the socket and charging it, Fatty turned on the camera and pressed the fast-forward button. Okay, it's time to witness the miracle. Everyone put down the drinks in their hands and sat quietly on the sofa with bated breath, waiting for the truth about the corridor to be revealed after dark. It was still daylight when the camera was turned on in there. What was captured was nothing more than the scene of the NPC opening the door and going downstairs to eat when the time was up, and the scene of Bayu and other NPCs returning to their rooms. The picture is in black and white. The sound is not loud, and the playback lens frame is only about the size of a fat man's palm. But the clarity is pretty good. It's just those NPCs with empty eyes and various behaviors. Against the background of the black and white picture and fast-forward speed, it looks a lot more weird. Chapter 56. Watching the live broadcast and going to the factory to screw screws are better than this. Bayu looked at it. An extremely bad premonition emerged in my heart. Teacher Jiang glanced at the time on the camera. He wanted to fast forward to the time to turn off the lights. There were at least a few minutes left. Seeing that everyone was sitting upright and nervous, he deliberately relaxed the atmosphere and said, "When I was young, the TV set at home was black and white. Now when I see a black and white picture, it's quite familiar. My God, there was TV back then." It seems that Teacher Jiang comes from a wealthy family. The fat man couldn't help but look envious. His finger was resting on the fast-forward button of the camera, and his eyes were fixed on the picture. Teacher Jiang said modestly, "It's okay. It's okay. I can be considered well off." Bayu. Actually, I suddenly realized that the images taken by the infrared camera at night were originally black and white. So fortunately, the black and white model that Fatty bought is probably a lot cheaper. Everyone couldn't help but nodded, seeing that they were still in the mood to chat. Lu Fei couldn't help but yelled irritably, "Can the fast-forward screen be made faster?" Very meow. In this empty corridor, there is a robot watching the scene. Watching a live broadcast and going to the factory to screw screws are better than this. The fat man raised his eyes and glared at him, with an expression on his face that said, "You can do it. Go ahead. But if you can't, don't do it." He replied angrily, "Sorry. I can't do it anymore." Logically speaking, Fatty is no weaker than Lu Fei. However, he has a relatively gentle personality and is relatively tolerant. Previously, in order to ensure the basic harmony of the team, I had not bothered with Lu Fei much. But seeing Lu Fei's arrogance becoming more and more arrogant, he gradually came up with the idea of expelling Lu Fei from the team. So the tone of his words just now was a lot colder and more indignant. Lu Fei naturally noticed it. He naturally has his own little calculation in mind. But now was not the time for him to fly solo. So he shifted the conflict and patted Yan Qingqing's thigh beside him, shouting, "Call me when the hour is up. This bird scene makes my eyes hurt." After saying that, he closed his eyes angrily and leaned back on the sofa. Yan Qingqing nodded and gave a gentle yes. Others also thought the replay screen looked boring. But when it comes to the truth about the corridor, no one dares to slack off at all. Finally, at 19 o'clock, we arrived. The corridor suddenly entered complete darkness. The camera's infrared shooting function is automatically activated. The picture is still in black and white, but it is darker, with a vague underworld style. Everyone held their breath and waited quietly for the NPCs to come out of the room. Yin Qingqing also said, "Brother Fei, turn off the lights," and then patted Lu Fei gently. Lu Fei opened his eyes, and with a click, his whole egg-faced face was already in front of the camera. "Brother Fei, can you go further back? We can't even see you." Ling Xiufei couldn't help but complain timidly. Lu Fei glanced at him, cursed, sat back, and closed his eyes again. "Damn it. The picture is so dark and small. Look at the hammer." Lu Fei kept swearing a lot, and Teacher Jiang couldn't help but frown. "Shoo." As if he heard something, the fat man put his ear in front of the camera and quickly touched the volume button with his fingers. Teacher Jiang didn't know why. Just as he was about to ask, he heard the sound of unstable electricity coming from the camera with the volume turned up. Soon, the originally clear shot was suddenly filled with dense snowflakes. "It's broken. It shouldn't be." Fatty looked at the strange scene, frowned and muttered to himself, "This." The others were also confused. Bayu's right eye jumped for no apparent reason. Chapter 57, Silent Island, really H.L. Jump right eye jump choi disaster. A bad premonition arose in my mind. Bayu glanced at the snowflake screen, and his buttocks reflexively moved a few steps behind the sofa. Although it was daytime at the moment, the sky outside the window was dark. Outside the B&B, it seemed like it was surrounded by thick black fog. Somehow, a picture flashed across Bayu's mind. Dark nighttime. In the dark basement, the ground was full of messy handprints and footprints of unknown creatures. On the moldy and smelly wall, dark red blood-stained flowers bloomed one after another. On the dilapidated wooden cabinet directly in front, a female ghost with long hair, red clothes, and a long red tongue crawled out from the old TV set shimmering with snowflakes. The whites of the eyes filled the eye sockets, and 2 lines of bright red blood and tears gurgled down. The strange thoughts passed away momentarily, but Bayu was still frightened and shivered. She quickly glanced at everyone and secretly took a deep breath. "You really don't want to buy scrapped second-hand goods." Before Lu Fei could even scold him, the camera lens flashed for a few times and then returned to normal. The sound of dip and dip came and went, resounding in the corridor. Soon, a bunch of NPCs with stiff movements and rigid expressions walked out of the room with arrogant steps. Their clothes have not changed, but their expressions and movements are much stiffer and weirder than when they met during the day, as if there were no bones to support him. The clothes on his body were loose, and he walked unsteadily, visible to the naked eye. The skin of those NPCs looked significantly paler and swollen than during the day. Teacher Jiang, who was next to the fat man, stretched out his hand to adjust his glasses and took a closer look. Even though he was well informed and calm, he couldn't help but let out a breath of cold air. Bayu even saw a hint of fear in his old eyes. "Teacher Jiang, what's wrong?" Teacher Jiang looked stiff for a second, then lowered his voice and spoke carefully. "These NPCs have changed, and their skin texture is indescribable. I saw them when I attended the memorial service of an old friend. My old friend had a heart attack while swimming. Everyone died." Over there, Lu Fei, who had his eyes closed and was concentrating, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He raised his buttocks, and his braised egg-shaped face was already in front of the camera. After staring at the screen for a few seconds, he sat back with an extremely ugly expression on his face. "Yes, a corpse will become like this if it is soaked in water for a long time. Damn it! This time it is really going to be a ghost." Everyone, could it be that this copy has supernatural elements? The scene and topic changed so quickly that Bayu was stunned for a second. "Is this what you want?" "Teacher Jiang, Brother Fei, it's broad daylight. Don't be scary." Yin Qingqing was usually most afraid of these ghosts, so she couldn't help but move a few inches closer to Lu Fei. Ling Xiufei was sitting farthest away, his thin body hunched over like a prawn. He opened his mouth, stared at the screen without blinking for a few seconds, and then asked weakly, "Could it be that all the regular guests in our B&B are actually dead people?" His words cleared everyone's doubts. "If that's the case, then during mealtime, all the people sitting around me would be dead people." After Yin Qingqing muttered to herself with frightened eyes, she felt a surge of sour water instantly rise from her stomach to her throat. She quickly turned her head away, covered her mouth, and started retching. "Damn it! I used the same dinner plate as them. It's so disgusting." Lu Fei also cursed angrily. Chapter 58. Wow! What kind of cool operation is this? The others trembled when they heard this, and their faces turned pale. My stomach also became upset. Baiyu was there for a moment. Finally, she understood the true meaning of what the NPC old man told her when she first entered the game. Little girl, what you see may not be true. The fat man's expression was relatively calm. He frowned and suddenly said, So, the abnormal scene just now was not caused by the machine itself at all, but because their appearance affected the current? Although he was talking, his eyes never left the camera, seeing those NPCs getting closer and closer to the camera. He also slowed down the playback speed to 1.25 times. The internal layout of this B&B is very strange. The elevator is installed on one side of the passage, and the walking stairs are on the other side. The side passage where the elevator is located is equipped with glass windows that can be opened and closed manually. On the other side of the walking stairs, there is a solid wall. The position of the camera is exactly on the pipe in front of the solid wall and facing the glass window. Because of the angle, the blind spot of the shooting started just from the edge of the door frame of the room where Baiyu was located. On the screen at this moment, the NPC happened to be facing away from the elevator and walking toward the stairway. Listening to the fat man's words, Xiufei's eyes twinkled and he nodded. Yes, fat brother. That's how it was acted in the horror movies I've seen. Heck! Me. Lu Fei heard Ling Xiufei mention the movie scene again, and was about to give him a slap in the face when he was interrupted by Fatty's hurried exclamation. Wait! Something's wrong with the picture! Everyone's breath froze when they heard this. In an instant, those who pinched their fingers, bit their lips, and clenched their fists all mustered up the courage to look at the screen. Several NPCs in the screen seemed to stop in front of Baiyu's door number 4041 after another. 2 NPCs with sunken eyes and rotten skin had already pressed their faces against her door. Several other NPCs crowded behind them with their teeth and claws bared, shouting something repeatedly. All the NPCs had wet hair and looked disgusting and sticky. It is no exaggeration to say that they are zombies. At the same time, the zombie NPCs surrounding Baiyu's door stretched out their black and swollen fingers and scratched her door crazily. The nails were sharp and long, and black enough to be seen with the naked eye. A pile of scratches and rotten meat were quickly left on Baiyu's door. Everyone couldn't help but look at Baiyu with sympathy, but saw that her eyebrows were furrowed and her little face was unusually solemn. What they didn't know was that their own door had experienced the same thing last night. There was a moment of silence in the room. Only then did everyone hear the words squeezed out of the throats of the NPCs in the camera footage. White feather. White feather. Dot. Hungry. So hungry. The meat smells so good I want to eat it. Dot. Everyone listened with frowns, feeling increasingly frightened. If the door is opened, Baisu's small body won't be enough for one person. Yin Qingqing listened with her ears straight up for a few seconds, looked at Baiyu with doubtful eyes, and whispered, Sister Xiaobai, didn't you tell me your name is Baisu? Then who is Baiyu? Baiyu raised his eyes and looked at her, speechless for a moment. But then an awkward smile emerged from his frightened face. Sorry, Sister Qingqing. That's my stage name. Yin Qingqing. Dot. Everyone else's minds were occupied by fearful images, but they didn't pay attention to this detail. Wait, something's wrong again. The fat man pointed his index finger at the upper right corner of the camera and exclaimed. Chapter 59. This voice almost sent away people's souls. Everyone's hearts had been hanging in their throats. At this moment, when the fat man shouted, he was as frightened as a bird. Several people's shoulders shrank and trembled physiologically. And then they raised their eyes and looked at the camera screen. The zombie NPCs, who knocked on Baiyu's door to no avail, muttered, Hungry! So hungry! Then changed their pace and walked towards the side of the corridor with the windows. Wouldn't it be nice to leave the door of a room? Baiyu looked confused and leaned his head in front of the camera. Only then did he see clearly that several zombie NPCs climbed up the window and jumped out using their hands and feet like geckos. Everyone also saw it. About 20 minutes later, they chewed with their mouths bulging and then tumbled in through the window. There was some liquid and black fluff, sparsely falling from the corners of their dry and black mouths. The nervous people looked at each other for a second. Aiko! What kind of cool operation is this? Also, what are they eating in their mouths? Hungry? Liquid? Window? Black hair? Ling Xiufei murmured to himself, quickly analyzing the connections between the two in his mind. A bold guess suddenly came to mind. I understand. Those zombie NPCs are probably looking for soft-bodied bugs outside the window. Oops. Ling Xiufei's abrupt voice almost sent everyone's souls away. Lu Fei immediately gave him a big eyeball. I mean, little brat, can you stop yelling all day long? Sooner or later, I'm going to have a heart attack from you. Sorry. Seeing that the others also looked frightened, Xiao Fei quickly stuck out his tongue and apologized. Xiao Wang, pause the playback, Teacher Jiang said, and his body had already bounced up from the sofa. He hunched over and leaned his face in front of the camera, then enlarged the picture in the corner to the maximum size, stared at it carefully for a few seconds, and then said with a solemn expression, Xiao Fei is right. They did go to eat those soft-bodied insects. After saying that, he turned sideways to reveal the camera lens, and pointed at the hand of a zombie NPC in front of the camera. Everyone stood up and looked over. Their faces all turned pale, from the pale fingers of the zombie NPC, which were clenched into fists. A bunch of black insect bodies with half of their bodies still squirming wildly squeezed out. Without a single exception, a section of the insect body was bitten off, and some transparent liquid was still flowing thinly from the fracture. The liquid was like discolored clear snot, and looked very sticky and disgusting. And those bugs do have some fine hairs on their bodies, which coincides with the black hairs stuck to the corners of the NPC's mouth. Although the picture was in black and white, it was so impactful that Yan Qingqing reached out to cover her mouth, turned her head and retched. Baiyu resisted his discomfort and stared at the half-decapitated insects, secretly comparing them with the sizes in his previous memory. After the comparison, she froze. The size of these black insects seems to be much larger. The fat man glanced at her. What do you mean? Baiyu raised his hand and gestured. According to our previous analysis, NPCs become more dangerous as they move forward, and it is obvious that today they have begun to possess the characteristics of zombies. And these bugs, if I remember correctly, were only as long as a finger at first, but now they are as big as a palm. If the deduction is based on this ratio, it is estimated that by the 9th day, the insect will be as long as an arm, which is not surprising. When everyone heard this, their faces suddenly turned from white to black. Chapter 60 Dog Game. Shrimp and Pig Heart. Damn! Let's face it. There are just a few of us, and there aren't enough zombies behind us to fill our teeth. If these bugs really grow to such a big size, they won't even have a single bone left. There are no bones left. You forgot what Teacher Jiang said. The bug may spray corrosive liquid. Since it is corrosive, how dare these zombies eat it? Everyone thought about it for a moment, and became extremely frightened. So that's why the windows in the corridor are open. But the bugs don't come in. Zombies eat bugs. Zombies eat people. Bugs eat people. Oh my god! How come we are at the bottom of the food chain? Ling Xiafei clenched his fingers with a tearful face and finished the analysis. He was so helpless that he almost cried. The key is we still have 4 days to suffer. There are new discoveries every day, and I spend every day in fear and speculation. I am really tired and destroyed. This dog game is like cutting flesh with a blunt knife. Killing people and killing people's hearts. Yeah. I don't know who designed this game. It's only 9 days. The plot can be completed in 3 days. If it's 9 days, isn't this just a plot that makes people feel sad? Everyone was talking angrily. The fat man didn't know which muscle was wrong, so he reached out and touched the curly hair on his head and said jokingly, If we don't offer 9 days, how can we pay for promotions? After all, the charges for staying in a B&B for 9 days are different from those for 3 days. This joke is about to reach the North Pole of the Earth. Everyone glared at him in unison. Teacher Jiang remained silent and did not participate in the discussion. Seeing that everyone was starting to talk nonsense again, he quickly waved his hand and said, The lights at the B&B will be turned off at 6 o'clock today. So we still have to leave some time to eat and set up the cameras. At the current speed, we can't see the entire picture. Please be patient for a moment, and then take a look at the screen to see if you can discover anything new or regular. The fat man suddenly stopped talking. Teacher Jiang is right to remind you. It is important to look at the picture first. Others also fell silent and focused their attention on the camera playback screen again. More than 3 hours later, everyone's eyes were almost cross-eyed, and they finally finished the recorded scenes quickly. Teacher Jiang is good at summarizing and analyzing and said, So, we discovered a few more things today. 1. The zombie NPC goes out to look for food every night after turning off the lights. Their first choice for foraging is real players, followed by the soft-bodied caterpillars outside the corridor. Let's call them rotworms for now. 2. Judging from the current progress of their mutation, It is very likely that the door of the player's room will be scratched by the zombie NPC in the next 2 days. And judging from the way they climbed out of the window, it is very likely that they have the ability to climb. The ability to climb on exterior walls. Ling Shifei. Like a gecko? Yes. So our previous idea that we could escape the NPC by escaping to the rooftop was unrealistic. Teacher Jiang finished speaking solemnly and continued. 3. The activities of zombie NPCs are regular. Starting after dark, they will come out to look for food and wander around for half an hour, and will return to the room uniformly after half an hour. After resting for 12 minutes, it will come out again, and the cycle will continue until dawn. Fatty! So, those 12 minutes may be the time we can relax and adjust? Yes. Teacher Jiang nodded. Yin Qingqing retched for a long time, and her face turned pale before she regained her composure. She raised her hand and asked, I have a hunch that in the later stages, the zombies' resting time will gradually decrease, and the time they go out to forage will increase simultaneously. I want to ask too. You agreed. Chapter 61, Silent Island, just do it. Lu Fei turned the dagger in his hand and sneered coldly. As little as possible. Come on. 1 master will kill 1. 2 masters will kill 1 pair. Just do it. Why bother talking so much? Ling Shifei glanced at him and fancied how great it would be if everyone had heavy weapons with an unlimited supply of bullets. Just like in those science fiction movies. Dealing with this kind of zombies. 1 in a wooden warehouse. Is so exciting. After saying that, he raised his hand and made a bye, shooting gesture towards the window. The fat man looked at him and smiled. Classmate Shifei, you have a good idea. But don't think about it next time. Yin Qingqing also joked. Isn't that right? The kitchen knives in the BNB are exclusive to NPC players and cannot be touched. It is impossible to buy decent weapons on the island. Payback, unlimited supply of bullets? Shifei, your fantasy of a pea shooter is more realistic than this. Others. Ling Shifei. Dot. Teacher Jiang ignored their words and continued what Yin Qingqing said before. It's not impossible. It's better to believe that it exists than to believe that it doesn't happen. There isn't much time left for us to prepare now. We don't have powerful weapons, nor physical strength or force. It's unrealistic to fight head-on. We can only use outsmarts. Other people. Lu Fei raised his eyelids and looked at Teacher Jiang as if he were an idiot. Outwit? Do you want to play a trick on the zombies and rotten insects? Teacher Jiang. Tomorrow there will only be 4 hours for the BNB to open and close. I suggest that you two, Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu, go buy more lime together. It's best to buy quicklime and grind it into powder. If you don't have any, slaked lime will do. Yu reacted instantly. I think there is a construction site on the island, and lime should be available. Teacher Jiang, what are you buying lime for? The fat man was stunned for a second. Teacher Jiang raised her hand to adjust her glasses and explained. Judging from the honeycomb holes on the white bones, the liquid sprayed by the bugs is strongly acidic and corrosive, and the lime is a strong alkali, which should be able to deal with bugs. And generally speaking, quicklime can also kill insects. Yes, we learned in our magic class that once the acid and alkali are neutralized, those bugs may become solid. Ling Shifei was the first to react. Okay, what about the money? The fat man frowned slightly and looked embarrassed for a second. Lime is not expensive, but he doesn't have many gold coins left. Besides, asking him to contribute both money and effort, you can't just keep the wool gathered by him. Seeing that no one spoke, he pretended to be helpless inside. Old fellows, keep crowdfunding. Lu Fei doesn't want to be a coolie, nor does he want to participate in crowdfunding. But tomorrow is the last chance to prepare, and there is no room for him to be arrogant at this point. After several people discussed the division of labor, it was time for dinner again. The thought of having dinner with those zombies eating carrion worms instantly made everyone lose their appetite. But they still had to go downstairs, because the heavy camera must be placed before dark. In the lobby, a bunch of zombies had returned to their normal NPC form, and Chichikaka ate them. All FA stood at the front desk wearing a mask and smiling face as usual. When everyone walked down the stairs and passed by the side of the lobby, they were all trembling with fear. Those NPCs just looked up at them as usual, and then continued to immerse themselves in eating. When Yin Qingqing thought of the playback screen of the camera, my stomach started to feel churning and uncomfortable again. Chapter 62. It's the critical time to fight for luck. She endured the discomfort. He walked to the front desk, deliberately blocked off his view, and greeted him politely. A beautiful customer strikes up a conversation. Alpha was naturally very happy, and chatted with her enthusiastically. Fatty and Ling Shifei, like thieves, quickly went straight to the courtyard with their cameras in hand. By you, Teacher Jiang. And Lu Fei pretended to go get some food. Then he deliberately sat on the side near the bookshelf, without moving his chopsticks, and started making a loud noise. Other NPCs, Goyula rolled his eyes, and looked in their direction. The distraction method used by several people worked, and no one really noticed what happened in the courtyard. Fatty and Ling Shifei quickly came back from the courtyard. They looked at each other, and saw that they had already placed them. Yan Qingqing no longer pretended to be calm. She said goodbye to Afa, and went straight upstairs with her hands on her stomach. Everyone dispersed, and went back to their rooms to eat solid food. Baiyu returned to the house and locked the door. With a thought. The small hot pot and iced coke that were previously stored appeared in front of me. Baiyu finished eating quickly, and then discovered. I haven't made the anti-wolf spray I put in my space yet. I looked at the time and saw that there were still more than 20 minutes until the lights were turned off. With a quick thought, she appeared on the table holding a watering can. Mustard, millet chili noodles, wind oil essence, and 10 drops of water. Making anti-wolf spray does not require much skill. Just put several items together. Add tap water, and shake quickly. Baiyu didn't prepare much, so he calculated enough and only got 5 bottles. She didn't know whether these items were useful for NPCs who turned into zombies. After all, when I bought it previously, I was not aware of the existence of so-called zombies and rotten insects. However, it is better to have it than not. After everything is done, all excess materials are taken back into the space. There are 3 minutes left until 18 o'clock. The sky, where the sun usually hung high at this time, had already darkened in advance. The house was filled with the unpleasant smell of Fending and 10 drops of water. Baiyu put on a medical mask and jumped into bed in advance. She glanced at the refreshing injection that Teacher Jiang gave her that could prevent her from falling asleep for a short period of time. Tangled for a moment, deciding not to use it yet, he put it into his mind space. In her opinion, it is better to be in a coma and pretend to be dead to face the unknown fear than to be awake. And judging from the intensity with which the zombies scratched the door yesterday, they should be able to barely hold on today. As for tomorrow, it's hard to say. As long as the door doesn't get scratched so quickly, her chances of survival will be much higher. Anyway, today is night 5 into the game. Whether it's zombies or rotten insects, the danger is definitely soaring. All in all, it's a critical moment to try your luck. 18 o'clock. The lights in the BNB were turned off on time with a special sound. Amidst the pungent smell of Fending and 10 drops of water, a dense and familiar scent of pine emerged. Asterisk. Entering the 6th day of the game. When the BNB turned on the lights and opened the door, it was already 1300 hours in the afternoon. Baiyu woke up directly from hunger. As soon as she reached out to touch her growling belly, a familiar mechanical sound rang in her ears. All, ding! The current number of surviving players is 20. Ding! There are 3 days, 20 hours, 43 minutes, and 21 seconds left in this game. Baiyu's sleepy eyes were stunned for a moment. There were still 10 people missing last night. She guessed that the door of the 10 missing players should have been scratched by a zombie NPC. Unconsciously, 80 players were gone. A crisis survival game that cuts flesh with blunt knives is indeed nonsense. Chapter 63. Don't make the picture too appetizing. Baiyu clicked on his phone. Then I saw the text message sent by Teacher Jiang. Jiang Yumin, we have returned with the camera. After you wash up and finish your meal, come to 506. 506 is the parent-child room where Fatty and the 3 of them live. Right next to the sea view room. Thinking about it, Lu Fei and Yan Qingqing, like her, naturally woke up late. After Baiyu replied, okay, he quickly went to wash up. Fortunately, I just need to grit my teeth and hold on for 3 more nights. But, can she persevere? The BNB only turns on the lights and opens the door at 1300 hours today, closes at 1500 hours, and turns off the lights at 1700 hours. The time left for everyone is becoming increasingly urgent, so we can only divide our forces into 2 groups. Fatty and Lu Fei were responsible for buying lime. Teacher Jiang and the remaining people were responsible for watching the video playback, looking for clues, and making preparations. Lu Fei kept cursing and was very reluctant, but thinking that it was important for the dog's life to be saved. He followed the fat man uncharacteristically. When Baiyu arrived at 506 with the self-heating rice, Yin Qingqing and the others were already inside. This is not like Lu Fei's Sea View room, which has a separate reception area. In order to facilitate viewing and charging at the same time, the camera was placed on the table at the end of the bed in the master bedroom. Yin Qingqing, Teacher Jiang and the others sat beside the bed, watching intently. Although they haven't been watching for long, it can be seen that their expressions are quite solemn. Baiyu asked in a low voice. Teacher Jiang, Sister Qingqing, have you eaten? Well, I ate some solid food. Teacher Jiang stared at the screen and replied to her. Yin Qingqing and Ling Shufei also smiled and nodded. Baiyu said nothing and sat down next to them. Sister Xiaobai, are you sure you want to eat while watching? Yin Qingqing looked at the rice that was not yet heated in her hand, was stunned for a moment, and reminded her kindly. Eat here, and you will see zombies jumping out of the window to eat carrion bugs. TSK. Don't be too eager to eat. Baiyu nodded gently. Well, otherwise, I'm afraid of missing important scenes. After saying that, she suddenly reacted. As soon as I saw it in my throat, my good appetite disappeared immediately. Sister Bai, you'd better eat next to her first. If we find anything special, we will notify you as soon as possible. Ling Shifei pointed to his own children's room and said childishly. Teacher Jiang looked at the time on the video recorder. Before the playback time reached dark time, he also advised her. Yes, Xiao Bai, we don't have enough time today, so let's eat our food first. When Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu come back, we will tell them the clues together again. Moreover, the scene has not been replayed until dark, so you can watch it again after eating. Yeah, that's okay. Seeing this, Baiyu entered Ling Xiufei's children's room carrying self-heating rice. By the time Baiyu finished his meal quickly and came out, the scene after dark had already started for a while. As soon as the lights at the B&B were turned off, rotten insects crawled in from all directions. Only, contrary to what they expected, after turning off the lights, the room was completely dark. But outside the B&B, there was indeed moonlight. The moonlight was surrounded by a pale halo, which was better than nothing. The courtyard in front of the B&B was instantly covered with black rot insects. They rustled and squirmed crazily, and quickly climbed up the wall of the B&B. The size of the rotworm is visible to the naked eye, and it is much larger. The speed of crawling on the wall is also much faster. Scarlet eyes, under the lens of the infrared camera, emit a strange light. But they seem to have selectively avoided the window of the room where the zombie NPC lives. All of them swarm towards the window of the real player. Chapter 64. Wake up. It's hunting time. Could it be that the fresh and delicious human players in the house have a fatal attraction to them? The key was that it was blocked by glass, and they couldn't squeeze in. They could only squirm crazily back and forth on the window. As more and more rotworms joined, the black rotworms piled up densely on the window of the real player's room. Although Baiyu had seen them before, they were not as clear as today. Looking at the rotworms that are many times larger than the caterpillars, Baiyu's scalp was numb. His muscles all over his body were tense, and his shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. However, she still half buried her head, gritted her teeth, and squinted her eyes, suppressing fear and observing. If the rot bug is really in front of me, have to. Before she even started to fight back, her legs gave out. Sister Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Yin Qingqing noticed something was wrong with her immediately and asked with concern. Baiyu, I am most afraid of caterpillars and snakes in my life. Plus, I also have a little trypophobia. Okay, if that doesn't work, just stop staring and just listen. Yin Qingqing patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. Okay, thank you, Sister Qingqing. Baiyu nodded gratefully. After saying that, she glanced out the window and took a few deep breaths to ease her tension. Ling Shifei screamed. Look, the zombie NPC is out? After hearing this, the two of them looked towards the camera in unison. Oops. The zombie NPC looked like Spider-Man. He stuck out his sticky head and looked around. Then, the whole limp body rolled out from the window at the end of the passage. 1, 2, 3. The edge of the window at each corridor entrance was soon filled with a bunch of zombie NPCs with blank eyes. Their palms and saws were like suction cups, firmly attached to the wall. The back is extremely curved. The head and shoulders were bent at a 35-degree angle, as if there were no bones inside to support them. The key is, judging from the pale skin exposed, it looked like they had been swollen by blisters. The black nails on my hands have also become much longer. That style of painting. Not to mention how weird it is. Some of the rot insects that were originally crawling on the wall at the edge of the passage window squirmed and fled in all directions. The pile of rotworms crowding the windows of real players. It was as if he smelled the smell of zombies and ran away instantly. Unfortunately, there were too many, so their reaction speed was still a lot slower. Many of them were grabbed by zombie NPCs and stuffed directly into their mouths. Many rotworms began to resist. Some squirmed and crawled toward the zombies along their feet. Others sprayed corrosive liquid on zombies. The exposed skin of the zombies was instantly burned with a bunch of terrifying holes. Densely packed rotworms began to cover the zombies' bodies, necks, and faces. It looked like a pile of white, sticky rotten flesh covered with black squirming insects. There are also some rotworms that have burrowed in along the zombies' ears, eyes, and nostrils. The zombies seemed unconscious. They reached out and wiped the bugs off their faces, stuffed them directly into their mouths, and chewed them crazily. And the zombie NPC jumped out from the passage on the second floor. The person near the water tower got the moon first, and pounced directly on the rot insects on the ground in the courtyard. The bodies of some rotworms were directly crushed and smashed by them. Some rotworms were stuffed into the mouths of the zombies, with only half of their bodies exposed outside the mouths squirming wildly. Hiss hungry, so hungry. Hiss eat light. Dot! Repeated words. A faint roar came out from their sticky and pale throats. Chapter 65. Just resisting and fighting is exhausting. The scene of zombie NPCs foraging for carrion bugs is so disgusting. Vomit. Bai and Yen Qingqing, whose scalps were numb, had already raised their heads, covered their mouths, and started retching. When watching horror movies with my parents on weekdays, Ling Xiufei didn't even blink, and his thin shoulders couldn't help but tremble a few times. Teacher John's withered lips were pressed tightly into a slit, but her fingers still dedicatedly switched between the fast-forward and pause keys. On the wrinkled forehead, crystal beads of sweat were already overflowing. Soon, the zombie NPC stopped looking for food and climbed in through the glass window at the entrance of the passage. Those remaining bugs quickly climbed up the wall again. The camera seemed to be crawling with rotworms, because the screen went black for a while. In less than half a minute, the glass window of the real player was once again crowded with piles of rotworms with scarlet eyes and wildly squirming bodies. About 10 minutes later, the zombie NPC came out again. The repeated tragic foraging scene appeared again. Then, the zombie NPC returned. This cycle repeats. Halfway through the replay, no more fresh scenes appeared. Teacher Jiang, whose eyes were already dry and sore from staring, simply pressed the pause button. His eyes looked old and stiff, and he felt helpless and exhausted. Teacher Jiang, are you okay? Baiyu reached behind his back and quietly took a bottle of room-temperature mineral water from the space. He unscrewed the cap and handed it to him. Yen Qingqing glanced at the water. It was not from the BNB, and she suddenly felt doubtful. However, she guessed that Baiyu had brought it with him when he came here before, so she didn't ask any more questions. Teacher Jiang said thank you, reached out to take the water and took a sip, then took out a light gray cotton handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his forehead, and then said, So, 2 things can be confirmed now. 1, these zombies are indeed capable of climbing onto the roof. 2, at present, the activity range of rot insects is the walls, and they have not entered the roof for the time being. However, it may also be because there is no food for them. 3. Have you noticed that the time it takes for zombies to go back to the house to rest has been shortened? Yesterday I remember it was 12 minutes. But today it seems to be only 11 minutes. Yes. Yen Qingqing nodded in agreement and volunteered to analyze. Previously, the rest interval for zombie NPCs was 12 minutes. By last night, it had been reduced to 11 minutes. Let's estimate based on the time equal and decreasing. Then the foraging interval of zombies in the next few days is as follows. 10 minutes on the 6th day, 9 minutes on the 7th day, 8 minutes on the 8th day, 7 minutes on day 9. At the same time, zombie NPCs spend more time out looking for food. In addition, we need to note that starting from the 7th day, there are 22 hours a day in dark mode. The 8th and 9th days are both 24-hour full night mode. After Yen Qingqing finished analyzing it in one breath, Teacher Jiang and Baiyu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Sister Qingqing, what does this mean? Ling Xiaofei didn't quite understand how the change of time had anything to do with them. Baiyu explained. This means that the further we get to the back, the less time we will have to breathe. At that time, Even if we are not eaten by zombie NPCs and rotten insects, we will be exhausted just from resisting and fighting. It is unrealistic to temporarily increase physical strength. So, Bayou paused and continued. What we can do is that in the last 3 days, in addition to some necessary self-defense weapons, we must also bring water and food to ensure that we have timely supplies. Chapter 66. Those who died without whole bodies are gone. I'm not willing to give in. Yes. Xiaobai's analysis is right. Teacher Zhang's old and droopy eyelids drooped, and his vision suddenly dimmed a lot. Compared with other players, he is the oldest in the team and the weakest in physical strength and mobility. When it came time to face off against the zombie rotworms, he was probably the first one to fall. Even though you are old, you are almost alive. It's just that I can't bear to die like this without any body parts. Ling Shifei raised his hand and said, It suddenly occurred to me that since zombies love to eat rotworms so much, there are quite a lot of rotworms. Then after they are full, we should be relatively safe. Bayou endured the discomfort in his stomach, shook his head and analyzed. Not necessarily. Once someone is on the scene, I think they will attack humans immediately. Just like you usually love to eat meat most. And when there is no meat, you can only eat vegetables. But if there is meat, will you still choose vegetables? In addition, it is now the 6th day. Maybe the game settings are like this. In the next few days, we will not be so lucky. Besides, we can't let the zombies eat the bugs first and then eat us. After hearing this, Ling Shifei lowered his head in frustration. Yin Qingqing turned her head and looked out the window, and said in surprise, Brother Fei and the others are back. The 3 of them turned their heads when they heard this. Sure enough, Fatty and Lu Fei, each carrying a snakeskin bag of quicklime, trotted into the courtyard with their faces flushed. Both of them were covered in dust. All Fa at the front desk greeted them with a polite smile and said something else. Then he quickly walked to the door and locked the door of the BNB. Only then did everyone realize that it was time for the BNB to close again. Bayou withdrew his gaze and reminded, The lights at the BNB will be turned off at 5 o'clock today. We don't have much time left. The content of the video playback will definitely be endless. The following content should be repeated scenes in a loop. After showing a section of the video to Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu, we will put the camera back on the roof. Yes. Bayou and Yin Qingqing nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty and Lu Fei opened the door and walked in. Lu Fei glanced at everyone with displeased eyes, and then swung his snakeskin bag behind the door. Then, regardless of whether he was in his room or not, he lay down on the bed closest to the door. Damn. Your grandpa is so exhausted. He rubbed his gray hands on the quilt, and didn't forget to scream and complain. That's the fat man's bed. But the fat man was very careless and didn't care about him. Yin Qingqing quickly stood up and handed 2 bottles of mineral water to the 2 of them. The fat man greeted everyone. He placed the snakeskin bag on the floor and went straight to the bathroom to wash his hands. Teacher Jiang, how are you? Do you have any new discoveries? Soon. He came back with wet hands. Speaking of this, Lu Fei also sat up straight. Teacher Jiang told them about the zombies that feed on carrion insects and can lie on the wall like a gecko. After hearing this, the fat man was silent for a while. Lu Fei twitched his lips and said nothing. He turned to look at the sky outside the window, and then glanced at the people in the room, wondering what they were secretly planning. Fatty wiped the water stains on his hands on his clothes and walked to the camera, wanting to quickly watch the replay in person. Did not expect. As soon as his hand pressed the power button, the screen flashed. The screen is black. At the same time, the camera charging cable also popped and emitted a burst of burnt, smelly smoke. A tiny spark flashed past. Chapter 67. A wise man doesn't tell secrets, and a master doesn't pretend to be secretive. The fat man was immediately dumbfounded. Teacher Jiang, what's going on? Bayou didn't know why and moved closer. At a glance, the casings of the camera and rechargeable battery are full of honeycomb-shaped holes and pits. The rechargeable battery cable was burned out and turned black. Teacher Jiang stood up with a solemn expression and explained. When Xiafei and I went to pick up the machine this morning, we found that the battery and the edge of the camera were corroded by the liquid spitted out by the insects that crawled over last night. Yesterday, I thought it would be safer to put it on a light stand, but I didn't expect that those rot bugs are everywhere. Just now, I watched the playback while there was still some power left, and I was thinking of recharging it, but it looked like the camera was useless. Everyone stared at each other. How seemingly endless rain. It seems that the plan to visit the rooftop tonight is out of the question. Fatty. So, have we finished all the preparations we can make now? Yes. Teacher Jiang nodded helplessly. Hey. It seems that God is going to kill me. The fat man sighed. Lu Fei glanced at them with disdain. And did not forget to sarcastically say, "Ha! What a bunch of idiots. 5,000 oceans have been wasted like this. And they still have the leisure to talk nonsense like this." But what he said was very small. And no one paid much attention to it. Only Bai Yu, who was closest to him, heard it. Bai Yu frowned. The antipathy towards Lu Fei that he had always felt reached its peak at this moment. She glanced at the time. There's still more than an hour until 5 o'clock. I was about to say that it was almost time to go back to the house. But Lu Fei suddenly stood up and walked towards the bed where Xifei was sitting. Lu Fei said as he walked, "Today, we have a general understanding of the dangers and routines of the dog game. It seems that in the last 3 days, we will definitely have to fight zombies and rotten insects. So, after saying that, he paused deliberately and sat down on the edge of the bed next to Ling Xiaofei. Lu Fei naturally carries a sinister and vicious aura about him. In addition, he came and sat next to her inexplicably, which made Xiaofei suddenly feel scared. But it was a bit impolite to stand up straight away, so his thin body had to be moved slightly to the side. "Brother Fei, it's early to turn off the lights today. Whatever you want to say, just say it directly." Yan Qingqing glanced at the time and said anxiously. Lu Fei glanced at her sideways, spread his hands and looked at the crowd and said, "A wise man doesn't tell secrets, and a master doesn't pretend to be secretive. Now the few of us can be regarded as grasshoppers on a rope. So I think it is necessary for us to take out all the props we have and share them so that we can jointly make a response plan in advance." Teacher Jiang frowned. "Props?" Bai Yu also glanced at Lu Fei warily. "I don't know what kind of medicine he is selling in his gourd right now." Yan Qingqing glanced at Lu Fei, looked at Teacher Jiang and said with a smile, "Yes. When we entered the game and checked into the BNB, the system rewarded blind boxes of props. Teacher Jiang, don't you have one?" Asking this question was like singing along with Lu Fei. Teacher Jiang and Fatty looked at each other for a second, and said in unison, "We didn't get any props." Hearing this, Lu Fei sneered, and his face gradually turned ferocious. "How is that possible? Old man Jiang, Fatty Wang, I just suggest that you all share this so that we can work together to clear the game. Why are you so wary? Since you want to do this, don't blame you. Mr. Fei, I'm not polite." Chapter 68 Dream On. "You?" After Lu Fei finished speaking, he glanced at Ling Xiaofei beside him with a sinister look. The sharp dagger that shone with cold light and shed countless blood was clutched tightly in his hand before he knew it. "Xiao Fei, be careful." Bai Yu reacted immediately. Before Lu Fei could make a move, she had already rushed over and pulled Ling Xiaofei up from the bed. Ling Xiaofei looked confused and just stood up, but saw Lu Fei jump up from the bed. And the man and the knife went straight to Bai Yu. Before anyone could react, Bai Yu's neck was already tightly clasped by his thick wrist. Bai Yu only felt a sense of suffocation, with the soreness of his throat being squeezed so hard, going straight to his chest. Reflexively, he stretched out his hands to pry Lu Fei's big, plier-like hands open, but found that it was useless. His 5 fingers pinched tighter than pliers. She gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength, raising her legs to kick back. However, they found that Lu Fei easily avoided it with a casual movement of his figure. "Don't move. If you move again, I will kill you." The dagger in Lu Fei's hand was placed directly in front of her neck. Threateningly, Bai Yu tried various methods, but found that apart from prematurely exhausting his physical strength, it had no other use at all. She simply pretended to be honest, lowered her hands, and stopped moving. In his mind, he began to hold back the dizziness caused by suffocation and started spinning rapidly. "Xiao Bai!" Teacher Jiang over there was the first to react. Lu Fei's sudden change of attitude and actions were unexpected. Everyone was stunned at first, but they quickly reacted. Yan Qingqing was the first to speak. "Brother Fei, if you have something to say, please tell me." The fat man wanted to say, "It's nothing to bully a woman," but he held back the words. It seems that he and Teacher Jiang underestimated human nature. Dogs can't change eating shit. Lu Fei will not change his sinister nature just because of a temporary team formation. Therefore, it is useless to say harsh words at this moment. It seemed that Lu Fei had been planning for a long time, and was just waiting for the right time to make his move. What needs to be done most at this moment is delay for enough time to rescue Bai Su from his hands.
Yes, Xiao Lu. We are all teammates who share weal and woe. Don't get excited. If you have any appeals, let's sit down and talk about it.
Teacher Jiang quickly comforted him.
Don't you understand? You fools. Let me tell you. I have long disliked her. No one who dares to deceive me will have a good end. I will use her blood to sacrifice my sword today,
Lu Fei said vehemently, and tightened his grip on Bai Yu's neck. Although he has a knife in his hand, he also has Bai Yu in his hand. However, he was extremely vigilant and still stood near the window. And then he said viciously with a corner of his mouth,
Your grandfather and I, Lu Fei, can do everything from burning, killing, robbing and torturing. But we don't know how to help the poor.
You old,
weak, sick and disabled people are too lazy to do anything. I've been holding my nose and eating shit these past few days with you idiots. You guys really take yourselves seriously. Are you really worthy of being teammates with me? To tell you the truth, I was originally planning to wait until the camera finished shooting the rooftop before taking action. Who knew you idiots couldn't even protect the camera? What a bunch of rubbish. Silly. Idiot. I just wanted to give you some face. I was polite first, and then tested it with soldiers. I didn't expect it. Oh. You are still guarding your grandfather. Now I think I will share the joys and sorrows with you. Dream on you.
Chapter 69. These tricks are all left over from my play. After Lu Fei finished his crazy output, a cruel smile appeared on his ferocious braised egg face. With a slight lift of his wrist, he pulled Bai Yu's body off the ground for a moment. And then he continued to threaten with a dagger in his hand.
From now on the count of 3, you all call me your props. Otherwise, I will twist her neck immediately.
Bai Yu's neck creaked when he pinched it. The helpless suffocation and stinging sensation spread from the neck to the whole body.
Xiao Lu, don't mess around. I remembered that I have some kind of prop. I'll give it to you now,
Teacher Jiang said tremblingly, and opened his game panel.
Oh, you old man. You just pretended to me that you didn't have any props. It's a pity that you, Mr. Fei, saw through it at a glance. The tricks you are playing now are all the tricks I have been playing for a few years.
Teacher Jiang ignored his noisy words. He opened the personal information section of the game panel with some unfamiliarity, and then quickly swiped to the line of the prop column. A rectangular box shining with silvery white light appeared in front of him. Do you want to take out the props? Whether? Teacher Jiang reached out to the yes point without even thinking about it. Fatty couldn't see his game board, but based on his hands and movements suspended in midair, he could guess what he was going to do. Without thinking, he reached out and stopped Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang looked at the fat man without knowing why. Question mark.
Teacher Jiang, if you give him the props now, Bai Su will die faster. Wait a minute. I'll do it.
The fat man finished speaking in a low voice and gave him a
don't worry.
Look. After Teacher Jiang listened, his withered old fingers paused in midair. According to Lu Fei's moral character, what Wang Wei said is not unreasonable. Although he and Wang Wei were temporary partners, after getting along for a few days, they still had a tacit understanding. He naturally trusts Wang Wei's strength and character. Although I think so. He still glanced worriedly at Bai Yu, who was being squeezed by Lu Fei's neck, feeling anxious and distressed inside. When Lu Fei saw Teacher Jiang being persuaded by the fat man, his eyes suddenly bulged with anger.
Fat Wang, you damn troublemaker. If you say one more word,
believe it or not, I will kill her right now.
As he spoke, the gleaming dagger had already reached Bai Yu's neck. Bai Yu felt like he was out of breath, and his heart was beating rapidly. But her brain didn't stop thinking for a moment. In Lu Fei's eyes, a weak woman with empty hands and no strength to restrain a chicken. Crushing her to death would be like crushing an ant to death. His defense was more focused on the powerful fat man on the opposite side. Therefore, Bai Yu's hands are free. As soon as she thought, the rotten eggs and nails were already tightly held in her hands. A desperate escape plan has been thought out. But I don't know whether it's her and Fatty who are faster or Lu Fei's sword. The fat man opposite raised his eyebrows and sneered uncharacteristically. Then he asked him,
Lu Fei, we and Bai Su just met by chance. Do you think we would sacrifice our life-saving tools for her? Ah, do you think everyone except you is a fool? In fact, the real idiot is you. However, you must not dare to admit it. Ha 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 ha. Yes, you are a big idiot.
The big fool is you. Ling Xiaofei on the side jumped to Fatty's side and began to cheer him. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and put it on his head to make a horn gesture, and stuck out his tongue desperately at Lu Fei to deliberately sneak at him. Chapter 70, we don't want to help the evildoers. Baiyu also wanted to yell with him, but now it was difficult for her to even take a breath, so she could only suppress her resentment towards Lu Fei temporarily. Anyone with a discerning eye could hear the fat man's irritating words. However, Lu Fei still chose the right way. Pete, I dare you to say that your grandpa is so tired of living. As he spoke, Lu Fei raised his eyebrows. His eyes revealed a fierce look, and the veins in the arm holding the dagger were clearly visible. The other hand holding Baiyu's neck was much looser. The fat man didn't pay any attention to the murderous look on his face. He suddenly waved his hand and looked at Baiyu and winked. Sister Xiaobai, I'm sorry. We don't want to help the evildoers. When you become a lonely ghost, remember to ask Lu Fei for your life. Don't ask for us. Baiyu. Fat brother's winking expression. I hope I understood it correctly. Damn it. There is so much nonsense. I will let you all meet the king of hell today, Lu Fei said, moving the dagger back and quickly slashing towards Baiyu's neck. Teacher Jiang couldn't help but trembled all over. But unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the fat man next to him had already taken action first. A thin silver light swished from his palm and went straight to the back of Lu Fei's hand holding the knife. Grass. A strong tingling and numbness spread from his mouth to his whole body. Lu Fei glanced at a small silver needle on the back of his hand, and his expression was ferocious for a moment. The dagger in his hand fell to the floor with a clang. However, his other hand was still firmly holding Baiyu's neck. When Ling Xiaofei and Teacher Jiang saw that Lu Fei had no knife, they clenched their fists and ran towards Lu Fei without thinking. The fat man frowned and shouted, Teacher Jiang, don't. Before he finished speaking, Lu Fei over there had quick eyes and quick hands. He sneered, You don't know what you can do, and kicked the two of them away. Ling Xiaofei was short, so he kicked him on the waist. Ouch! He screamed, covering his left waist with his hand and squatting down in a mask of pain. Yan Qingqing quickly went to help him up. Teacher Jiang was kicked in the leg, and he staggered a few times before he regained his balance. Seeing the pained expression on his face, Lu Fei also treated him cruelly. The fat man's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. It seemed that Lu Fei's skills were indeed much stronger than he thought. He was thinking about new countermeasures when he saw Baiyu said to them, Hurry up and cover your noses. Everyone was stunned and did not react. Lu Fei focused on the fat man and didn't hear him very well. After Baiyu strained his voice to guess a few words, he crushed the 3,000-year-old rotten egg in his hand without hesitation. In an instant, the pungent stench and the thick black fog sprang up from Lu Fei's feet and went straight to his mouth, eyes, nose and ears. The confused Yan Qingqing, Ling Xiaofei, and Teacher Jiang frowned and quickly covered their noses. Lu Fei felt as if he had fallen into a 1,000-year-old cesspit, and the smelly fog was poured crazily down his mouth and into his throat. The stinky mist seemed to have penetrated into every pore of his body with a special buff. My head was pounding and my eyes were burning with pain from the stench. Damn it! I'm here to do it! I'll pinch you to death. Lu Fei bared his teeth and said, You, before he said it. Baiyu had already clenched the nail and drove it into his thigh with all his strength. A stream of warm blood surged out instantly, ejaculated out. Chapter 71 The villain dies, because he talks too much. Ouch! Hold the grass! Lu Fei let out another miserable howl. The foul-smelling fog just poured in through his open mouth. Lu Fei's breathing was stagnant, as if someone had forcefully stuffed him with a mouthful of strong-smelling odor, and he almost choked to death. The hand holding Baiyu's neck instantly relaxed, but he also responded quickly. He turned back and slapped Baiyu hard on the side of his face. Lu Fei's strength was too strong and his hands were big. Baiyu, who was already on the thin side, was slapped so hard that he staggered before he could stand upright. Hold back the burning, stinging feeling on your face. With a thought, the cyan tiles in the space appeared in her hand. In the foul-smelling fog, Fatty also held his breath and rushed towards Lu Fei. Before Lu Fei could counterattack, a thick brick had already hit the back of his bald head. Snapped! Lu Fei was knocked unconscious for a moment, and he felt a warm, salty liquid flowing down his ears and eyes from the right side of his head. It felt like the Tianling guy and brains were about to be smashed. Pete! How dare you attack your grandfather? Lu Fei, who was attacked, gritted his teeth to hold back the stinging pain in his head, and looked back. Bai Yu was holding a bloody brick in his hand, and staring at him with hatred in his eyes.
Heck! It's you?
After discovering that it was Bai Yu who attacked him, Lu Fei's expression of disbelief instantly became extremely distorted. In the scarlet eyes, a raging anger that wanted to burn Bai Yu to ashes was immediately ignited. But Bai Yu's brick seemed to have hit his cerebellum just now, and the needle in the back of Fatty's hand seemed to be quenched with poison. Lu Fei felt that he could not even stand steadily. It is unrealistic to fight hard. We can only rely on weapons. At this time, the foul-smelling fog dissipated slightly. He caught a glimpse of the dagger falling not far away. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu, who has sharper eyes, has already discovered it first. She gritted her teeth to resist the burning pain in her eyes and face. He rushed forward quickly as if he had suddenly gone crazy. Bai Yu quickly picked up the dagger and stabbed it straight into the chest of Lu Fei, who was chasing him. She quickly pulled out the dagger, and a stream of blood spurted out instantly. She was so jealous that she gritted her teeth with trembling hands and stabbed the side again. She pulled out the dagger again. Puff! The second knife seemed to have stabbed a major artery, and another stream of blood spurted out. All the movements are done in one go like flowing clouds and flowing water. The two big eyes on Lu Fei's face bulged, and his lips opened weakly. I wanted to fight back, but I felt like my whole body was numb and weak, and I couldn't use any strength anymore. You? After he roared with all his strength and spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were red and bulging, and the tall figure fell heavily to the floor next to him with a bang. Bai Yu glanced at his bloody hands and realized that he had just killed someone. She shivered all over, and the dagger in her hand dropped with a clang. The fat man endured the pungent stench and the stinging eyes. He knelt heavily on Lu Fei's back with one leg, and quickly clamped his hands tightly from behind. Unexpectedly, Lu Fei's strong body under his legs twitched for a few times, and after grunting and groaning a few times, he stopped moving at all. Ding! The current number of surviving players is 19. Chapter 72, Rewards for Leapfrog Kills. Ding! There are 3 days, 16 hours, 35 minutes, and 21 seconds left in this game. Everyone's eyes froze when they heard the mechanical beep, but they reacted immediately, and they all relaxed their eyebrows and heaved a sigh of relief. So, the dead player who was reported just now was Lu Fei? Died. The fat man stretched out his hand to explore Lu Fei's breathing area. After holding back the stench, he spoke. His brows relaxed, and he stood up. Everyone's hanging hearts finally settled. When Bai Yu heard this, his eyes, which were already a little weak, suddenly became dull and distracted. The nerves that had been tense finally relaxed. The legs also became extremely soft in an instant. The neck and side of the face with red fingerprints also began to feel tingling and swollen. The fat man walked over quickly. He stretched out his hand to support her, who was covered in blood and slightly swaying. Noob! Sister Bai! Sister Xiao Bai! The other 3 people, who were filled with runny noses and tears from the stench of the mist, also quickly gathered around. Ethereal mechanical sounds sounded in her ears one after another. Ding! F0 level player Bai Yu overleveled and killed D-level player Lu Fei. Receive points as rewards, which will be settled at the end of the game. Ding! Congratulations to player Bai Yu for obtaining the R-level contract item belonging to D-level player Lu Fei, Black Blade, *1. The props have been automatically stored in the props bar for you. Please click to view the related properties. In view of the fact that this prop has shed countless blood and has many evil spirits lingering around it, this system will automatically purify it for you before the contract is bound. Purification time, 24 hours. Please do not use this prop during purification. Otherwise you will face negative consequences. During the system broadcast, the bloody silver dagger that Bai Yu had just dropped on the ground had swiped the ground and disappeared. Finally, we have regular weapons. Bai Yu excitedly wanted to click on the game panel to check, but then he heard the mechanical sound continue to sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Bai Yu for winning 18,943 yuan in game gold coins belonging to D-level player Lu Fei. The gold coins have been automatically transferred to your personal account. Please check carefully. Bai Yu? Ding! Congratulations to the player Bai Yu, who has obtained the N-level prop, superpower card, *2 belonging to the D-level player Lu Fei. This card can only be used by female players. The card has been automatically stored in the item inventory for you. Please check it yourself. Bai Yu? Ding! It has been detected that there are residual N-level props,
Grandma's embroidery needle, *1/3 on D-level player Lu Fei. It has been automatically stored in the props column for you. Please check it yourself. Baiyu? In Baiyu's complicated emotions of joy and sorrow. The noisy mechanical beat finally ended. The 30-second cover-up time was up. And the foul-smelling fog in the room finally dissipated. Yan Qingqing and Fatty glanced at Lu Fei's body lying on the ground in a pool of blood and the bricks scattered next to it, and then glanced at Baiyu, who was thin and empty-handed, filled with doubts in their hearts. Teacher Jiang sighed and turned his face away, not daring to look directly. Ling Xiufei wiped his tears and said doubtfully,
"Did all the toilets on the island explode just now? Why do they smell so bad? Oh my gosh! It smells worse than the legendary canned herring. I almost threw up all the food I ate last year. It's a prop."
Yan Qingqing withdrew her gaze and explained lightly. After saying that, she turned to look at Baiyu, stretched out her hand to hold her shoulders, and asked softly,
"Sister Xiaobai, how are you? Are you okay?"
Seeing Baiyu didn't respond, she simply took out a pack of tissues from her pocket. He took out one and carefully wiped away the blood splattered on her face and neck. Chapter 73, Rabbits Bite When Cornered.
Kindness.
Baiyu's eyes were dazed for a moment, and he nodded slowly. The assassination of Lu Fei had almost exhausted all her energy and strength, and now she felt like a deflated ball. In addition, Lu Fei pinched his neck severely for a while, after being smoked by rotten eggs for a long time. My whole head was severely deprived of oxygen, and I felt dizzy.
"Thank you, Sister Qingqing."
After a while, she regained her composure, looked at Yan Qingqing and thanked her. Yan Qingqing smiled softly, and then reached out and patted her shoulder gently like a big sister. After Baiyu finished speaking, he looked towards the position where Lu Fei fell just now. It was okay not to look at it, but when he looked at Baiyu's return, his soul disappeared instantly. Lu Fei, wearing shorts, was lying in a meandering pool of blood with his face turned sideways and eyes wide open. Most of the yellow-black egg-shaped face was broken. The brain was bursting out, and the eyeball of the right eye was hanging under the broken eye socket. He was covered in blood, and his death was quite tragic. Next to him was the blood-stained brick. The blood on the thigh where the nail had been pierced has dried. The image of backhand assassinating Lu Fei flashed through his mind.
"I killed someone,"
Baiyu murmured in disbelief and glanced at his blood-stained hands from the corner of his eye. After just a casual glance, her little heart tightened and her whole body trembled a few times. Before Yan Qingqing beside her could react, her eyes darkened and her limp body slid along the back of the sofa.
"Noob! Sister Bai!"
Yan Qingqing quickly supported her and brought her closer to his arms, but his fingers reflexively touched her breath. The fat man next to her quickly took out the medicine bottle that Teacher Jiang had smelled from his pocket and handed it to her nose. Seeing her smelling the medicine bottle but not waking up for a long time, Teacher Jiang couldn't help but feel a little bit in her heart.
"Will Xiaobai be okay? My breathing is smooth and my pulse is normal, so it should be fine. She must have used all the remaining strength in her body to resist just now. In addition, it may be the first time she killed someone, and she saw such a bloody scene in person. Her body, mind, and strength were still a little unable to bear it."
The fat man stretched out his hand to check her breathing, then pinched her pulse to confirm, and then said. Yan Qingqing pinched Ren Zhonghe's mouth hard, but when she saw no reaction, she had no choice but to give up.
"Hey, that's good."
Teacher Jiang looked at the red palm prints on her face, sighed, paused, and continued.
"I really didn't expect that Xiaobai, who looked weak, could be so brave. It's just that her action of assassinating Lu Fei just now was a bit cruel. When she wakes up, I will try to persuade her. She is still young and cannot become like those ferocious gangsters." Halfway through his words, the fat man interrupted him.
"Teacher Jiang, rabbits will bite when they are cornered, let alone when they face the threat of death. Baisu's counterattack just now is just a person's own stress reaction, so you don't need to worry too much. What's more, this is a survival game where you either die or I live. If you have too many kind thoughts and too many worries, you will be shackled in the end, and you will be the first to die. Lu Fei's strength and cruel methods are stronger than we imagined. If Baisu hadn't understood my hint just now, and she had the tools to react quickly, maybe the bodies lying in this room are ours."
Chapter 74. The back wave should not be underestimated. Teacher Zhang's eyes were dull for a moment. He buried his head and rubbed his stinging thigh, and then said with complicated emotions,
"Hey, you're right. Yeah, I agree with Fatty."
Yan Qingqing nodded and said immediately,
By the way, let me correct you. The little girl's name is Baiyu, not Baisu.
Ling Shifei, who had been rubbing his waist, paused and said doubtfully,
Why? Sister Qingqing, didn't you say her name is Baisu? There was a misunderstanding.
Uh-huh. Yan Qingqing replied lightly. After saying that, she squinted at Baiyu, who was still unconscious, then looked at the nails and bricks that appeared out of thin air on the ground, and sighed softly in her heart. This seemingly harmless little girl has quite a lot of secrets. Ah, right. I used to be wary when I first entered society. Wasn't it the same? However, the current Ho Lang is still stronger than his original self. It really shouldn't be underestimated. The fat man glanced at his phone and frowned.
The name is just a code name. It doesn't matter what it is called. Not to mention it's in a game. By the way, do we still want to stay here? It will be 1700 hours in half an hour. So we may have to hurry up and have something to eat. I'm afraid it wouldn't be good to stay here to get the corpse, body, part, food. Right? Don't forget. The lights won't be turned on until 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Ling Shifei glanced at Baiyu, who was still unconscious, and said doubtfully,
If we leave, we can only go to Sister Bai or Sister Qingqing. But I remember that their room seems to be a single room. Can we squeeze it in?
Teacher Jiang, who looked worried, hesitated to speak.
Our final plan is to escape to the roof of the B&B. If we go to the 4th or 2nd floor, we will face greater resistance then.
The fat man immediately rolled his eyes at the two of them.
Are you scared out of your wits? Isn't there a vacant room next door?
When Yan Qingqing heard this, her embarrassed expression disappeared momentarily.
Yes. We can also go to the sea view room next door. It's more spacious. So even if zombies break in, they won't be too passive in the fight. The thing is, I have the room password.
Everyone was stunned for a moment and nodded in unison. The sea view room is too spacious. The key is on the 5th floor. If there is a critical moment, according to the backup plan, it is most convenient to run to the rooftop of the B&B.
What about this?
Teacher Jiang pointed to Lu Fei's body. Fatty.
Feed the bugs and zombies later. Maybe when you wake up tomorrow, another foxtail grass will be born. Maybe it's a piranha.
Ling Shifei scratched his head and said. The fat man stood up first.
Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Pack your things and leave. I don't want to stay in this room any longer.
The remaining people felt that what he said made sense. And just as they and Yan Qingqing were helping Baiyu get up and leave, an ethereal mechanical voice suddenly sounded in their ears. All ding! It was detected that a high-level player destroyed part of the dungeon, which triggered a force majeure factor. In this copy of the game, the time flow rate will be adjusted to 6.0 times the speed. Yan Qingqing raised her eyebrows. Did a high-level player destroy part of the dungeon? Force majeure? Who? So awesome. But if you think about it with your toes, you can tell that with the word
high level.
It's definitely not them. It looks like it's a big shot player staying in another B&B or hotel. Think back to the cute little new Baiyu who just killed Lu Fei.
TSK.
This copy is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Chapter 75. The time flow rate of the dungeon is accelerated to 6 times. The fat man didn't hear everything clearly and shouted in confusion.
The copy time flow rate is adjusted to 6.0?
What does it mean? Several people had never encountered such a situation before, and couldn't help but look at each other for a second. Teacher Jiang glanced at the sky outside the window, analyzing secretly. His eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. He immediately withdrew his gaze and analyzed.
If we interpret it literally, the time schedule for our copy will be accelerated. The plot that originally took 24 hours was completed in 4 hours. That's right. The next 3 days will basically be dark. And the danger from zombies and rotten insects will increase again. It is very likely that the players will die on the first night. Setting it for such a long time does not make much sense.
Ling Shifei stopped rubbing his waist and said in surprise.
Isn't that great? It means we don't have to suffer for 3 more days. After all, we only need to survive for almost 13 hours to successfully complete the level. If you fail to clear the level, you will die early and be reborn. It's better than being tortured here.
Yan Qingqing and Fatty looked at him. This kid.
If nothing goes wrong, the flow of time is accelerating. And our physical strength and hunger are also accelerating at the same time. At the same time, don't forget that the zombies' intermission time has also been accelerated.
After Teacher Jiang finished explaining, he frowned and shouted,
Oops. We have to leave quickly.
As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the sky outside the window darkened in the blink of an eye. Everyone glanced at Lu Fei's body lying next to him in a pool of blood, and their eyes instantly shook. So, the lights out time has also been advanced? Sure enough, the familiar scent of pine began to spread from the corners of the house. Quick! Get into Xiao Fei's room, Teacher Jiang whispered. He moved gently to the head of his bed. Then he picked up a medicine bag from under the pillow and walked back quietly. Fatty and Yan Qingqing were stunned for a moment, but they quickly came to their senses. It was already dark now, and it was no longer practical to escape to the sea view room next door, even though the distance is very close. If you go out now, you will not only be attacked by rot insects because of the sound. It is very likely that you will run into zombies who are out looking for food. It was so dead that even the bones could not be found. As soon as Teacher Jiang finished speaking, Xiao Fei quickly ran to open the door of his children's room. Fatty and Yan Qingqing held their breath. One person picked up the unconscious Bai Yu and walked quickly to Ling Xiaofei's room. Teacher Jiang also squeezed in at the last moment. This children's room. The area is not large. Only 8 or 9 square meters. There is a 1.5 meter single bed inside, plus a wardrobe and bedside table. Everyone could no longer sit on the ground. After putting Bai Yu on the bed, they sat down beside the bed. When the three of them checked in before, Ling Xiaofei thought the room was small and stuffy, saying it couldn't even afford a window. But since it was discovered that both sound and bright light attract rot insects, and rot insects are mainly concentrated on glass windows, the three people suddenly discovered this children's room is simply a welfare-safe room assigned to them by the game. Although it is impossible to survive forever, it is still possible to survive for a while. Teacher Jiang and the three of them also put their backpacks containing supplies and equipment in this small room. Teacher Jiang quickly took out a few injection needles from the medicine bag he had taken earlier, and groped around and handed them to several people. Fatty, Yan Qingqing and Ling Xiaofei bit their teeth. He injected the medicine to keep him awake into his arm. Chapter 76 Smell the smell of fresh corpses. In order to prevent myself from falling asleep after the medicine wears off, the fat man simply swallowed the medicine for treating snoring. The house was dark. Fortunately, everyone is basically adapted to the dark environment. Regular hand gestures are still slightly visible. Take the medicine. The fat man gently tugged at the corner of Teacher Jiang's clothes. He pointed at Bai Yu again, meaning if he wanted to give her an injection as well. Teacher Jiang glanced at Bai Yu and shook his head. The refreshing injection has some side effects. Bai Yu has not woken up now, and is in an extremely weak state of mind. He is also afraid of having a bad influence on her. Besides, they are awake to face emergencies. Judging from Bai Yu's appearance, it might be better to fall into a coma and take a good rest. The fat man had no choice but to give up. Bai Yu felt dazedly, feeling like he was lying on a soft bed. Only, my head hurts. My neck hurts. My whole body hurts. As if every inch of my skin has been torn apart. It feels like the bones are falling apart. Her fingers moved slightly, and she touched the cold cotton sheets. It can be clearly felt that the surroundings are pitch black. Could it be that it's already dark? Where am I? Tonight is the 6th night. It's very dangerous tonight. I must not fall asleep. Just as she was trying to open her eyes, a familiar scent of pine had already flowed in along her nose. She frowned again and fell into a deep sleep. The remaining people didn't see her slight movements and thought she had been unconscious. Ling Xiaofei pointed in the direction of the door. Make a circle with your fingers and put it in front of your eyes, which means you want to open it a little and observe the scene outside. Teacher Jiang and Fatty looked at each other and nodded. Ling Xiaofei hurriedly bent down and quietly opened the door slightly. The bloody smell of the room outside rushed in instantly. Ling Xiaofei quickly reached out to cover his nose. The remaining people frowned and glanced outside the door. There was a fresh corpse lying outside, which was indeed not very friendly to them. Not only was the smell unpleasant and the atmosphere terrifying, but it was also as if a deadly bait had been deliberately placed in front of the rot worms and zombies. But they had no choice but to endure it. The fat man frowned. Confused. Strange. I heard Lu Fei say before that if he kills a person, he will soon turn into a tree. But half a day has passed, and Lu Fei hasn't changed at all. Could it be that it is affected by the flow of time? Outside the window, a full moon with a dark red halo was already hanging in the sky. A rustling sound began to come from the window. Dee-dee-dee-dee. The doors of the zombie NPCs in the corridor were opened one by one. Everyone dared not make a sound. He could only muster up his energy and stare cautiously at the window and door. Black rotworms with scarlet eyes quickly filled the wide floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Their size, as Baiyu said before, is much larger. Yin Qingqing stared at the rotworms on the edge of the window for a few seconds, and her heart suddenly tightened. The rotten insect's mouth actually had a bunch of sharp white fangs. A light green, somewhat viscous liquid kept flowing down between the teeth. The scratching sound of the zombies at the door was obviously heavier and more harsh. I smelled the smell of fresh corpses in the house. The voices of rotworms and zombies sounded extremely excited. Maybe it's due to the fast flow of time. At this time, everyone also clearly felt that their stomachs were beginning to feel hungry. Chapter 77 One Evil and One Poison. Hungry returns to hunger. They didn't dare to move even a little bit. Wait patiently for the first wave of zombie NPCs to finish feeding. Baiyu was not injected with refreshing drugs. In addition to the influence of the rosin smell, there is still no sign of waking up. Yin Qingqing was afraid that it would be difficult for her to breathe, so she specially put 2 pillows for her. Teacher Jiang has been concentrating, quietly counting down the time for the zombies to look for food, according to the 6 times the time flow rate mentioned by the previous system. The zombie NPC's foraging time tonight should be less than 6 minutes. The time left for them to escape from the room was only 2 minutes at most. But the sea view room is right next door, so as expected, it's completely adequate. The difficulty is that their voices must be very small. Otherwise, the sound will be too loud and trigger death conditions, or bring in the rot insects outside the window, and they will still face death. Several people are also struggling. If it didn't work out, they would spend the night in the children's room. However, the danger level tonight has obviously increased a lot. Will the game give them a chance to survive? No one knows. The house soon fell silent. A silent sense of depression and the fear of facing death began to spread among the few people who were awake. An ethereal mechanical sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. All, ding! The current number of surviving players is 14. All, ding! There are 13 hours, 25 minutes, and 21 seconds left in this game. Everyone was instantly happy and surprised. Fortunately, the game time has been greatly shortened. Shockingly, when the lights were turned off, there were 5 more players, and they were gone. Also normal. Who would have thought that the game would change the time flow rate in advance? For those who were still outside the hotel, it might have suddenly gotten dark before they could even enter the room. Inexplicably, it became food for rot insects. In other words, it is not impossible that as soon as he returns to the door of the room, he will be blocked by zombies who are leaving, if they hadn't happened to be in the house earlier. At this moment, they are also on the death list. A few people secretly rejoiced and complained angrily again. The dog game really doesn't follow the rules. They didn't know if they were too nervous and had an illusion, but they always felt that the floor-to-ceiling glass window had begun to make cracks, and the door outside seemed to be about to be scratched by the zombies. Damaged windows and glass, based on the situation in the previous few days, will not be automatically repaired until dawn. If according to the current situation, it is estimated that when the zombies and rotten insects launch a second round of attacks, the door and glass of this room will be shattered. So, I can't wait until dawn. Teacher Jiang slowly took out the hand hidden under the white quilt. Previously, he had been watching the countdown on his phone under the quilt. Come to think of it, it's almost time for the zombies to go back to their houses to rest. The fat man looked outside. Sure enough, the number of rot insects on the floor-to-ceiling windows had gradually begun to increase. An old thing. An old poison. One is ebbing, and the other is ebbing. And no one is easy to deal with. Teacher Jiang signaled Xiaofei to close the door gently, and then waved to Fatty and Yin Qingqing with an unusually solemn expression. The two of them understood instantly when they saw this. He quickly put his hands on the mattress, turned sideways, and put his ear towards his mouth. Teacher Jiang turned his face and said in a very low voice, 1 minute to go, and we open the door and rush out. Remember, be quick, but be as gentle as possible when opening the door, walking, and closing the door. Chapter 78 Keep Your Heart Hanging. After Teacher Jiang finished speaking, pointing to a few people's feet, he took the lead in taking off his shoes. The 3 people understood immediately and quickly followed suit. The fat man finished taking off his shoes, turned around slightly, and quietly picked up the supplies and equipment bag placed at the foot of the bed. Then he handed Ling Xiaofei and Teacher Jiang's backpacks to them. Yin Qingqing came directly to 506 at noon. Fortunately, her props are all placed in the prop slot on the game panel. In addition, safety is high during the day. She just came next door to watch the camera playback and put her backpack and supplies in 505. I didn't bring anything with me except my mobile phone and a small pack of tissues, so I packed lightly. However, she still took the opportunity to grab a fluffy pillow and cover it for soundproofing when she was going to open the combination lock. The fat man glanced at her, pointed at the sleeping Baiyu, and said softly, "I'm responsible for carrying her out, and you're responsible for opening the door." Yin Qingqing nodded and silently recited the password to the sea view room dozens of times. There are 30 seconds left in the countdown. 29. 28. Reciting the number silently, the fat man stood up quietly. He walked to the side of the bed and picked up Baiyu, who was still sleeping, in a princess hug position. With the help of Yin Qingqing, he carried her on his back. Over there, Ling Xiaofei had already quietly opened the children's room door halfway according to Teacher Zhang's gesture. Listening to the sound, the zombies have indeed returned to the house one after another. However, I didn't hear them closing the door. Outside the window, the group of rot worms with scarlet eyes, protruding fangs, and hungry stomachs were still there. And as zombie NPCs returned to the room one after another, the number of them on the windows gradually increases. What several people need to bet on now is whether the sound of the combination lock when opening the sea view room will not trigger the death condition. If the sound exceeds the specified decibel, it is not impossible for several people to be eaten clean by rotten insects that break in through the window in an instant. From 506 back to 505. The distance is less than 10 meters. But you have to keep your heart open. It was like Xiaobai, who had no safety measures, was forced to walk on a 1,000-meter steel wire with bare hands. The distance from death is very close. The footsteps in the corridor have disappeared, and everyone's countdown has reached 0. Teacher Jiang raised his palm and waved it coolly. "Walk!" Ling Xiaofei took the lead and quickly walked towards the outer door quietly. When he reached the door, he took a breath of cold air. Sure enough, their wooden door had several cracks scratched by zombies. If those zombies had stayed a few more minutes, they would have definitely been able to break in. But time was tight, and he couldn't think too much. He stood on tiptoes and glanced at the corridor through the peephole. The door to the room where the zombie NPC lives opposite is not tightly closed, leaving a gap as wide as the palm of your hand. But it was pitch dark inside, and nothing could be seen clearly. The pale light in the corridor flickered on and off. Flickering. Ling Xiaofei took a few careful glances from side to side. After confirming that there was no one outside, he waved slightly toward the children's room. Seeing this, the remaining 3 people walked out quickly and quietly. Like thieves. It looks like the movements are sneaky. When he passed by Lu Fei's body, the fat man glanced at it uneasily, and his doubts became even worse. Lu Fei was still lying in a pool of blood with his eyes wide open, his figure unchanged. The only difference is that the blood stains on the ground had begun to dry. The door creaked slightly, and Ling Xiaofei gently opened it. A smelly wind blew in from the corridor instantly. Several people shivered directly from the inexplicable cold wind. Chapter 79, I almost lost my soul in fear. Rodworms on the floor-to-ceiling windows, attracted by the movements and slight noises of several people. The squirming rhythm obviously became much faster. They were frantically trying to break through the window, and their bodies piled on top of each other hit the glass one after another. Some rot bugs have even cleverly started smashing glass with their fangs. Click! Click! Dot! In an instant, several extremely thin cracks gradually appeared on the glass. Several people had no intention of paying attention to the situation on the glass. Everyone's nerves were tense, and they quickly moved out the door. The white feather on the fat man's back felt dizzy, and his little head shook a few times as he walked. Like a cat, Yin Qingqing stood quickly at the door of 505, holding a pillow and bearing the brunt. She put the pillow outside the combination lock and quickly identified the position of the numbers. Immediately, the pillow pressed down slightly, and his fingers quickly pressed on the number keys. The sound of the button, DDDD, could not be completely covered up, but came out faintly. The door creaked and opened gently. At the same time, the crackling sound of the glass in 506 next door became louder. The fat man glanced at 505, and after confirming that it was safe, he was the first to rush in with Baiyu on his back. Ling Xiaofei and Yin Qingqing followed closely behind. Wave after wave of extremely cold wind, with a stench like dead fish and rotten shrimps, kept blowing from the corridor and the unclosed door on the opposite side. The postponed teacher Jiang suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck and ankles, and immediately noticed something was wrong behind him. He glanced at the slightly open door opposite 505 from the corner of his eye, and was almost frightened out of his soul. The room opposite was pitch dark, under the reflection of the pale lights in the corridor. The densely packed zombies seemed to be suspended. Some are pale and swollen. Some are dry and black. The picture is not ordinary weird. Teacher Jiang couldn't help but tremble, thinking it was because of his old eyesight. Just as he was about to make a second confirmation, Yin Qingqing stretched out his hand and pulled him into 505. Ling Xiaofei was familiar with the road and gently closed the door with a creak. Several people walked quickly to the sofa area, but they didn't dare to sit on the sofa, but all hid behind the sofa. The fat man put Baiyu down gently, and Yin Qingqing stretched out her hand and put her on his shoulder. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the sea view room were already covered with rot insects. I think it was because there was no one in the room before. Judging from their number and squirming tracks, they look more like they are passing by, not like they are stacked together like next door. Another gust of cold wind blew. The door of 506 next door was slammed shut with a bang. At the same time, crash! The floor-to-ceiling glass window in the next room was shattered. The fat man glanced at the window and saw a bunch of rot worms crawling to the side as fast as they could. From the looks of it, all those rot bugs should have swarmed into 506. Fortunately, they had already left. Otherwise, the picture is horrifying to think about. Gradually, it was as if he noticed that there was a living person in the room. There are more and more rot insects on the floor-to-ceiling windows of 505. At this moment, heavy and slow footsteps came from the corridor. It's time for the second round of foraging. Zombie NPC is out. The door to the next door banged and was violently pushed open by the zombies. From the door of the sea view room here, the sound of zombies' fingernails scratching the door frantically could also be heard. No one dared to make a sound. Quietly, in the dark night, waiting, praying, suffering. According to 6 times the time flow rate, you only need to persist for about 13 hours to complete the level. But can they survive until then? Chapter 80. There is a tough battle to be fought tonight. When Baiyu woke up the next day, it's daybreak. Most of the physical discomfort disappeared. However, the red finger marks on his face and neck are still clearly visible. The remaining people have already returned to 506 to retrieve their shoes and quicklime. Lu Fei's body in the room over there, and the blood on the ground had long disappeared. It didn't turn into flowers or anything like everyone expected. Maybe it's because of the speed of time. Already completed the process in advance and disappeared. 505's originally damaged doors and glass windows have long since returned to normal. These are within everyone's expectations. But a few people were lucky last night. In 505, I spent the whole night relatively smoothly, just looking at the intensity of the zombies and rotten insects attack last night. We might not be so lucky tonight. Yin Qingqing and Ling Xiaofei are packing quicklime into small bags. Teacher Jiang and Fatty were trying to cover the floor-to-ceiling windows with quilts sprinkled with quicklime. Another 2-meter large bed was moved and the door was tightly blocked. The bathroom door was locked and the small windows were all blocked. The time reserved for everyone is too short, so everyone can only use local materials to do their best to protect themselves. Baiyu originally wanted to go back to room 404 to pick up the backpack that was used to disguise his mind space. But he had to give up when he saw this. The room was filled with a faint whiff of quicklime dust, which smelled a bit choking. Xiao Bai, are you awake? Do you feel better? Teacher Jiang glanced at Baiyu, who was rubbing his head and standing up in confusion. Baiyu glanced at the room furnishings and was startled. Well, it's better. Teacher Jiang, are we in 505? Well, 506 was captured by zombies and rotten insects last night, so we escaped here. By the way, after the speed of time accelerated, our total daytime today was only 20 minutes, and now 8 minutes have passed. Xiao Bai, don't go back to the 4th floor. Eat something quickly. There are instant noodles and ham sausages we bought in the bag. Teacher Jiang said quickly, pointing to a black backpack not far away. Hearing the speed of time, Baiyu was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted. I originally wanted to take out the food from my own space, but after thinking about it I decided not to, and walked straight towards the backpack. Teacher Jiang, have you eaten? She asked, pulling out a box of instant noodles. The supplies prepared by Teacher Jiang and others were very simple. In addition to instant noodles and ham sausages, there were also some candies and biscuits. No bottled water in sight. Probably thinking that bottled water is placed in the BNB every day, and tap water is unlimited. Ling Xiaofei,
who was wearing a mask and was loading quicklime with Yan Qingqing, raised his dusty little face and said, Eat crispy noodles. Sister Bai will tell you a secret recipe. You can crush the noodles first, then sprinkle the seasoning bag in, and shake it vigorously a few times. The noodles will taste better that way. The bear noodles sold at our school canteen taste just like that. Okay. Thank you, Xiafei. Bai Yu smiled at him and did as he was told. Not to mention, the crunchy instant noodles taste really good. Just a little choking. Bai Yu ate half of it and couldn't eat any more. She glanced across the room table. There was still a bottle of mineral water provided by the hotel. It was unopened, so I drank it consciously. There were still 7 or 8 minutes left, and the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the sea view room were finally completely blocked by 2 white quilts. The light in the room instantly dimmed. Chapter 81 Games are like XX. If you can't resist, just face it seriously. The fat man slightly adjusted the bed that blocked the door. Then, he carefully turned on the lights in the room. There were still a few minutes until dark. Several people put a few small bags of quicklime in their backpacks, took another small bag in their hands, washed their hands, and returned to the sofa area to repair temporarily. Teacher Jiang took out his mobile phone and put it on the coffee table. He looked at the countdown above, his old face looking solemn as never before in his life. Fatty, there will be a tough battle tonight, so everyone must be at your best. Yan Qingqing. Yeah. Whether you live or die, it all depends on these few hours. Alas, the 9 days of suffering are finally coming to an end. After saying that, she suddenly sighed nonsensically. The game is like XX. Since you can't resist or dodge, just enjoy the last time. The words are rough, and the reasoning is not rough. After everyone laughed bitterly for a few seconds, their expressions immediately returned to their previous heaviness. Teacher Jiang pushed up his glasses and answered. These 5 hours are completely dark, and the interval between zombies looking for food will also be reduced. In addition, my refreshing injection requires an hour's interval after injection. Therefore, I suggest that, if not possible, the first half of the period should be relatively safe, and everyone should take turns keeping vigil to stay awake. Okay. The first round of attacks by the zombies and rotten insects is relatively light, so why don't Xiao Bai and Xiao Yin defend first? Fatty glanced at Bai Yu and Yan Qingqing and suggested. Yan Qingqing and Bai Yu expressed no objection. The fat man's eyes stopped on Bai Yu's face, and he hesitated to speak. Xiao Bai, the knife Lu Fei had yesterday. In my case, the system says it needs to be purified or something, and it seems that it will take a while before it can be used. By the way, fat brother, that Grandma's embroidery needle is yours. Right. How can I pay it back to you? The fat man was indeed an experienced player. Bai Yu didn't want to hide it, so he said it bluntly. While talking, click on your game panel. The fat man smiled. No need. That needle can temporarily weaken the attack part for 30 seconds. There are only 1 last attack left. Leave it to you. I have a few more. However, the needle is like a grandma without reading glasses, and the projection is not very accurate. When you use it by yourself, you must pay attention to your concentration. Besides, since you have that knife, I won't prepare that weapon for you. Seeing that Bai Yu had some doubts in his eyes, he continued to educate her. Generally, SR level weapons will be dropped when the previous player dies. After a new player picks them up, the system will purify them before binding them to the new player, which is similar to restoring the factory settings of a mobile phone. The regular purification time will range from 24 hours to a few days. Now that the time flow in the game is accelerated, the purification time of your knife is also accelerated at the same time, and it should be ready for use soon. After he finished speaking, he put back the backpack he just picked up. There were several pieces of metal extending out of the backpack. Like Bai Yu, he probably bought some golf clubs and the like. Although it is simple and crude, it is better than nothing. Okay. Bai Yu nodded, but didn't tell him that he also bought some self-defense equipment. In addition, she planned to wait until it got dark and she would be free. Just go into the game panel to take a look at the new props, and put them all back into the space. That way, it will be easier to access. Plus the props in this game. The name sounds weird, so you really need to know the attributes in advance. If you encounter a prop like a rotten egg again, it can kill 1,000 enemies and damage yourself 800. Yes, I was the first one to die. Chapter 82 is too coy. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yan Qingqing asked directly, Sister Xiaobai,
Where did you get those bricks and nails yesterday?
Forehead. Bai hesitated for a moment after hearing this, thinking about how to answer her more appropriately. Now that Lu Fei is dead, the remaining people are not bad people. We are about to face a common fight against the enemy, and we still need a foundation of mutual trust. While hesitating to speak, the fat man over there raised his eyelids and picked up the topic. As for the bricks and nails that appeared out of thin air in Bai's hand, he had seen them yesterday, but he didn't think of asking.
Xiao Bai, is your innate skill the ability to retrieve objects from the air?
Everyone looked confused.
Innate skills?
The fat man explained.
It's similar to picking up objects from the air, grabbing flowers at random, etc. Unlike us, props can only be placed on the game panel or you have to buy a prop backpack. I also occasionally heard a Krypton Gold boss mention it during the last round of the game.
The fat man paused and continued.
He said that people with great talent and luck will have their talents and skills activated in the game based on their personal circumstances. However, such people account for less than 1/1000th of all players.
Bai smiled when he heard this. She doesn't have the talent and skill she deserves. There is actually one space of thought. In this situation, Bai no longer needs to hide the fact that he has space for thoughts. However, not all of it can be revealed. Moreover, that space of thought is extremely rare. It seems to be the only top-level prop in the entire game, and others may not know the full story. Thinking of this, Bai spoke.
I don't have any natural skills. I just received a blind box reward when I entered the game. It's an invisible material backpack that can store a small amount of props and materials.
For example, Bai said, and with a thought, he took out some chocolate, cola and beef jerky and distributed them to several people. The game is over in 5 hours. The food she bought earlier was for 4 or 5 days, and she couldn't finish it herself. In addition to teacher Jiang, all they bought were instant noodles and water. In terms of replenishing physical strength, the effect is definitely not as good as beef jerky and chocolate. Now it's time for a few people to unite to fight against the enemy. Only when we are full can we have the strength to work. The fat man was well informed, but he was still surprised for a moment.
Xiao Bai, you are so virtuous. You even bought Coke and beef jerky. It seems like I'm the only straight girl. So I bought some water, bread, and biscuits as a token, thinking that I wouldn't need them at all.
Yin Qingqing also laughed at herself. Ling Shifei, a pure and cute new player, is even more eye-catching. After eating instant noodles and mineral water for 2 days, the Coke was like a life-saving water to him at this moment. Without thinking, he picked it up, twisted it open, and poured it into his mouth. After belching with satisfaction, he looked at Bai with envy and said,
"Oh my god! Sister Bai, your prop backpack is so amazing. The key is that the way to get things is just like the immortals in those fairy tales. That brother told me before that this kind of backpack is sold in the game market. It is usually invisible. It is awesome, but it's so expensive. It costs tens of thousands of gold coins each. Unexpectedly, you can actually draw from the blind box. You are too coy-like."
He originally wanted to say that Bai was better at buying things, and even bought Coke, chocolate and beef jerky. After thinking about it, Yin Qingqing had already praised it, and said nothing more. Chapter 83 New Player. Are you lucky? Several other people also stuffed the chocolate and beef jerky given by Bai into their mouths. He finished the Coke in one breath. Several belches were heard, and everyone's fighting power seemed to increase a little out of thin air. Recalling that when several people dealt with Lu Fei before, they were all more or less injured. Bai took out wine-white medicine from the space and sprayed it on everyone and himself. Only then did she realize that she had run out of medicines. If I had known better, I should have bought some alcohol, bandages and plasters. But as of now, there is nothing we can do. Ling Shifei on the side was amazed again.
Sister Xiaobai, this backpack of yours is really special. It can hold anything.
Bai smiled modestly. There is no requirement for the storage quantity of the prop bar in the game panel. However, it can only store game props, and access requires various login interfaces, which is actually very inconvenient. This is especially unfriendly to elderly people like Mr. Jiang, who rarely play with smartphones. There are some similar backpacks for sale in the game market. However, Yin Qingqing and Ling Xiafei currently do not have permission to click and enter, and even if it is open to them now, they can't afford it based on the gold coins they have.
How many tens of thousands each? Oh, it's comparable to Hermes bags in the real world.
Yin Qingqing, who had never seen a game market before, joked instantly.
Bai said sarcastically. Ha ha. It's okay. Maybe I'm a new player, so I'll have better luck. Everyone smiled knowingly. In a while, the island will enter complete darkness. Life or death depends on the last few hours. Everyone's mood at the moment is both heavy and irritable. There is a sense of righteousness and a sense of resignation, mixed with some emotions of reflecting on the past. All in all, it was very complicated. So everyone started chatting happily on this topic. To be honest, I also deliberately used this to relieve my inner worries. By the way, Xiao Bai, can you still put something in your backpack? The fat man pointed at the few bags of quicklime that everyone had taken away. Although they are based on 505, no one can say what they will encounter in the future. If this quicklime is really useful in dealing with rot insects, there is no harm in carrying it with you at all times. Originally, they planned to put a bag on the roof of the rooftop in advance. But unfortunately, the plan did not change quickly. Bai felt the space of his mind and said, "It should be possible." After saying that, she put the remaining bags of quicklime into the space, glancing at the game personal panel. Sure enough, as the fat man said, the flow of time inside also accelerated. In a few minutes, the black sword will be completely purified. However, although the dagger is sharp, it is only suitable for short-range attacks. In order to prevent accidents, Bai still took a golf club from the space and held it in his hand. Mr. Jiang, a steady man, never took his eyes off his mobile phone. Seeing that several people had relaxed their guard, they couldn't help but remind them. It will be dark in 3 minutes. Comrades, let's get to our positions and get ready. After speaking, he handed the refreshing syringe to everyone's hands. When everyone heard the words, they took it in silence, and their nerves became tense quickly. Seeing several people operating the game panel with their fingers suspended in midair, Bai's curiosity suddenly aroused. Are you preparing to copy someone? Soon, a wrist-long butcher's knife seemed to appear in the fat man's hand through magic. The blade of the pig-killing knife glowed coldly. At first glance, the blade looks extremely sharp. Chapter 84. After working on it for a long time, the clown turned out to be herself. At first glance, the knife matched the fat man's temperament and figure very well. Yin Qingqing's weapon is a whip about 2 meters long. The shape of the whip looks neither hard nor soft, making it very suitable for novices to use. There is a braid-like pattern on the handle, and the whip body is glowing with a dark glow. It is unknown what material it is made of. I don't know if she has done any good training in secret. What Teacher Jiang is holding in his hand is a silver metal crutch that looks very light. It's just that the crutch is only 2/3 the size of a regular crutch. At first glance, it can only be used to hit people, but not to be leaned on. Ling Shifei, the youngest, also held a pink plastic-covered electric shock stick in his hand. The stun baton is very designed, as if it was borrowed from a cartoon. Teacher Jiang specifically explained that Lu Fei was here before. So in order to prevent the big fish from eating the small fish, they decided not to expose themselves as having weapons as a last resort. Bai quickly scanned around and was dumbfounded. She thought that the reason she drew the mind space at the beginning of the game was because her koi physique was so lucky. Now it seems that her temporary teammates are all possessed by the European Emperor. So, after being excited for a long time, the clown turned out to be herself? After thinking about it, Bai quickly retracted his thoughts. Since no one was hiding it, she took out the motorcycle helmet from the space and put it on. Thinking of preparing quicklime to deal with the rot insects, she took out a raincoat and put it on, and also put on her rain boots. The helmet is heavy and stuffy, but it is an effective self-defense item against zombies and rotworms. Everyone was stunned. Dot! I bought all this. Class is really awesome. Teacher Jiang raised his palm to indicate that there were less than 2 minutes left. The few of them looked at each other sympathetically, and secretly cheered. In the last few hours, success or failure? Fight! Asterisk. 1559. There's still 1 minute until the BNB turns off the lights. The sky outside the window had darkened instantly. The windows of 505 have been blocked by thick quilts, and several people cannot see the changes outside the windows. Bai, Yin Qingqing and the others adjusted the brightness of their mobile phones to the darkest setting. They had previously reached a consensus that if they had any discoveries or ideas, they would communicate via text messages. Of course, if the door of room 505 is really broken, then everyone will run to the rooftop with all their strength. According to the division of labor, Yin Qingqing and Bai were responsible for watching the windows in the sofa area, while Teacher Jiang and Fatty were guarding the door. Ling Shifei is the youngest, and is responsible for maneuvering. Several people had just stuffed the chocolates given by Baiyu into their mouths. 1600 hours. Time up. The lights in the BNB were turned off, and the room suddenly entered boundless darkness. The rustling sound and the dee-dee-dee-dee sound of the door opening came from all directions. Rotworms and zombies are out. The moment the lights went out, the hairs on everyone's bodies stood on their heads. Unexpectedly, the comatose pine Sid did not appear, but the temperature in the room began to drop significantly, and the stench of rotting flesh overflowed from the gap under the door of room 505. Baiyu quickly pulled out a few masks from the space and handed them to everyone. Several people put them on quietly, and the stench was obviously reduced a lot. Outside the window, the dense rotworms, as if they were equipped with detectors, bypassed the windows of all zombie NPCs and dead players, and squirmed crazily towards the floor-to-ceiling windows of 505. In the corridor, the zombie NPCs living on the 5th floor also have clear goals. They staggered and moved straight to the sea view room. Chapter 85. The sword rises and falls. All the real players in this BNB gathered in 505. It is not yet known whether zombie NPCs from other floors will also swarm up. The 5 people hiding in room 505 in the dark night were like human flesh targets, attracting the full attention of the zombies and all the rot insects on the 5th floor. In addition, judging from the time, it now corresponds to 1600 hours on the 7th day. According to the conversion of 6 times the time flow rate, the zombie resting interval is 1.5 minutes, while the time for going out and foraging for food is nearly 10 minutes. How many people don't know how many rounds of attacks their doors and glass can withstand? Rustle. Rustle. Dot! Listening to the sound, it seems that the rot bugs on the glass are gathering more and more. Baiyu even stretched out his hand nervously to hold Yan Qingqing's arm, but found that her body was trembling slightly like his. At the same time, she. Pap, pap. The harsh sounds of nails scratching and banging on the door also came from the wooden door of 505. Baiyu couldn't help but turn his head and glance in the direction of the door. But they saw Teacher Jiang and Fatty, one on the left and the other on the right, guarding both sides of the bed blocking the door. The fat man didn't know if he was dazzled by the darkness. He even saw a black, curved fingernail. It stretched out from the gap between the bottom of the door and the ground. Soon, 2, 3, a dry, black palm squeezed in from under the door, and the hand got deeper and longer, and quickly groped towards the bed against the door. Only then did the fat man realize that he was not dazzled just now. He tightened the butcher's knife in his hand, and quietly inserted it into the gap between the door and the bed. Teacher Jiang frowned and was about to signal him not to act rashly, but he saw that the fat man had already picked up the butcher knife and slashed hard. The knife falls from the hand. The withered zombie's hand is broken. With a scream of, "Jia!" the broken arm quickly retracted from the crack in the door. At the same time, a stream of foul-smelling mucus shot out from the severed hand and splashed on the floor and bed board. Jiji-jiji! Jiji-jiji! The blood-curdling screams started to sound one after another at the door of the room. The fat man frowned. If you have onychomycosis, one person can infect 2 people? These zombies are so sick. As if being stimulated, the scratching and banging of the door by zombies outside became louder and heavier. Half a day passed, and there was no sign of leaving to look for carrion bugs outside the window. On the other side of the floor-to-ceiling windows, there were no zombies out looking for food, and more rotworms were accumulating. The sound of click and click glass breaking gradually began to increase. Baiyu's heart tightened. It looked like they wouldn't be able to survive the zombies' first round of foraging. He stared carefully in the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window for a few seconds. Fortunately, the 2 white quilts hanging on the glass were silent for the time being. Ding! The prop black sword has been purified for you. The contract will be automatically bound for you in 3 seconds. At this moment, an ethereal mechanical sound suddenly sounded in her ears, and she was suddenly startled. Ding! The R-level prop black sword has been automatically bound to you. The mechanical sound sounded again. Baiyu saw that Yan Qingqing had been staring in the direction of the window. And then he realized. The announcement is only for your own system. Zombies, rot bugs, and others cannot hear it. The screen is also visible only to you. Thinking of this, Baiyu took a deep breath and reached out to open his game panel. If she didn't look at it now, it would be too late for her to look. Chapter 86. Loyal ministers do not serve 2 masters, and neither do top weapons. Reach out and touch, personal information. And a row of information instantly appears in front of you. Name, by you. Age, failed to read? Gender, female. Current copy, Silent Island. Level, S0. Point bonus, 0. Gold coin bonus, 0. Player points, 0 plus? There are bonus points. Pending settlement. Current gold coins, 18,943 plus 1,053 plus 600. Current props, Mind Space *1. 3,000 years Rotten Egg *1. Newly obtained props, Black Blade *1. Grandma's Embroidery Needle *1/3. Power Card *2. Click to view prop functions. Other attributes and functions. The player's current level is low and activation and viewing are not supported for the time being. Baiyu glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window and saw that it was still normal. So he quickly clicked on the newly obtained props to check. Along with her click, several pieces of information appeared in Baiyu's field of vision. Name, Black Blade. Type, ordinary contract items. Durable items. R-level rare items. Function and purpose. Driving express delivery. Cutting fruits. Peeling things. Removing dead skin. Killing XX. All in all, powerful. Cut iron like clay. Extremely sharp. The durability of combat power depends on the player's personal ability. Note, loyal ministers do not care about the two masters. And the same goes for top-notch weapons. Player Baiyu is also requested to work hard to survive in the game and avoid props falling. Baiyu couldn't laugh or cry immediately after reading it. The name of this dagger looks pretty cool. It's a pity that he is only handsome for a second. Just this note. I'm speechless. And I don't know which idiot designed it. With a thought. The black blade has been automatically placed into the space of thought. She was about to check the remaining two props, but was pulled hard by Yan Qingqing. Baiyu raised his eyes alertly. Only then did he realize that in the dozens of seconds he had just checked the prop information. Rapid changes had taken place in the house. Most of the solid wood door of 505 has been scratched by the hungry zombies. Right under the door, among the pools of mucus, black and dry severed hands and pale and swollen severed hands were scattered on the floor. The big bed used to block the door was already on the verge of collapse. Fatty and Teacher Jiang had no choice but to press forward with their backs. But they were also afraid that the bed board would be penetrated by zombies' hands. Both of their expressions were extremely solemn. Ling Xiaofei took over Fatty's position and stood outside the gap between the wooden door and the big bed with an electric shock stick. The zombies' heads and hands had just been stuffed through the broken doorway. And he turned on the electric shock baton and pushed forward hard. That electric one is called a steady and ruthless one. The zombies could only scream and retreat. But soon a few more squeezed in desperately. Ling Xiaofei continued to use the phone. To deal with zombies, the electric shock stick is much easier to use than the fat man's butcher knife. However, compared with the ultra-long battle duration of cold weapons, the continuity of the current is a big problem. No, not long after, the yellow light on the power display button was already on. Fortunately, judging by the sound, there are fewer zombies at the door. It seemed that coming in to eat people was out of the question, as most of the hungry zombies had already turned towards the corridor window. Teacher Jiang silently counted down the time in his heart. It was almost time before the first round of foraging zombies returned to the house. At this moment, Ling Xiaofei, who had relaxed his vigilance, forgot about the taboo of not speaking out after dark, and said with a sad face, "Fat brother, the electric baton seems to be running out of power." As soon as his words came out, everyone's expressions instantly became panicked. If he makes a sound after dark, with his volume, it will definitely trigger death conditions. Hey, it's impossible to guard against it. This time, they are completely finished. Chapter 87, Silent Island, the rules have changed. Xiaofei reacted suddenly. His pupils shrank, and his young face suddenly turned white. He glanced at everyone with an expression of fear, took a deep breath, and lowered his head in frustration. It could be seen that his shoulders were shaking slightly in the dark night. It was as if he was waiting for death to come, full of anxiety and uneasiness. Baiyu and Yan Qingqing were the closest. They looked at each other for a second with pale faces, and they said the same thing in their hearts. It's over. This time it's really barbecue. The room fell silent again, and the only sounds of their own heartbeats were bang and bang. In despair and depression. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. Unexpectedly, nothing happened. There was no special movement in the corridor. Ling Xiafei still stood on the spot with his eyes closed and unharmed. Everyone looked at each other for a second. Could it be that the rules that trigger death conditions were changed at the last moment? Just as everyone was about to let go of their hanging hearts, voices with different rhythms sounded at almost the same moment. Crack! Crack! Snapped! Crash! The floor-to-ceiling window glass was shattered sooner or later. The extremely smooth white quilt that was originally hanging on the floor-to-ceiling window began to sway unevenly. There were already rotten insects poking their dark heads out of the gap between the side of the quilt and the wall. The rotworms directly in front of them habitually sprayed liquid and came forward to gnaw. But they didn't expect that the quilt was already covered with quicklime. When the acidic liquid collided with the lime powder, a pungent smoke came out. Soon, a bunch of arm-sized fanged rotworms, with thick smoke coming out of their bodies, and weights that had just solidified into stone in their mouths, fell sparsely along the quilt. The quilt was instantly burned with a bunch of holes, and it looked shaky. Looking at the rotten insects crawling crazily under the quilt with their remaining limbs, a bold thought flashed through Bayu's mind. Making noise after dark does not automatically trigger death. However, this sound, with some kind of power buff, can cause the rot insects to instantly break the glass of the player's room and break in, and then eat the players in the room. This is also the key reason why the player turns into a honeycomb hollow skeleton. As for those zombie NPCs, their activity time should be set, and their activity pads should be set. Attacks and such are not controlled by sound. Teacher Jiang also had the same idea as her. Now that the rot bugs have broken the glass and come in, it doesn't matter whether they say anything or not. He was the first to react and said to everyone, "The rot bugs are coming in. Lime is effective. Spread lime quickly." Everyone quickly picked up the bags in their hands and quickly scattered them around. However, rotworms crawl out from all directions, layer upon layer, in huge numbers. The top of the window is out of reach of everyone. Moreover, only the rot insects on the surface were sprinkled with lime, and there were many rot insects hidden underneath that successfully squeezed into the house. Soon, the two white quilts used to cover the windows fell with a crash. The dense rotworms withstood the attack of quicklime and crawled in desperately. In the blink of an eye, the floor in the room, the sheets, and the lampshades were quickly covered with a bright layer of black. In the dotted blood-red eyes are their sharp fangs that have already been formed. All rotworms, as if looking at prey, his eyes greedily stared at the people in the room. Chapter 88, Silent Island, Self-Destruction of 800. The viscous acid in the rotten mouth. It started falling wildly. Tap-tat! And tap-tat! Everyone who feels angry inside. I was frightened by this sudden change and panicked. Except for Teacher Jiang who wears glasses, and Bayu who wears a motorcycle helmet. The rest of the people could only close their eyes and throw quicklime in the air. Quicklime has a certain effect on rotten insects. Unfortunately, just like Bayu's 3,000-year-old rotten eggs, this is also a piece of shit that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800. Soon, the room was filled with a pungent smell of dust. Several people wore medical masks, and their breathing was relatively safe. But quicklime is corrosive to the skin. In addition, everyone now had thin beads of sweat on their arms, foreheads, and necks. Dust quickly sticks to these areas. The amount was not large, but several people's exposed faces and arms started to feel pain again and again. And those rot insects gradually withstood the bite of quicklime, and their bodies squirmed quickly towards the few people. The fat man couldn't help but curse loudly. "Pete, I'm really going to get caught in a trap this time." Bayu was wearing a mask, helmet, raincoat, and rain boots. He was basically fully armed and was not harmed by quicklime. However, raincoats and rain boots are made of plastic. If they are stained by the acidic mucus of rot bugs, they will be damaged instantly. And she also knew that continuing like this was not the answer. Hearing the fat man shouting, Bayu suddenly felt an extremely bad premonition in his heart, and said without thinking, "Zombies will come out soon, and this room cannot be defended due to internal and external dangers. If the zombies downstairs also come up, the consequences will be disastrous. We have to take this time to retreat to the rooftop." Yan Qingqing, who had long been disgraced by quicklime, narrowed her eyes a little and said worriedly, "The problem is, we don't know if there are rotworms and zombies on the rooftop." This is indeed a problem. Everyone had only seen the rooftop during the day through the gap in the iron door. As for what happens after dark, no one knows. However, this situation cannot allow anyone to dwell on it. The fat man patted his head and made the first decision. "Go up first and talk about it first." "I don't believe it. This stupid dog game won't give you a chance to survive. That's right. Die early and live early. Let's rush out.
Ling Shufei also clenched his fists and said in anger. Teacher Zhang's mind raced for time. The zombies began to return to the house at this point. According to the current time flow, they still have less than a minute to evacuate. While they were talking, Fatty and Yen Qingqing resisted the sting in their eyes, half squinted their eyes, and pushed open the big bed that was blocking the door. The big bed fell down in the middle of the room with a bang, kicking up a pile of pungent dust. The rot insects that had launched an attack had to temporarily stop in front of the quicklime powder. And those rot insects that had no time to hide were instantly crushed and shattered by the big bed. More acidic bodily fluids mixed with the lime on the ground. And pungent smells and thick smoke came one after another. Baiyu glanced at the smoky house and the rot insects swarming along the window. And an adventurous plan quietly emerged in his heart. On the other side, the door of 505 was already riddled with holes scratched by zombie NPCs. Teacher Jiang, who was closest to the door, was the first to approach the door and took a look outside. The passage was empty. He quickly opened the tattered door and waved to everyone.
There are 60 seconds left. You young people go first. I will be in charge of the rear.
Chapter 89, Silent Island, No Way to Survive. As soon as Teacher Jiang finished speaking, at the foot of the bed was a large rot worm with sharp teeth and a sharp mouth and red eyes. I had found the right moment and drilled straight into his trouser legs along the upper of his shoes. Teacher Jiang felt a sticky cold feeling on her ankles. The sticky thing was squirming crazily on his legs. It was obvious that it was a living thing. Teacher Jiang reacted suddenly and secretly said, "No." Then his face turned pale. Before Teacher Jiang could bend over to check, there was already a heartbreaking pain in the muscles of his calf. In an instant, Teacher Jiang's left leg felt as if someone had applied a layer of concentrated sulfuric acid. From the skin to the blood vessels, inch by inch is burning. He could even feel it clearly. The rot worm was opening its fangs and gnawing at the flesh and blood vessels on his legs bit by bit. You can even hear the squeaking sound of it gnawing on bones. There is no doubt that his left leg is useless. Thinking of this, Teacher Jiang quickly picked up the crutch prop in his hand and slapped the area where the insect was. But the insect, like a leech, clung to his bones without moving at all. There was no time for him to delay any longer. If you stay for 2 more seconds, your whole body may be absorbed by the rot bugs outside. And there are still 40 seconds until the zombie NPC comes out again. Thinking of this, Teacher Jiang gritted his teeth, stepped on his bloody legs, and shouted to the people standing there blankly.
Stop being in a daze! Let's go!
This was no longer the time to be courteous to each other. They didn't have time to think about it, and rushed out towards the escalator. When he passed the half-open door of the other zombie NPCs, the sharp-eyed fat man was shocked in his heart. The dark room was actually filled with a bunch of zombies. If you calculate it this way, there are no less than 50 zombies on one floor. It would be okay if they came out to look for food in turns. But it would be better if they all came out at once. It's scary to think about it. Yen Qingqing, who was rushing at the front, quickly looked back at the rot insects in the room, frowning and saying,
The rot insects will also follow us into the corridor. What should we do? They will climb up along our trajectory. What should we do?
Yes, this is also a problem.
I have a way to deal with it. You go first. Go and open the door quickly.
Baiyu, who was retreating while walking, said unexpectedly calmly. As she spoke, the highly alcoholic alcohol, windproof lighter, and gauze had been taken out of her mind space. Everyone speculated, is she going to burn the rot insects? Although it cannot completely cut off the rot worm's retreat. If it succeeds, it can indeed buy some time for everyone to escape. Thinking of this, they had no time to care about how Baiyu wanted to operate, and ran to the stairs desperately. Baiyu really wanted to burn the rotten insects. There is a lot of dust in the house now, and it is unknown whether it will cause an explosion if set on fire. However, she had previously observed that there were fire sprinklers on the roof. If the temperature in the house is too high, the sprinkler will spray water under normal circumstances. As long as the room doesn't explode, they still have a chance of survival if they escape to the roof. The premise is that the roof of the building is not currently occupied by rot insects and zombies. However, she believed that their luck would not be so bad. Besides, just like the fat man said, no matter how nonsense the dog game is, it can't give him any chance of survival.
The zombies will be out in 30 seconds. I can't help you on the escalator. So hurry up and go first. And I'll see if there's anyone who can help Xiao Bai. Teacher Jiang walked halfway and suddenly stopped, looking at several people with a painful expression. Chapter 90 Silent Island, Death Beckons. The lights were too dim, and no one had time to notice. Teacher John's left leg was like a dead branch hanging precariously on his frail body. The rotten insect was full of blood and meat, and its round body slowly slid down from the trouser leg. Squirming and squirming, he headed towards 505. The heartbreaking pain began to rush along every inch of Teacher John's skin and every cell towards his heart and brain. He had even seen the god of death waving to him. Teacher Jiang could not help but sigh heavily. It seems that there is no way to escape by running. Death is also inevitable. But, if I could be on my deathbed, if you help a few young people, you can die without regrets. Thinking of this, he stood on one leg, with trembling hands, took out his only self-defense item from the game panel. It was a rectangular box shining with silvery white light. When Lu Fei threatened Bai Yu before, he wanted to give him in exchange for Bai Yu's life. The light current in the corridor is not very stable. Zila, flickering bright and dim, just like the ups and downs of everyone's little hearts. Fatty led Yan Qingqing and Ling Xiaofei to the stairs. The half section of the escalator leading to the roof of the B&B is deliberately placed some distance away from the ground in order to prevent hotel guests from having itchy hands and feet. Visually check that the hanging distance is at least 1.5 meters. But for a fat man who is over 1.8 meters tall, it is not difficult. He calmly raised his hand to grab it casually, kicked his feet, and climbed up easily. Yan Qingqing and Ling Xiaofei were waiting there with anxious expressions. Like an ant on a hot pot. He looked helplessly at the corridor, and then at his fat figure. The fat man climbed to the iron door in a few moments and carefully peeked out from the crack in the door. After making sure that there was nothing outside, he raised the kitchen knife in his hand and slashed at the rusty iron door chain. The chains were quickly cut. He pushed open the iron door, looked around for a few seconds, and took a tentative breath. Fortunately, there is no hallucinogenic pine scent. On the contrary, a slightly cool breeze blew towards me. There are no zombies or rotten insects outside. You can come up now. After saying that, he took off his mask and took a deep breath of fresh air. The feeling of oppression and suffocation in the darkness just now disappeared. My head, which was dizzy from the quicklime dust, instantly became clear. Teacher Jiang. Xiao Bai. The roof is safe. Hurry up. After Yan Qingqing finished speaking, she used all her strength to pick up Ling Xiaofei and climb up the stairs. And she also climbed up with difficulty. You two come up and hold the door, and I'll go down and pull them up. The fat man saw Yan Qingqing stop halfway on the escalator and knew what she was going to do. So he said, Yes. Yan Qingqing nodded and quickly climbed up. Bai Yu and Teacher Jiang are both shorter than themselves. It would be really difficult to climb up without someone to help them. Bai Yu over there used a windproof lighter for the first time. I don't know if it was a problem with the quality of the flint or her method. She fired it several times in a row, but the lighter only emitted a few sparks. Teacher Jiang stood nearby counting down the timer, anxious and helpless. He doesn't smoke on weekdays, and doesn't know much about the use of this windproof lighter. In addition, his legs can hardly move now, so he can only worry about it. Xiao Bai, hurry up! The zombies will be out in 15 seconds. Not only that, but those black rot worms were about to squirm to the door. When Bai Yu heard this, a lot of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. Chapter 91, Silent Island, finally successful. The more anxious people are, the more likely they are to make mistakes. Bai Yu took a deep breath and tried to calm down as much as possible. Then, she unscrewed the high-strength alcohol bottle in her hand and poured it towards the door of 505 and into the room. I also imitated the scene in the movie, shook the windproof lighter back and forth a few times, and quickly moved my thumb towards the lighter. There was a soft pop sound, and the flames finally burst out. The medical gauze ignited instantly, and Bai Yu threw the whole roll into the room without even thinking about it. By the way, the burning windproof lighter was also thrown towards the bed. Bang! The flames instantly burst into flames. She succeeded. In an instant, flames more than 1 meter high burst out one after another. The ignited rot worm slowly curled up in the hot firelight. There were also some rot bugs, squeaking and crawling out of the floor-to-ceiling windows while squirming desperately. Bai Yu didn't dare to delay. Stretched out his hand and quickly closed the door of room 505. Most of the wooden door of 505 had been scratched by zombies before, and it was already riddled with holes. The fire that reached the door popped
out along the hole with thick smoke and the scorched smell of rotten corpses. At this moment, there are less than 5 or 6 seconds before the zombies go out to look for food. Baiyu turned around and ran away. The moment he turned around, he was stunned. He saw Teacher Jiang standing not far away with a face as pale as dirt, his legs trembling slightly, and he was staring at him anxiously. In his hand, he held tightly a box that shone with silvery white light. I don't know if I am suffering from severe hypoxia due to wearing a helmet, and the lights in the corridor are flickering on and off. Baiyu found that his eyes were extremely dark, and he couldn't even see a trace of light belonging to a living person. Baiyu's heart trembled. Has Teacher Jiang been taken away from you? Teacher Jiang, don't be in a daze. Let's go! Without any time to think, Baiyu reached out to pull his arm and leave together. But Teacher Jiang reached out and pushed him away. He pushed towards the stairs deliberately, and with all his strength. Baiyu didn't expect such a situation, so he staggered twice before standing still, with a confused look on her face. She was about to go back and continue to pull him away, but she heard Teacher Jiang order in a stern tone at the stairs. Xiao Wang, come and bring Xiao Bai up. Baiyu didn't understand why. He was so anxious and angry that he almost cried. Teacher Jiang, if you mess around a bit more, we're really going to feed zombies. But no. If the two of them had successfully run to the stairs just now, there would still be a chance of climbing up before the zombies and rotten insects came out. I don't know why Teacher Jiang insisted on staying where she was. Fatty Wang over there had been hanging on the escalator like a gorilla, waiting for the two of them to come and then pull them up. He was also puzzled when he saw the previous scene. After hearing Teacher Jiang's words, I had no choice but to jump off the escalator with a bang. At the same time, the sound of DDDD password unlocking sounded in the corridor one after another. Zombie NPCs. Out. The temperature in the corridor instantly dropped a few degrees, and cold water vapor spread around the people. The fat man frowned. The door was obviously open, but he deliberately made some code to unlock the door. Dog game. Really likes to kill people first and kill the heart first. I have props to defend myself. I can survive until the end of the game. You go first. As he spoke, Teacher Jiang gently threw the box in his hand into the air. A silvery white light flashed past. Chapter 92, Silent Island, Get Out of Here. Teacher Jiang's skinny body. It was covered by a transparent hexahedron with golden ripples. The hexahedron is about 1 meter wide. The height extends infinitely, and both ends of the corridor are blocked tightly by it. Fatty and Baiyu were instantly dumbfounded. This? Through the transparent wall, the two of them could clearly see that the zombie NPCs in the passage on the other side were already swaying and slowly walking out. They even saw the figure of black rot worms. The fire sprinkler in room 505 should have worked. The fire in the room has been extinguished by water. Those rot worms are back again. Teacher Jiang, is this prop of yours reliable? The fat man raised his eyebrows and asked in disbelief. A prop that can protect yourself until the end of the game? Is there such a great thing? Is he ignorant? According to what I learned about him over the past few days, this old man definitely had something to hide. However, he must have had his own reasons for choosing to do this. Teacher Jiang glanced at the 60-second countdown on the top of the prop that only he could see, gritted his teeth, and felt his heart skip a beat. Don't worry. It's reliable. Let's go! Seeing that the two of them were hesitant to move, Teacher Jiang had no choice but to tremblingly reach out and lift up his left trouser leg. Fatty and Baiyu just said it casually, and were instantly frightened. Teacher Jiang's left leg has been bitten by rot worms, and is severely mutilated. The flesh of the entire leg was festering rapidly, and even threatened to spread throughout the body. Tufts of rotten flesh hung on the bloody bones, and yellow pus kept gushing out. As far as the eye can see, there is not an inch of perfect skin. The two of them choked up in tears instantly. Teacher Jiang. It's better for me to hide in this diamond wall than to get halfway up and die of festering all over my body. So, you guys, hurry up. The fat man had no choice but to drag Baiyu. Xiao Bai, let's trust Teacher Jiang for once and go up first. Baiyu's eyes hesitated for a moment. I wanted to leave, but my steps were as heavy as lead. Upon seeing this, Teacher Jiang immediately roared angrily. My wall can only block the zombies and rot worms on the 5th floor. Don't forget, the zombies downstairs may also come up. You young people, don't you have any brains? What are you doing in a daze? Get out! Your lives are hanging by a thread now. The two of them woke up instantly, as if they had been splashed with a basin of ice water.
and then quickly quickened their pace and trotted towards the escalator. Ta-ta! Ta-ta! Sure enough, the footsteps of zombies coming up the stairs began to come from the entrance to the 4th floor. The fat man glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw several rotten, pale, and horrifying rotten faces around the corner. He quickly lifted Bai Yu up and helped her stand firmly on the escalator. Then, he quickly climbed up. Shout Bai! Fatty! Come up quickly! Yan Qingqing, who had been waiting by the iron gate, saw the two figures and urged. Bai Yu was wearing a helmet and had difficulty breathing. He was out of breath when he climbed to the top of the stairs. After standing firm on the top of the building, she took off the protective glass cover on her helmet and breathed in the fresh air. The fat man also climbed up at the last moment. He and Bai Yu glanced back at the corridor worriedly. Looking out from the iron gate, you can see part of the vidrall wall. It seems that the prop is still solid. At least until now. I haven't seen any trace of a rotworm. However, as Teacher Jiang said, it is blocked over there. But the stairwell here is indeed open. Soon, the zombies on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th floors screamed. Jia 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 jia. Chapter 93, Silent Island. The oil is exhausted and the lamp is dry. Like zombies, they moved to the 5th floor stairs. The two zombies who bore the brunt. One is dry and black. The other is pale and rotten. Goyila rolled his eyes and stared directly at the iron door where several people were hiding. Immediately, they turned their heads back and shouted, Jia jia jia. The remaining zombie NPCs seemed to have gotten the message. And like them, they all looked towards the iron gate with cold eyes. Fatty said something bad in his heart. He closed the iron door with a bang, then sat down on the ground and blocked the iron door. Before Bai Yu and the others could react, he had already turned sideways and retied the severed chain to the door. Fat brother, Teacher Jiang is still outside, Xiafei said worriedly. The fat man frowned. His eyes flickered, and he said feebly, Don't be afraid. Teacher Jiang has tools. Bang! 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 A zombie NPC climbed up the escalator and began to hit the iron door crazily. Outside the iron gate, Teacher Jiang's long sigh could be heard faintly. Life is full of seas, mountains and rivers. But it's nothing. Bai Yu frowned, and a bad premonition and uneasiness suddenly came to his mind. Is Teacher Jiang going to be okay? Yan Qingqing also noticed something was wrong and looked at the fat man anxiously. The fat man lowered his eyelids and sighed heavily without saying anything. By now, whatever happened to Teacher Jiang, there was nothing they could do. They also want to open the door and rush out. But with such an action, Teacher Jiang's sacrifice was meaningless. The corridor on the 5th floor was filled with zombies coming up from downstairs. A small number of people climbed up half the escalator and banged against the iron gate. Most of them gathered in front of Teacher Jiang's diamond wall, stretching out their hard black nails and scratching frantically. The rotten insects that came back also saw Teacher Jiang in the King Kong wall. Just like a hungry wolf seeing delicious meat, he ignored the zombie attacks and densely covered the other wall. Soon, the zombies ate the carrion bugs, and the carrion bugs bit the zombies. On the other side of the diamond wall, they soon started to struggle together. Rotten mincemeat and sticky acid spattered all over the walls and floor. Teacher Jiang in the King Kong wall felt only oppressive darkness all around. It was obvious that the oxygen remaining in the wall was beginning to become thinner. The heartbreaking pain spread from his left leg to his waist, and then to his chest. He knew that his entire body would soon rot. The feeling of running out of oil is probably the same. The countdown on the top of the King Kong wall has changed from yellow to dazzling red. 11, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The time for diamond wall protection has arrived. Crack! Crack! Thousands of rotworms and a bunch of zombie claws instantly pierced the light wall. The rotworms that were the first to take the lead wormed their way in through Teacher Jiang's mouth, eyes, nose, ears, and chest. The zombies crowded together. Their black nails penetrated his rotting body, hollowed out his heart, and began to fight with the rot insects to gnaw at his body. Old lady, I'm here to accompany you. Teacher Jiang, whose mouth was full of rotworms, screamed silently in his heart when he was dying. In less than a second, a cold and biting mechanical sound sounded in everyone's ears. All, ding! The current number of surviving players is 13. This sound, like a death knell, it struck hard on the hearts of the people on the top of the building. Teacher Jiang is kind, wise and calm. Gone. Teacher Jiang who just wanted to die decently as a human being.
No more. Chapter 94, Island of Silence, Crushing Bones and Ashes. Everyone has suppressed their emotions for a long time. At this moment, it gushes out like a flood. The fat man's resentment and anger had nowhere to vent. He could only hit the side wall next to the iron gate with one punch.
What a hacking dog game! When I find your server, I will tear you into pieces. What the hack's dog game? Once I find the mastermind behind the scenes, I will crush him to ashes. WTF. WTF. WTF.
A tall man, about 1.8 meters tall, screamed out a heartbreaking feeling of powerlessness. Grandpa Jiang made Xiufei fall to the ground, lowering his head in frustration, salty tears streaming down his face. Yan Qingqing's eyes were red, and she wanted to cry, but had no tears. Bai Yu beside him took off his motorcycle helmet. He buried his head, bit his lip, clenched his fists and trembled all over, already sobbing. On the rooftop, the full moon hanging high in the sky was soaked red with blood. With the death of Teacher Jiang, bursts of icy cold wind brought with it the stench of dead fish and rotten shrimps on the island. As the pine branches swayed, the wind blew from the surrounding dark and boundless pine forest. At the same time, tens of thousands of rotworms leave the pine tree and transform into shape. Like a tide, people rushed into the B&B crazily. The zombies and rotten insects in the corridor were fighting to finish eating Teacher Jiang. They all turned around and swarmed towards the escalator. In front of real prey, the zombie NPCs have lost their appetite for those rotten insects. The zombie who was the first to climb up the escalator had already stuffed his black nails through the crack in the side door. The iron door was locked with a chain and could not be completely closed, leaving a gap of 2 or 3 centimeters with the wall. Blocking the door with your back is very risky. The fat man with red eyes could only stand at the crack of the door with his waist hunched over. Just like chopping vegetables. He took the butcher knife and cut it directly from top to bottom. He raised the knife and dropped it, and the ground was instantly covered with severed hands of zombies and severed heads of rotten insects.
Dog game. Bullying is too much. Pete's dog game. Dot!
The fat man was waving the knife wildly and yelling hysterically. Yan Qingqing, who was helping to block the door, glanced at him worriedly. Isn't the fat man crazy because of the stimulation? I don't know how long it took for the zombies to squeeze out their hands from the cracks in the iron door. It should be time for the zombies to return to the house. There were only rotten insects poking their heads in the crack of the door, eager to try. Their size, visible to the naked eye, is much larger. The tired fat man slowly calmed down. With his back aching, he closed his mouth silently as he cursed.
Fat brother, please take a rest first,
Ling Xiufei said, taking the kitchen knife from his hand with both hands, imitating his example, and started cutting hard from top to bottom. Yan Qingqing was also very tired and sat down on the ground. She stared at the direction where the zombies were retreating from the crack of the door, and said in shock,
Why are there so many zombie NPCs?
Moreover, they had just eaten enough carrion worms, and their bodies were obviously much bigger. What they saw from the camera replay earlier was that there were only about a dozen people coming out to look for food on the 5th floor. I met about a dozen of them while eating. But the number of zombies now, looking at their backs, is at least 50. In addition, what I saw before was pale and rotten skin. Now there are even dry and black ones. Are there still 2 ways to die? And such a large number. Did it emerge from the ground overnight? Grass. Chapter 95, Silent Island, Bad Ending.
Because all the zombies from other floors are coming up.
The fat man finished speaking with an unusually solemn expression, hesitated for a moment, and then continued.
Those zombies are hanging densely in the house. A conservative estimate is that the actual number of zombie NPCs in this B&B may be hundreds.
Yan Qingqing and Ling Xiufei looked surprised.
Hundreds? Oh my god! What should we do? Are we really going to die here?
The fat man said nothing. He frowned and glanced at the endless dark night in the distance. His heart already dead. The dungeon I experienced last time was not like this at all. It would not give me any way to survive. Bai Yu, who was in tears before, gradually calmed down after sitting aside and blowing the cold wind for a while. When she was crying sadly just now, she actually never stopped thinking in her heart. Before Teacher Jiang was here, he, the eldest, took the lead in many things. But now, they could only rely on themselves. It was obvious that they lacked a leader. Grief and remembrance are not the things to do right now. They have a more important mission that must be accomplished. That is, try your best to survive, even if you have to fight to the death with zombies and rotworms.
You still have to survive. Hearing the words of the other three people, she wiped the last tear from her eyes and stood up with sobs. It doesn't matter if he dies here or lives here. When things have reached this point, there is no worse ending than death. Rather than sit back and wait for death, we should take the initiative. The other three people were stunned when they heard this. The truth is right. But how to attack? Where to attack? It's very windy upstairs, so using quicklime to deal with the rot bugs won't work at all. As soon as the lime was spilled, it was blown away by the wind. Now there is an iron gate blocking it, and the zombies only have one escalator to go up, which is not very easy to use. But what about for a while? What if zombies suddenly grew brains and became smarter? Fortunately, the zombies and rotworms seem to have been designed with professional roots by the game and cannot come directly up from the outer wall. Otherwise, the consequences can be imagined. But this is just the current situation, according to the idea that this game is always changing and upgrading. If it's later, it's not impossible that zombies and rotten insects will jump directly from the wall to the roof. The only thing you can try slightly is the fire attack. However, there are no combustible objects such as quilts in the corridors, like there are in the rooms. Bayou's inventory of alcohol won't last long. In addition, there are fire sprinklers in the corridor, so the fire will not last long. It is possible that the fire was extinguished as soon as it was lit. As for the B&B, there is a large pine forest behind it. Logically speaking, pine trees contain rosin and are extremely flammable. But the problem is that there is strong wind now, and the fire will blow toward the roof. Even if those people are not eaten by the zombies, they will be roasted into charcoal. No matter what. This is a bullshit practice of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 1,000 ones. It cannot be used unless absolutely necessary. It's not that Bayou hasn't thought about the worries and considerations of the three of them, but the top priority is to do what we can do first. The zombies will come out soon after they go back. Time is running out, and we can't discuss countermeasures with them any more nonsense. Bayou said directly. Now we have about a minute to rest. We only need to deal with the rot bugs at the moment. We have to seize the time to divide the work. Fat brother, please guard the iron gate first. Sister Ching Ching, you and Xiufei should eat something to replenish your strength first. I'll check around the roof to see if zombies and rotten insects will come up from the wall later. Chapter 96, Silent Island, Darkest Hour. After arranging, Bayou took out ice coke, beef jerky, chocolate and bread directly from his mind space. Sad and depressing emotions permeate everyone's heart. At this moment, seeing her fetching skills again, no one was surprised anymore. As for the division of labor, Bayou's words were concise and clear, and the remaining three people understood immediately. No one refuted, and they just followed it. Bayou guessed right, they really needed a leader. The air was filled with the stench of rotting corpses and dead fish and shrimps. At this moment, everyone has no appetite, and eating is just like chewing wax. But only by maintaining physical strength can they fight well. And whether there will be a chance to eat later is also a problem. Yan Qingqing and Ling Xiufei still resisted the stench, tore open the bread, and quickly stuffed it into their mouths. Fatty took the kitchen knife back from Ling Xiufei's hand and continued to cut the rotworms. His face and body were splashed with a lot of rotten bug acidic liquid, and his skin stung as if it was burning. But now is the darkest moment, and he can only grit his teeth and hold on. Ding! The current number of surviving players is 9. The ethereal mechanical sound sounded in several people's ears again. Players keep dying, but everyone has long been stunned. Now the system no longer broadcasts the survival countdown, and their mobile phones are out of battery. Without time, and without teacher Jiang taking the lead, the few of them were like headless flies, suffering and working hard in the dark. But what Bayou said just now gave everyone a glimmer of confidence. As long as you hold on for one more second, you will be one step closer to the end of the game. Bayou finished taking the food from his mind space and watched the fat man raising his hand to block the iron door while slashing at zombies and rotten insects. Only then did he realize that there was a cart of bricks in his space. The brick was originally intended to be thrown at people and used as a weapon. But in the current situation, what they have to face is an endless stream of zombies and rotten insects. These bricks are just a drop in the bucket, and might as well be used to block the door. Thinking of this, she quickly took out all the tiles in the space. The remaining 3 people looked at the pile of bricks that suddenly appeared, and were dumbfounded. I'm afraid Bayou's prop is not a material backpack. I'm afraid he got Tinkerbell Doraemon's pocket. Bayou ignored their surprise and said neatly, Quick! Help us! Pile them up behind the door. Yan Qingqing reacted instantly. put down the food in her hand, and hurried over to move the bricks. There weren't many bricks, but they were better than nothing. They helped Fatty relieve the pressure of blocking the door. After blocking the door, Bayu took out the bread himself, planning to seize the time to eat while walking. But the next second, when she poked her head out of the wall, she almost vomited out the bread she had put in her mouth. The outer wall of the B&B was densely packed with half-meter-long black rot insects. Puddles of light green viscous liquid continued to flow from the gaps between their teeth. That picture was disgusting and terrifying. All the rot worms are squirming crazily towards the broken window of 505. Fortunately, the edge of the roof of the B&B was painted with a white substance, similar to quicklime. These materials are about a meter wide. The half-meter-long rot worm can only wriggle forward. Once its body touches it, it will instantly smoke and fall. Apparently, this is why the rot worms failed to come up from the roof. However, continuing like this is not an option, according to the mutation of rot worms. In the final period, the body of the rot worm was more than 1 meter long. It is not impossible to cross the white wall easily. Chapter 97, Silent Island, King Kong Barbie. It just so happens that at this moment, she clearly saw several zombie NPCs with dry, black eyes and sunken eyes. Under the scarlet moonlight, using its hands and feet like a spider, it climbed up the outer wall from the entrance of the passage. They turned a blind eye to the rot worms under their feet and wandered straight to the roof. What Bayu was worried about before happened. Running away won't solve the problem. With a thought, the mace with nails stuck on it was already tightly held in her hand. On the other side, with the sound of bang bang bang, the zombies came out again and were banging against the iron door crazily. The rusty iron door swayed and looked shaky. It looks like it won't last long. The fat man glanced through the crack in the door and suddenly became frightened. The corridor was crowded with zombie NPCs. The rot worms that flooded into the B&B were all crowded in the corridor at the moment. But most of them were trampled under the feet of the zombies. The zombies felt like they were stepping on a pile of mincemeat and mud, with waves of corrosive gas sizzling upwards. Sister Bai, the zombies are out. Ling Xiufei quickly reminded her when she saw Bayu was still looking out at the wall. Yin Qingqing couldn't use her whip very hard, so she simply got a golf club from the fat man and used it to help them beat wildly along the gap. Come on! Whack-a-mole! Ling Xiufei held a dead electric shock stick and was also frantically beating the rot worms and zombies that emerged. The liquid from the rot bugs splashed on several people, and soon, the burning sensation on their skin became more and more intense. But they could only grit their teeth and hold back the pain, turn their grief, anger and depression into motivation, and hit those zombies and rotten insects hard. Bayu checked visually and found that there were still a few seconds left before the zombies climbed to the roof. She suddenly remembered that among the props dropped by Lu Fei earlier, there were 2 power cards. I just didn't have time to see it before. Without thinking, with the mace in one hand and the other hand, Express clicked on the game panel and slid to the item bar. Power card 1. Sweet talk card 1 to 1. What the H.L. is this? Power card 2. King Kong Barbie card 1 to 1. Will the strength become very strong? A dead horse is treated as a living horse doctor. At this moment, it was too late to check the card details. Bayu directly clicked King Kong Barbie card, literally. Ding! If you use the King Kong Barbie card successfully, you will get 10 minutes of super combat value. Bayu's breathing stagnated. The time was so short. Therefore, the buff of this card can only last for 1 round at most. If I had known earlier, I would have saved it for the next round of zombie NPCs to come out. However, she also clearly felt that after using the card, every pore in her body was instantly filled with power. Ding! Skinny girls have no chance of becoming King Kong Barbie. So after using this card, you will get 4 times the weight gain. And the time limit will take effect until the game copy is settled. You can grow a lot of meat without eating, which is really great. Great Pete. There are indeed many tricks to the dog game. The key person has gained 4 times the weight. What should he do with his clothes? You can't leave your body naked after being stretched to pieces. Bayu didn't have time to think. A zombie NPC with a half-dented head had climbed to the wall and pounced fiercely on her. She clenched the mace in her hand and swung it at the zombie's head with all her strength. Piaggi! With a sound, the zombie's head and brains burst open, and he was directly knocked away. The nails glued to the mace were half gone in an instant. Chapter 98, Silent Island, all knocked away. The zombie's viscous liquid and rotten flesh also splashed all over Bayu's helmet. She didn't have time to think about it. She changed the face of the mace, and continued to hit another zombie that was rushing towards her. The zombies were knocked away again. Soon, with the sounds of P.A.G. 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 1, 2, 3. A bunch of zombie NPCs, who tried to enter the roof of the B&B from the wall, were all knocked away by her mace. As for Bayou, even though he had gained the power of King Kong Barbie, the zombies were crawling out from all directions. She was panting from exhaustion from running all the way. She couldn't breathe easily, so she took the opportunity to quickly take off the dirty motorcycle helmet. The rain boots and raincoat also covered all the sweat on her body, making her very hot. She made 3 moves and took off her raincoat and rain boots. Dot! The few people who were guarding the iron gate attentively also heard the noise from the confrontation with rot insects and zombies. The 3 of them quickly turned their heads and glanced at Bayou, who was running on the roof and beating zombies, and their pupils instantly shook. Did you use props? And this zombie can actually climb to the top of the building. It seems that if you go further back, the rot insects may come up. Sister Xiaobai, let me help you. Yan Qingqing reacted first, took out a whip, rushed to the other side of the roof, and whipped a zombie who had just come up hard. But her whip was too long and difficult to use with force. In addition, she was not a martial artist herself, so the zombie's body was whipped by her, and it stood on the roof of the building and swayed a few times, then stabilized again. She had no choice but to take out her golf club and swing it at his head with all her strength. P.A.G. The zombie with its brain exploded screamed, Jia, and fell towards the outer wall behind the B&B. Only then did Yan Qingqing realize that this B&B was backed by a mountain and faced the sea. There is a spacious courtyard at the front and a winding asphalt road outside. A 3-meter-high wall was built behind it, and there was only one wall separating it from the dense pine forest. The rot insects in the pine forest in the back mountain have already turned the wall black like a tide. After the zombie with no attack power was smashed down, it instantly became the prey of the rotten insect. Soon there was only a strange white skeleton left on the wall. Bayou had just taken out a new mace from the space when he heard Ling Xiufei shouting from the side. Sister Bai, be careful. There is another one behind you. Sure enough, another dry and black zombie ran up behind her for some reason. While Ling Xiufei was shouting, he had already rushed towards her with the electric shock rod. Bayou quickly turned around and waved at the zombie's body. The zombie swayed and fell directly into the courtyard. Ding! The current number of surviving players is 5. Everyone was shocked, in an instant, for more people were gone. Bayou was also stunned for a moment. So, apart from the 4 of them, is there any other player left alive? Fortunately, it was time for the zombies to go back to the house to rest. And there were finally no traces of zombies on the roof. And Bayou's card became ineffective almost at that moment. She clearly felt that her body was expanding horizontally at a rapid speed, and her legs could no longer support her weight. In addition, the previous battle with concentration and energy was too fierce. Relaxing now, a heavy feeling of weakness and soreness washed over her body like a tide. Bayou was so tired that his face was red and he was panting, with a look of embarrassment on her face. She simply sat down on the dusty ground. Chapter 99, Silent Island, is outrageous. No more motorcycle helmets and raincoats and boots. Bayou's face, body, and hair were soon splashed with zombie plasma and carrion. Not only was the stench all over the body unpleasant, but it also stung extremely, as if it had been set on fire. The other 3 were in no better condition. The fat man's arms were covered with scratches from zombie nails, and there were white flesh sticking out of the dark red blood stains, which looked shocking. Sister Bai, what are you doing? Seeing Bayou's body beginning to expand laterally like a balloon, Xiao Fei Nan was stunned on the spot. Yan Qingqing and Fatty glanced at each other and couldn't laugh or cry. Bayou, who had a chubby face and a body that was wider than the short fat man, said awkwardly, Side effects of props. A weight of nearly 200 kilograms is stacked on a height of 1.65 meters. Bayou's whole body looked like a bunch of tires. It can compete with the Michelin image. She was about to take out the tent from the space to wrap herself up, but she found that her clothes had actually grown in size along with her body size. At once. Quite outrageous. The wind has stopped. At this time, Yan Qingqing, who was looking at the back wall of the B&B with a frown, suddenly shouted in surprise. Sure enough, the air on the roof seemed to be still. When Bayou heard this, his strength rose again. But now she is too fat. Her legs also gained weight at the same time, but it was still difficult to support the weight of her body, so she could only continue to sit in a puddle. Both hands also became noticeably less flexible. Fortunately, taking things from space is all controlled by consciousness. Quick! Sprinkle the quicklime powder on the roof and the edge of the door. If you can block it, do it! Taking out all the quicklime from the space. By you directly arranged. Yan Qingqing and Ling Xiufei quickly followed suit and surrounded several people in the quicklime safe zone. The quicklime had just been spread. And Xiaofei pointed his hand towards the top of the mountain and shouted in surprise. Look! There's a fire on the top of the mountain! Several people looked towards the top of the mountain, where there was a fire. And the fire has begun to spread towards the BNB at the foot of the mountain. Everyone was stunned. How could the top of the mountain catch fire for no reason? Could it be that someone, like them, thought of a fire attack? That's right. The Sea View Hotel on the top of the mountain is many times the size of this BNB. The rooftop area is large and has geographical advantages. By using fire attacks, you can basically eliminate the rot insects swarming around you. And at the same time, you won't be scorched. But there are more rooms there. That means that there are at least thousands of zombie NPCs staying here. Yan Qingqing was the first to react. It should be the high-level player the system said did it. Only high-end players or experienced players can afford to stay at the Sea View Hotel on the top of the mountain. The system previously emphasized that a high-level player had destroyed part of the dungeon. And presumably it was the remaining player besides the four of them. A figure flashed in Bayu's mind. Could it be that he was the young man wearing a peaked cap that he met in the courtyard at the beginning? Ling Xiufei was already stamping his feet anxiously beside him. Brothers and sisters, what should we do? The fire burned very quickly. It won't take more than a minute. It will reach us. Indeed, the entire island is covered in flammable pine trees. Not to mention that the fire was huge and spread quickly. Just the thick smoke can kill several people. At this moment, the zombies in the house came out to look for food again. The fat man guarding the iron gate was covered in sweat and almost unable to resist. Even though he is usually as strong as an ox. It is also impossible to resist the combined efforts of dozens of zombie NPCs. Chapter 100, Silent Island, the copy is damaged. Bang! The rusty iron door was pushed open by zombies. The bricks behind the iron door were scattered all over the floor. Fortunately, the fat man was able to dodge quickly. Otherwise he and his family would have been trampled under the feet of the zombies. Dry, sticky, and rotten zombies staggered onto the rooftop. Tied like black rotworms also squirmed out crazily. The crawling rotworms on the ground. The door was temporarily blocked by quicklime powder. But there are a small amount of rotworms that suck on the zombies. He became a fish that slipped through the net and successfully entered the safe zone where several people were standing. There is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There was also a fire approaching quickly in the middle. They have reached a critical moment. Apart from gritting their teeth and fighting for their lives, these people have no better choice. The adrenaline was pumped instantly. The originally empty roof turned into a fighting arena. Bayu's homemade mace has been completely used up. Golf clubs and large wrenches were also given to Yan Qingqing and Ling Xiufei respectively. In desperation, she had no choice but to take out the black blade and fight the zombies rushing in front of her at a short distance. With the support of Fatty and Yan Qingqing, she gritted her teeth and stood up tremblingly. After the weight increase, it was very inconvenient for her to move. But she obviously felt that she was much stronger. And that knife cuts iron like clay, killing those zombies like tofu. Ding! It is detected that a high-level player has seriously damaged the dungeon. And the dungeon will be detonated in advance. All players will leave this instance after a 1-minute countdown. Ding! It is detected that a high-level player has seriously damaged the dungeon. And the dungeon will be detonated in advance. All players will leave this instance after a 1-minute countdown. The system's sudden repetitive broadcast made several people with red eyes and crazy people suddenly stunned. The reaction was an incredible surprise. So, hold on until the last minute. Can you pass the level? The fat man's brows, which had been frowning all night, suddenly relaxed. That player. When I successfully complete the game, I will burn some incense sticks to your ancestral grave remotely. The weapons in the hands of several people were swung more vigorously in an instant. There were still 40 seconds before the dungeon detonated, and a cold countdown sound sounded in several people's ears. 40, 39, 38. At the same time, all the quicklime powder on the ground had stuck to the soles of the zombies' feet. Dark rotworms came from all directions, like a tide, squirming crazily in the direction where the three of them were standing. Bayu shouted, "Everyone, take a breath and hold your breath." After saying that, she took a deep breath and crushed the last rotten egg left in her hand. A stinking black mist filled the sky from the roof of the building. Zombies smelling of human flesh were clawing at each other in the black mist as if they were confused. 5. Baiyu only felt a pain in his chest. A rotting zombie penetrated the foul-smelling fog. He stretched out his sharp black nails and quickly dug towards her heart. The other zombie's black nails came from another direction and scratched her cheek hard. Baiyu couldn't avoid it and felt a sharp pain with a stench coming from the right side of his face. Secretly gritting her back molars, she clenched the black blade in her hand and drew 2 perfect arcs in the black mist. The heads of the 2 zombies fell to the ground with a snap and a snap. The pungent smell of blood splashed all over her face. 4. Several rotworms crawled up her insteps in the black mist and quickly burrowed into her trouser legs. It's a pity that there is nothing she can do. Chapter 101 Silent Island is finally over. Baiyu couldn't bend down. She didn't have a weapon in her hand that could shoot down the rotworms. I could only endure the heartbreaking pain and let it spread from the instep to the whole body. 3. 2. The rotworm had already penetrated into the calf and popliteal fossa, opened its sharp white teeth, and bit into the most vulnerable part of her leg. Crack! The tendons connecting the calf and thigh were broken. See? Baiyu shivered all over, and large beads of sweat and tears instantly fell like rain from his forehead. 1. The game is over. All, ding! Current number of surviving players, 5. Everyone, dot! All, ding! Interface transfer begins. Accompanied by the beep. The zombies and rotten insects in front of me were like yellow sand blowing away in the wind. Baiyu's whole body was rolled up layer by water like ripples. Countless clear and warm water flows. He quickly drilled it along her mouth, eyes, nose, ears, and every pore. She clearly felt the turbidity, broken flesh, stench, fatigue, pain, and wounds on her body. Gradually disappeared. Faintly heard Ling Xiufei shouting reluctantly. Sister bye. Brother fat. Sister Ching Ching. Goodbye. Baiyu smiled bitterly. No. I hope we will never see each other again. Asterisk. The ethereal mechanical sound sounded in my ears again. Ding. Interface transfer successful. Baiyu's head buzzed and hurt from the mechanical sound. This game was confusing when I came in. When leaving, it was so ritualistic. Are you crazy? Player Baiyu, welcome to the game settlement interface. Accompanied by the prompt sound. The water ripples gradually dissipated. Baiyu found himself in a completely white room. There was no trace of Fatty and the others around. The stains and wounds on the clothes disappeared, and the bitten feet were healed. He raised his fat hand and touched his face. His soft double chin was still there. It seems that the negative buff of King Kong Barbie card has not dissipated yet. But after going through HL, she could figure it out. As long as you can live well and stay healthy. A little fatter, a little ugly, what does it matter? Glancing around, the room was empty and looked spotless. But it definitely felt full of technology. At the moment of doubt, a white screen appeared on the wall directly in front of him. The ethereal mechanical sound and orange subtitles appear at the same time. Player Baiyu, congratulations on clearing the D-level game copy, Silent Island. Next, we will settle the game for you. D-level book. Baiyu frowned and blurted out a question. Who are you? Also, I am obviously a novice at level F0, which should be the lowest level F book. Why is it the D-level book? As if it exceeded the system's set response range. The mechanical sound went down for a second. After a bunch of S were printed on the screen, the mechanical voice continued. Of course, I am the spokesman and assistant of the system. As for why you came to the D-level book, maybe it's because you have such great talent. Baiyu? Who is in the mood to listen to your Tai Chi rainbow fart? The key point is that it's just too long. And there's no point. She complained madly in her heart and continued to ask. Who is the system? Assistant, system. As the name suggests. Of course it is a system. Grass. Then why did I enter the game? Everyone can enter the game. Baiyu? Assistant, the game is still in the early testing stage. And players who enter the game are randomly selected by the system. After it is officially launched later, everyone on Blue Star will enter the game at least once a month. Chapter 102 Game Settlement. Baiyu was shocked by the system assistant's answer. At least once. Does that mean someone else will enter many times? Do you want anyone left alive? Oh, almost forgot. The game originally wanted them to die. Seeing that it answered every question, Baiyu decided to strike while the iron was hot and continued to ask. Then why did your game settings change from animals to plants to bones? The logic behind the player's eventual transformation into animals and plants may require you to explore it yourself. As for dead players turning into bones and plants in the game, the system has detected that this setting is slightly redundant and will be optimized and improved before the start of the next game. I hope that the next game can bring you a better experience. Bayou is stunned for a moment. Therefore, people turning into animals and plants is not a boring setting of the game, but has a special reason. Just what is the logic and reason behind this? The assistant paused for a second and continued gently. Given that the game is still in the testing phase, all players who enter the game will automatically sign a confidentiality agreement by default. You are also asked to keep the game confidential. The scope of confidentiality includes, but is not limited to, game name, game content, facing crisis, etc. After the assistant chattered a lot, he changed his tone of warning and said, violating the above terms, you will face the risk of self-explosion and death, and everything about you in the original world will be completely wiped out immediately. This warning, accompanied by a cold and harsh sound, was as if someone had carved each word into her mind with a knife. Bayou looked at the pile of red exclamation marks in his sight, and felt his head hurt even more. What the H.L. is this confidentiality clause? This is simply a domineering clause. Just as she was about to retort, the assistant had already preempted her. Novice player Bayou, your number of questions for this round of the game has been used up, and the settlement will begin for you next. Your performance in this round of the game is remarkable. Show off your edge. Your evaluation result is F3. Excellent. The points reward you will receive is 30 points. According to the evaluation results, you will receive a gold coin reward of 30,000 yuan. Wow. The first pot of gold in life has been earned so easily. Hearing this, Bayou couldn't help but rolled his eyes at the screen in front of him. Would you rather risk your life? Complete the game and become beautiful and rich, since you have received a large amount of gold coins as a reward, and your personal appearance in the original world is already the type that everyone likes you. There are no rewards for becoming more beautiful in this game. Bayou, can it be a little greasier? You kill the D-level player Lu Fei in the game and receive 80% of his level points, which is 80 points. To sum up, you have earned a total of 110 points in this round of the game. According to the points level, you have been promoted from F0 to D-level player, and you still have 90 points left to advance to C-level player. Wow! As a newcomer, your performance is really outstanding. I hope you will continue to work hard in the next games. Achieve great results again. Bayou was no longer able to complain about the system assistant's various fancy blessings. While frowning, Bayou's updated personal information automatically appeared in front of him. Name, Bayou. Age, failed to read? Is there a bug in the system? Gender, female. Number of completed copies, 1. Silent Island. Level, D. Point bonus, 1.2. Gold coin bonus, 1.2. Player points, 110. Current gold coins, 18,943 plus 1,053 plus 600 plus 30,000 is equal to 50,596. Current props. Idea space *1. Black blade *1. Grandma's embroidery needle *1/3. Power card *1. Chapter 103 Talent Skills. Bayou's gaze continued downward. Other attributes and functions. The player's current level is low and activation and viewing are not currently supported. It has been detected that the mind space has been upgraded to level 2. Please choose whether to view it. Whether. Excited Bayou touched yes with his fingers. A row of information appears in front of you. Name, idea space. Type, contract item. SSR extremely rare. Current grade, level 2 container. Current specification, 25 cubic meters. Function and purpose. 1. Storage, supports automatic classification of materials and hot and cold temperature zone control. 2. Supports the access of thoughts, which can be accessed in an instant. 3. After reaching a certain level, new features will be activated. Remarks, small space, big dreams, more loyal than a dog. Once bound, they will remain together until death. Probability of props dropping after the player dies, 0. After Bayou read the message, he felt mixed feelings. The mysterious new function of space is still not activated. However, the grade has changed from storage boxes to containers, and the storage specifications have also changed from 9 to 25 The volume instantly increased by 16 cubic meters, and there was obviously a lot more space
for storing supplies. The key is that now that I have money, I am not afraid of running out of money to buy supplies. In addition, according to this upgrade concept, the next step will not be to give her 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Right? Player by you. You have received gifts from 2 mysterious players in this round of the game. And the gifts have been automatically placed in your inventory. Because the gift is quite special. You need to return to the original world to open it and check it. Bayou was stunned for a moment.
Mysterious player?
Not surprisingly, Lu Fei is one of them. Right? What can he give to himself? Curse? Hatred? Or is it full of malice? But no matter what it was no longer important to her. When Bayou thought everything was over, the mechanical sound continued to sound. In view of your personal talent and excellent performance in this round of the game, the system will unlock one of your talent skills, Phantom Butterfly, Call Butterfly. This skill will be automatically activated for you when you clear the next copy of the game.
Wanya, Calling Butterfly. What does it mean? Calling Butterfly?
Bayou looked at the words that appeared on the screen, filled with doubts in his heart. But suddenly he reacted. Talent skills are the opportunities that Fatty said only one player in a billion can unlock. You actually have one? Although it is not clear what this skill does. But in an incredible surprise, she actually looked forward to the next game. This game knows how to draw cakes. The mechanical sound and the volleying white screen suddenly disappeared simultaneously after finishing the words just now. Bayou spread his hands and looked at them, but didn't feel any changes in his body.
Dot!
So, this is opening up the air?
Hi! Are you still here? What does Phantom Butterfly mean?
This talent skill is related to the copy, Silent Island, and needs to be viewed and used under the game environment. The system will activate it for you after you clear the next round of the game. So you'll know. Bayou, I asked about loneliness. It's related to Silent Island, so it wouldn't be giving her a bunch of caterpillars. After all, when a caterpillar emerges from its cocoon, it becomes a butterfly. Forget it. She stopped making random guesses. According to the ghost ethics of this game, she wouldn't be surprised if one day I could give her a skill like crushing rocks from her chest. Chapter 104 Recovered and Discharged from Hospital. Ding! The settlement has ended, and you are being transported to the original world. With a beep, the white room disappeared. Ripples like water ripples appeared before my eyes again. Bayou felt that his skin and body size were slowly shrinking, like a bloated balloon being deflated. The excess fat on the body gradually disappeared, and the whole person gradually floated lightly. Soon, a small white hospital bed appeared in her sight. The other one, wearing a hospital gown from the school hospital, was lying quietly on the hospital bed. From a distance, his face looked much thinner and paler. Next to the hospital bed, a girl with long wavy hair was looking up and explaining something to the school doctor. Bayou recognized the girl's back at a glance. She was his classmate, roommate and best friend, Lin Lily. Just as she was about to speak, the world began to spin before her eyes, and her body floating in the air quickly fell. The moment he overlapped with his own figure, the pungent smell of disinfectant in the room hit his face. Lily! Bayou opened his eyes, fluttered his eyelashes a few times, and tried to call softly.
Oh my god! You're awake!
The moment Lin Lily turned around in disbelief, her face was full of worry and surprise. Bayou softly said, yes.
You don't know. You've been in coma for the past few days, which has made me anxious to death. I'm the only one left in the dormitory, and I don't dare to sleep. I'm really afraid that you're like this. Ba ba ba.
Lin Lily grabbed her hand with a reluctant look in her eyes, and choked up mid-sentence. Are you afraid that I will die? Could it be that the real world already knows about the game? Bayou was stunned for a moment, and finally decided to ignore it for now. In addition, you can hear from Lin Lily's words. Her time in the game and reality are actually synchronized. This game has too many highlights. Isn't it? After Bayou madly complained in his heart, he rolled his eyes at Lin Lily, smiled and comforted her.
It's okay. You don't have to be lonely and cold tonight. Besides, you have worked hard these days to take care of me. Starting tomorrow, I will take care of you.
After saying that, she patted the back of Lin Lily's hand like a big sister. Lin Lily was instantly amused by her words and actions, and the previous gloom and sorrow immediately disappeared.
By the way, let me tell you something.
Lin Lily suddenly looked solemn and sat down beside Bayou's hospital bed.
Ahem.
The female doctor on the side coughed twice, interrupting the conversation between the two. The two people who were talking to each other realized that the doctor was still there. Lin Lily quickly stood up in embarrassment. The female doctor quickly walked to the bedside, looked at Bai-Yu and asked softly,
Classmate, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere in your body?
No. Bai-Yu shook his head.
Well, try it and see if you can sit up. If you can, try again to see if you can get out of bed and walk. Remember, you have to move slowly. If you feel dizzy, stop immediately. Okay?
Bai-Yu nodded, and then followed the instructions one by one. Get up slowly, and get out of bed leisurely. Lin Lily was afraid that she would fall, so she stretched out her hands to stop her like an old hen protecting her chicks. Bai-Yu stood firm on the ground and walked slowly. She vaguely felt that her body was obviously lighter. Not the lightness of being thinner, but the lightness of being more flexible and agile. Could it be that by clearing the game, your body will be buffed? She didn't know. Chapter 105 Blue Star Crisis. After Bai-Yu circled the ward smoothly twice, the female doctor then spoke.
Well, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Classmate, you can leave the hospital directly.
After the female doctor finished speaking, she said uneasily,
By the way, you may have some gastrointestinal discomfort after losing so much liquid. For a few days after returning, be sure to avoid eating spicy and greasy food. Otherwise, it will increase the burden on the gastrointestinal tract.
Bai-Yu nodded obediently.
Okay. Thank you, doctor.
Lin Lily also said politely.
Thank you, doctor. I thank you for your help these days.
The female doctor smiled gently, opened the door, and went out. Bai-Yu glanced at the pillow and bedside table, as if he was looking for something. Beside the pillow were the clothes I changed into when I was admitted to the hospital, neatly folded. On the bedside table was a small bag that wasn't hers. When Lin Lily saw this, she took out her mobile phone from her pocket and handed it to her.
Here. I was afraid that someone would look for you temporarily, so I kept it for you first. Ha.
After speaking, she added,
You just woke up. Sit down and rest for a while, and I'll go through the discharge procedures for you. When we get back to the dormitory, I will slowly tell you about the amazing experiences these days.
Amazing experience? Could it be? Is it about games? Thinking of this, Bai-Yu said casually.
Well, I'll transfer the money to you later. No, don't forget. I have your student card here.
Lin Lily looked at her and smiled playfully, then turned and went out. The discharge procedure at the campus hospital is very quick. All you need to do is pay the money and sign your name. As soon as Bai-Yu changed back into her own clothes, she came back. Lin Lily picked up the bag on the bedside table and put it on her body, saying happily,
Come on, let's go home.
Bai-Yu smiled. Yeah. Two youthful girls held hands and walked toward the girls' dormitory with heavy joy on their faces. Along the way, Bai-Yu learned from Lin Lily that on the day he fell into coma, luckily there were many students on the way to attend the campus job fair. She was found quickly and was taken to the school hospital. The doctor examined me for a long time, seeing that she didn't have any symptoms, and he didn't dare to let her go back to the dormitory. He gave her some glucose drops and gave her regular intravenous drips every day. During this period, classmates and teachers visited her several times. However, during the time she was in coma, every corner of Blue Star was in chaos, and no one had time to take care of it later. Only Lin Lily was left, and she would come to the hospital to stay with her for a while after class every day. Hearing the words,
Blue Star Ranma,
Bai-Yu, who had been listening silently, frowned and said,
Ranma, what do you mean?
Lin Lily frowned, hesitated for a moment, and sighed.
Our Blue Star seems to be in crisis now.
From Lin Lily's words, Bai-Yu learned that the calculation started from the day she fell into coma. The number of animals and plants appearing in every corner of Blue Star's cities increased greatly in an instant. Before Bai-Yu entered the game, there were occasions when strange animals and plants appeared on the streets. But the number was not large at that time. The location where it appears is also normal. And starting 8 days ago, they have begun to appear in many people's homes, shopping malls, supermarkets, research institutes, factories, and even public toilets. The most outrageous thing is that there have been many vehicle accidents recently. Among them, aircraft are the most serious. Where did the driver go? Unknown. It's as if there are no drivers on those vehicles. It's not on the schedule either. Chapter 106 Chaos and Order. Everything seems to be in complete chaos. It's like a complete book with missing chapters and sections. Many things simply don't make sense logically and scientifically. Regarding these unreasonable phenomena that appear out of thin air, people can't explain why.
It's like some memories were instantly formatted. What's even more outrageous is, people are even in the cockpit of vehicles that have not been involved in accidents. Wild ass, wild horse, tiger, porcupine, calamus, rice and other species were found. The strange thing is that the authorities have checked all surveillance and aircraft black boxes. But to no avail. People don't know where these animals and plants come from. All we know is that their numbers are increasing, and they are beginning to crowd out human living space. The first few days, animals and plants were collected and sent to scientific research institutions, botanical gardens, and zoos by Blue Star Security. However, in the past day or two, it is said that botanical gardens and zoos in various places have begun to fill up. Now the official position is that it is only responsible for collecting endangered animals and plants. Conventional cats, dogs, and trees, they have no time to take care of them, and can only let them fend for themselves. As for why such a situation occurs, the experts have not been able to give an explanation. What the news can say every day is that everyone should unite as one and stay calm. Rumors also began to circulate. This should be a designated elimination plan for humans and an environmental protection plan by certain types of extraterrestrial high-dimensional creatures. It is also said that the animals or plants that people transform into are numbered. But experts quickly denied this claim, because it is possible to put a number on a plant or animal artificially. Fortunately, as a week passed, people gradually became numb and had to accept the reality. After all, as long as the sky doesn't fall, life still has to go on. The mortgage still has to be repaid. So does the mortgage. Everyone should go to work, and everyone should go to school. It's time to eat. It's time to drink. If you should fall in love, continue to fall in love. It's very possible. Someone will wake up one morning. I found that what I was holding in my arms was an old pine tree with rough bark. Of course, it is not excluded. Lying on the pillow, it's a tigress with a number, staring at him eagerly. Although I have no memory or emotion for these unrelated animals and plants that appear around me. But when things got to this stage, people had to realize something was wrong. Therefore, they tried their best to treat these animals and plants well, just like they treat their own family members. Lynn Lilly also told by you. Nowadays, the hottest industries on Blue Star, besides manual driving and artificial intelligence, are the pet industry and green plant maintenance industry. Because demand is growing too fast. The stock prices of companies in related industries have been hitting the daily limit in the past few days without taking a breath. She finished speaking with great excitement, and finally concluded with a bitter smile. So, the current state of Blue Star can be described in one word: chaos and order. Fortunately, we can still stay in school for the time being, because currently, the number of animals and plants found in the university is the smallest compared to other places. Bayu listened silently all the way without speaking. It is clear, during her time in coma, the scope of the game expanded. Let's look at Lynn Lilly's discourse analysis. There are many people who refuse to play games. There are countless people who have failed the game. And these people, without exception, all traces of reality have been completely wiped out by the game. Chapter 107 Behind the Game. Another point. Nothing about the game can be revealed. Maybe it was influenced by the non-disclosure agreement. Warning in the game. It may also be that all the players who entered the game before are gone. Chat room. The two of them had arrived at the door of the girls' dormitory building. Lynn Lilly had an elective class to take later. After she was safely sent back to the dormitory, she picked up her books and went straight to the classroom. Bayu and her lived in a 4-person room. However, after the other two girls entered their junior year of college, they rented a house off campus with their boyfriends. Only 2 people were left, exclusively occupying the vacant room. Fortunately, the two have similar interests. In addition to their independent elective courses, they are basically inseparable when going to the library, cafeteria, and classrooms. Bayu glanced at the dormitory. It was a bit dirty, and the garbage basket was full. There is also half a box of leftover Lao Tan pickled cabbage beef noodles on the table. In the past few days when she was away, Lynn Lilly had to go to class, and was busy implementing matters for the internship unit, and had to go to the hospital to visit her. It was normal that she had no energy to take care of things. She doesn't have the energy to clean up now. She planned to sort out the game and reality later before talking about it. I picked up my phone and looked at it. There were many missed calls and unread messages. After checking them one by one, there was nothing special. The only unfortunate news is that the campus job fair she was originally going to attend will no longer be held due to the recent escalation of Blue Star's special situation. I also took a special look at the class group and several small groups with fixed numbers of people. Fortunately, the number of group members displayed has not changed from before entering the game. After reading this, she felt a little tired and laid down on her very familiar bed, looking at the top of the white mosquito net with complicated thoughts. Tossing and turning for a moment, she decided to wait for a while to go online to fully understand all kinds of information, and then see if she wanted to challenge the confidentiality agreement mentioned in the game. She also knew that if she didn't seek death, she wouldn't die. But now experiencing the game seems like a dream. And if Blue Star is really what Lin Lily said, then the secret behind this game that suddenly appeared out of thin air is huge. It may very well be related to the survival of all mankind. Even the same as seen in those science fiction movies. Blue Star may be facing a doomsday crisis. Ding! It is detected that you have 2 player gifts that have not been opened. Do you want to open them for you immediately? Yes, 2, no 2. When the ethereal mechanical sound suddenly sounded in his ears, Baiyu, who was concentrating on meditation, tightened his muscles as if conditioned by reflex, looking at the white game panel floating in his sight. Only then did she remember that she hadn't had time to check the mind space and game props in the real world. In the space, the self-defense supplies and drinks are basically consumed. There are still small hot pots, self-heating rice, etc. in the medicine and food. Seeing that the space was basically emptied, Baiyu felt dumbfounded. It's double 11 soon, and others are clearing their shopping carts. She poured it out and emptied the storage box. But this also proves that she is still very good at buying supplies, which basically came in handy in the last round of the game. As she expected, the materials on the space interface were now displayed in gray. It seems that the items cannot be brought into the real world. Baiyu turned his head and caught a glimpse of the stupid plush white goose on the bedside. As she thought about taking the big goose into the space, a red warning subtitle appears in front of you with an exclamation mark. The current space level is low and cross-border access to items is not currently supported. Chapter 108 Mysterious Gift. Baiyu stared at the subtitles for 2 seconds, feeling happy instead of worried. According to the literal meaning, can it be understood like this? After the mind space reaches a certain level, can it support cross-border access to items? Attention and eyes return to the game board. The gift prompt just now has been suspended. It seems that if you don't click to receive it, you won't skip this interface. There may even be the situation where it was automatically turned on as before. She pursed her lips and hesitated for a few seconds, then touched yes too with her finger. A screaming grimace flashed past his eyes, and a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on getting a Ring of Bad Death, presented by player Lu Fei. As soon as the voice fell, a black skull ring that felt cold to the touch appeared inexplicably in Baiyu's palm. There was a black air all over the ring, which was full of ominousness. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees instantly. Above the ring, a line of bright red subtitles appeared. Bai Su, I curse you to not have a good death in this life. Even if I, Lu Fei, become a ghost, I won't let you go either. Dot! Baiyu was so frightened that he suddenly took a breath of cold air. After she reacted, she jumped out of bed, walked quickly to the window, and threw the strange ring directly out of the window. Then closed the window and locked the door. All in one go. Lying back on the bed, I still have lingering fears. The next gift should not be so underworld. After all, she had a vague feeling that the gift should most likely come from Teacher Jiang. Speaking of Teacher Jiang, her heart suddenly became heavy. After hesitating for a second, continue clicking yes 1. A soft white light flashed, and a mechanical voice with a kind tone sounded. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the Elder's Crutch, presented by player Jiang Yumin. The metal prop crutch that Teacher Jiang was holding appeared in her hand. The cane is light and feels like cold metal. Above the crutch, a soft yellow subtitle appeared. Pain is the crutch of life. It makes the weak weaker and the strong stronger. Xiao Bai. Come on! Baiyu read it with a heavy heart. His nose suddenly became sore, and he couldn't stop his tears from falling. The dead are like this, and the living are gone. Thinking of this, she took out a few tissues to wipe away her tears. Then, he took out a scarf from the cabinet and carefully wrapped the crutch. Returning to the game panel again, 4 modules appear in front of you. Personal information, game market dash, I am a buyer, I am a seller, forum, friends. Baiyu glanced at it, except for personal information. The rest of the sections were gray. Maybe they were not at a high enough level to activate. It may also be because it is currently in reality and does not support the use of other modules. Click on Personal Information and find the Current Gold Coins column. A pop-up window will appear above. Would you like to use gold coins to exchange for Blue Star coins? Current exchange rate 1:1. 1. Yes. Please enter the exchange amount *100 2.0 close. Bayu recalled his credit card and a certain bill and temporarily withdrew 2,000. Although I may be drunk now, I don't know if I will be lucky enough to survive the next game. However, she decided to save some flowers first. After all, this money, after paying off the debt, is still enough to treat Lin Lily to 2 hot pot meals. After doing this, I looked at the time. It was still a while before Lin Lily came back from get out of class. So she simply turned on the computer. As she expected, there is nothing online about survival games. Chapter 109 Danger Warning. The news client has an additional daily report. The bulletin also said, if the public can provide clues about the reasons for the appearance of animals and plants, they can directly contact another landline number. Bayu looked at the number and thought about it for a few seconds, then took out his phone and decided to give it a try. Beep 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 beep. The phone was busy for a long time before dialing. A rich middle-aged man's voice came from the receiver. Hello. Do you have any clues here? Fong Yang got to the point concisely. Bayu decided not to talk about the game directly and spoke tactfully. Yes. I know why there are so many animals and plants on Blue Star. It's because %you and #% at %. Ma'am, is the signal there bad? I can't hear what you're saying, the other party said patiently. Bayu was also stunned, stood up, and stood by the window with his mobile phone. She also clearly heard her own words turn into a pile of birdsong. Thinking it was an auditory hallucination, she tried again, but the sound was still nothing but birdsong. Apparently, it was automatically blocked by the game. So, is this why information about the game does not exist on Blue Star? Ma'am, your signal is not very good. Why don't you call back later? The person on the other end was obviously impatient, but still polite. Bayu was about to rephrase his words. She felt a strong electric current passing through her body, and her whole body was shocked. Danger warning. Please do not violate the confidentiality agreement. Otherwise, the game will wipe you clean. Danger warning. Please do not violate the confidentiality agreement. Otherwise, the game will wipe you clean. Danger warning. Please do not violate the confidentiality agreement. Otherwise, the game will wipe you clean. Danger warning. Please do not violate the confidentiality agreement. Otherwise, the game will wipe you clean. The red reminder subtitles flashed repeatedly in his sight, making Bayu's nerves tense instantly. The current intensity on the body obviously began to increase as the number of warnings increased. Bayu's palms went numb for a while, and his phone dropped to the ground with a pop sound. The screen cracked with a click. A beep 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 came from the receiver, and most of the electric current in Bayu's body disappeared in an instant. Creak. At the same time, Lin Lily pushed the bedroom door open. You, what's wrong with you? Lin Lily's eyes were startled as she looked at Bayu, who was standing by the window with half of his hand raised. Dumbfounded, thought she was going to pass out again. Lin Lily threw the bag in her hand casually on the bed and rushed to her in a few steps. I'm fine. Are you out of class? Bayu asked quickly after recovering from the numbness of the electric shock. After saying that, I found that my mind was not clear at the moment, so I just asked nonsense. Get out of class is not over. Why are you going back to the dormitory? Lin Lily bent down to help her pick up the phone and said regretfully, You, it seems that the face of your phone is broken. Chapter 110 Entering the Dream. It's okay. This phone has been used for many years, and it's time to replace it. Bayu took the phone and put it in his pocket, saying calmly like a normal person, no matter what. She is now someone with a huge sum of 50,000 in her account. To know, a few days ago, her account was still negative, and she was repaying the money from her part-time tutor salary and scholarship. Generally speaking, this time in the game, the harvest is still very rich. But making money in a game where you can lose your life accidentally is like licking blood from a knife. She didn't know when the next time she would go in to fight for her life would be. It's all in vain to think about it. Live in the moment first. Lin Lily was stunned for a moment after hearing her words, and then said, By the way, do you feel uncomfortable? Are you hungry? The cafeteria is almost open now. Why don't we go to the cafeteria to eat something first?
Bayu nodded, looked at her with a smile, and suggested,
I'm a little hungry. Why don't we go eat hot pot outside the school? Don't you like hot pot the most? You have worked hard to take care of me these past few days. Why should I reward you? Don't worry. I'm treating you today. Ha ha.
Lin Lily frowned even deeper when she heard this, and reached out to touch her forehead.
You don't have a fever, do you? A hot pot meal outside the school costs 1 or 200, which is almost enough for us to eat in the cafeteria for several days. This is not like your usual spending habits.
And the expression on his face when he said he wanted to buy a new mobile phone just now is not like it either. After saying that, she glanced at Bayu. Her face was full of worry, and she hesitated to say,
You, don't go astray just for money.
Bayu obviously understood the hint of her words. He smiled, patted her on the shoulder and said,
Don't worry. My sister is a person with bottom lines and principles. We will not do anything that violates laws and disciplines and violates morals and good customs. And we dare not do it. Okay. If you have any difficulties, you must tell me. Don't bear it quietly alone.
Lin Lily felt a little relieved when she saw her serious statement. After speaking, she added,
How about we go to the Porridge Hot Pot restaurant in Baymin? You can't eat too spicy food. And porridge is also better for nourishing your stomach. How about buying a new mobile phone next to you after eating?
Bayu smiled confidently and said grandly,
Yeah. Just do as you say.
The two finished eating hot pot, bought mobile phones, and spent a long time shopping in various small shops outside the school. When the dormitory was about to be closed and the lights turned out, I hurried back. After washing, they lay on the bed and chatted for a long time. The lights in the dormitory were turned off, and soon soft snoring could be heard from Lin Lily's bed. Bayu kept his eyes open and thought wildly, and gradually fell asleep in the middle of the night. In her sleep, she found herself back outside the B&B on Silent Island. The door of the B&B was extremely dilapidated, looked shaky, and was not closed tightly. She raised her hand and pushed gently. The door broke with a crash, and the rotten wood covered with termites was scattered on the floor. The scene in front of her immediately shocked her. The courtyard of the B&B, like the asphalt road outside, was paved with dead fish and rotten shrimps. Under the scorching sun, the rancid smell assaulted your nostrils.
Buzz buzz!
Swarms of blowflies swarmed over the carrion and in the air. On the mottled wall, near the roof of the B&B, one dark and one light wall color and traces of dried seaweed all tell the fact that this place has been flooded by seawater for a long time. Chapter 111 Diary of the Corpse, Extra 1. Bayu stretched out his hand to cover his nose. Frowning, he stopped anxiously at the threshold. Just as he was about to turn around and return, a voice with a strange tone came from the B&B.
Little girl, come in and take a look.
This voice, with its bewitching power, drove her to walk towards the lobby with her legs raised. Just as he stepped forward, he was greeted by a pungent musty smell and a strong stench. The electronic clock at the front desk was rusty and had stopped running long ago. The wooden reception desk at the front desk was also rotten and dusty, with a bunch of termites crawling on it. No computers or phones were seen. Looking towards the dining area, the viewing glass on the side was shattered. The once white fabric sofa was now dark and covered with sticky mold. She even saw gray mushrooms. The bookshelf against the wall on the right is leaning on the ground, with books and dead fish and shrimp bodies stuck together. The sun is glaring outside, and the temperature is nearly 40 degrees. In the lobby, it was bitingly cold. The light was dim. A diary with a red cover was scattered completely on the ground, which was particularly conspicuous. Bayu saw it at a glance, walked over and picked it up, looking at Xingyuan 2048 written on the cover. Bayu was stunned for a moment. Is this diary from 1,000 years ago? Carefully, open a page at random. Asterisk. Xingyuan May 1st, 2048. Wednesday. Heavy rain. Yesterday, the radio was talking about global warming again. It's said to be caused by people burning coal, fossil fuels, and so on. But I was thinking, if we don't burn these, what should we burn? The radio also mentioned that people are already developing clean energy. I don't understand what energy and cleanliness have to do with each other. All I know is that it must be expensive, and I can't afford it. The radio also said that soon, glaciers and permafrost will melt, and sea levels will rise. Most of the islands on Blue Star may face being submerged and disappearing.
Our B&B is built near the top of the mountain, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Right? I just hope that during this May Day holiday, I can get back the franchise fee a little bit. After all, opening this B&B has used up all the savings of Axia and I. Asterisk. Xingyuan May 2nd, 2048. Thursday. Sunny. I heard from Axia that there was a huge whale stranded on the southern beach of the island. That fish is bigger than the Sea View Hotel on the top of the mountain. Kind-hearted fishermen are helping to drizzle it with water. I wanted to go too, but there were so few people in the store that I couldn't leave. Fortunately, if it were later and the tide came, it should be saved. In the evening broadcast, we talked about global warming again. My ears were almost ringing with noise, so I changed the channel decisively. Asterisk. Xingyuan May 6th, 2048. Monday. Heavy rain. Unexpectedly, when the heavy rain started on Thursday night, the sky seemed to open a hole. The typhoon is coming too. In less than 5 days, the seawater reached the road at the door. Now the only places on the island that can accommodate people are our B&B and the hotel on the top of the mountain. Like them, my B&B is also crowded with homeless people. They have tourists, islanders, and strangers whose boats have been stranded. Speaking of this, I became angry. I provided free accommodation and tried my best to provide food and drink for nearly 200 of them. But they were ungrateful, and were still fighting over the food. The food inventory was originally prepared for a week, but now that so many people have crowded in, it is enough to last for a day or two at most. I suddenly had some doubts. Was what I was doing correct? Have I been kidnapped by morality? Do you want to learn from others and take advantage of the opportunity to rip off customers and make some unconscionable money? But what if they team up to deal with me? Chapter 112 Diary of the Corpse, Extra 2. Hey, I don't know, but I know that Axia will definitely not be happy when she finds out. Another day without Axia. Another day of missing Axia crazily. Asterisk. Xingyuan May 7th, 2048. Tuesday. Heavy rain. The typhoon hasn't stopped yet. The door was broken by water. Rain and seawater poured into the courtyard. It was about to overflow the sandbags on the threshold. But the good news is that some fish and shrimps were also involved. Several desperate guests went out to fish with ropes tied to their bodies despite the typhoon. But soon they jumped back with frightened expressions on their faces, because several white and swollen corpses also floated in with the seawater. This rain, it seems, won't stop for a while. What to do? There's not enough food anymore. We couldn't leave because the typhoon was too strong. Why? I wonder what happened to Axia's pregnancy test results. The island's broadcast and radio signals are gone. The electricity also stopped. I also ran out of emergency power. Suddenly I felt a little lucky that Axia was able to leave the island by boat in the rain that day. As for Axia's pregnancy test results, whether it's a boy or a girl, I like them all. After all, it is the fruit of our love. However, I still hope. If it's a boy, he's more like me. I have a tall nose, tall height, and looks handsome. As for girls, she is more like her. Gentle, beautiful, warm and generous. Also, I decided that after the Golden Week is over, I will hold a wedding with her immediately. When the B&B operates normally and makes money in the future, I will definitely give her a full set of 24K gold. We also need to arrange a luxurious wedding for her that will attract the attention of the whole island. Let her be glorious. So, work hard to make money, little guy. Of course, I hope the heavy rain will stop soon. Let the typhoon go away. Another day without Axia. Another day of missing Axia crazily. Asterisk. Xingyuan May 8th, 2048. Wednesday. Heavy rain. The seawater has already reached the second floor. The heavy rain has no intention of stopping. The typhoon became more violent. Almost all the residents on the second floor were wiped out last night. In the water outside the window, there were many more white and swollen corpses. The water poured in through the glass windows. Many people were sleeping and had no chance to react. The remaining guests were all crammed into the rooms on the 4th and 5th floors. Take clothes, pants, sheets and quilt covers. Sew the door in various ways, and stuff it full. The window was also blocked by the bed. However, the salty and cold sea water still kept coming into the house. I was suddenly so scared. Will I also become one of those white, swollen, rotting corpses? Can I survive tomorrow? Why? I hope God bless you. Asterisk. Xingyuan May 9th, 2048. Thursday. Heavy rain. Saixia. I love you. I will still be with you in the next life. Huang Office Final Work May 9th, 2048. Asterisk. The diary ends here. Everything behind is blank. Baiyu paused while flipping through the pages, crying silently. Just as I closed the diary, a yellow newspaper clipping fell out from the cover. She bent down to pick it up, and a line of eye-catching titles came into view. Shock, global warming. Accidents caused by rising sea levels continue to occur. Silent Island bears the brunt of the casualties. Lu News reported. Silent Island, a well-known tourist island in the southeastern region of Blue Star, was submerged in the sea for a month. There were nearly 5,000 indigenous people and tourists on the island, and no one survived. A month later, the water finally receded. A large number of mutated insect pests breed on the island. Lu Moshe once again reminds you not to go to the Silent Island within 10 years. Remember. Data publication, January 1st, 2058. Chapter 113, Qingxiwei Town, entering the game. Baiyu has been having nightmares since then. She even dreamed of the skull ring she threw away. The sadness is back again. It wasn't until late at night that she fell asleep from exhaustion. When I woke up, it was almost noon. Today is Saturday. No classes. I glanced at Lin Lily's bed out of habit, but saw that she, who always got up early, was still asleep. Xiaoli, wake up! Her voice was loud, but Lin Lily didn't react at all. Lily, wake up! She shouted again at a higher volume, but Lin Lily remained motionless. Baiyu's eyelids tightened, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. He quickly jumped out of bed and ran straight to her bed. I reached out and touched it, and found that the temperature of my forehead was normal. Her skin color was fair and rosy. Her breathing was even, and there were no signs of illness. It seems that there is only one possibility. Lin Lily, enter the game. Asterisk. Baiyu's guess was correct. Lin Lily has indeed entered the game, and she has been in the game for a long time. She was in a coma for half a month and didn't wake up. However, this also shows that she is safe for the time being. Now it is Baiyu who takes care of her. In addition to visiting Lin Lily in the school hospital every day, Baiyu also used this time to catch up on previously missed courses and study progress. I originally wanted to go to Teacher Zhang City, try to find his work unit or family, and send a crutch prop as a relic to his family members. But unfortunately, Blue Star's traffic is basically paralyzed. All aircraft are suspended. Various public transportation, EMUs, buses, online ride-hailing services, etc., except those with self-driving functions, have all stopped. There is still some time before autonomous driving becomes popular, and there are still only a few that can operate it now. In the city she was going to, there were a few intercity trains with self-driving capabilities still running. However, the tickets have been sold for more than a month. Baiyu pre-ordered one in advance. Blue Star's current situation is just like Lin Lily said, going on in a chaotic and orderly manner. The number of animals and plants is increasing every day, but everyone has gradually gotten used to it. There are not many courses in the junior year. At this time in previous years, she was busy looking for internship units and part-time jobs during the winter vacation. Now that he knew about the game, Baiyu simply stopped looking for the internship unit. The key is that now that she has a sum of money, she is not as urgent as before. If I count on my fingers, I have been away from the game for almost a month. Maybe she will enter the game soon. Really, she had just finished watching Lin Lily that day, and when she returned to the dormitory and lay down on the bed to rest, she entered the game. Asterisk. Ripples of water appeared before my eyes. A familiar prompt sounded in my ears. Ding! Player Baiyu. Welcome back to the survival game again. The rules of this game are as follows. 1. Reject the game and become an animal. 2. The game failed and turned into a plant. 3. Either pass the game or become beautiful, or get rich. There are also mysterious blind box rewards. Baiyu, Before the words left his mouth, he was automatically interrupted by a mechanical sound. Given that you are not a novice player, the game will automatically assume that you have accepted the game. Ding! Welcome to this game, Qingxi Town. The level of this game is D3. Players participating, 10/10. This game mode, plot exploration plus single player mode. Customs clearance conditions. 1. Complete the complete plot exploration. 2. Survive for 7 days in this round of the game. Players who are still alive after 7 days can clear the game. Failure penalties and clearance rewards will not be described in detail in this system. Chapter 114, Green Silk Guilty Town, Difficulty Increases. I wish you a superb performance in this round of the game. A long life. And a smooth pass. The system prompt ended, and the water ripples gradually dissipated. The familiar dormitory 301 disappeared. The surrounding environment changes rapidly. Bayou found his body in a dark red minibus. The interior of the minibus looked a little shabby, with a faint earthy smell. The style looks like the old style from the 1970s and 1980s. In the player with poor sound quality. Heavy metal music sounded like it was being strangled by the throat. Bayou calmly raised his eyes, squinted and quickly glanced at the surrounding environment. Outside the closed glass window, there is rolling thick and dense dark yellow sand. Inside the glass window, slight sniffing sounds could be heard. Judging by their hairstyles, clothes and backs, there are men and women, and they are all in their 20s or 30s. They were carrying the same blue backpack, shaking their heads like chickens eating rice. I don't know why, but everyone seems to be sleeping, and no one shows any sign of waking up, except for her row. Most of the seats were empty. According to the game report just now, this copy is D3 level, with a total of 10 players. The number is much less than the 100 last time. If nothing else, they should all be old players this time. When Bayou saw this, he realized that he also had the same blue backpack strap on his chest. TSK. The dog game finally didn't skimp on this time. And the content of the broadcast is also improved a lot. There shouldn't be many supplies in the backpack. She leaned back slightly and felt it. The car was probably speeding on a rough dirt road, bumping extremely hard. Sitting in the last row at the back of the car, she felt like she was sitting on a trampoline, her buttocks aching. Soon, the color of the yellow sand ahead gradually darkened, as if we were about to enter a tunnel. The light inside the car dimmed for a moment. Bayou's eyes took the opportunity to widen. His eyes finally landed on the only conscious person in the car besides her. It was a middle-aged male driver about 40 years old, wearing a black peaked cap and a black windbreaker. His profile cannot be seen clearly, but the back looks very solid. His left hand was holding the steering wheel gracefully, while his right hand picked up a wide-mouthed thermos filled with half a cup of tea and poured a few sips into his mouth. My head swayed to the rhythm of the heavy metal music on the player. This scene, let alone, is quite similar to the movie Mad Max she has watched. Bayou also noticed in particular that sitting in the passenger seat diagonally behind the driver was a young man in his 20s or 70s who had his eyes closed and was concentrating. He was wearing a blue plaid shirt and white slacks. His legs were crossed. His hair was cut meticulously, and the temples of his gold-rimmed glasses were exposed on his ears. Judging by his attire, he must be a leader or something. Most likely, like the driver, he is an NPC, because there were people with backpacks on site. The number was exactly 10. After roughly completing the observation of the scene, Bayou withdrew his gaze, recalling the content of the mechanical voice broadcast just now. I quickly analyzed it in my mind. This copy, if I remember correctly, is only for 7 days. 2 days less than the last copy. However, shorter time does not necessarily mean a good thing. It may also be that the difficulty factor of the copy has increased. After all, it is still a D3 copy. The last copy of the game was called Silent Island. Bayou only realized after playing the game. The word silence in the name actually revealed a lot of information. So what does this Qingxi Town represent? Chapter 115, Qingxi Guasian, Inexplicable Pain. Comparing the routines of Silent Island. The name of the dungeon, Qingxi Town, should also be specific. Bayou recalled quickly in his mind. According to the literal meaning, the word green silk can refer to many things. Black hair? Horse reins? A young girl? Strings? But it seems to have nothing to do with survival games. However, the yellow sand we encountered on the road just now gave us a vague sense of a sandstorm coming. Bayou guessed again and again. Puzzled, while frowning in thought, the dilapidated minibus slowly exited the tunnel. The light inside the car suddenly became much brighter, visible to the naked eye. The yellow sand around the car is getting denser and thicker. But the driver didn't even bat an eyelid. Bayou couldn't help but sigh to him inwardly. It's true that a master of art is so bold and courageous to act recklessly. It was like being stung by a wasp. A heartbreaking stabbing pain came from the second joint of the right index finger. This tingling feeling started from the moment she entered the game. But now the pain is more intense. She took a look, but there was nothing on her index finger. But the tingling sensation still lingered clearly. as if someone had cut a small circle on his finger with a knife. At the same time, she noticed that there was a white glowing number on her right wrist. Number 30009. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the boy sitting on his right. That man also had a number on his hand. Number 30010. The person sitting on her left had maple syrup-colored nail polish on her white fingers casually placed on her lap. From the looks of it, it should be a girl. There is also a number at the same location on the right wrist. Number 30008. They should sit in the seats according to the serial number. But what do these numbers mean? Bayou frowned. It seems that the gameplay has been upgraded again. Never mind. Since you can't guess the routine, try to stay the same and adapt to changes. I felt the inventory props and materials in the space with my mind, and they were all currently available. That's good. Seeing that the car still showed no sign of stopping, Bayou simply closed his eyes and rested. After the car accelerated for a while, it gradually slowed down. The bumpy feeling on the buttocks is also reduced a lot. Bayou opened his eyes slightly, and the yellow sand around him gradually dispersed. The car should have entered a small town. Directly ahead, scattered buildings began to appear faintly. At this moment, the driver reached out and turned off the half-dead music. A cement boundary marker with Legiacan written in red paint flashed past the window. All, ding! Players have arrived at the location of this game, Chingsy Town. All, there are still 10 minutes until the final destination. Accompanied by the mechanical beep. The players who had been sleeping in the car opened their eyes one after another. The quiet car suddenly became messy and noisy. Oh my god! Am I not at the audition scene? Why are I here? The first thing to be affected was the screams of the girls next to Bayou. Bayou, who was originally calm, was startled by her voice. The two of them were sitting so close together that it felt like their eardrums were about to burst. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the girl was very good-looking and had a youthful air about her. Although her voice and face were frightened, she kept her hands firmly on her legs. Miss, do you know where this is? As she spoke, she raised her hand and poked Bayou gently. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, full of inquiry, looked into Bayou's eyes. Bayou clearly saw it, and her eyes flickered quickly. Chapter 116, Chingsy Town, brothers break up. I don't know either. Bayou shrugged, pretending to be confused. Players will know where this is in a moment. It doesn't make much sense for her to act as a commentator now. And she couldn't reveal the fact that she was a veteran player easily. Oh! With moist eyes filled with disappointment, she turned to the boy in the seat to her left. Handsome guy. Do you know? I don't know. Someone will explain it later. Don't worry. The man spoke calmly and shook his head, pointing to the gold-rimmed glasses on the passenger seat at the front of the car. The gold-rimmed glasses were still closed, and everyone called teacher several times, but he seemed not to hear them. Teacher! A male player unbuckled his seat belt and was about to reach out to poke him awake. Classmate! The car is still driving. Please fasten your seat belt. Don't leave your seat. An unpleasant scolding came from the driver's mouth. The player was stunned for a moment, sat back angrily, and then asked, Master, do you know where this is? The driver fell silent. Yeah. Who can tell me where this is? What's the buzz that I heard just now? There was a girl with short hair sitting at the front, her voice filled with confusion and fear. After saying that, she turned around and glanced at everyone in confusion. His eyes flickered for a moment, and his head quickly turned back. I just heard about changing animals into plants. Did you hear it? That setting is weird. I haven't even made a choice yet. But the voice said that I agreed by default. It really doesn't follow martial ethics. They took away my right to choose. Even if you choose to play, isn't it me who has the final say? Snort. I heard that he is a talkative person. So, this is a script kill of the hologram? What are you thinking about? This is a crisis survival game that will cost you your life. Wow. It's exciting. I've read so many unlimited novels. And finally it's time for me to experience it myself. Ha ha ha. You are actually willing to risk your life. Brother, you are awesome. I don't want to play games. And I don't want to lose my life. I want to go home. If you can't clear the game, how can you go home? Beauty, since you've come, just be in peace. That's easy for you to say. Woo-woo-woo. Then tell me, what can you do? Cry? You? Humph. Dot. With erect ears, Bayou silently observed and listened to everything in front of him. It seems that she overestimated. These 10 people are not all veteran players. But just as calmly observing as she was, there was the male player number 30010 on her right. From front to back, he didn't even move his hands. As calm as a puppet. The driver and the group leader in the passenger seat seemed to be inaudible and turned a deaf ear to their comments. Judging from Bayou's observation and analysis just now, there are 6 men and 4 women in total. Not taking into account the acting factor, newcomers may account for half. Judging from the appearance, there is no vicious evil, like Lu Fei last time. However, it does not rule out the existence of people with human faces and animal hearts. The car drove for a while, and the interior of the car gradually became clear. The only sound left was the slight sobs of the short-haired girl. The number of houses on both sides of the road gradually increased. There are also many street-facing shops that are common in ancient cities. But they were all still closed. Maybe because it was still early. The buildings and colors here look a bit special. Elsewhere there are green bricks and green tiles. It's better here, with green tiles and red walls. That kind of red. It is exactly the same as the dark red inside the minibus. Chapter 117, Qingxiwei Town, Ghostly Atmosphere. At this time, someone pushed open the car window with a crash. An earthy smell that was stronger than that of a minibus came in instantly. Bayu took a slight breath and frowned. The smell was not pleasant, and even made her feel a little nauseous. However, it was difficult for her to take out the mask from the space and put it on in front of everyone. "Look, the houses here are quite antique," someone said, looking at the red wall not far away. "Why do I think it's a ghost?" Another person answered. After hearing this, everyone looked out the window. "It's not as evil as you say. It's broad daylight. Don't scare people." "Ha ha. Just kidding." The two of them were talking back and forth when an ethereal mechanical sound suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. In the car, it became quiet for an instant. There are still 3 minutes until the final destination. Xinjianwig Products Factory. What? Xinjianwig Products Factory? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Qingxi Town was once a town with beautiful mountains and clear waters and a long history. It was historically famous for its beautiful scenery and clear streams that passed through the city. The town was originally named Liuli Town. According to legend, in ancient times, most people in the town had the surnames Liu and Li, so it was named Liuli. However, since the 1920s, the tourism resources brought by nature have gradually been exhausted. The small town transformed in time and relied on its own good resources, and the wig industry came into being. Of course, the wigs here are not high-tech wigs. The raw materials for making these wigs are all from human hair. This is also the characteristic and signature of Qingxi Town. Here, every household has a good skill in making wigs by hand. Of course, the most famous and largest one is Xinjianwig Products Factory, the only handmade hair-making enterprise in town. It was also under these circumstances that Liuli Town was renamed Qingxi Town in recent years. This is the case with the green hair in. If you don't see it, the bright mirror in the high hall has sad white hair, and it looks like blue hair in the morning and turns into snow in the evening. After the mechanical voice introduced the background, everyone was instantly in an uproar. Before they could start talking, the mechanical sound in their ears continued to ring. Ding! Now broadcasting identity. You are students of YY College of XX University, and it is your summer vacation now. In order to help you adapt to society in advance, the school employment office has specially contacted this internship unit for you to have an internship. Next, you will spend a pleasant 7 days at Qingxi Town Xinjianwig Products Factory. I wish you all the best in your work in advance. Happy internship. The noisy mechanical sound finally ended. There was already a lot of discussion in the car. Heck! Isn't it a survival game? Shouldn't we go to places like deserts and islands? How did you arrange for us to work in the factory? By the way, can I quit my job? This is because you have no common sense. For a social beast like me, working is also a part of survival. Besides, everyone has played those natural disaster apocalyptic games at one time or another. So many people are already on guard. Doesn't the game have some new maps and new elements? After listening to the system report, Bayu frowned even more tightly. She's not afraid of part-time work. Not to mention it's just a 7-day game. She has extensive experience working part-time in the original world. She has worked as a shopping mall promoter, cosmetic shopping guide, tutor, and even serving dishes in a hot pot restaurant. It's just that she was born with a special fear of wigs. Especially the fear of real human hair that does not belong to me is even greater. Chapter 118, Qingxiguation, Threatening Words. While Bai Yu was thinking, the oldest player among the players suddenly felt dumbfounded. I have been out of society and selling seafood for almost 20 years. And they say I graduated from college. TSK. Interesting. Just think of it as cosplay. Isn't this game setting too low? Let me be a returnee who graduated from a top QS 100 school. Come work in a wig factory in a rural town. Is there something wrong with the system? Classmate, this is just a game. I suggest you put away your little pride first. Otherwise, be careful of returnees turning into kelp. Some players kindly advised. How do you talk? You want to be a kelp, but you can't do it. Besides, I'm talking about me. It's none of your business. Shift. The male player who claimed to have graduated from a world-famous school raised his hand and was about to hit the person who just said he had turned into kelp. Bai Yu raised his eyes and saw that it was the talkative one from before. But it was obvious that the other person was not a good person either. He said, "Keep your mouth clean," and slapped him back. The two were about to get up and fight. But the minibus suddenly creaked and stopped by a 5-meter-wide river. One side of the river is covered with dense weeping willows. The green willow branches are fluttering in the wind, which is very beautiful. There is a large stone arch bridge over the river. At the end of the arch bridge is the Jinjinwig Products Factory. From the dense green willow branches, the dark red wall appears and disappears. The final destination, Jinjinwig Products Factory, has arrived. The cold mechanical sound has just finished broadcasting. The man in the passenger seat, who had been concentrating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He put down his legs, took off the seat belt around his waist, and stood up. Everyone noticed the strangeness and immediately shut their mouths. The two people who were about to fight just now also sat back down. The door of the minibus opened with a creak. Dear students, I am the teaching assistant leading this internship, Bai Yu. We have arrived at the Jinjinwig Products Factory, where we will be doing our summer internship. Please keep your valuables safe. Get off the bus according to the coded serial number after a while. Please wait in line. The moment the gold-rimmed man turned to look at everyone, words that seemed programmed came out of his mouth. After speaking, he stretched out his hand to hold the frame of the mirror and added, the coding serial numbers are on everyone's right wrist. This code will follow you until the end of the internship period. While in the wig factory, you can enter the office area, workshop, and dormitory that you can enter by swiping this code. You can also understand that this is another form of portable access card. Of course, there are some places in the factory that you are not allowed to enter without permission. These are mentioned in the employee internship handbook in your backpack. I would like to remind everyone in advance, if you enter places you are not supposed to enter without the permission of the factory, you will face punishment. Please don't do it and try your own way. After speaking, his expression changed, and his cold and serious eyes swept over everyone present. When his eyes caught sight of Bai Yu, he paused for a moment. After everyone heard this, they all looked at their wrists, shocked and uproar again. Some people even picked out the code with their fingers out of curiosity. Bai Yu had been silently observing the gold-rimmed glasses, and secretly remembered his last words. Chapter 119, Qingxiguation, Summary Analysis. Teacher Qi, can I apply with you not to participate in this internship? The man who boldly raised his hand to ask a question was the man who had just slapped the boy who had returned from overseas. He looked clearly under 30, but his hair was mostly gray. It shouldn't be highlights. It's the kind of natural boyish white. Judging from his dressing style and body shape, he should do a lot of sports and fitness on weekdays. Also, today is the first day into the survival game. Should be relatively safe. Everyone's courage is much greater than in the later stages. Seeing someone taking the lead, others also echoed with expectation. Yes. Yes. Teacher Qi, can we not participate? What factory do you want to join? Isn't it nice to survive in the wild with peace of mind? In addition, it is not a bad thing to take the opportunity to test the bottom line of NPC principles. The gold-rimmed glasses heard this. His eyes glanced at the 30001 code on young Bai's wrist. His eyes looked disdainful for a moment. Then he looked at everyone and sneered. Ha ha! I originally wanted to tell you some things after the factory training this afternoon. In this case, I will say the ugly things in advance. After 7 days, students who cannot get the factory internship certificate will stay in the factory forever. When he said the words, Forever and forever.
He simply said them in a deep voice through gritted teeth.
Dot!
Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Chi Baiyu's words and expressions were too obvious in warning. Baiyu was also shocked. And several thoughts quickly passed through his mind. 1. Staying in the factory forever. Does that mean I will be trapped in this dungeon forever and become a veritable worker NPC, facing those creepy hairs every day? Of course, it is not ruled out that he died in the factory. And she remembered that the conditions for clearing the game were to explore the plot and survive for 7 days. There is no specific requirement to obtain an internship certificate. Therefore, obtaining an internship certificate is one of the necessary conditions to survive and pass. 2. Combined with the above factors, in addition to unknown game dangers, the copy also adds an internship certificate this time, which may mean that the difficulty of the game has increased inexplicably in the last copy of Silent Island. Except for Lu Fei. At first they thought the danger came from rot worms. Soon they discovered that there were zombies. But in the end they found that they had to face a fire. By analogy, it is not surprising that dangers in this copy now come from many aspects. 3. The teaching assistant, Teacher Chi, looks polite in her dress, but has a bad mind and treats students with malice. You need to be careful. Just like the security on the Silent Island, it is not worthy of trust. The thought passed quickly, and Baiyu had already made up his mind. Observe more plus talk less plus continue to be patient plus be more cautious in your words and deeds. Although young Bai did not get the results he wanted, he still gave everyone a clue in advance. Everyone silently admired his courage for a moment. Seeing that everyone was still motionless in their seats, he glared at everyone with gold-rimmed glasses and angrily said,
Don't you understand what people are saying? Stop standing around and get off the bus in order. The driver will be returning soon to collect goods.
Young Bai knew that he was blaming himself. He clenched his fists and wanted to take action. But he still clenched his molars and suppressed his dissatisfaction, and was the first to get out of the car. Others saw this, also one after another. Like primary school students, they got off the bus and lined up according to their serial numbers. Chapter 120, Qingxigui Town, there is a big problem. A small leak will sink a great ship. The game has just begun, and no one is stupid enough to be willing to become someone else's touchstone and stepping stone. Moreover, some NPCs in the dungeon cannot be attacked casually. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Baiyu followed behind.
Maple sugar nails.
And the puppet man behind him also stood up. At the same time, the electric metal fence door of Xinjiang Wood Products factory slid and opened automatically. A middle-aged lady wearing a light beige skirt, with a brown-red bob haircut, and a capable temperament walked out on high heels. Her sharp gaze scanned the faces of each player one by one, as if inspecting goods. Immediately, the middle-aged woman looked towards the gold-rimmed glasses with full satisfaction on her face.
You guys wait here for a few minutes.
Chi Baiyu finished explaining with a serious face, turned around and walked quickly towards the stone arch bridge.
Teacher Chi. Long time no see. He's handsome again. Ah. Director Li, we haven't seen you for a few days. And you are young and beautiful again.
The two of them were exchanging business blows from a long distance apart. The players could not hear the rest of the chat clearly. All you can see is that the two of them shook hands tightly like old friends reunited after a long separation and chatted happily. The players stood there awkwardly. You looked at me. I looked at you. It's like they are speculating on each other's identities. Baiyu raised his hands to build a tent to cover his forehead, pretending to block the dazzling sun. But in fact, his eyes remained on the gold-rimmed glasses. She saw that the middle-aged lady actually put a small envelope that looked like a red envelope into her gold-rimmed hands. The gold-rimmed glasses were familiar, and he folded them in half and quickly put them into his trouser pocket. Then the two of them glanced at the player team tacitly, then looked back and continued chatting. Baiyu's eyes were startled. Ah! The modeling details of this game are truly more realistic than reality. Seeing that Chi Baiyu would not come back for a while, young Bai took the initiative to speak and broke the silence.
Everyone, let me take a look first. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Mo Lin. I am a fitness coach as Blue Star. I like extreme sports and make friends. I have entered the game twice before and am currently ranked D.
After speaking, he glanced at everyone and saw that everyone was listening attentively, and then continued.
Based on my previous 2 game experiences, there is no requirement for the number of people to pass the game. Therefore, I suggest that everyone can cooperate with each other this time. Share wisdom. and overcome obstacles together. In addition, it is obvious that the difficulty of this book is not low,
and there should be no new players. Therefore, there is no need for everyone to continue to conceal their status as veteran players. All in all, I just want to ask, what do you think of this copy?
The words of
Young Bai
are a little long-winded, but the foreshadowing is in place and to the point, and finally leads to the core issue. The players couldn't help but look at each other for a second after hearing this, and then smiled knowingly. With maple-colored nail polish, she stretched out her hand to straighten her hair that was blown by the wind, and took the brunt of it and said,
"My name is Su Mingming. E-level. I have entered the game once before. I am a senior student at the film school as a Blue Star. I am currently participating in an online drama called
The 101st Bride of the Empire President.
If you can successfully pass it, please remember to support me."
After Su Mingming finished speaking, she pursed her red lips and said with determination and analysis in her eyes,
"I think there is definitely something wrong with this factory." Chapter 121, Situation You are driving.
Because I have read some unlimited novels before. The staff in schools, hospitals, beauty salons, etc. are not human beings.
After she finished speaking, she smiled sweetly at everyone and ended her speech.
Why do I feel that this copy is so difficult? My first dungeon was just walking around in the desert. And then I just played a random game. I was frightened by a few Opiao with putty powder on their faces. And I passed the level.
The short-haired girl, who was crying before, spoke immediately. After speaking, she stuck out her tongue and added,
"But that one is a novice's F copy. And if I remember correctly, it's D3. Oh, by the way, my name is Sunnyway. I am an F-level person. I am a self-media blogger with Blue Star status. I have the same name and 2 million fans."
Baiyu looked at Su Mingming, then at her, but said nothing. The contrast between the two people's personalities became too fast. Besides, this is a crisis game, so it feels like both of them are busy promoting it.
Zheng Weijun, D-grade, Blue Star University physical education teacher. By the way, did any of you notice the yellow sand at the beginning?
The puppet man spoke concisely and concisely. Baiyu Xuanin looked back at him. It turns out that puppets can also talk. But this man is quite tall. Almost 1.9 meters tall by visual inspection. He is also a handsome-looking puppet, with thick eyebrows, a high nose and thin lips. Judging from his fine-boned figure and temperament, his identity should be more than just a physical education teacher.
Yes, maybe we will face a sandstorm.
After Emolin finished speaking, he looked at him again and said,
"Finding time. We can go explore it together. But at the moment, I feel like it's better to clarify things in the factory first. Yes, it's just the beginning. There are too few clues. Let's wait until the first day is over."
The man who said he had been selling seafood for 20 years also joined in. After speaking, he patted his chest and said loudly,
"Gao Yuqiang, D-class, Blue Star status, seafood merchant. If you can clear the game this time, I will be responsible for contracting the abalone for everyone in this life."
Judging from his hairline and facial features, he should be the oldest among the players. Emolin laughed and said familiarly,
"Brother Daqiang, I seriously suspect that you are driving, but I can't find any evidence."
The female players looked confused, while the male players laughed. The previously oppressive and unfamiliar atmosphere disappeared instantly. Soon, everyone was basically introduced. Only then did Baiyu completely confirm that he had misjudged it earlier. It turns out that everyone is an old player. And when we were in the car before, everyone pretended to be asleep. But in fact they were observing silently. Hee. Your acting skills are quite high. She is really ashamed of herself.
By the way, have you noticed the residential buildings here? All the walls are dark red. And the smell. It's unpleasant and weird.
The speaker's name is Zhao Tianjin, a senior student in the physics department of Blue Star. Entered the game once. Level E.
It's nothing. It's normal for rural houses to be built with mud. Some of the old houses in our hometown are built with earth foundations mixed with yellow mud and straw. This kind of house is warm in winter and cool in summer. But it is easy to attract snakes and insects.
The young woman named Xia Yufei nodded. She works as a staff member of the shopping mall in Blue Star. Entered the game once. Grade F.
Yes. Every local building has its own characteristics. The dark red walls may be the characteristics of this place.
Chapter 122, Qingxiguation, continue to conceal.
As for the taste, There is a tobacco factory in our hometown county, and the air is filled with the sour smell of fermented tobacco every day. Oh, it doesn't taste any better than this. In addition, didn't the system say that every household here makes wigs by hand? The process of making wigs actually involves a lot of chemicals. Maybe it's the smell of chemicals that have been left in the air for a long time.
The speaker was Wei Xiaoyan, a boy with a fair complexion and a Chinese character face. A junior student in the Department of Chemical Engineering at Blue Star. He was also in the D grade. Everyone felt that what he said was reasonable and professional. So they nodded one after another. Mo Lin.
So, our focus is still on the factory first. Yes,
everyone said in unison. Bai Yu listened to everyone's discussion, but his eyes stopped on the factory wall next to the green willow. If the red mud walls of residential buildings represent local architectural features, then it seems unreasonable for this factory to also use red mud walls. However, there were no more definite clues yet, so she decided to wait until she had an opportunity to investigate later, before it was too late to talk to them.
By the way, since we are all old players, if there is a big boss to guide you, please let me know. I will thank you very much if you clear the level later. At least an original piece of green water goes to start with.
The returning man, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth, raised his index finger, and looked at the crowd with arrogance. It was obvious from his mouth that he did not trust the level of players' self-destruction at all. After speaking, he added with arrogant eyes.
Wang Zi, E-level, 3rd generation rich. His family owns a mine, the kind that he can't spend in 10 lifetimes.
Most players simply chose to ignore his speech. Mo Lin heard this and sneered coldly.
Master, you must have read too many novels about Mr. Te Miao.
Zhao Tianjin asked seriously and curiously.
What is a green water ghost?
Xie Yufei glanced at him.
One watch costs 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. We sell it at the Rolex counter on the first floor of our mall.
Zhao Tianjin paused and said,
Can this remuneration be converted into cash? Little brother, don't think about it. I'm afraid you will lose your life and lose your life.
As soon as Mo Lin finished speaking, Qi Baiyu and the middle-aged lady over there turned around and walked towards the crowd. All the players glanced at Baiyu, who had been silent. That look seemed to say, it's your turn.
Bai Su, grade F, is a junior at Blue Star. I haven't found anything yet. Please take care of me in the past 7 days.
Ha ha. Baiyu smiled and said quickly, now that everyone has an extra code on their wrist, it is very likely that the player's name and identity will not be clear in this copy of the game. So she decided to continue using the pseudonym until the end. After all, she didn't want to be treated like the first copy by someone like Lu Fei, the curse that continues to be named. As for the level, several girls were not of high level, so she had to hide it. Even if the trees are beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy them. In a crisis survival game, it is better to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Besides, she is not actually strong. At most, in the last dungeon, his luck was just a little bit better than others. Seeing the childish and sincere look on her face, everyone did not doubt her words. Qi Baiyu has already brought the bob-haired lady to the front.
Dear students, let me introduce to you that this is Director Li Li, the director of the General Office in charge of Administrative Human Resources at Jinjin Wig Products Factory. In the following time, Director Li Li will accompany you until the end of the internship.
Chapter 123, Qingxi Town, Hidden Secrets. As soon as Qi Baiyu finished speaking, Mo Lin took the lead in applauding. Other players followed suit. The whole scene looked peaceful. Don't reach out to hit the smiling person. In front of the NPC, the players will still do enough in the early stage. As for the falling out in the later stage, it was because of love. Lily glanced at everyone, smiled sharply, and said,
Welcome to Jinjin Wig Products Factory. Next, please move to the factory training room. At that time, we will conduct a one-day intern induction training.
After Lily finished speaking, she winked at Qi Baiyu, then turned and walked forward.
Training. I'm going. Are there going to be classes? My head hurts when I hear there are classes.
Gao Yuqiang was the first to complain.
Onboarding training? You won't have to take an exam after the training. Right. Our shopping mall loves doing this.
Xie Yufei analyzed. Hearing this, Qi Baiyu turned around and glared at them, her eyes cold as she said,
Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and catch up. Everyone will listen carefully later. Don't embarrass our school.
The two people's expressions froze, and they were silent for a second.
All the players had no choice but to keep up. When he reached the top of the stone arch bridge, Bai Yu took a special look at the river. The water in the river is so full that it feels like it is about to overflow, but crystal clear. It can be clearly seen that there are some dark red substances scattered in the black mud at the bottom. However, in such clear water, there was not even a trace of aquatic plants, which made Bai Yu feel a little strange. Just as confused as him was Zheng Weijun. He glanced at the dark red exterior walls of the factory and the river, and frowned slightly. The players quickly followed Lily to the workshop building. Along the way, they looked left and right just like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. However, everything in the factory looked normal, and no special clues were found. The only strange thing is that there is no grass growing in the factory area, and it is bare. There was a factory layout map at the door of the building. Lily stopped and gave them a brief introduction. The wig factory is not small, but the layout is very simple. On the left side of the entrance is the parking lot, and on the right side are the basketball court, canteen, female staff dormitory, and male staff dormitory in order. The workshop building is located directly in front, extending to the left wall, and has only one floor. The office area occupies a small area on its right side. The warehouse and scrapyard are located in the northernmost part of the factory. Close to the wall, there's a back door over there. Only then did Bai Yu realize that the entire wig factory was actually surrounded by a river. The river crossing the back door shows a large area of mountain forest. This wig factory has mountains behind it and faces the sea. And wealth comes from all directions. The feng shui is so good, Gao Yuqiang exclaimed. Indeed. Mo Lin also agreed deeply. Bai Yu always felt that such a layout should be more than just feng shui. I don't know why, but she feels like she has an occupational disease now. When you see anything in the game, you should be suspicious first. Lily did not comment on their discussion, but taught, "Dear students, the warehouse, scrapyard, back entrance area, and the back mountain are all no-go zones for employees. Please stay away from us for 7 days. Okay." The players looked at each other and formed a consensus. This forbidden area definitely hides the secrets of the game. You have to find time and opportunity to check it out. Lily quickly took them into the workshop building. Only then did they learn that today was Saturday, another off-season sales season, and the factory was closed. So not a single person was seen in the factory. Chapter 124, Qingxi Town, Coding Refresh. On top of the factory floor is an industrial greenhouse with a very high floor height. There is no ceiling, and the dark pipes and steel frames are directly exposed to the outside. The production workshop occupies most of the area and is partitioned by glass walls. There's no production today, and it's dark inside. I could vaguely see a glass corner crowded with clumps of black hair. The hair seems to be moving? Miss, that hair is a bit scary. Su Mingming grabbed Bai Yu's arm and said timidly, "It's okay. There are so many of us." Bai Yu comforted her. Out of sight, out of mind. She was afraid of hair, so she simply chose not to look at it. In addition, just in case, she planned to finish the training later and be free to move around. So she went to the town to buy more supplies such as lighters and oil to put in the space. Soon everyone entered the training room. The lights in the room were very dim. The curtains were closed, and the earthy smell was very strong. "Okay, everyone, please find your seats first. We will give you the formal intern induction training in 3 minutes. After Lily finished speaking, she glanced at everyone and said in a suddenly serious tone, "I guess Teacher Chi didn't have time to tell everyone just now. Tomorrow morning, we will conduct a closed-book examination on the effectiveness of today's training. And based on the examination results, we will conduct a conversion and ranking. The students ranked last will lose their internship qualifications in advance." As soon as she finished speaking, the players were instantly in an uproar. After 7 days, if you don't get the internship certificate, you will die or stay in the game for life. And if you lose your internship qualifications early, wouldn't it mean that someone would die the next day? When they heard about the exam, among the crowd, Zhao Tianjin, Wei Xiaoyun, and Bai Yu were the calmest. They were originally students. They were young, had good memories, and had stronger learning abilities. They were relatively not afraid of exams. The least calm ones were Mo Lin and Gao Yuqiang. In their words, what they learned has long been returned to the teacher. What's more, if you learn now and apply it now, your memory will no longer be good. Cheating behavior such as song cheat sheets should not be very feasible in the game. While frowning and thinking, Mo Lin saw 30001 on his wrist
and felt inexplicably secretly happy. The hand has been raised reflexively.
Director Lee, may I ask, what does the code on our wrists mean? The one who ranks last will not pass the exam tomorrow. Does it mean number 30010?
After saying that, Emolin glanced at Zheng Weijun opposite with some sympathy. If I remember correctly, Zheng Weijun is a physical education teacher, and closed book exams are probably not his strong point. And I am currently ranked first. No matter how bad I am in the exam, I will not fall to the last place all of a sudden. Lily twitched her lips when she heard this, and said with an uncharacteristic expression,
the system probably miscoded you. At present, the most dangerous person is indeed 30,010. But it's not him. It's you.
As soon as she finished speaking, everyone noticed a cold, sticky feeling on their right wrist. The coding was reset in a flash. At the same time, the projection screen in front of the training classroom fell with a crash. Everyone's new codes have been publicly announced above. And behind each person's code, there is an extra point for conversion. Zheng Weijun, 30,001, 10 points. Baiyu, 30,002, 9 points. Zhao Tianjin, 30,003, 8 points. Wei Xiaoyun, 30,004, 7 points. Wang Zi, 30,005, 6 points. Su Mingming, 30006, 5 points. Sunny Wei, 30007, 4 points. Gao Yuqiang, 30,008, 3 points. Xie Yufei, 30,009, 2 points. Mo Lin, 30010, 1 point. Mo Lin, who has always been calm and steady and calls himself the leader. Read the new codes and points. The beads of sweat on his forehead appeared in an instant. Chapter 125, Qingxi Town, Game as a Demon. This kind of ranking setting is obviously the game deliberately playing tricks on others. The eyes of other players. They all looked at the top three in unison. In that look, there is jealousy, envy, dissatisfaction, and doubt, no matter in the game or in reality. Baiyu has always been a person who doesn't like to cause trouble. But he is not afraid of things either. Faced with everyone's gaze, she simply chose to look back calmly. Two players were stared at by her, and their eyes flickered and they quickly moved away. Baiyu withdrew his gaze and thought quickly in his mind. At present, there are only two ways to obtain internship qualifications. 1. During today's training process, do not miss any knowledge point and strive to successfully pass the exam tomorrow. 2. Reduce one person. To put it bluntly, kill a player. The first carries uncertainty, because no one can guarantee that he will remember everything and bet on everything as he wishes. As for the second one, it is simple and crude, but it is indeed the most effective. It can be said that the effect was immediate. In addition, this game is full of veteran players. Old players mean they have money and props. It's time again for the weak and the strong to test humanity. But in this crisis survival game, human nature cannot stand the test. Most people don't fight for the peace of mind on weekdays. That's just because it doesn't involve self-interest. It's involved. That's even worse than prosperous wealth. Thinking of this, Baiyu's heart sank, and he quickly scanned the lower-ranking people with his peripheral vision. Xie Yufei and Gao Yuqiang, who were also ranked last. Both looked extremely ugly. They pursed their lips tightly and squinted their eyes, as if they were thinking of some countermeasures. Wang Zi, who was ranked 5th, looked excited. It is said that Musang is the first to kill the local leader. This ranking is neither advanced nor backward. Just average. I am very satisfied. Baiyu glanced at him. This man has a big heart. This ranking is unreasonable. It's seriously unreasonable. Why are those little brats ranked in the top 4? Mo Lin, who calmed down, glanced at Baiyu and the others with a distorted face, clenched his fists in protest and appeal road. When the others saw someone raising their heads, they also followed Yin Yin and said unconvinced. Yes, it is indeed unreasonable. And unfair. That's right. We all enter the game together. Why do we have to do these 3rd dash, 6th dash, or 9th level rankings from the beginning? Girl, in the original world, I was already faced with job discrimination at the age of 35. Why did I enter the game and still behave like this? Hey, I used to work for money, but now I work for life. In the dark conference room, doubts arose one after another. The group of people who had previously vowed to work together to break through the level suddenly became full of excitement. As the only woman among the top 4, Bai quickly became a target in the eyes of the players. The bob-haired lady looked at the angry players with some satisfaction. He looked like he was not too worried about the drama. And he added fuel to the fire and explained.
This ranking code is comprehensively arranged by the system based on everyone's potential, combined with various factors such as appearance and figure. There is no unreasonable situation. As human beings, sometimes you have to be good at accepting your own shortcomings and inferior skills.
When she said,
skills are not as good as others,
she deliberately raised her voice.
Look at your face!
Su Mingming, who had been silent all this time, exclaimed in surprise when she heard the words.
Good looks and figure.
His moist eyes looked directly at Bai with a hint of hostility and sourness. Chapter 126, Qingxi Town, Creating Conflicts. According to appearance, Su Mingming, whom God rewards with food, is indeed much better than Bai. Is the system blind? Damn it! Why should I be ranked behind her? Before Su Mingming opened her mouth, Mo Lin shouted angrily.
Looking at potential, I don't think I'm as good as Gao Yuqiang. He is a stinky fish seller. Could he be better than me?
He had been working out at Blue Star for many years. And with this anger, all the muscles and veins on his hands and face exploded. Many times, people are not afraid that others are better than themselves. But someone who I thought was far inferior to me actually surpassed me. That kind of unwillingness and anger is not something that I can easily convince myself to accept. This is especially obvious when it comes to Mo Lin and Su Mingming. Gao Yuqiang coughed twice, with an inexplicable sense of superiority on his face, and said seriously,
correct me. I'm not a fish seller. And I don't just sell fish. I sell seafood. Seafood. Fish. Shrimp. Crab. Fish. Do you understand?
After saying that, he changed the subject.
Actually, when I usually sell seafood, I will also look at Sun Tzu's Art of War and other things in the stall. It's not what you think. Just muscle and brute force. But 250 who can't read Chinese characters.
This statement was obviously sarcastic and a bit excessive. Sure enough, Mo Lin's expression suddenly changed.
Does that mean I'm 205? You look down on muscles and physical strength? If you were a real man,
would you dare to go out and have a fight right now? Afraid of you? Afraid of your grandson?
Gao Yuqiang clenched his fists and was about to get up. He doesn't exercise. But carrying those frozen seafood storage bags every day is not in vain. Looking at the two people who were about to fight, no one dared to persuade them. I can only frown and sigh secretly. Less than an hour into the game, the group of people who originally said they wanted to unite and cooperate to share wisdom have already fallen apart with their own agendas. The conference room was originally dimly lit, and the earthy smell was very strong, coupled with the quarrels among the people. Bai felt like his head was buzzing. She looked at the two people gearing up and couldn't help but persuade them.
Don't argue for now. There is still one day until the exam. Let's think of a solution together. There may be a solution, but not necessarily.
She said this because the third solution suddenly popped into her mind. Assume that there are two people in the middle whose original scores are close to each other, and the training test scores should be consistent in the opposite direction. If there is no force sorting, that means that in ninth place are two players with tied results. The rule mentioned by the bob-headed lady is that the person who ranks last will lose their internship qualifications. This means that there are loopholes in the rules. Of course, it will be difficult to achieve that test score. Especially one of them needs to make a sacrifice. However, this is the only way that all players can be saved. All in all, it would be better for players to be united and stable than to fall apart.
Hey, little sister, you really can stand and talk without pain in your back.
Xia Yufei, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Let her sacrifice herself to save someone she doesn't know. She's crazy.
That's right. What a bad idea.
Others echoed, looking at her with unkind eyes. It was as if Bai was being roasted on a fire, and he instantly became the target of public criticism.
Have to.
It's her mouth itching. She didn't bother to explain. Bai had a lump in his throat and stopped talking. The NPCs in this dungeon know how to cause trouble. If there is no contradiction, then create a contradiction. The bob-haired lady looked at the players with a somewhat gloating look. Chapter 127, Qingxi Town, Seeking Wealth and Murder. Seeing that the
angry scene
was almost done, the bob-haired lady said,
Okay, everyone has almost finished the war of words. Next, we will start the induction training for the 3001st batch of Xinjiang Wood Products Factory.
After finishing her joke, She picked up the page-turning pen in her hand and tapped the projection screen a few times quickly. Batch 3001. Looking at the code on my wrist. It's self-evident what this batch means. The angry, intense people immediately became quiet after hearing this. Directorly, most trainings are provided with notebooks and pens. Do we have them here? Xia Yufei has rich work experience and is relatively stable. Raising her hands. The players sit on simple training chairs with small tables. The table was empty except for a thick layer of dust. There is a small black mesh bag on the side of the chair, which contains a bottle of mineral water packaged locally. The production date is yesterday, but there seemed to be some debris similar to human hair suspended in the water, and no one dared to drink it. Xia Yufei said there was no paper or pen. Someone looked through his backpack and found nothing. How can you remember it just by listening to it? Besides, a good memory is not as good as a bad writing. Lily raised her eyebrows, her eyes a little cold and unhappy, and stopped on Xia Yufei's face. No. Our classroom training is only 2 hours long. You ask a question, and I have to answer it. This back and forth takes up a minute. There are 10 players here, and each one is occupied for 1 minute, which means that you have wasted 10 minutes of everyone's time. Wasting other people's time is tantamount to seeking money and killing people. Therefore, please note that once the training begins, do not speak. If you have any questions, please come down and ask. That expression and gaze seemed to tear Xia Yufei into pieces and eat her in an instant. Everyone. Xia Yufei. QAQ. Okay. Just pretend she didn't ask. While he was talking, the picture on the projection screen had skipped the training topic and factory background introduction from the coding announcement, and went directly to the second content on the PPT. Real and fake hair production process. General process of wig processing. The first stage. Human hair, picture, acid washing, picture, hair dyeing, picture, rinsing, picture. Second stage. Drying, picture, shaping, picture, hooking, picture, styling, picture. Such content is generally a test center. When the players saw this, they quickly remembered this process in their minds. People who make PPTs are obviously not good at typesetting. A bunch of various natural hair pictures, of different sizes, appeared on the screen very messily. The photos chosen were also not good. The human hair picture at the top of the list is straight up black. Dense black human hair filled the entire space. It makes people feel inexplicably suffocated. There are also several pictures of puppet models showing wigs, with pale skin, strange expressions, and stiff bodies. Baiyu looked at these underworld pictures, and the goosebumps on his arm suddenly appeared. She resisted the discomfort and nausea in her stomach, gritted her teeth, and tried to remember the process. The following training content is a detailed explanation of the above process. Boring and boring. Ms. Lily is not good at training either, so she read the subtitles the whole time. The players were simply sitting on pens and needles, their heads hurting so much that they wanted to hit the wall. There is no rest time arranged in the critical middle. With Xia Yufei's lesson learned, no one dared to raise their hand to signal to go out to the bathroom. The whole session lasted 2 hours, not to mention the back pain. 2 players were so depressed that their faces turned red. He just rolled his eyes and died on the spot. Chapter 128, Qingxi Town Game Hints. Looking at the words, "Thanks for watching," printed on the last page on the screen, all the players felt relieved. Okay, dear students, our internship induction training in the morning is over. An hour is reserved for everyone so that everyone can go to the cafeteria to eat and return to the dormitory to change work clothes. Our training course in the afternoon is to enter the workshop for on-site visits and learning. The work clothes are in everyone's backpack, and the dormitory number is in the employee internship handbook in everyone's backpack. Please pay special attention to the fact that when entering the factory workshop, except for managers who can wear suits, all employees must wear work clothes. After speaking, she added, "Our exam is scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the location is still here. Please remember, students whose final scores are ranked 30010 will lose their internship qualifications in advance." Listening to Lily's cold words, everyone was frightened for a second. Everyone. Look at me, and I'll look at you. I sighed inwardly. This morning, they seem to have learned a lot, but also seem to have learned nothing. And Lily's words made Baiyu's heart sink. This is already a hint of nakedness. Players, one must die. Directorly, our workshop is ready. The workers on duty will come after dinner. Will you also show us around this afternoon? Accompanied by a slight knock on the door, a crisp voice broke the depression and atmosphere of the training room. Silence. Everyone turned their heads and saw an energetic girl standing at the door of the training room with a smile on her face. The girl looks ordinary, but has a good temperament. The youthful temperament on his body was not even covered up by the dusty work clothes. Well, I am also taking them there. 1997. Thank brotherly for me. The bob-haired lady smiled politely and replied, Okay. See you in the afternoon. After the girl finished speaking, she smiled and turned around to leave. That girl has a code on her hand. 01997. Zhao Tianjin, standing next to Baiyu, said suddenly. He didn't speak loudly, just enough for 3 or 4 people to hear him. Baiyu was stunned for a moment. Okay, let's go to the cafeteria to eat first, and then go to the dormitory. Li Li's words returned to her previous politeness and softness. Everyone nodded and followed her like zombies. The assistant coach Chi Baiyu didn't know where he went. When everyone entered the conference room, they found that he was missing. However, his presence was of no use, so no one asked about their thoughts. The factory is closed today, and only a small window in the canteen is open. When a few people arrived, a lunch box for each person was already prepared there. Rice, braised chicken, fried vegetables, spicy potatoes, tomato and egg drop soup. Very conventional work meal configuration. It looked pretty and delicious, but everyone didn't like it. Baiyu also took a few bites in a hurry and then put down his chopsticks. Afterwards, everyone went to the dormitory under the leadership of Li Li. The 4-person room where the female players live has 2 bunk beds, which is a bit crowded. When they entered the dormitory, Su Mingming and Xia Yufei's hostility towards Baiyu became more and more obvious. The two chose a bunk bed and exchanged some strange words. Baiyu was too busy checking the supplies in his backpack to pay attention. Mainly she didn't care. In the backpack, there is an employee internship manual, a set of tailor-made work clothes, and a mobile phone. The moment Baiyu saw the phone, he was immediately stunned. That phone is much better than the old phone I bought on Silent Island for 500 yuan. Not only does it have a map, but it also has positioning, and it can also be searched. The only drawback is that positioning is enabled by default and cannot be turned off. Chapter 129, Qingxi Town, is a little scary. Baiyu glanced at the bunk bed opposite. Xie Yufei and Su Mingming were also looking at their phones, probably busy retrieving information. Sunny Wei, who lives in the bunk above her, is still changing into work clothes. To be on the safe side, Baiyu got up and went to the bathroom. After closing the door, with a thought, the phone was received into the space. She took a look and saw that the mobile phone signal had been automatically blocked, and the location and other information were no longer displayed. She breathed a sigh of relief and took out her phone again. Lily invites you to join the 3001 batch intern group. On the screen, a message popped up. Baiyu clicked on it and saw that there was an inexplicably extra work chat group on his phone. 12 people in the group. There are 10 players, and the group administrators are Chi Baiyu and Lili. Because of their presence, the group was silent. Lili, please change your clothes and arrive at the workshop building immediately. Our afternoon training will start in 10 minutes. Wang Zi, got it. Gao Yuqiang, okay. JPG. No one else responded. Miss Sun, hurry up. The old witch is urging her. Xia Yufei, who jumped out of bed first, looked at Sunny Wei, who was still tying her hair, and reminded her. Okay. Sunny Wei quickly tied her hair into a high ponytail and jumped out of bed. Xia Yufei glanced at the closed bathroom again. When Baiyu suddenly stood up and went in, she paid special attention to it. For Baiyu, who was ranked 3rd, she was jealous, and a little afraid. After all, ranking high must have 2 brushes. Thinking of this, she turned around and asked Su Mingming in a low voice. The bathroom is so quiet. Isn't that fake top student secretly making preparations in there? Su Mingming. Just call her and see what she can do. Xia Yufei pursed her lips. Classmate Xiaobai, hurry up. We have to gather. Oh, thank you. Baiyu deliberately pressed the toilet bowl, washed his hands again, and then walked out. Gray overalls covered several girls. Su Mingming took a glance and found that among the 4 of them, she still had the most outstanding temperament, and her mood instantly improved a lot. Everyone quickly arrived at the workshop building. The lady with the bob hair was already waiting there with a gloomy face. It was obvious that she was unhappy with the player's late arrival. Chi Baiyu's figure was still missing. Along the way, The players also encountered several people walking in a hurry wearing work clothes. Listening to their chat, it seemed that they were temporarily called to work overtime in the workshop for the interns to visit. It seems that the employees live in the staff dormitories. Since last time the residents of Silent Island were all zombies, Bayou paid special attention to them. Fortunately, judging from his appearance and behavior, he seems to be quite normal. Basically no different from ordinary people. But this is only the first day of the game, so there's no way to draw a conclusion. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go into the workshop and visit. We have all studied craftsmanship in the morning, and now we are applying theory to reality. So this visit, to put it bluntly, is to test everyone's learning results in the morning, and also to test everyone's eyesight and understanding. In addition, I would like to emphasize that when visiting, everyone should bring their eyes, not their mouths. Stop talking and observe more. All the players nodded in unison. Mo Lin and Gao Yuqiang looked at each other solemnly. The workshop was already brightly lit. Everyone's tour route is based on the wig production process. Each independent workshop uses glass partitions and is equipped with double-sided locks. It's inconvenient to get in. Come out too. Chapter 130, Qingxi Town, Weird Workshop. I don't know what material the glass is made of. The silhouette of the person reflected is particularly clear. Bayou also noticed. Every corner of the workshop is covered with cameras. And when players enter each glass partitioned workshop, they need to swipe the code on their wrist. When it came out, it was the same. As soon as the players arrived at the human hair workshop, a strong earthy smell instantly hit their nostrils. Several people were stunned for a moment. The glass surrounding the workshop was actually painted with a layer of dark red paint. What made them even more stunned was that the raw material of human hair was basically 2 to 3 meters tall. They were all black and sticky, and they were all placed on a wooden shelf. A worker wearing thick glasses was doing the process of smoothing his hair in an orderly manner. The temperature in the room was very low and even a little humid, making the earthy smell even stronger. Bayou had a natural fear of human hair and deliberately stood at the end of the line. She was surprised for a moment when she saw such long hair. Seeing the big from the small, the output of this wig factory will not be low every year. There is naturally a lot of demand for raw materials. How many big girls have to keep these hairs for years and months? Players have all seen horror movies more or less. The horror elements in many films come from hair. There are even some hairs with autonomous consciousness that can parasitize hosts or something. Everyone looked at each other, and a few players quickly reached a consensus. 1. This copy must have supernatural elements. 2. There must be something wrong with the source of the hair. 3. This dark red substance paint should have some effect. It is similar to mixing the blood of certain animals. And then it has the function of removing dirt. Zhang Chengjun, who was closest to the worker, stared at the worker's face for a few seconds, then suddenly covered his stomach with his hands and looked in pain. The moment he bent down, the back of his hand accidentally touched the worker's arm. Brother Jun, are you okay? Zhao Tianjin said quickly behind him. It's okay. Zhang Chengjun bent down to relax and stood up. The eyebrows are indeed slightly frowned. Abnormal. Mo Lin snorted secretly when he saw this. He actually had a lot of questions, but after looking at the serious-looking lady with a bob-haired look, he hesitated to speak. No one else raised their hands to ask questions. As the old saying goes, no one wants to become a touchstone for others. Soon, the players basically finished visiting according to the production process. Other workshops are normal. The only unreasonable thing is that none of the workers have any protective measures. In the wig factory, there is actually a lot of noise pollution and a lot of dust. Moreover, there are also a lot of lead and mercury in the chemicals used in pickling and bleaching. It can cause damage to the eyes, skin, respiratory tract, nervous system, kidneys, etc. But they are all NPCs, so they may not suffer from occupational diseases like in reality. In addition, according to what I learned in the morning, when pre-processing human hair raw materials, acidic wastewater will be generated when hair flakes and dirt are removed. The neutralization section produces ammonia-containing wastewater. Decolorization and dyeing produce high-color wastewater, etc. During post-processing, wastewater is also generated in the shampooing and styling sections. But the river in front of the factory is indeed crystal clear, which is not very reasonable. Maybe this wig factory has a strong wastewater treatment capacity, but not necessarily. In addition to these two parts, it should not be the content of the exam, so the players did not pay too much attention to it. It's finally time for free activities.
Their thoughts almost all wandered outside the factory. Chapter 131, Chingxi Town, Family Business? The bob-haired lady quickly poured cold water on the players.
By the way, we've finished visiting the production links, and there's still some time before we get off work. Why not take everyone to visit our wig display area?
When Lily said this, there was finally a smile on her face. The players are indeed extremely uncomfortable. It felt like it was time to get off work, and the boss suddenly said, "Comrades, how about we have a meeting?" But the players couldn't refuse. I had no choice but to follow the bob-haired lady towards the wig display area at the entrance of the workshop. However, seeing the change in Lily's attitude, everyone felt less depressed. The house is filled with mannequins of all kinds, as well as individual head mannequins. Just the head model is placed on a table in the middle. There are also a small number of wig sets on the table. The colors are bright, and the styles are beautiful. In the corner of the house is a 1.2-meter workbench with an old computer and some file baskets placed on it. Next to it is a live broadcast stand and a beige dressing mirror.
Hey, there is actually a live broadcast selling goods?
As soon as he entered the door, everyone's eyes lit up. Xie Yufei exclaimed,
"Oh my god! This craftsmanship is so good!" That's right. This is crocheted stitch by our workers according to the texture of the hair on the head. It takes 2 weeks of crocheting to complete one.
Lily explained proudly.
Director Lee, can I try it on?
Seeing that Lily was in a good mood, Xie Yufei asked tentatively. Lily gave a rare smile.
Okay. If you like it, I can give you the factory price. 40% off. Oh, the hair of my dreams has appeared. You don't know that the management of our mall is perverted and does not allow hair dyeing or perming. In reality, high-quality wigs are too expensive, and the colors I like are all very special, so I don't dare to wear them. Today in the game, it can be regarded as a dream come true for the time being.
Xie Yufei was the first to bear the brunt again. She picked up a pink wig and put it on her head.
Wow! This feel, this workmanship, this color, absolutely amazing.
Others also echoed.
Ha. They say changing your hairstyle is like plastic surgery. It's true.
Gao Yuqian also excitedly picked up a black wig and buttoned it on, then walked to the full-length mirror. The hairline of the person in the mirror has disappeared, and he instantly looked several years younger. Both of them were a little excited, as if they were bewitched, and kept trying out the wigs. Although other people also put down their defensive mentality, no one was like them. Since you think there is something wrong with the source of your hair, then don't touch it if you can. Of course, if someone is willing to be a guinea pig, that's fine too. Bai Yu's attention was focused on an address book on the workbench next to him. The address book was printed on A4 paper and taped to the lower left corner of the table with Scotch tape. Like other factories, only the main personnel are listed above. Jinjin Wig Products Factory Internal Address Book. Factory Director, Li Defux. Deputy Director, Li Daqianx. Warehouse Manager, Li Dazwonx. Minister of Finance, Li Jinqi XXXX. Core Employees, number 20099. Sales Director, Li Liming XXXX. Core Employees, number 19999. Director of Quality Department, Li Tangxix. Core Employees, number 00009. Director of Production Department, Workshop Director Li Xiangyuan XXXX. Core Employees, number 00389. Director of the General Office, Li XXXX. This address book is strictly prohibited from being leaked. After Bai Yu finished reading, doubts suddenly arose.
Full surname is Li?
Maybe it's because of the family business. But, isn't it too familial? Chapter 132, Chingxi Town, Plot Unlocked. If Bai Yu remembers correctly, when the system broadcast, it was said that Chingxi Town was originally called Liuli Town. Lu and Li are both common surnames. And this is just Li, which is a little weird. In addition, general corporate address books are arranged according to department and job level. The warehouse manager here. It is a bit puzzling that a logistics position is ranked after the deputy factory director and before the core department sales department. Third, judging from the address book, except for managers, the remaining employees have no names. It's all coding. Look at the numbers. Some employees are almost like senior veterans in the universe. No matter how you look at it, this address book is weird. While Bai Yu frowned in thought, an ethereal mechanical sound suddenly sounded in his ears. All, ding! Congratulations to the players, who have unlocked 5% of the current plot progress. Please keep up your efforts and keep working hard. Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked at each other in confusion. Baiyu was shocked, looking at the situation at the scene. It should be his side to unlock the plot. She raised her eyes and was about to call others to see her. But Lily noticed her. His smiling face suddenly turned cold. His sinister eyes were already looking at her. And he said word by word,
"Okay, it's almost time. That's it for the visit here. Everyone, please leave now."
Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei, who were happily trying on wigs, were stunned when they heard this. Reluctantly, I took off the hair cover. Baiyu deliberately ignored Li Li's gaze. He buried his head and took the opportunity to glance at the address book again, silently writing down the main names.
"Director Li, can we go for a walk in the town by ourselves after get off work?"
The questioner was Sunny Wei, who had a very low presence among the players. Li replied angrily,
"Okay, you have free time at night, as long as you come back before the factory door closes. These are all written in your internship manual. Haven't you read them?" "Ha. I didn't pay much attention."
Sunny Wei smiled and apologized. Baiyu glanced at it roughly. The factory has a 5-day system. From 8 to 6. The factory gate closes at 11 p.m. And the dormitory lights are turned off and closed at 12 p.m. Breakfast 7 to 8 o'clock. Lunch plus lunch break, 12 to 1300 hours. Dinner, 18 to 1900 hours. If you need to work overtime at night or on weekends during the peak season, we will provide late night snacks and the like. Objectively speaking, it can be regarded as a conscientious enterprise. Baiyu was also glad that he came during the off-season. Otherwise, if you are in the factory 24 hours a day, how can you go out to purchase supplies and look for clues? Although there are various signs that there is definitely a problem in the factory. And it is also where the greatest danger lies. However, since the copy is called Qingxi Town, it means that the factory is only a part of the copy. To unlock the plot, you can't just limit yourself to the factory part. Unknowingly, while thinking, Bayurin had already walked outside the factory door. Other players followed suit. Every player basically has an empty head and an empty body. My whole body was filled with powerless exhaustion. However, everyone's first instinct is, they always go out first, look for clues, and buy some supplies. Of course, there are people who have other considerations. For example, take the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 players or something. After all, the game leaves them with little time to start. It was only 6 o'clock, but the sky in the town had already darkened. The streets were deserted. The dark red walls hide the earthy smell and bring a sense of oppression, which makes people feel uncomfortable all over. Baiyu pursed his lips and glanced at the unknown distance. Then he took out the mask from the space, put it on, and walked towards the town. Chapter 133, Qingxi Town, can't protect itself. Baiyu's figure has gradually moved away. The remaining players were still standing there and studying the map on their mobile phones.
"Speaking of which, are any of you the boss? The green water ghost reward I mentioned was not a joke."
Wang Zi spoke first.
"Big brother, don't you have some C in your mind?"
It was Mo Lin who spoke out against him. Ever since the bob-haired lady re-announced her risk code, he'd been in a bad mood. It doesn't please anyone. After calming down, he began to secretly observe the words and deeds of other players. Judging from his observation and analysis, everyone's game level, except for the number 1 Zheng Weijun, should be no one higher than him. As for why his coding ranks at the bottom, maybe it was because of his leading performance at the beginning that he aroused Yugi's fear, and he was the first to use him as a target. Of course, it could also be that the game wants to do one thing through him: break the unity of players and destroy the balance. In addition, take the opportunity to kill someone with a knife. As for who to kill, the game has no direction. For himself, those that are too weak are not challenging. And the props and gold coins may be cheap. 2 powerful props and gold coins should be good. But I am afraid that stealing the chicken will end up losing the rice. So, in the end, he settled on 2 people. Among the players, Baiyu and Wei Xiaoyun spoke little and were slightly thin. The game says coding is sorted by potential. It was probably a hint that these 2 people had obtained very powerful props. Mo Lin was very sure of his speculation. He reached out and grabbed a handful of the boy's white hair, taking the opportunity to confirm the whereabouts of the target. It was at this time that he caught a glimpse of Baiyu disappearing at the end of the street. Wei Xiaoyun, on the other hand, was talking next to Zheng Weijun and Zhao Tianjin. It seems that the 3 of them have formed a team.
Mo Lin twitched the corners of his lips, made up his mind, and quickly followed Bai Yu in the direction where he disappeared. Gao Yuqiang glanced at his back, and the stone hanging on his heart fell to the ground with a pop. He suddenly felt relaxed and happy, glanced at Wang Zi with a mocking look, and said half-jokingly, "Little brother, didn't you read the game manual carefully? As long as we D-level players successfully pass the game, the gold coins rewarded for the excellent level are already 110,000. Will we fall in love with your 3 melons and 2 dates?" Xie Yufei also smiled contemptuously and said jokingly, "That's right, little brother. We are like mud Buddhas crossing the river, and we can't save ourselves. What are you doing daydreaming about here?" After saying that, she turned around and complained to Su Mingming next to her. "In a survival game, who would like to drag oil bottles? I don't know what this person is thinking." Sunny Wei does not quite agree with her view. "You can't say that. Sometimes 1 + 1 is greater than 2. After all, everyone is an old player, has some experience in the game, and has some self-defense items. When you meet 800 scheming old players and play the game of big fish eating small fish with you, you won't think so." Xie Yufei hummed. Su Mingming ignored their chat and looked around, wondering, "Hey, what about the fake academic master? Why did he disappear in an instant? I don't know. She seems to be a loner. How about the 3 of us form a team? The architectural colors of this town are quite strange. When sisters are together, they can also take care of each other," Sunny Wei suggested. Zheng Chengjun has the same name as the person he met today, so he changed his name to Zheng Weijun _. Chapter 134, Qingxi Town encounters crisis. Sunny Wei was a little dissatisfied with Bai Yu's leaving without saying goodbye. In her opinion, girls are inherently a vulnerable group in this survival game. We should go together and help each other. Besides, the 2 of them also have a bunk bed relationship. Even if you leave, you should still say something. It was good for her to leave quietly. Did she look down on herself? Xie Yufei did not want Sunny Wei to come between her and Su Mingming. But looking at the number 30,009 on his wrist, and recalling Mo Lin wearing tendons coded 30010, he had no choice but to accept it. Su Mingming had no time to pay attention to them. A pair of beautiful deer eyes looked at Zheng Weijun and the other 3 who were about to leave, and smiled sweetly. "Hello. How about I come with you? We'll just form an F4. No need. The triangle is stable. We are all here," Zheng Weijun said in a cold tone, and took Xiao Tianjin and Wei Xiaoyun with him, and left without looking back. Su Mingming's face froze. "Is this the first time you have been rejected by the opposite sex? Are triangles stable? What kind of lame excuse is this for a straight man on the planet?" The moment everyone was chatting, the sky in the town became a lot darker again. Gao Yuqiang over there was also optimistic about the route and left. Wang Zi looked left and right, then quickly followed. "Brother Daqiang, how about I add a green water ghost to team up with you?" Gao Yuqiang didn't even look back, and said in a cold tone, "You can follow me if you want, but don't expect me to save you when you are in danger." Xie Yufei grabbed Su Mingming's arm and said, "Sisters, let's go too. If we don't go, it will get dark today. It's also strange. Isn't this summer? I don't know. Maybe it's the game's intention. After all, this kind of atmosphere is a bit scary." Sunny Wei also reached out to hold Su Mingming's other side and answered. Bai Yu walked alone in the town for a long time. The strong earthy smell kept flowing into her nose, making her lose her appetite at all. In addition, there are surprisingly few shops in the town. It looks like a store decoration, with the door basically closed. Maybe it's a local characteristic. Everyone goes home very early. Seeing that it was getting dark, she followed the navigation on her mobile phone and found a small supermarket called Li's First Store in Qingxi Town. Bai Yu habitually stood at the door and took a look. A small supermarket of 100 square meters. It is a conventional layout with a shop in the front and a residential courtyard in the back. Looking at the sign on the facade, the small supermarket contains tobacco, alcohol, food, daily necessities, hardware materials, farm tools, and so on. Small but complete. There was a middle-aged woman sitting at the checkout counter, staring at a short video on her phone. I don't know if there are no customers at this time or to save electricity. Only the lights in the tobacco and wine area are turned on, and the light is very dim. Bai Yu took a step forward and said politely, "Madam Boss, could you please turn on all the lights in your store? I want to buy a bunch of things, but with this light, I can't see anything.
The wonderful video was interrupted abruptly, and the lady boss glanced at her angrily. The light was too dark, and she couldn't see clearly. So she asked casually,
A foreigner?
"By you?"
Well, yes.
The middle-aged woman frowned when she heard this, but she still got up and turned on the light. With the sound of "special," the dark small supermarket suddenly became bright. Bayu felt happy and walked straight to the hardware area.
Are you an employee of a wig factory?
The woman suddenly raised her voice and said in disbelief. Bayu glanced at his gray work clothes coldly. The moment he raised his eyes, a cast iron fire stick over 1 meter long hit her head hard with a swish. Chapter 135, Qingxi Town, Space Rescue.
I am going to kill you!
The cast iron fire stick in the woman's hand was so menacing that Bayu couldn't avoid it. A thought. The large wire cutters bought in the previous instance in the space appeared in my hand. The moment he dodged sideways, the wire cutter struck back at the fire stick. Duong, Bayu felt a soreness and numbness from the shot to the tiger's mouth. However, the wire cutters were still firmly held in her hand. The middle-aged woman didn't expect that a weapon would appear out of thin air in Bayu's hand. With fierce eyes, she stood there stunned for a second, then waved the fire stick in her hand with both hands, and threw Bayu at it again angrily. It was rare for Bayu to encounter a supermarket with such a complete range of supplies, and he couldn't just leave in such a fashionable manner. I had no choice but to go around the supermarket shelves to temporarily avoid her nonsensical pursuit. But continuing like this is not an option. Fortunately, she didn't see any gritting behavior from this NPC. But now that the information in the copy is unclear, she can't just give it to her. Otherwise, what I just took from the space was not a wire cutter, but a black blade that can cut iron like mud. I frowned for a long time, and a bold guess flashed through my mind. Maybe it was because of his work clothes that he triggered the NPC's pursuit conditions? As for the reason, she had no time to analyze it. She did remember that there was a wig factory logo as big as a fist on the right chest of the overalls. It is a portrait of a lady with thick hair, full of earthy flavor. There are also 4 awkward characters, Xinjian wig, embroidered on the bottom. Thinking of this, she took the opportunity to take off her work clothes while running to the side of the shelf. With a thought, the coat and wire cutters were received into the space. He took off the mask and put it into the space. Bayu's physical condition has obviously improved a lot since he cleared the game last time. My body is still thin, but I obviously feel that my body is much lighter and faster, and my strength has also increased. However, she couldn't breathe easily while wearing a mask. If she took 2 more steps, she would probably be out of breath. After finishing everything quickly, Bayu accelerated and ran forward a few steps. After keeping a safe distance from the middle-aged woman, she grabbed a bottle of soy sauce from the shelf, turned around and said to the chasing woman in a reluctant tone,
Lady boss, stop chasing me. I just want to buy some things. I want to buy a lot of things. You won't let me buy it. Right.
The middle-aged woman also chased her until her face turned red and she was out of breath. The cast iron fire stick was already somewhat heavy, and her arms were already numb and weak. At this moment, she saw Bayu wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt holding a soy sauce bottle and looking at her with a smile on his face. The woman's eyes couldn't help but froze. Could it be that I was mistaken just now? He glanced at the ground and shelves beside Bayu, but saw nothing. As for the great pants on the girl, they are of a very conventional style and cannot mean anything.
I'm sorry. What do you want to buy?
The middle-aged woman was still out of breath, and her tone was a bit stuttering. That reaction was like suddenly losing his memory. At the same time, her body seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, and the fire stick held high in her hand was slowly lowered. The hostility and anger in his eyes disappeared in an instant.
Buy a lot. Don't worry. You won't miss a penny.
After speaking, Bayu stretched out her hand and pointed at the cast iron fire stick in her hand and said,
Speaking of which, boss lady, do you still have the goods?
Her black blade is actually a very rare weapon. The only drawback is, some are short and suitable only for close combat. Chapter 136, Qingxi Town, stocking up on supplies. Bayu was thinking, if he encounters a situation where a bunch of zombies appear like in the last dungeon, you still need to prepare some consumable weapons. But strictly speaking, this weapon is more prepared for other players who will fight until the last moment. After all, other players, unlike her, have space to store weapons. In the most dangerous late stage of the game, it is very common for weapons to be lost or dropped.
Yes. Most families in our town have retained the habit of earthen stoves. This kind of cast iron fire stick will last forever. Once you buy it, it can be used for several lifetimes. It is very popular, the woman said enthusiastically, and Yin walked towards the daily necessities area. Bayu's eyebrows relaxed. He breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed. On the way here, she searched for Qingxi Town information on her mobile phone. The town is not on the seaside or in an earthquake zone. It is located in the middle of the basin and is surrounded by mountains. The climate is spring-like all year round, and there is no risk of wind, frost, rain or snow. There are no disasters such as droughts, floods, typhoons, and mudslides. The only puzzling thing is, the town obviously has very rich groundwater, but the border area around the town is surrounded by thick sandstorms. This is also the reason why she saw yellow dust on the minibus when she first entered the game. In addition, the town has a tradition of discharging water into the streets from time to time every night. The streets here are paved with large bluestone slabs. Countless rivers, large and small, pass through the city. When the water overflows into the street, it will carry away the debris and dust on the stone slabs. The next day everyone went to the streets and found that the streets were as clean as new again. This tradition is said to have been passed down in Qingxi Town for thousands of years. Bayu had heard of things like flooding the streets in the ancient city on Blue Star, so it wasn't surprising. I don't know if this water will cause flooding or something in the future. In addition, the phone is automatically prepared for the game. That means that this information is just what the game wants them to see. To sum up, in terms of material procurement, she had basically made a list in her mind before entering the supermarket. 1. Considering the factors of yellow sand and water flow, it is necessary to pay attention to sand masks, life jackets, life buoys and other materials. 2. This copy is called Qingxi Town, recalling the long sticky black hair in the workshop. You also need to prepare windproof lighters, matches, high-quality alcohol, and gasoline. 3. After experiencing the last dungeon, she found that self-heating rice and small hot pots are relatively delicious. But in an emergency, they are not as quick and practical as chocolate and beef jerky. So, get more chocolate and beef jerky too. 4. As for conventional items that can be used as weapons, they are indispensable. In addition, her space has been upgraded now, and although the game gold coins are not too much, they are enough for her to buy various things in the supermarket in this small town. Items quickly piled up on the cash register. I bought rain boots, raincoats, helmets, rubber gloves and everything else. Life buoys and hovercrafts were out of stock here, so she bought a few large plastic basins commonly used in town as substitutes. There were only 2 pairs of swimming goggles, men's ones, so I took them too. As for gasoline, no. There were a few barrels of rapeseed oil and diesel for agricultural machinery on the shelves. Bayu looked at them and took them all away. Now I have to go to the factory to work during the day. Worried that she was too tired, she also bought some bottled coffee. Finally, in order to avoid the situation where the windproof lighter fails to ignite temporarily, she tried out the lighters she bought one by one before placing them at the cashier. Chapter 137, Qingxi Town, continue to test. The proprietress picked up a kitchen knife and scanned the code, looking excited and cheerfully saying, "Little girl, you bought so much. Are you planning to open a snack bar? Would you like to arrange door-to-door delivery? But work in our town ended early, and everyone has gone home now. How about you give me your address, and I can deliver it to your home early tomorrow morning? Okay?" His polite attitude was completely different from his previous murderous attitude. Bayu smiled politely. "Thank you, boss lady. Just put it at the door for me. My friend will come and pick it up for me later. Well, I need to ask a few more people to bring them. There are so many things, mainly the drinks and mineral water, which are quite heavy. And even though these knives have not been opened yet, you should be careful when handling them yourself," the landlady said, glancing at the pieces of Coke and coffee placed aside. "Well, it's okay. Several friends came to help. Thank you, boss lady, for your kindness." After scanning a few kitchen knives, the landlady started scanning the code for the cast iron fire stick. "Oh, okay." Bayu felt that the proprietress's defensiveness had been reduced a lot, so he tactfully tried. "By the way, boss lady, I'm new here, and I want to ask about the dark red paint used on the houses in our small town. What is this paint? This smell feels weird. Are you used to it?" The lady boss stopped scanning the code and explained in a reluctant tone. Paint? Just regular paint. As for the material, I don't know. Anyway, these houses have been there since I was young. Now everyone is protecting ancient towns and villages. These are old houses, and they are scarce. As for the smell, I think it smells good. If one day I can no longer smell it, I will still be unable to sleep and feel uneasy. By you. There seems to be nothing wrong with this explanation. It is said that every household in this town has the craft of making wigs by hand. I think the transportation in the town is also very inconvenient. These hair raw materials and the wig factory. Baiyu was about to speak but stopped. She noticed from the corner of her eye that when she mentioned the word wig factory, the face of the landlady suddenly changed. Little girl, do you still want to buy it? You are asking questions. It's so annoying. A trace of painful hatred flashed through her eyes. The landlady raised her face. The anger and malice in her eyes were ignited again, and her tone was quite impatient. Buy. Of course. Baiyu smiled and closed his mouth. The wig factory is so thunderous in front of this woman. It explodes at the first moment. It's like this wig factory has a grudge against her for killing her father. Fortunately, the name of this supermarket is Lee's First Store in Qingxi Town, and not Lou's First Store. Otherwise it would be really strange. Forget it. It was probably just an isolated case that happened to happen to her. Wait until she goes to buy medicine later and try again. By the way, I'm going to find someone to gossip about and ask why all the managers in the wig factory are named Lee. Soon, all the supplies were scanned and settled, and they were all piled into the 4 large plastic basins that I bought. Most of them were daily necessities, which were not expensive and cost her less than 2,000 yuan. However, this sales amount is considered a single large order for such a small supermarket. Seeing that Baiyu didn't ask any more questions, the landlady's expression returned to normal. Little girl, please wait for me for a moment. I'll ask my husband to help you move to the entrance of the alley. Baiyu nodded. Okay. Sorry for the trouble. The middle-aged woman finished speaking. The door to the backyard opened with a creak and went in. Chapter 138, Qingxi Town, Another Crisis. Soon, a man about her age came out shortly after. There was no expression on the man's face, and his hands were wet. The woman pointed to the 4 full plastic basins on the ground and explained. This little girl just bought something. She said that a friend would come to pick it up, so we can help her move it to the alley. The man nodded, wiped the water on his hands on his pants, and bent down to hold the basin. When Baiyu and the middle-aged woman saw this, they quickly picked up the big basin and walked towards the entrance of the alley. The supplies were quickly moved, and after the middle-aged woman gave Baiyu a few special instructions, she and her husband went back to the store. The sky outside was completely dark. The street lights in the town looked like ancient palace paper lanterns. The lights were dim, but better than nothing. It's just that the surrounding walls are dark red, and against the dim light, the painting style is a bit strange. Baiyu looked back and forth a few times, and after confirming that no one was in the alleyway, he quickly moved his mind and put all the purchased supplies into the space. Spaces are automatically classified in 1 second. Looking at the material volume, it only occupies about 1/5 of the space. Baiyu took out his cell phone and took a look. It was just before 8 o'clock. The material procurement is basically completed. Just need medicine now. Looking at the map on the phone, the only pharmacy with a clinic in town is on the other side of town. And wig factory. Just 2 directions. It takes half an hour to walk there. This time is still very tight. As for searching for clues, she estimated that she would be in vain, because she didn't meet anyone on the way to the small supermarket. I don't know how other players are doing. There were fewer players participating in the dungeon this time, and today was the first day, so the system felt a lot silent. Since no system prompts were heard, it seems that the players are all safe. She had previously chosen to leave quietly alone, just to avoid being found out about the space when she was purchasing supplies. On the other hand, tonight, there will definitely be players who will take action first. If you avoid the player team in advance, you will avoid an unknown danger. Thinking of this, Baiyu realized that he hadn't eaten anything yet. However, the unpleasant earthy smell still made her lose her appetite. My mouth is thirsty. With a thought, a can of iced Coke appeared in his hand. She pulled the tap open and drank it all in one breath. Before she could hiccup, she felt a sudden chill on the left side of her neck. Baiyu choked in his throat and suppressed the Coke burp.
She quickly realized that it was the cold touch from the metal dagger. The Coke bottle in his hand fell onto the cobblestone road with a clang sound.
Huh! Classmate, bye! It's really easy for me to wait!
Imolin's voice came from behind with a smile. As the dagger slowly turned, Imolin walked up to her. There was a hint of greed and a hint of joy in his eyes. Compared with the big brother I saw in the morning, he is completely different.
Does Coke taste good? Why don't you give me a can too?
Baiyu was shocked. It turned out that the person who was going to be raped turned out to be me. It seems that he was probably caught in the process of taking the object out of thin air just now. In this case, he should also be able to guess that weapons will appear out of thin air in his hands. That would be not easy to deal with. After all, there is a huge gap between the two in terms of strength alone. Thinking of this, Baiyu smiled slightly, bowed first and then said,
Brother Imo, there is a supermarket in front of you. How about I go buy it for you now? There's also red wine, white wine, braised pig's trotters, fried peanuts, etc. I'll buy them all for you.
Imolin was unmoved and snorted coldly.
Little classmate, I can't tell that your psychological quality is quite good. You don't even blink when you lie.
Chapter 139, Qingxi Town, pressing forward step by step.
Brother Imo, I'm telling the truth. I swear to God, her family really has everything.
After saying that, Baiyu pointed at the knife on his neck and said with fearful eyes,
There is also this knife. Can you take it away first? It's because I'm scary. I'm timid. And I'm bleeding.
Seeing the fear in her eyes, Imolin's inner vigilance suddenly became less vigilant. However, the knife in his hand was still held tightly.
Huh? Take it away? I have been waiting for you for so long. And you just take it away when you say it?
Wouldn't that make me lose face?
Baiyu was stunned for a moment when he heard this. But he quickly came to his senses. As long as he can continue talking, there will definitely be times when his vigilance is lowered. In addition, this Imolin is different in nature from the
irritable braised egg
Lu Fei in the previous dungeon. At least there is some bottom line in being a human being. And you don't just kill people and get away with goods as soon as you come up. If it weren't for the fact that he was facing a death crisis because he was ranked last, his character would not suddenly collapse and he would become a villain. Thinking of this, she sighed softly, preparing to play the family card and apply psychological tactics to the end.
Hey, Brother Imo. The face is yours, and the lining is also yours. Don't worry. Besides, when we first entered the game, you said that we should cooperate with each other, share wisdom, and overcome the levels together. I remember all your words. Mainly, you are so right. As for the game rankings, don't worry. I will definitely help you solve it.
Baiyu's tone was impassioned.
The word you
was spoken every time, making goosebumps rise on my hands.
Ha! Today is different from the past. Little classmate, if you talk so much nonsense to me now, don't you just want me to let you go?
Imolin sneered again, with a hint of ferocity on his face, and said,
It's not impossible to let you go. However, all the gold coins and props you have on you, especially the prop where a bunch of supplies were stored just now, must be given to me. If you agree, I can promise to take you through it together. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for being rude.
As Imolin spoke, the dagger pressed tightly against the skin of her neck. She slowly moved an inch, and the knife followed closely. Baiyu, brother, you are pressing forward step by step. Why not grab it openly?
Ha. Brother Imo, I have given you these props. What should I do? I can't be your oil bottle. As for the props for storing supplies, I don't understand what you are talking about.
It seemed that Imolin had made up his mind not to let her go. Then don't blame her for being rude. He is a Class D, and she is also a Class D. Imolin's advantage lies in his strong body, while he himself is light and flexible. Don't fight hard. Use outsmarts. There is still some chance of winning. The only unknown factor comes from whether the other party is blessed with mysterious props. Thinking of this,
Grandma's embroidery needle
has appeared in her left hand. The needle is smaller than a sewing needle, and you can't even notice it when you hold it gently with your index and middle fingers. She remembered what the fat man said. When using it, you need to be super focused. So I secretly accumulated strength and tried it. The point of use was aimed at the wrist joint where he held the knife.
Gurgling.
A strange sound of running water broke the silent street and suddenly came from beside me. The two looked at each other for a second, and their whole bodies became involuntarily alert. This small town has many rivers and crisscrossing roads. Water would be released from time to time every night to flush the streets. This was something the two of them had found out when they checked for information before. Chapter 140, Jinxie Town. There is something fishy about the water. But the two of them didn't expect this flooding the streets will come so early. The water was coming in force. Within a few seconds it overflowed the river. This bluestone street has nothing on the left and right sides except for the river passing through the city and the dark red walls. There wasn't even a high ground to hide from. Bayou frowned and said in a thoughtful tone,
Brother Imo, how about we find a place to take shelter first? As for the gold coins and so on, we can discuss it later. Okay?
Imo Lin was unmoved and sneered.
Isn't it just some water? I'm afraid of being a wolf.
After saying that, he twitched the corners of his lips, stared at Bayou with a sinister gaze and said,
Have you thought about the conditions I just mentioned? Are you going to take your life or money?
The dark red light shone on his young white hair, making Imo Lin's face look gloomy.
Money or life?
The choice in the survival game comes again. Forget it. Having no choice is the worst choice. Bayou sighed silently and prepared to continue pulling.
Think about it. I'll give you all my gold coins. Where are the props? There is only one card as a prop. The Sweet Words card. And I give it to you too. The others are gone. I lied to you like a puppy.
Bayou vowed?
Ha! How do you explain the 4 large basins of materials that disappeared out of thin air? And how do you explain the coke that suddenly appeared in your hand just now? Ordinary prop backpacks cannot hold so many things. Don't think I'm kind-hearted and easy to fool. You must have a top-notch backpack with you. Stop talking nonsense and hand it over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Listening to his words, Bayou really wanted to give himself a few blows. So, when he was loading supplies into the space, he was right next to him. But I obviously didn't see anyone at that time.
Unless
he has an invisibility item. As the words went back and forth, Imo Lin and Bayou's shoes and socks were soaked with water. The bitingly cold water covered the uppers of their shoes and was flowing rapidly from front to back. Bayou glanced into the water unconsciously and was stunned. In that clear river water, it seemed like there were black, hair-like objects floating by.
The right eyelid jumped a few times. She suppressed her inner anxiety and pretended her voice was trembling slightly.
Brother Imo, there seems to be something fishy about this water.
Imo Lin was a little doubtful when he heard this. After lightly tapping the back of the knife twice with the fingers holding the knife, he looked sideways towards the water. When Bayou saw this, the embroidery needle in his hand flew towards the wrist where he held the knife with lightning speed. The expected scream did not appear, and Imo Lin still held the knife firmly. And the needle stopped when it was still 6 or 7 centimeters away from his wrist. Then, as if it touched something, there was a
ding,
and it fell.
Protective props.
Without having time to think about it, she took the needle that had fallen into the water back into the space with a thought. If the attack fails, the number of times the needle has been used should still be there. At the same time, with another movement of thought, the black blade was already in the palm of his right hand. The light is dim. In addition, the two of them had been talking for so long, and Imo Lin was indeed less defensive about her. But his sinister gaze, he has stared at Bayou's face again, and his murderous intention has arisen.
It's a little too young to make a fuss in the east and attack in the west. It's really a toast and a penalty for not eating.
After Imo Lin finished speaking, he twitched the corner of his mouth. The veins in the arm holding the knife were exposed, and the blade was about to be drawn towards Bayou's neck.